awakened the talent of burning everything with fireball, but mocked by classmates as a superficial trash skill, simply because my fireball lacked any quality, indicating it's no different from the most trashy F-level fireball. Most importantly, this skill couldn't even harm living creatures, until later, at the time of death. I only discovered that the true purpose of this talent was to plunder the attributes of the deceased by burning their bodies. Skills and even talents were all used for my own benefit. I thought I knew too late. Never thought that upon opening my eyes, I was reborn. Just as the slaughter game was about to arrive, I made up my mind. In this life, I will definitely become stronger at any cost. But at this moment, being weak, I must find a big scapegoat to help me fight monsters. Just as everyone was amazed by the changes in the world, suddenly, a huge monster emerged from the ground. In less than 30 seconds, 5 people have already lost their lives to it. See the situation. The only level 1 practitioner, Yuan Feng, stepped forward immediately. Although I really wished for him to die at the hands of the monster. After all, the bodies of the level awakened are valuable. But unfortunately, Yuan Feng eventually emerged victorious. But I took advantage of the chaos and quickly used my talent to set fire to the 5 monster bodies. But this act was eventually discovered by someone. Tianhu, who usually doesn't get along with me, was the first to speak up, pointing out my actions. Then, a pair of angry eyes stared at me. Even Yuan Feng, who had just finished the battle, was no exception. Why did you burn the bodies? Regarding this, but I'm not worried at all. Pretending to hesitate on the surface, but soon handed over the 5 gold boxes in his hand, then explained, I also wanted to test my own talent. As a result, this 1 yen was found on the corpse. Yuan Feng took over the research on the gold nucleus. In less than half a minute, the 5 gold boxes cracked in his hand, and a hint of joy quickly flashed in his eyes. Many people present noticed the change in his expression, speculating in their hearts about the function of the gold box. But Yuan Feng threw away the debris of the gold box, searching around the body, but still didn't find it. Gold nucleus couldn't help but ask in confusion, where did I find it? I don't know either. As soon as it's burned, you'll see it. You come and burn this corpse for me to see. Upon hearing this, I was taken aback. I immediately cast a fireball and burned the pile of rotten meat. In my mind, I instantly remembered the prompt for increased mental attributes, but Yuan Feng was somewhat startled when he saw it. What level is your talent? How did it burn so quickly? And not even a trace was left. You should know that even his most powerful Longyan treasure only turned monsters into zombies, and my fireball clearly doesn't look very powerful. How did it burn things without leaving a trace? I had already thought about this. I made an excuse and explained that my talent is F-level corpse incineration. This fireball can only incinerate corpses. It cannot cause harm to living people. Saying that, I took the opportunity to throw the fireball towards Yuan Feng. He was so scared that his face turned pale, but then he realized the fireball actually hit himself. Yet he felt nothing at all. Yuan Feng couldn't help but give me a blank look. His mouth twitched slightly. Your talent is really impressive. Saying that, he then shifted his attention to the corpse of the giant fatworm. At this time, someone in the crowd asked, Brother Feng, what is the use of that golden box? Before he could answer, another giant fatworm rushed out of the gymnasium. However, Yuan Feng didn't choose to act immediately this time. Instead, he allowed the fatworm to rampage and kill 6 people. Soon, some people also began to realize that their awakened abilities could easily kill monsters. Then, one person rushed out. The monster was quickly dealt with in just a few moves. And the one who made the move was the former meticulous planner of the school. Luan Yuling didn't stay happy for long. He soon realized that something was wrong. Why is there no experience points for killing monsters? Then he looked at Yuan Feng with suspicion. Yuan Feng was also looking at Luan Yuling at that moment. You should know that Luan Yuling is a goddess at the school flower level. Yuan Feng didn't even have the chance to talk to her before. Now, facing his questioning gaze, Yuan Feng's vanity exploded. So he pretended to be deep. He didn't explain immediately. Instead, he turned around and ordered me to burn the human bodies killed by monsters on the ground. Naturally, I had no objections to this. Do it immediately. A total of 6 bodies. Attribute 0.3. Physical attribute 0.1. Speed attribute 0.1 and F-level talent strength enhancement. Of course, on the surface, I also obtained 6 gold cores. I very tactfully handed the gold box to Yuan Feng, then watch him perform. After Yuan Feng took over the 6 gold boxes, first, he absorbed 5 of them. Then, a pleasant reminder sounded in his mind. Congratulations, the player has leveled up and gained 1 free attribute point. Congratulations to the player Yuan Feng for becoming the world's first player to level up to level 1. Reward, all attributes +1. And this news also broadcasted 3 times in everyone's mind. At this moment, Yuan Feng laughed uncontrollably like a madman. But just as he was about to absorb the last crystal viewpoint, the system prompts that the absorption limit has been reached for today. Hearing this, he furrows his brow. If each person is only allowed to absorb 10 pieces of gold river each day, then how can the gap between the strong and the weak be widened? Is it relying on innate talent? Thinking about this, Yuan Feng's complexion only slightly improved. After all, he has a collection of heavenly gifts and also received the global announcement reward, even if it's not an S-level talent. Presumably, he can also become a hero in this apocalypse. Yuan Feng's heart is full of pride at this moment. Facing the fervent admiration of the crowd, his desire to be a savior gradually cools down, because everything that just happened reveals a secret. That is, the probability of a person's death causing a gold river explosion is as high as 100. But the monster is not 100% gold river explosion. Although Yuan Feng has not collapsed to the extent of killing immediately, but letting our compatriots be killed, and then he goes to collect the bodies, but can do so without any psychological burden. Thinking about this, Yuan Feng then picked a few people from the crowd to join his team, including the school flower Luan Yulin and me, and 3 B-level talent awakeners. Perhaps my discovery of Jinha's actions attracted Yuan Feng's attention. I myself have a low-level talent with no attack power, so he took me along like a lucky charm. I also accepted it gladly. Anyway, it won't be long. They will all become the corpses I burn. But I didn't expect that just after leaving the gym for a while, just encountered an interception by a lone ranger. This person is named Thunder. What awakened is a talent infinitely close to S-level. It is said that he was originally just a reclusive ordinary student, but after the apocalypse broke out, he suddenly became a ruthless devil who kills without blinking. But fortunately, the apocalypse has only just begun for an hour at this moment. Thunder has not become arrogant and overbearing because of the power he controls. The idea of killing people on sight. He intercepted Yuan Feng, just arrogantly asked, "You are the world's #1 as announced globally." Yuan Feng has just acquired powerful strength at this moment. There is also a bit of swelling in the heart. Hearing Thunder's arrogant attitude, immediately retorted back, "What are you? Dare to block my path too?" Wenyan Leiming showed no signs of anger. Instead, he suddenly burst into laughter. The look in Yuan Feng's eyes was somewhat crazed. Then he released his own special ability. Seeing this, Dian Wang immediately released his Dragon Rock Fortress. He also immediately released his Dragon Rock Fortress. Yuan Feng, with all attributes increased by 1. The Dragon Rock Fortress released at this moment was significantly more powerful than before. This made him feel that he must have the upper hand. However, when the two energies collided, an unexpected scene unfolded. Suddenly, the seemingly weak Dian Wang instantly split the fire dragon into hundreds of small fireballs. Moreover, the excess energy headed towards Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng was so scared that his legs went weak. Subconsciously, he grabbed the body of the B-level talent Wan Gangdang in a moment of crisis. Wan Gong finally remembered his awakened defense-type celestial. A loud shout. Diamond shield. In an instant, a golden shield appeared in front of him. However, an even more astonishing scene appeared. After the electric net attached to the diamond shield, the diamond shield couldn't hold on for even 3 seconds before collapsing. Right after, the electric net only slightly faded in color, and in an instant, it enveloped Wan Gang. After a tragic scream, a charred body fell straight to the ground. Thus, the defense-type talent Wan Gong died. Lei Ming walked up to Yuan Feng, laughing maniacally, looking down at him from above, threatening in a mocking tone. "The luckiest waste in the world, huh? If you don't want to die, tell me how to level up. Don't kill me." I said killing monsters yields gold cores. Absorbing gold cores will earn you experience points, but the drop rate of gold cores from monsters is only 1%. Lei Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, threatening tone. In other words, to level up, on average, you have to kill 1,000 insects. You're just a waste. How is it possible to kill so many insects in such a short time? Lei Ming's gaze towards Yuan Feng revealed a hint of killing intent. Yuan Feng's face turned pale. A moment of hesitation. "Still, I'll tell you. I can tell you the secret to leveling up quickly. But you must promise not to kill me." "Okay, I promise not to kill you today." Hearing this, Yuan Feng gritted his teeth. I don't know if the chance of killing bugs and exploding golden cores is 1%, but it seems like the chance of killing and exploding golden cores is 100%. This secret has been made public. Everyone present gasped in shock. Upon hearing this news, Lei Ming laughed wildly and walked to the body of Wan Wang. He then nonchalantly pulled out a gold box from it, followed by another burst of laughter. Then, he walked away without a care. After Laming left, I pretended to help Yuan Feng up and asked, "Brother Feng, are you okay?" However, Yuan Feng shook me off. I felt a bit embarrassed, so the team was divided into several groups. Each group went to the east dormitory to clear monsters and collect the golden rivers of the deceased classmates. Due to my special talent, bodies that have been burned leave almost no trace. Yuan Feng is afraid that I'm greedy for ink. Jinha then asked me to act together. Naturally, I have no objections to this. Just when I walked to dorm 411, suddenly, I said to Yuan Feng, "This is my dormitory. Boss, can you help me knock the door open? Let me go in and have a drink of water." Hearing this, although Yuan Feng is somewhat skeptical, but just happened to feel a little thirsty too, kicked out with one leg, broke open the door of 411. The only unexpected thing is, there were actually people inside, and when that person saw two people coming in, he began to panic and asked me why I came here in a hurry. Yuan Feng has basically confirmed that 411 is not my dormitory. But he didn't pursue it, because he saw 3 human corpses. He immediately gave me a signal with his eyes. He then came to the only survivor in the dormitory. "I am the Yuan Feng who was announced globally. You better be honest. Why is there only you left in the dormitory?" The survivor's eyes were full of fear and suspicion. "You said it's me, so it's me. You even said I'm the Jade Emperor." However, when it comes to the Jade Emperor, his voice became weaker and weaker, because Yuan Feng had already raised the blood-stained axe at him. This is only the first day of the apocalypse. Yuan Feng has already deeply felt the truth that the strong cannot be humiliated. After all, Thunder had killed his teammate in front of him. Yuan Feng feels that he also needs to gradually adapt to the atmosphere of the apocalypse. Learn to kill. Feel Yuan Feng's strong intent to kill. Wu Yuan immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. And at this moment, I am using a fireball to burn a body on the ground. Not long after, a prompt sounded in my mind. Dingyu acquires a B-level talent. Invisibility speed increased by 0.1. Later, I continue to walk towards another body that looks similar to Wu Yuan. That is one of my purposes for this trip, the body of an S-level talent holder. You should know that my fireball is an S-level talent holder. The probability of obtaining talents is no longer random, but 100%. But just as I was about to take action, the nearby Wu Yuan, who was scared to the point of weak legs by Yuan Feng, suddenly roared at me in anger. "Stop, what are you trying to do? That's my brother." While roaring in anger, he actually ran over and pounced on his brother's body. No matter how you look at it, this scene seems like a touching display of brotherly love. However, I knew the reason why Yuan did this is because his brother's body holds great significance for him. Wu Yuan and Wu Hua were originally a pair of twin brothers, and both of them unexpectedly awakened S-level talents at the same time. Wu Hua's talent that he awakened is called the Forbidden Magic Domain. Inside his Forbidden Magic Domain, players cannot use talents and skills lower than his level. But it only applies to human and humanoid dimensional creatures, so he's really unlucky. I was killed by a dimensional worm on the first day of the apocalypse, but to be precise, it should be the 5th ape that betrayed me, because the 5th ape's talent is even greater than 5 Hua's. It's called Blood Refining Secret Technique. It can refine the corpse of a human who died within 24 hours into a talent. After the blood crystal is absorbed by a player, they can obtain the talent of the deceased, although it's somewhat similar to my fireball. But there are many restrictions. The corpse must have intact limbs. The crystal core inside the brain cannot be extracted. Moreover, the obtained talent will be 1 level lower than the original person's. In the previous life, the 5th ape made quite a name for himself in the apocalypse with this talent. But in this life, he definitely won't get away with it. I watched him put on a show of brotherly affection and then released a fireball without any emotion, directly burning his brother's corpse to ashes, and plunder the S-level talent Forbidden Magic Domain. At this moment, Wu Yuan has completely lost his mind. You need to know that in order to obtain his brother's talent, but it was secretly planned for a long time. First, it attracted the dimensional worm to kill his brother. Then, after silencing the dormitory, it was not easy to obtain his brother's body. Before he had a chance to refine the body into talent, the blood crystal was burned by someone. Wu Yuan simply couldn't accept such a result. He turned around and shouted at Yuan Feng. "I don't care if you are the Yuan Feng in the global announcement or not, but I am a genuine S-level talent." As soon as this was said, Yuan Feng was shocked and suspicious in his heart. The fingers holding the iron axe quietly tightened. Always ready for battle, but there was also some regret and fear in his heart. After all, he was just defeated by thunder. The feeling of death hovering over your head is really unpleasant. But in just a short second, Yuan Feng immediately shifted the blame to Lin Chuan, and always ready to escape. But unexpectedly Wu Yuan had no intention of fighting him. Instead, he took the initiative to introduce his S-level talent. Although he currently has no combat power, but its effect is extremely powerful. When I heard that Wu Yuan's talent could actually produce talent blood crystals, it added a new dimension to talents. Yuan Feng's eyes were fervent, but he still calmly expressed, "What you said is unbelievable, but there's no evidence at all. Why should I believe?" Wu Yuan snorted coldly, and then glared at me fiercely. "I could have performed for you on the spot, but my brother's body was burned by him. Do you know what kind of talent my brother had? He also had an S-level talent." Yuan Feng looked at Wu Yuan, who was mad with rage. "I'm starting to believe it a little." At this moment, Wu Yuan suddenly spoke up. "I can promise to refine a talent blood vessel for you, but the condition is that this jerk has to kneel down and apologize to me." He extended his right index finger, pointing fiercely at me. Faced with this request, Yuan Feng didn't hesitate at all. Immediately ordered Lin Chuan to kneel down and apologize to me with indifference. I chuckled in my heart. There was no nervousness on my face either. Just confirming with Yuan Feng, "Boss, I've helped you a lot. Are you sure you want me to kneel down and apologize? Stop talking nonsense. You're just a dog following by my side. I'm making you kneel. You have to kneel." Wu Yuan on the side looks at this scene, feeling extremely refreshed in my heart. Okay, I sighed, shook my hand. Just when the two thought I seemed to have compromised, another system announcement echoed in the minds of everyone worldwide. Hearing that the number of players worldwide reaching level 1 has exceeded 999, now opening the level rankings, kill list, chat system, forum system and trading system. For a moment, everyone's attention was focused on the system in their minds. The level rankings record a total of 999 people, and the one ranked first is none other than Yuan Feng's name. At this moment, 5 Yuan's attention was also drawn to the 5 big characters at the top of the level list, where Yuan Feng was ranked first. Suddenly exclaimed in shock, "Min Aini, you really are the Yuan Feng in the global announcement. It's really the word on the level list." Didn't have time to say it. 5 Yuan seemed to have his fate choked by someone. Suddenly widened his eyes, incredulously watched the scene in front of him, because the man who was just being treated as a dog by Yuan Feng just needed to use a blade to directly cut open Yuan Feng's throat nail. Killing a strong player on the level list rewards a gold treasure. Even saw the prompt, even if I was prepared. Couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. I've planned for so long myself, just to kill Yuan Feng when he appeared on the list. You know, the most popular saying after the disaster in the previous life. That is, the way to become stronger through revenge is all written on the ranking list. Even if it's just killing the 999th existence on the ranking list. As for what kind of treasure chest the first on the ranking list can drop, I really didn't know in my previous life. But what surprised me even more is, this treasure chest actually dropped the grip of death. This is the secret weapon that killed gods and won 100 battles in the previous life. I actually obtained it on the first day of the apocalypse in this life. After the surprise, I stomped on the ground, begging for mercy for 5 years. After absorbing his S-level talent, I opened the chat system again. With the death of Yuan Feng, the first on the ranking list, the voices of online discussions completely exploded, but none of it was directed at me. Instead, they pinned Yuan Feng's death on Lei Ming, whom he had a grudge with before. Lei Ming's image as a ruthless killer was deeply imprinted in the players' minds for a while, and many voices calling for his punishment emerged. But Lei Ming had no time to explain. He could only try every possible way to escape desperately. Coincidentally, the sky suddenly poured down heavy rain at this moment. He was amazed to find that his mental attributes had actually increased to varying degrees in the rain. From the original point something, it surged to 5 something. And the players who were originally discussing Yuan Feng's death in the chat channel also shifted to a new topic. That is, the spirit rain can increase attributes. However, I knew that this apocalypse rain had a big issue. The attribute enhancement is only temporary. It can only last for 4 hours. And after 4 hours, every player who has been rained on will fall into a 4-hour period of weakness. This period is also known as the darkest 4 hours by future generations. Countless dimensional rifts crazily emerge. Large numbers of dimensional monsters crazily pour into the city. For a moment, the entire city became a living hell. But although I know this secret, I have no intention of revealing it. After all, being a savior is not that easy. I leave the dormitory and head towards the direction of the South Building 2. The Student Union President Chifeng should still be there. In my previous life, I had a lot of grievances with him, but revenge is just one of them. There is a person with a very special talent over there. This is the purpose of my trip. After arriving at the South Building 2, I quietly approach using the newly acquired stealth talent. At this time, Chi-Feng and the others are still paying attention to the discussion in the chat channel about the heavy rain. Although Chi-Feng, with his talent and skills, feels the crisis from this heavy rain, but in his team, there is a solution. Unable to resist the greed in his heart, ran out quickly. Only Aiya and Xiaoquan can restrain their greed. Listen carefully to his analysis. But just as a few team members had left not long ago, Chi-Feng suddenly felt an extremely strong sense of crisis in his heart. Then, he didn't have time to react at all. A wire seemed to shoot out from the void and directly wrapped around his neck. Then, his body exploded with a bang. But when the dust settled, what remained in the original place was not Chi-Feng's body, but a strange-looking cloth doll. At this moment, the Aiya people are all dumbfounded. He first saw the president suddenly disappear. There was a strange doll on the ground. Then, before he could figure out what was going on, he heard a sound from the east. Another teammate, Xiaoquan, also died. Soon after, he felt a thin iron wire wrapped around his neck. Right now, I'm slowly releasing my invisibility talent. Looking at the strange doll on the ground with its head and body already separated, I really didn't expect that Chi-Feng would already have figured this out on the first day of the apocalypse. Although I can't kill him right now, but making him feel the taste of being hunted down is still possible. I waved my hand, and suddenly, a strange elemental array appeared on the ground. A three-headed dog half the height of a person also appeared immediately. Then the three-headed dog from hell picked up the doll on the ground and rushed towards the staircase. This is one of the functions of the death grip, summoning undead slaughter game ring-type equipment. Each person can only equip up to 10. And the death grip takes up 4 equipment slots. They also have different abilities. One specializes in offense, able to shoot silver needles or iron wires. Silver needles are responsible for close combat. Iron wires are responsible for ranged attacks. Very convenient. 2 specializes in defense, can summon a protective shield. 3 specializes in auxiliary combat, summons undead creatures to assist in battle. 4 specializes purely in support, can set 3 anchor points, complete instant teleportation in space. It can be said that the death grip is a very comprehensive equipment. At this moment, I looked at the girl Aiya in front of me. She has that kind of youthful and pure beauty. She looks lively and playful and mischievous. If it weren't for the arrival of the Doomsday game, he would probably be considered a long-standing joke. And his awakened talent is also very special. It is the sea-level blood and bone technique. I need to use his blood for the next action, to breed a large number of blood and bone worms. That guy is silly. I'm actually a freshman at Dei University. I haven't been in the student union for long. I'm not very familiar with President Chi-Feng. I've always thought the president is a hypocrite. You killed it, dude. I didn't pay attention to his words, nor did I have the intention to kill him. Just take Aiya to the direction of the small grove like walking a dog. See the situation. Aiya immediately turned her face and looked disappointed. That big shot. Don't judge me by my appearance. Actually, I'm very unhygienic. Bad breath, body odor, foot odor, all kinds of body odor. I haven't even showered for 3 days. I glanced at him. Are you asking me to take you to shower first? It's not a literary expression. Aiya suddenly felt ashamed in her heart. However, all of this pales in comparison to the inner struggle of life and precious herbs once again. Aiya gritted her teeth. Jing suddenly spoke. Actually, I have AIDS. What a coincidence. I also have AIDS. We really are in the same boat. Speaking of which, I no longer pay attention to Aiya. He then went straight into the small woods. At this point, Aiya had completely lost hope. Just as he was thinking about whether to fight to the death, I directly cut his palm with a blade. Then I picked up a stone from the ground, threw it at the beehive in the tree. Finally, I directed Aiya to activate his talent. Suddenly, a dense swarm of bees gathered around his palm. Taking advantage of the time he was nurturing the blood goo insect, I opened the world chat channel. Who was the owner of the grip of the god of death in the previous life? Become the first player in the world to reach level 2. So everyone in the chat channel is curious about how Bakunov managed to reach level 2. You see, under the restriction of only being able to absorb 10 crystal boxes per day, players simply couldn't reach level 2. But soon, a global announcement from the system gave a hint. It was revealed that player Bakunov had triggered the God's Punishment mission by killing the Divine Scroll Keeper. All players worldwide will receive Bakunov's real-time location coordinates. Those who kill Bakunov will receive the following rewards. Experience points increased by 10,000. 1 additional orange treasure chest, and 1 additional destiny skill. This announcement instantly sparked a frenzy of discussions again. There was surprise, the rewards were generous. People were ready to besiege Bakunov. What on earth is a doubtful god roller? Only I know. When the slaughter game arrives, a very small number of people became god rollers. There should only be 10 in the world now. God rollers, as the name suggests, they are dimensional creatures favored by the gods. People will unconsciously stay away from them. So in the past, many large safe zones treated the god rollers as mascots. In the past, there was only one unlucky person. After being arrogantly killed by Bakunov, a divine punishment mission is triggered. Let everyone in the world know that god rollers cannot be killed, because once killed, they will become terrifyingly powerful bosses. Although god rollers sound like a hot potato, but this time, I will kill all 10 god rollers. At this point, one has already been killed by Bakunov. I've already thought about how to deal with law enforcement on this. I immediately opened the trading system. I listed an item for sale. The trading requirements for the B-level talent blood scripture research report. Green spirit fruit and moon goddess blessing. Then I ran to the world channel to speak and advertise. Talents that can give people extra abilities. Rush to get the blood crystal you want. First come, first served. Although it's said to be first come, first served, but I'm very clear that at this stage, only Bakunov is qualified to meet his own conditions, because the green spirit fruit and moon goddess blessing are equipment that only drops when a divine scroll user dies. Not long after, I received a private message from Bakunov. Who are you? How do you know I have the green spirit fruit and moon goddess blessing? This is not within our trading scope. Just tell me if you're willing to trade. Hearing this, Bakunov remained silent for a while before continuing to lure me. You must tell me the effect of the Qingling fruit. Otherwise, I won't trade. The blessing of the moon goddess can reduce visibility, hiding level information and curse information. Then you won't have the words low level hanging over your head. But this essential artifact of the half-shoe tiger has a very frustrating setting. That is, the person who kills the moon goddess disciple cannot use it. So Bakunov doesn't need it at all. He won't feel sorry to trade it away. But the effect of the Qingling fruit is not known for the time being. I dare not trade easily. I didn't hesitate about this either. Just tell him. After taking the Qingling fruit, every day, the number of gold fruits absorbed increases by 1. But there's one thing I didn't mention. That is, the green spirit fruit also increases divine fire. You should know that the maximum limit for the mental attribute of each player is only 100. Although very few people can reach this limit, but with my advanced talent in Fireball, I can easily reach this limit. However, after reaching the limit of the previous life's attributes, I always manage to find a breakthrough method. It wasn't until later that I discovered that improving the divine soul can break through the attribute limit, and a green spirit fruit can not only increase the essence absorbed daily, but also increase the upper limit of my 4 attributes by 10 points. So, 10 divine scrolls represent an increase of 100 points in the upper limit for 10 green spirit fruits. So, those 10 green spirit fruits are definitely being avoided. At this time, Bakunov on the other end of the trade is looking at my reply, shocked to the core. After all, increasing the protection of daily crystal absorption technique can be very practical. But this kind of practicality requires accumulation. In the situation of being globally tracked and hunted in real time by players, the effect of the blue spirit fruit is not even as urgent as a B-level attack talent. Bakunov pondered briefly. Hoi, add something to your eyes. Otherwise, I won't be satisfied. In fact, besides absorbing the gold core, there are other ways to gain experience points. Bakunov's eyes lit up when he heard this news, but then he raised a question. I know it's hard to make him believe with just a few words, so I typed and said, I can prove it to you by reaching level 3 today. As long as you can reach level 3 today, I will trade with you. After the disappointment of finalizing the Qingling fruit, I then shifted my focus back to Aiya. I put all the blood goo insects from his hands and the ground into a bottle. I was thinking of taking him to find another beehive, but at this moment, Aiya's face was pale. His body swayed. He was about to faint from excessive blood loss. After hesitating for a moment, I took out a core from my pocket and let Aiya absorb it. However, his current experience points are 4. He still needs 6 more experience points to level up and recover. There's no other way. I can only retract the iron thorn from his neck. Then I instructed, you take care of yourself for a while. I'll be right back. Saying that, I flashed my figure. In an instant, I disappeared without a trace. Aiya sat on the ground. I was planning to take the opportunity to escape, but I felt weak all over. I couldn't even stand up. During the wait, he inexplicably felt a little scared. This kind of fear made him secretly hope that Lin Xuan would come back soon. After waiting for about 10 minutes, he suddenly heard someone speaking not far away. He thought it was Lin Chuan coming back. He eagerly looked towards the sound, but what he saw were 4 men holding knives. Boss, look quickly. It looks like there's someone in the small grove ahead. Wow, it's a beautiful woman. They saw Aiya sitting weakly on the ground. They immediately had malicious intentions. In the panic, Aiya had to throw the bottle containing the blood goo worms, but at this moment, the few people who were muddled by the goo worms completely ignored it, because the insects in the bottle looked strange. But as long as they didn't touch it, it was fine. The few people bypassed the insect catching and quickly approached Aiya. At this critical moment, 4 iron wires shot out like a force, instantly binding the 4 people tightly. As the knights arrived, I watched the scene. I was furious. First, all the goo worms around were collected back into the bottle, then handed 6 gold boxes to Aiya. Make him level up and recover. Looking at Aiya, who was still in tears, I took out a small knife and handed it to him, then looked at the iron wire-bound G. Aiya vaguely guessed my meaning, but he actually doesn't want to kill, nor does he dare to kill. But in this game of slaughter, survival is everyone's top priority. Aiya stood up, holding the blade, slowly walked towards G and the others. In the face of their screams for mercy, Aiya didn't have the slightest mercy, because not long ago, he also begged for mercy. But these people also had no mercy. Watching this scene, I finally realized, why was this woman from the previous life able to excel in his bloodline technique? After it's done, I took Aiya and changed to another small tree person. After collecting the 7 vials of bloodbone insects, I then activated the teleport function of the death grip, taking him back to the previous male dormitory. The dimensional monsters near the 4th floor of the male dormitory have already been cleared. If you want to level up by fighting monsters, you can only go to the rooftop. There is a dimensional rift up there. But as we walked up the stairs, we encountered a male student who was grumbling as he came down from upstairs. After finding out that we also wanted to go to the rooftop to fight monsters, that male student immediately advised, the rooftop has already been occupied by members of the Martial Arts Association. Only those who pay the jinha and have special talents can enter. No one else can get in. But there is still another way. The guy's tone suddenly changed. He gave Aiya a strange look. Aiya felt uncomfortable being looked at. She immediately asked, "What method?" "Someone paid the entrance fee with his girlfriend before." Hearing this, Aiya's mouth twitched instantly. He glanced at me, muttered softly, "I'm not his girlfriend." I ignored the guy's persuasion. I continued to walk straight towards the upstairs direction, and the guy, seeing this, a glint of gold flashed in his eyes. "Bro, can you afford the entrance fee of a gold box?" I didn't even look back. Don't I have a girlfriend? Did Aiya hear this? Although I know I'm just joking. After all, I just got 4 gold boxes, but still feel embarrassed and angry, face turning red. However, when Lu Boheo heard this, he thought I really wanted to hand over my beautiful girlfriend. Thinking of watching a live spring bow is also good. Lu Boheo then quickly followed, but when he reached the stairs leading to the rooftop, he saw 2 guards turning into 2 heads. Lu Boheo realized he was wrong. Where the heck is this live spring bow? Clearly, it's a demon who kills without blinking. A live murder show. But by then, it was too late for him to leave. I casually threw him 2 heads. "You carry this. This should be enough for the entrance fee." At this time, on the rooftop, over 100 people vaguely forming a dozen or so teams. The dimensional bugs come out of the cracks very quickly, an average of about 40 to 50 per minute. However, they can barely last a few seconds after coming out of the cracks. They will be instantly wiped out by these over 100 people. In a corner of the rooftop, the dimensional bug corpses have already piled up as high as a small hill. Just as I opened the door to the rooftop entrance, I heard someone cursing loudly. How many times have I said not to let anyone else in? However, when that person turned around to look, they saw Lu Boheo holding a person's head in one hand. For a moment, many people's attention was completely drawn to him, and I took advantage of this time. Burned all the more than 2,000 ape insect corpses nearby to ashes, raised all 4-dimensional attributes to over 60 points, then silently activated the forbidden magic domain. At this point, everyone found themselves unable to use their innate abilities, but they didn't have any intention of retreating or running away, because the numerical advantage gave them great confidence. After realizing the arrival of the enemy, in an instant, more than 10 people rushed towards my direction, but I simply raised my right hand. Suddenly, wires flew out from the grip of death. The person at the very front was almost instantly attacked. No response, no pain either, then lost their heads, lost their lives. Seeing such a terrifying scene, the people behind didn't care about the dignity of the strong anymore. Scared out of their wits, even if it means jumping off a building to escape the pursuit of the human shadow. I have no intention of continuing the pursuit. After all, controlling the grip of the god of death is also very mentally taxing. If it weren't for my attribute breaking through 60, I wouldn't be able to control so many wires at once. After a while, if there are only 3 people left on the rooftop. At this point, Lu Boheo was already scared silly. Aiya is feeling better, just muttered quietly. Must solve the problem by killing. I glanced at him upon hearing this, but I wasn't angry. After all, I was reborn from the late stage of the apocalypse. I've witnessed all kinds of bloody scenes. I've also experienced countless killings. This is only the first day of the apocalypse. It's normal for others to find it hard to accept, but I still explained it to Aiya. Even if I don't do anything, these people won't see the sun tomorrow. Hearing this, Aiya was a bit puzzled, but then he looked towards the sky. In an instant, he realized where the problem was. Could it be this heavy rain? But aren't we also immune? That's because I have a way to be immune to the side effects of heavy rain. Saying that, I had already burned all the bodies on the ground. Then I looked towards a fire hydrant not far away. Come out, classmate. Yi Hyaming, who was hiding behind the fire hydrant, had a pale face. For a moment, I didn't know if I was truly violent. Not until the cold iron wire wrapped around his neck. Yi Hyaming then immediately ran out and shouted loudly, "Boss, I'm not with those people just now. Tell me, why were you hiding there?" Originally, at the beginning, Mo Sure Gang, the martial arts association members led the team to fight monsters. Like a savior, the students they saved are very grateful to them. But later, due to more and more monsters on the rooftop, even the members of the martial arts association couldn't cope with it for a while. So they came up with a solution. They had the students they saved go to the rooftop to lure the monsters. At that time, some people relaxed a bit, while some were directly killed by the monsters. And yet Yi Hyaming, because of his own talent, can. So he hid behind the water tank and escaped. I think his righteous indignation doesn't seem genuine. Then nodded casually. Okay, you can go now. However, Yi Hyaming had no intention of leaving immediately. His eyes hesitated. Eventually, he spoke. Boss, you just said there's a problem with this rain. Please save me. I'm willing to do anything for you. Although Lu Boheo didn't have Yi Hyaming's heroic demeanor. But at this moment, he also followed suit. Quickly knelt down and begged. But before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a chill around his neck. Lu Boheo was trembling in fear, changed his tune in an instant. Boss, I was wrong. I don't deserve to be your lackey. Please let me go. I gave him a cold stare. I retracted the wire around his neck. The next second, Lu Boheo scrambled and fled from the rooftop. But there was also a wire wrapped around Yi Hyaming's neck. Yet his composure was much calmer than Lu Boheo's. He was equally scared to death, but he still gritted his teeth and persevered. I also don't deserve to be a lackey for the boss. I only ask for the boss to show me a way out. I, Yi Hyaming, will surely remember the boss's kindness. I said this with great conviction. It suddenly piqued my interest. Can there really be acts of gratitude and repayment in this end room? But it's just a matter of words. Then I suggested, if you can't reach level 3 today, find a strong defensive place to hide before midnight. Maybe you can escape a disaster. Hearing this, Yi Hyaming didn't ask anything else. After the 3 loud bangs, Lianke left. After he left, Aiya suddenly speculated, is your method to immunize against the side effects of the heavy rain to reach level 3? But you're only at level 0 now. I didn't explain. I just threw all 7 bottles of bloodbone worms into the dimensional rift. Then added Aiya's friend. Told him to wait in place for me to come back in a while. After leaving the rooftop, I activate the invisibility realm directly. Then I arrive at the Beiyuan playground. There is a dimension rift here even bigger than the southern 4th heaven platform. There are also many people gathered here. The bodies of dimension monsters can be described as piled up like mountains. I sneak past invisibly, silently ignite all the bodies. You should know that the upper limit of everyone's attributes is 100 points, and the first person to reach level 3, a global announcement will give a reward of +3 to all attributes. If your attributes are at 100 points at this time, then this 3-point reward will exceed the attribute limit, reaching 103 points. Although the level 3 clamp raises all attributes to the maximum, this is simply a fantasy for outsiders. But every time I burn a dimension insect body, I can gain 0.1 attribute value. All 4-dimensional attributes have reached 100 points. That's 400 points in total. Converted into dimensional insects, it's only 4,000. It can be said to be very simple. As the attribute growth prompts go crazy, all my 4-dimensional attributes have reached the maximum. Later, I quickly returned to the southern 4 heavens. I glanced at the dimensional crack, quietly waiting. Aiya seemed a bit puzzled, about to say something, but suddenly sensed a different kind of dimensional crack not far away. Ever since I threw in 7 bottles of bloodfire insects, after a full half hour, not a single dimensional insect crawled out from inside. Only now does the dimensional crack show signs of erupting again. You should know that the fastest way to level up is to absorb essence cores, but everyone can only absorb a limited amount of essence in a day. If you want to quickly reach level 3, absorbing high-level essence is undoubtedly the fastest method, but it's only the first day of the apocalypse. High-level dimensional insects won't appear at all. This is also the reason why the vast majority of people are still at level 1. But as someone who has been reborn, I know that the blood goo insects nurtured by Aiya's sea-level talent can stimulate the blood of dimensional insects, leading to evolution. At this moment, as the dimensional rift continues to shake, a fully transformed blood-red behemoth also emerges from it. Facing this level 3 dimensional insect, I faintly feel a bit of pressure, but this actually stems from the suppression of levels. Even though my current level is only 0, but with full attribute values, I can easily crush the 3rd level dimensional bugs. As I raised my hand to activate the weapon of death, successively killed 7 3rd level dimensional bugs, the dimensional rift finally stopped trembling. Then I picked up the 3rd level essence and the Moni sucker ding on the ground. Experience points increased by 10,000. Congratulations to player Lin Xuan for becoming the first player globally to reach level 3. Reward, all attributes increased by 3. For a moment, everyone around the world heard this alert tone. Aiya, who was hiding behind the water tank, was stunned. Bakanov, who was evading pursuit across the ocean, was also stunned. He recalled the person who had offered to trade with him before. Bakanov immediately found that message again, sent a private message over. You are the Lin Xuan mentioned in the global announcement. Regarding this, I just calmly replied, can we trade now? Bakanov's eyes lit up at these words. In theory, I should fulfill the trade I promised you, but for me right now, even B-grade talent blood essence cannot avoid the crisis I have to face. So I want to add another trade. I have a pass to the secret realm. What I want to trade with you is my vitality. Hearing about the pass to the secret realm, a hint of surprise flashed in my eyes. Generally speaking, the fighting and struggle in the secret realm are extremely intense. But for me, this is a good thing. Then I agreed directly. Please confirm the trade. I'll give you 3 tips that can help you survive the last 10 days of the apocalypse. Hearing this, first, I exchanged my secret realm talent, Blood Gold, for the Moon God's Blessing and the Clear Spirit Valley. The second deal was made with just a few words in exchange for the Dragon and Warrior's secret realm entry ticket. A hint of joy passed through my heart, because this secret realm entry ticket is equivalent to a freebie. The 3 tips I gave Bakanov are: 1. Kill 10 God Scrolls. Become a favored one of the God of Death. 2. Kill professionals to obtain the scroll for professional tasks. Use the scroll to teleport to a special task space. 3. Seeking the ownerless realm. In the ownerless realm, evading pursuit. These 3 points are just empty words without additional hints. So I also provided additional hints. It's in the deep sea beneath the ferry where Bakanov is located. There is a hidden ownerless realm. In a previous life, Bakanov evaded global pursuit during the early stages of the apocalypse there. So I completely freeloaded on the realm scroll, then I put away the realm ticket. Then I wore the moon goddess's blessing around my neck again. Immediately, the words first place on the leaderboard above my head disappeared automatically. And at this moment, Aiya finally recovered from the shock. He subconsciously realized. Lin Xuan, you've risen to 3. Interrupting mid-sentence, he suddenly noticed that there were no words above my head at this moment. I said seriously, you mentioned the ranking list, Lin Xuan. Probably the same name. Same name. Aiya almost believed it. She thought I must have used some special method to hide the mosquito on top of my head. But Aiya didn't dare to ask more. At this time, I glanced at the time. I waved and spoke to Aiya. Let's go. Let's find a place to spend the night. Not long after, Aiya and I arrived at an old Western-style building in the north. There is a highly fortified hidden air raid shelter here, and midnight arrived. The strange heavy rain that lasted for 4 hours finally stopped. Those who were drenched in the heavy rain also appeared weak or even paralyzed. This also leads to a complete reversal of the hunter and prey's positions. Level 0 dimensional bugs begin to rampage through the city, and some didn't find it satisfying enough. Victims who suffer from bullying due to their weak attributes will rise up and fight back, becoming the new perpetrators of violence. The entire city turns into a hell on this night, and at this moment, Aiya suddenly falls into his arms, her face slightly blushing, breathing slightly labored. Don't know why, suddenly feeling very tired, can't walk at all. I'm not surprised by this. First, take out a few gold boxes for him to absorb, then have him place the upgraded attribute points on the system. In this way, although he is still very weak, but at least able to walk upright. Later, I broke open the door of the old Western-style house. I took Aiya into the basement, thinking there were no living people here. After all, in my past life, I'd been here too, but only saw a floor full of corpses. I didn't expect that in this life. I just arrived at the entrance of the air raid shelter. Then I saw two old people, one man and one woman. They seemed to be a couple. Asked in a frightened tone, "Who are you? How did you find this place?" I maintained a relatively mild and calm attitude. "We heard there's an air raid shelter here. We wanted to come here for temporary shelter." The old man's face looked unpleasant, but still mustered the courage to refuse. "There are already a lot of people here. There's no extra space left." I glanced at the tightly closed iron door behind the two old men. "The number of people has grown. Have both of you been driven out by the masters? Let us in. I will help drive away some people." Hearing this, the old man hesitated and shook his head. "No, my grandchildren are also inside." Seeing the old lamp unresponsive, helplessly, I could only instantly come to the old lady's side. I used a blade to hold his neck and open the door. "I will ensure that your wife and grandchildren are safe. Look at the person behind me. He is the third-ranked strongman on the leaderboard. He has the ability to ensure your grandchildren are not harmed." Hearing these words, the resolute look in the old man's eyes quietly faded away. Suddenly looked at the ant behind me, because he just absorbed the gold box and rose to level 2. At this moment, he is already ranked 3rd on the level list. "Grandpa, Grandma, don't be afraid. Although my brother looks very fierce and bad, but he is actually a good person." Aiya. In order to cooperate with me, he gently advised the two elderly people. I also took the opportunity to retract the blade. This blade was just a scare tactic and didn't hurt the old lady at all. Seeing this, the old man finally breathed a sigh of relief, quickly protected the old lady behind him, then looked at the ant not far away. In the eyes of the elderly, such a girl would involuntarily become willful. Silent for a long time, the old man sighed, explained with a heavy tone. "This is the old mansion of our Zhua family. The Zhua family has declined, but we never thought of selling the ancestral home." Unexpectedly, when the slaughter game suddenly came to their Zhua family, they thought of the underground air raid shelter in the old house. It's just right for taking refuge. Originally, the elders were all gathered. As a result, my grandson is ignorant. Told the secret of the air raid shelter to his girlfriend. His girlfriend accidentally leaked it out again. Attracted a lot of bad people. We wanted to call the police. The phone couldn't be used either. Grandsons and granddaughters were also threatened. As he spoke, the old man's eyes welled up again. He wiped away the tears and continued speaking. "The air raid shelter is very spacious inside, but to stockpile supplies, the remaining space is enough to accommodate over 100 people. There are currently over 100 people inside. 12 of them are his relatives. The other 30 plus people are classmates brought by Tiangang, and there are over 50 more people inadvertently brought in by Tiangong's girlfriend. Among them, there's Xiao Biao, who is particularly strong. They took over the air raid shelter as soon as they arrived. The Zhua family, due to their lack of strength, can only follow their orders." After listening, "I probably need to rest." I pondered for a moment, suddenly asked, "Old man, do you know there are over 100 people inside? Who has been caught in the rain? Who hasn't been caught in the rain? Is it the rain that can cause the attributes to soar?" Zhu Aiguo mentioned this. Pain flashed in my eyes. Almost all the outsiders have been caught in the rain. Only the Zhu family members had already taken shelter in the air raid shelter before the heavy rain. Later, I also wanted to go out and increase my attributes in the rain, but then Biao Ge and his men barged in. After that, they didn't let the Zhu family members go out in the rain. The old man was filled with righteous indignation, but my expression was somewhat ambiguous. After we entered the air raid shelter, as expected, the situation below has already reversed, due to the time constraints of the heavy rain. Originally, Yang Biao and others who occupied the air raid shelter are now lying on the ground in fear, while the Zhua family is considering killing several people. The dispute over the fallen Jinha is getting out of hand. Zhuo Tiandong's talent is a first-class aggressive poison. Although the talent is particularly useless, the toxicity must be transmitted through the blood. But using it at this time is just right. He used a knife to make cuts on Yang Biao and his little brother, and then let the poison enter their bodies. Soon, Soon, those 11 people became 11 corpses. According to the division of labor, the task of digging Jinha is entrusted to his cousin Zhuo Tianhan. However, he ignores the well-bred social elite of the past. Digging Jinha from the corpses' heads is something that he, a person who has never even killed in one blow, has never encountered. It's really a bit difficult. He's been pondering for a while. Just as he was about to make his move, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a flash of fire, burning all 11 bodies to ashes. Zhuo Tianhan was shocked. He turned his head and glanced at me. I calmly explained my talent. To quickly burn the bodies is more convenient than directly digging the Jinha from the bodies. I said it casually. Zhuo Tianhan's hands were shaking a bit. Thank you. However, what happened here? I hope you, little classmate, don't interfere. Of course, I've never liked to meddle. Although I know what happened here, I have no intention of getting involved at all. I came here just to have a peaceful Lunar New Year. Another reason is to burn the corpses and plunder talents. After all, in my past life, I came here to burn corpses, but I obtained a very powerful sacrificial axe. So I just want to burn the corpses, which is not contradictory to the actions of the Zhuo brothers. But from their recent discussion, they said they only killed 13 first-level people. But in my past life, I saw a ground full of corpses. Based on the quantity, I speculate it should be that everyone except the Zhuo family was killed by them. And among the 11 corpses just burned, my target was not there. Just as I was contemplating, but suddenly heard a warning not far away. Zhuo Tianguang just spared me, otherwise, you will regret it. That voice came from Zhuo Tianguang's classmate Tang Yiping, who was at the first level. He lay weakly on the ground. Already guessed what Zhuo Tiangang is about to do. Just didn't expect Zhuo Tiangang to have such excellent grades. A kind-hearted and good student can be so ruthless to such an extent. Tang Yiping doesn't want to die, but because he got caught in the heavy rain, he feels powerless at this moment. Suddenly, a look of resolute and strong determination flashes through his eyes. Shouted loudly, "You can't kill me. I am the scroll master. Kill me. You will be punished just like Bakunov in the global court, being hunted down by everyone in the world." Upon hearing these 3 words, the scroll master, my heart suddenly trembled. Zhuo Tiangang was also stunned by these 3 words. After all, Batonov, who killed the God Scroll, was globally announced for a mission. The mission is still called God Valve. The rewards inside are abundant enough to make everyone envious. At this moment, Zhuo Tianhan suddenly leaned in and analyzed to Zhuo Tiangang's ear. Since the rewards for the God Valve mission are so abundant, we can totally find a scapegoat. After killing the God Scroll, when the God Valve mission falls on the scapegoat, we can then kill the scapegoat again. Then we can obtain the rewards of the God Valve mission. After his painful analysis, Zhuo Tiangang's eyes were filled with excitement. Yes, that's right. This way, we can easily get the rewards of the God Penalty mission. That's 10,000 experience points. How many levels have you ascended to? You're definitely able to climb the ranking. However, Tang Yiping lying on the ground instantly retorted, "You are too naive. Who do you think issued the God's punishment task? It was released regretfully after the death of the God Binder. Even if you find a scapegoat to kill me, I will still designate you as the target when I issue the God's punishment task." After he said this, the Zhuo brothers felt like they had a bucket of cold water poured on them. The excitement and joy instantly disappeared. Thinking about it carefully, it's true. How could a slaughter game allow such a big loophole to exist? And Tang Yiping could reveal the secret of the God's punishment task. He is probably the God Binder without a doubt. But at this moment, Zhuo Tian just suddenly thought of something. In a cold tone, "You said you are a God Scroll user, so you should also have a blessing similar to the Moon God on you, like the blessing of the Thunder God or something." Tang Yiping's face turned slightly pale, just about to say something, but the global announcement rang out again. Ding's global ranking rewards are being distributed. I glanced at the time. It was just midnight, 12:30, same as in the previous life. Every day at midnight, 12:30, the system will release the ranking rewards on time. At this moment, everyone else present suddenly turned their gaze to Aiya. After all, the ranking rewards are too distant and have nothing to do with most people. But here, Aiya's head is inscribed with the words top 3 in the ranking. Facing the intense gaze of the crowd, Aiya became even more nervous, subconsciously looking at me for advice. Do I need to collect the leaderboard reward now? Classical language. I gave Aiya a faint look. Are you responsive or not? Asking me what's up. If it's really at the expense of Aiya's life, she feels that one should be low-key in life. This kind of leaderboard reward. Of course, it's a guilty pleasure to collect it secretly, but she knows her situation well. Subconsciously, it's not about handling things according to her own preferences, but to guess my thoughts. thoughts. Later, Aiya had a thought and then publicly claimed the leaderboard reward. Ranked third on the leaderboard, she obtained a primary power fruit, a blue treasure chest, a berserker transformation scroll and a purple treasure chest. When these 4 items appeared in her hands, the breathing in the entire bunker became noticeably heavier. Many burning gazes were fixed on her hands. Even though Aiya has always been the center of attention because of her appearance, her head-turning rate is off the charts, but those greedy, snake-like eyes still made him uncomfortable. So, he unexpectedly didn't hesitate to hand over the 4 rewards to me. Regarding this, I simply took the Berserker transformation scroll. Then I had him put the power fruit on the trading market and exchange it for a physique fruit. As for the treasure chest, I'll keep it to open myself. I.e., take care obediently. Suddenly, a black card popped out of the treasure chest. I just glanced sideways, and I already recognized that the card is the Death God Priest, which can only be used once. The Death God Priest's power can surpass almost all defenses, including special means such as time, space, and destiny. You can hide within the Death God Priest and cut off everything, possessing absolute safety, but it has a very annoying setting. Once the player activates it, they must stay in it for 8 hours. Only when the time is up can they regain their freedom after the priest disappears. In my past life, I had many of these things. I often used it to take a long nap. After all, it's not easy to get a good night's sleep in the apocalypse. This thing is hanging in the trading market. Let the buyer take the goods. 4. Oh, you. Okay. Aiya's tone is a bit lost. Thought she had opened something useless. Then he became more nervous. Opened another more precious purple box, silently recited and opened it. But it was just a thin piece of paper. Fortunately, there were array diagrams printed on the paper. It looks very mysterious. I looked at that piece of paper. The corners of my mouth twitched slightly. I didn't expect this girl's luck to remain unchanged and really good. I actually opened a skill book, and it's the Fate Judgment of the Sea-Level Destiny series. You should know that the probability of getting a skill book from a treasure chest is already extremely low. In my past life, I used fireballs to plunder Destiny-related talents, but I never obtained any Destiny-related skills. To put it bluntly, the value of this sea-level skill, Fate Judgment, almost exceeds that of a typical S-level talent. But unfortunately, I currently don't have any skill points. I can't learn it immediately. And it's said that Destiny-related skill books have a very annoying setting, which is that the skill book will disappear after a failed attempt to learn, and it doesn't even refund the skill points. I sighed. After taking the skill book without permission, I glanced at the Zhu brothers. Zhu Tian's breathing was rapid and heavy, and the greed in his eyes was clearly visible. While his cousin, Zhu Tianhan, was also breathing unsteadily, at least he managed to control his desires. He calmly congratulated me. Regarding this, I just smiled lightly. It's nothing. Saying that, I took a slow step towards the direction of the Zhuo brothers. Just because of these 2 sentences, the atmosphere in the air raid shelter suddenly became a bit stagnant. But I still didn't want to get involved. Just walked up to Tang Yiping, asked from a position of superiority. Before the ranking list is released, what did you want to say about your divine blessing? Tang Yiping lay weakly on the ground. Looking up at him, there was an inexplicable sense of panic and fear in my heart. Tremblingly said, I originally had divine blessings. The blessing of the fire god can immunize against fire damage, but when I was at school, my fire god's blessing was stolen by someone. I chuckled lightly, then asked, who stole it? It was Lin Xuan, the top ranked on the leaderboard. That guy is insane. He stops at nothing. He wants to snatch away anything good he sees. It was him who took my fire god's blessing. Don't believe me? Go ask him. Tang Yiping was indignant. He even cursed Lin Xuan out. Actually, ever since Lin Xuan moved to the level 1 area chat channel, many people have been spreading rumors about him. Anyway, it's anonymous chat. You don't have to take responsibility for your words. I smiled slightly, looking at Tang Yiping with a very gentle gaze, then suddenly asked a question. The Lin Xuan you mentioned is definitely the Lin Xuan who was ranked first on the leaderboard, right? That's right. He attacks people with iron wire. Tang Yiping sounded very certain. After saying that, he suddenly froze. To protect him, everyone else present was also stunned. Their faces turned pale. Their eyes were almost popping out of their sockets, because the 14th character on the leaderboard has now appeared above my head. His face turned pale, his eyes almost bulging out of their sockets. Staring fixedly at the top of Lin Xuan's head, the golden rank 1 on the leaderboard suddenly appeared. Tang Yiping's brain couldn't quite process it, so he summoned the system to look at the leaderboard. When he saw that the name at the top of the leaderboard was still Lin Xuan without any change, Tang Yiping was almost scared out of his wits. He trembled his lips, his voice trembling. No. I didn't mean that Lin Xuan on the leaderboard. That person who calls himself Lin Xuan. He must be an imposter. Suddenly, he thought of a brilliant excuse, and his tone finally stopped trembling so much. That person, he must be deliberately impersonating the big shot Lin Chuan to do bad things, deliberately tarnishing the reputation of Lin Chuan. He rambled on and on, frantically explaining. And the others present also saw the words rank 1 suddenly appear above Lin Chuan's head. Their eyes were filled with shock. Lin Chuan didn't care how unimportant people saw him. The reason for hiding the rank list with the blessing of the moon god was just to save trouble, not because he was afraid. Now, he squatted down next to Tang Yiping. He patted Tang Yiping's cheek gently with the back of his hand. Lin Chuan said in a gentle tone, "So, you're not actually a god's chosen, right?" I. Tang Yiping trembled and couldn't speak a complete sentence. But from his state, Lin Chuan had already found the answer. He asked again, "Then how did you know that the god's punishment task is issued after the death of the god's chosen?" Lin Chuan's aura was too strong, and it took Tang Yiping a while to regain his composure. He suddenly realized that Lin Chuan had come to talk to him, seemingly to get information about the god's chosen. And this was his bargaining chip. Tang Yiping finally suppressed his trembling and hurriedly explained, although I am not a god's chosen, I have had contact with a god's chosen. The secret of the god's punishment task, he told me. I originally wanted to kill him, but he told me he was a god's chosen, and if I killed him, I would be hunted down globally. I hesitated for a moment and let him escape. Now I am very sure that guy didn't lie to me. He must be a real god's chosen. Lin Chuan pondered with his chin in his hand and asked, "So, who is he?" Tang Yiping gasped violently, then struggled to calm down. Instead of answering directly, he took the initiative and threatened, "You want to know about the god's chosen, right?" Yes, Lin Chuan didn't hide it. Tang Yiping breathed a sigh of relief, finally speaking without trembling, and with confidence, "If you promise not to kill me, and promise that no one else in this bunker will kill me, I will tell you who that person is." He felt it wasn't reliable enough, and hurriedly added, "You must swear. Swear that you won't." His voice abruptly stopped. His eyes widened as if they were about to pop out of their sockets, but this time, they were entangled by iron wire around his neck. Before he died, Tang Yiping heard a cold and indifferent sentence in his ear, "I swear to F***CKU. Lin Chuan had always hated being threatened in his past life. In this life, he not only had to be strong to the extreme, but also had to have everything go according to his own will. Threats? Swearing? Ha, what a joke. He flicked a fireball with his fingertips, instantly burning Tang Yiping's body into nothingness. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in his mind, ding. Incinerate the body of a level 1 player. Plunder the A-level talent Shadow Clone. A-level Shadow Clone talent. This was one of Lin Chuan's purposes for this trip. Despite the presence of many onlookers, he directly used the Shadow Clone talent in public. This talent was quite useless in the hands of ordinary people, because the attributes, talents, skills, etc. of the Shadow Clone must all be divided from the owner. For example, if Lin Chuan wanted to have a Shadow Clone with all attributes at 10, then his own attributes would decrease by 10 points as the Shadow Clone was created. For ordinary people, this talent would only turn their mediocre selves into 2 even more mediocre halves, possibly even worse than a complete mediocre self. But Lin Chuan was different. After dividing the attributes, talents, and skills to the Shadow Clone, he could continue to use Fireball to incinerate and plunder. At this moment, Lin Chuan's total attributes were 103. He only kept 3 points for himself and gave the remaining 100 points to the Shadow Clone. And various miscellaneous talents were also all divided to the Shadow Clone. After everything was done, a pure black figure suddenly appeared beside him. Because of its all-black appearance, Lin Chuan named the Shadow Clone Little Black in his past life. In this life, he decided to use a more low-key name. Let's call it Vegetable Chicken. That's a bit uncivilized. Then let's use a homophonic pun, and call it Just Because of Vegetables. The Shadow Clone had no facial features and couldn't speak, looking dull and silly. However, he suddenly condensed a basketball-sized flickering fireball in the palm of his hand, seemingly expressing his fondness for this name. Lin Chuan? Are you the Lin Chuan who was ranked first on the leaderboard? Zhuo Tianhan's face turned pale, and his gaze towards Lin Chuan contained a hint of fear. Lin Chuan ignored the Zhuo brothers. He once again activated the blessing of the moon goddess, and his ranking on the leaderboard disappeared once more. On the ground burned by Tang Yiping, a level 1 crystal nucleus was left behind. Naturally, Lin Chuan picked it up and put it in his own hands. Zhuo Tiangang looked displeased, but didn't dare to say a word. Because Lin Chuan took Tang Yiping's crystal nucleus, they were left with only 12 out of the originally allocated 13 level 1 crystal nuclei. The brothers had to redistribute them, removing one person from the original 13 people who were allocated the crystal nuclei. Zhuo Tianhan naturally felt that the 12 crystal nuclei should be distributed to the 12 members of the Zhuo family, excluding their grandparents. However, Zhuo Tiangang had already promised Wang Shiyun, and he didn't want to disappoint his beloved girlfriend. So he resorted to the same old trick, using the excuse that Zhuo Kaiyuan's combat power was insufficient due to his young age, and felt that he should be excluded from the distribution of the 12 crystal nuclei. The reason why Zhuo Kaiyuan formed the Kai generation instead of the Tian generation was naturally not the reason explained by Zhuo Tianhan to Lin Chuan. In fact, Zhuo Kaiyuan was an illegitimate child, and he had some mental problems. Although he was still a child, he had a history of killing animals and seemed to have an antisocial personality. He was usually silent and didn't have the innocent and cute appearance of a child, but instead gave off a gloomy feeling. The entire Zhuo family, including the soft-hearted grandparents, didn't like him very much. Zhuo Tianhan had even less affection for this half-brother with the same father but different mother. However, regardless of the lack of affection, Zhuo Tianhan disagreed with giving his brother Zhuo Kaiyuan's crystal nucleus to Wang Shiyun. Zhuo Tiangang tried to persuade him with reason and emotion. Zhuo Tianhan finally blurted out, "I can give up my brother's crystal nucleus for him, but Tiangang, how do you plan to handle the dimensional ring that you took from Yang Biao?" Zhuo Tiangang's expression changed, and he said solemnly, "The dimensional ring is just a storage space. The items inside naturally belong to our Zhuo family. When needed, we will distribute them evenly." Zhuo Tianhan smiled. "Of course, they will be distributed evenly, but that ring needs someone to be responsible for its safekeeping, right?" "Of course." Zhuo Tiangang hadn't finished speaking when Zhuo Tianhan raised his hand and pressed his arm, meaningfully saying, "Tiangang, you are too young, I'm afraid you lack the experience." Zhuo Tiangang cursed in his heart. What experience is needed for managing a dimensional ring? But he also realized that his cousin was eyeing the dimensional ring in his hand. With the ring on his finger, many people in the Zhuo family would probably be watching him. In addition to the distribution of the crystal nuclei, he had to fight for Wang Shiyun. After careful consideration, Zhuo Tiangang finally took a step back. "Cousin, you are right, I indeed lack the experience. This ring should be handed over to someone older." Zhuo Tianhan was pleased, and was about to take the opportunity to volunteer. But Zhuo Tiangang solemnly said, "In our Zhuo family, the most qualified to wear this dimensional ring should be our grandparents. What do you think, cousin?" Zhuo Tianhan's expression stiffened. "Indeed, our grandparents have enough experience, but their combat power is insufficient, and they may not be able to protect the dimensional ring." The two brothers appeared to be amicable on the surface, but in reality, they were secretly competing for the crystal nuclei and the dimensional ring. In the end, both of them compromised. In a safe area, the dimensional ring was handed over to the grandparents for safekeeping, and the two elderly people were responsible for distributing the items. When they went out to collect items in the future, the dimensional ring would be temporarily entrusted to Zhuo Tianhan. As a result, he distributed the crystal nucleus that originally belonged to his brother Zhuo Kaiyuan to Wang Shiyun. Zhuo Kaiyuan is silent and reticent, usually not well received, so naturally no one will stand up for him at this time. He sits silently in a corner, his dark eyes exuding an almost eerie calm. The Zhuo brothers are strategizing for the development of the Zhuo family. On Lin Chuan's side, there is no direct rest either. First, he hasn't claimed his level rewards yet. Secondly, the 10 hours of darkness after the heavy rain are full of business opportunities. He needs to seize the opportunity to make a big profit. Of the 7 level 3-dimensional cores obtained from killing 7 level 3-dimensional insects, he used 1 himself, Aiya used 1, leaving 5 remaining. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Chuan handed one of them to his shadow clone. Despite the many drawbacks, the shadow clone can still become an A-level talent, mainly because the clone also has a player panel and can level up like a player. Moreover, the clone can also participate in level rankings and obtain ranking rewards just like a player. This talent, obviously, in the hands of a strong player, is extremely valuable. But in the hands of a weak player, it's basically useless. If Tang Yiping were to painfully sacrifice attributes to create a shadow clone, it would be difficult for him to cultivate the clone. But Lin Chuan is different. Shortly after the shadow clone grasped the level 3-dimensional core, the level rankings changed again. The name of the second place on the level rankings changed to Kaiyin, and Aiya also dropped to 4th place. Lin Chuan was quite regretful about this. After all, if he had obtained the talent to create a shadow clone earlier, he could have taken advantage of the ranking rewards earlier. Now, he has to wait for the next ranking reward. Lin Chuan put the remaining 4 level 3-dimensional cores on the trading market. This move instantly caused a sensation and widespread discussion. After all, according to the strategy released by Unitario, absorbing a level 3-dimensional core as a level 0 player can gain 1000 experience points. And with 1000 experience points, a level 0 player can directly advance to level 3. Unitario specifically cited in the strategy post that Lin Chuan, who was first on the level rankings, probably advanced from level 0 to level 3 in one go by absorbing a level 3 dimensional core, and topped the level rankings. And now, there are people selling level 3 dimensional cores on the trading market. What does a level 3 dimensional core mean? It means instantly creating a level 3 player who can climb the level rankings. The ranking rules for the level rankings are very clear. When the levels are the same, it's not based on the amount of experience, but on the time it takes to reach that level. In other words, even if you have higher experience points, if you reach level 3 later than others, you will still be ranked behind them. So, at this stage, whoever can obtain a level 3 dimensional core first can directly climb the level rankings and have a greater advantage in the rankings. For a moment, all the strong players were excited, and all the forces were boiling with enthusiasm. Lin Chuan's trading channel was flooded with private messages. The billions of trade private messages left him with no time to check. So he simply opened a post on the forum, allowing those who want to buy level 3 dimensional cores to reply directly below. The advantage of opening a post is that it's public. He can ask others to help him look at various purchase information. And as for this other person, it's obviously Aiya. Aiya seemed a little nervous, but I have no idea what's valuable. Lin Chuan didn't care and casually encouraged her. The more you look, learn, and think, the more you will progress. Hearing such encouragement, Aiya had an ominous feeling. She felt as if she was about to embark on a path called Lin Chuan's exclusive customer service. The forum channel is different from the chat and trade channels in that the real names of anyone who posts or replies on the forum will be displayed. Currently, the two hottest posts on the forum are one that Lin Chuan just posted, selling level 3 dimensional cores, and the other is a strategy post that Unitario posted not long ago. Other posts advertising and recruiting for various forces have not generated much interest. And because Lin Chuan suddenly posted, he became popular worldwide again. Kyoto's Su family. The protagonist looked at the report written by Uncle Buan, her eyebrows furrowed. Her voice was soft and pleasant as she slowly recounted information about Lin Chuan: powerful and mysterious equipment with high killing power, fireballs that can quickly burn bodies, the ability to banish demons, invisibility, and extremely fast speed. She raised her gaze to Uncle Buan and asked, "What do you think he relied on to kill the level 3 dimensional monsters?" Uncle Buan respectfully replied, "It should be the powerful equipment that can launch iron wires." The protagonist nodded slightly and then asked, "Does the family have confidence in selling the level 3 crystal cores?" Uncle Buan sighed lightly and shook his head, "Not much confidence. There are only 4 level 3 crystal cores, and the competition comes from all over the world. No one is sure what Lin Chuan will be interested in." The protagonist was not surprised. After pondering for a moment, she spoke softly again, "Little Hai's talent is special, perhaps it can be noticed?" Uncle Guan nodded, "We have already explained in the post below, but it is still unknown whether he will be chosen in the end." "It's okay," the protagonist smiled slightly, "his post has a high popularity, even if the final transaction doesn't happen, it's still an advertisement for Little Hai's talent. I believe that the Su family will definitely rise rapidly because of Little Hai's talent." She was confident, with a glint in her eyes. Uncle Guan also smiled and respectfully said, "Miss, your talent is no less than young master's, and your future will definitely be brighter." The protagonist smiled but did not speak. Her own talent could only make herself strong, but her brother Su Hai's talent could make the entire family strong. There was no comparison between the two. On the other side, at the Luan family estate, after the family meeting, Wan Yuling found Han Shuiying and Su Gongqing with a solemn expression. It was already late at night, but like many people around the world, these two showed no signs of sleep. Seeing Wan Yuling's serious expression, Han Shuiying calmly asked, "How did the family meeting go? Has it been confirmed that Lin Chuan, who is currently ranked first on the level list, is the Lin Chuan from Jingda University, our former teammate?" Luan Yuling looked deeply at the two and said in a deep voice, "According to speculation, Yuan Feng was most likely killed by Lin Chuan. After that, Lin Chuan, who killed Yuan Feng, received a treasure chest reward and gained powerful combat strength. Then, he killed a level 3 dimensional monster and rose to level 3 in one go, becoming the first on the level list." Han Shuiying suddenly frowned and interrupted, "I have a question." "Go ahead. How did Lin Chuan find the level 3 monster?" "From what I've learned in the World Chat channel, on the first day of the apocalypse, there were only level 0 dimensional insects all over the world." Luan Yuling nodded and explained, "The family has also discussed this issue and speculated that he must have had a unique encounter." By the way, Luan Yuling suddenly remembered something and added, "We also received news that Lei Ming, who defeated Yuan Feng at school, is not an S-level talent, but an A-level talent. According to his roommate's revelation, he had a unique encounter at the beginning of the apocalypse. It is said that when the killing game first arrived, Laming entered an unknown secret realm. When he came out of the secret realm, Laming's clothes were all gone, and his hair stood up like it had been electrified. His roommate speculated that he must have had a unique encounter similar to being tempered by lightning, which enhanced his physical and lightning attribute talents to a certain extent. After Luan Yuling finished speaking, Han Shuiying and Su Gongqing were both shocked and moved. Especially Han Shuiying. Although her healing talent was precious, it lacked attack power. In terms of combat, she couldn't even beat Luan Yuling, who had a D-level talent. As time passed, more and more information became known to people, and Han Shuiying's heart couldn't help but stir. She realized that in this world, talent did not determine everything. There were still many other ways to become stronger in this world, such as the level list, the killing list, secret realms, professions, and treasure chests. In the early days of the apocalypse, any opportunity could potentially change one's fate. F-grade waste Lin Xuan, because of a strange encounter, directly climbed to the top of the ranking list. Later, he stirred up the situation and gradually became stronger like a snowball. This fully illustrates that opportunities, luck, and other mysterious things may sometimes be more important than talent. Han Shuiying's heart was complicated, and her gaze turned to Luan Yuling again. Luan Yuling spoke again about Lin Xuan, but with a more serious tone. She looked at Han Shuiying and Su Gongqing. You should have heard that the power in Kyoto is mainly divided into 3 major families and 7 major clans. Han Shuiying and Su Gongqing nodded. Luan Yuling continued, although the world has changed, these families and clans still have a significant advantage in the early stages of the apocalypse. Han Shuiying suddenly smiled meaningfully, but such advantages are not sustainable for all families. For example, does your Luan family have S-grade talents? Luan Yuling pretended to be mysterious. This is a family secret, I can't easily tell you. What I want to say now is about Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan's killing of Yuan Feng and the subsequent killings have angered many. Angered many? Han Shuiying smiled ambiguously. Is it really anger, or is there something on him that others covet? Everyone understood what she meant, and Luan Yuling did not refute, but continued calmly. The Luo family among the 3 major families, and the Luan, Qi, and Nia families among the 7 major clans, as well as some independent strong players, have already decided to besiege Lin Xuan once the situation stabilizes tomorrow. Do you two want to participate in tomorrow's battle? Luan Yuling asked intentionally, as the two had been teammates with Lin Xuan. Su Gongqing, who came from a poor background and had a limited perspective, asked Luan Yuling naively, "What about you, Luan? Will you participate?" Before Luan Yuling could answer, Han Shuiying laughed first. "Xiao Su, you're really funny. Didn't you hear what she just said? Among the forces besieging Lin Xuan is the Luan family. Can Luan Yuling betray the Luan family for Lin Xuan?" Luan Yuling nodded calmly. "Indeed, between me and Lin Xuan, it's more accurate to say that we are strangers rather than former teammates. The family's decision is my decision." Su Gongqing nodded directly. "Okay, then I will also participate in besieging Lin Xuan." Han Shuiying did not immediately decide, but asked casually, "Do you big families know where Lin Xuan is?" Luan Yuling looked confident. "You don't need to worry about that. We have our own ways of knowing Lin Xuan's movements." Han Shuiying asked another practical question. "So how will the rewards for killing Lin Xuan be distributed?" Luan Yuling analyzed methodically. "First, after killing Lin Xuan, a golden treasure chest will appear. And Lin Xuan himself represents a level 3 crystal core. Secondly, Lin Xuan has powerful items obtained from killing Yuan Feng, as well as rewards from the ranking list, and equipment obtained by exchanging level 3 crystal cores. These items will be distributed among the top players of the families, clans, and independent players. If you participate in this operation, you will receive 10 level 2 crystal cores." Su Gongqing's breathing became heavy upon hearing this. Han Shuiying, on the other hand, smiled lightly. "Okay, I understand. I won't participate in this operation." She was not a local of Kyoto, and her family's power was not as strong as the Luan families, but she was still considered a local elite. With her insight, she instantly saw through the ulterior motives of those so-called families and clans using the pretext of besieging Lin Xuan. They spread rumors to besiege Lin Xuan, then gathered a large number of people for their own benefit. When the battle broke out, if Lin Xuan had the strength, he would inevitably kill a large number of players. After the battle, the benefits gained by those families would not only come from Lin Xuan, but also from the bodies of the many cannon fodder players killed by Lin Xuan. Those were not just bodies, but also a large number of crystal cores. This was a clever way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. They could kill Lin Xuan and gain a large number of crystal cores. Han Shuiying clarified the interests involved and naturally was unwilling to be a pawn for the family's power. Su Gongqing hesitated a bit when he saw her refusal. However, he had a good impression of Luan Yuling and didn't want her to think he was weak. In addition, the temptation of 10 level 2 crystal cores, he ultimately decided to participate. Luan Yuling looked deeply at Han Shuiying, then turned to Su Gongqing and said, "Okay, tomorrow morning, we will meet at the gate of Jingde University and then go to the old Western-style house in the southern suburbs to besiege Lin Xuan." Lin Xuan had already guessed a lot about being besieged. After all, in his previous life, anyone who ranked first on the level list had experienced besiegement and pursuit. After all, being first on the level list had the probability of dropping a top-level boss's golden treasure chest. And other strong players on the level list also had difficult lives. In his previous life, Lin Xuan lived very tired, and other strong players were equally tired. Or it could be said that in the game of slaughter, no one could live easily. However, in this life, Lin Xuan's mentality had improved a lot. After assigning the task of checking the forum posts to Aiya, he eagerly received his level list reward. A green crystal, directly bound on the spot, was equivalent to having an extra life. From the purple treasure chest, he obtained a palm-sized pet egg. The pet egg was precious but also a bit of a hassle, because the hatching of the pet egg required first finding a beast tamer for identification, and then collecting precious natural treasures. After that, following the guidance of the beast tamer, carefully hatching with the natural treasures, it would take 7 to 8 hours at the shortest, and 7 to 8 days at the longest, to hatch a small pet. Even then, there was still a 10% chance of failure. Following this process, at least after reaching level 10, someone would need to change jobs to become a beast tamer in order to hatch the pet egg. But Lin Xuan didn't have that patience, and he also had a bit of a spendthrift nature. He simply threw the pet egg to Aiya. Aiya looked puzzled. "Huh? What's this? An egg for you to hatch? Me? Hatch an egg?" Aiya had a puzzled expression. "Hatch it with blood, or if you want to be extravagant, use a crystal core," Lin Xuan said casually. Aiya was speechless. Crystal core? Did she have a crystal core? She saw that the egg was obtained from the purple treasure chest. The items obtained from the purple treasure chest. What if she hatched it improperly? Whose fault would it be? But she didn't dare refuse Lin Xuan's request. So she cut open the palm of her left hand again, skillfully letting the blood flow as she did when cultivating blood goo worms before. After placing the pet egg on the palm of her left hand, she was surprised to find that the pet egg really did suck blood. Would it be able to successfully hatch a small pet? Aiya naively thought. Lin Xuan then looked at the third reward, a summoner's job change scroll. After casually putting it away, he opened a blue treasure chest. From the blue treasure chest, he obtained a card. However, the card didn't have a coffin on it, but a magic array. Lin Xuan looked at the card, and the joy on his face was even stronger than when he obtained the C-level fate skill. This was a one-time area teleportation card. It could instantly teleport a person to a designated area. This thing wasn't actually considered rare or precious, but for Lin Xuan at the moment, it had its uses. It could be said that this area teleportation card was the biggest surprise for Lin Xuan since his rebirth. In his previous life, after becoming powerful, Lin Xuan also obtained area cards. The first area card he used was to return to his hometown, Haicheng. He wanted to find out the person responsible for his father's car accident. But when he returned to Haicheng at that time, his uncle's family had long been dead and there wasn't even a corpse left. After that, Lin Xuan stayed in Haicheng for a while, trying to find out the person responsible for his father's car accident. However, too many people had died in the apocalypse, and he had too little information. In the end, he only knew that the person responsible seemed to be a quite wealthy second generation. Lin Xuan almost killed all the wealthy second generation in Haicheng, but still didn't know if he had avenged his father. But in this life, he obtained the area teleportation card even earlier than in his previous life. At this point in time, his uncle's family might still be alive. Things should not be delayed. Lin Xuan immediately wanted to set off. He handed the reward speed attribute fruit to Aiya. "This is for you. Put it on the trading market, exchange it for a physique fruit, and then use it yourself." Aiya's talent requires long-term bloodletting, and low physical attributes will have side effects. Aiya didn't understand, but was very obedient. "Okay." Then Lin Xuan got up and said, "I have to leave for something." "Leave? Aren't you taking me with you?" Aiya suddenly became a little flustered and instinctively grabbed Lin Xuan's clothes. "There is only one item for teleportation," Lin Xuan explained concisely. "When will you come back?" "Not sure." Lin Xuan gestured towards the dark vegetable and introduced to Aiya, "During my absence, this little black one will protect you. Also, you added me as a friend, so you can message me if you need anything. What about the trades you asked me to handle?" Aiya looked at the forum. "So far, I have summarized a few things that might be useful." Lin Xuan thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, tell me. First, it was exchanged with the Secret Realm entry ticket. There are 6 of them. Aiya listed the names of the 6 Secret Realm entry tickets and was about to introduce the characteristics of the 6 realms when she heard Lin Xuan's decisive voice. Exchange only for the Great Struggle Secret Realm entry ticket, and ignore the others. Oh, okay. After noting it down, Aiya mentioned some other items. After hearing it, Lin Xuan asked directly, "What's the name of the person who replied to the Death God's Face experience card?" Aiya quickly checked. It's a foreign player on the kill list, named Belna. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xuan said in a deep voice, "I want this item, but its value is not enough to exchange for a level 3 crystal core. Ask the other party to add something." Okay, got it. Aiya quickly noted it down and then continued, "Finally, there are some special trades, a total of 2. One is a reply from Yui Neo, who said that his talent is S-level and can sacrifice lifespan for important information. He wants to exchange some important information for a level 3 crystal core. Yui Neo's current popularity is very high. First, he ranks 5th on the level list and 9th on the kill list. Secondly, the strategy post he published on the forum has greatly benefited all players in the world. He should be the only player with a good reputation on the kill list. And his talent is indeed S-level. And it's a fate-based S-level talent. Lin Xuan had plundered many S-level talents in his previous life. He even had talents evolved to SS level. But among all the talents, except for the BUG level Fireball, the most powerful one, without a doubt, was the S-level talent Fate Abyss, plundered from Yui Neo. Fate-based talents are mostly unreasonably powerful. An S-level Fate Abyss is so powerful that it's chilling. Even Lin Xuan, unless he evolves the Forbidden Magic domain to SS level, or possesses SS level Forbidden Magic or Fate-based items. Otherwise, facing Yui Neo, he has no chance of winning. There's no way. Fate-based talents are just too unreasonable. No matter how high your attributes are, how strong your talent is, in the face of fate, you're just ants. In this life, Lin Xuan probably can only do the same as in his previous life. Wait for Yui Neo to make a fool of himself, and then help him collect the body. As for Yui Neo wanting to exchange information for a level 3 crystal core, Lin Xuan couldn't be bothered. Information? He, who was reborn, would be short of information? Seeing Lin Xuan shaking his head, Aiya continued, "The second special trade is a reply from a player named Su Hai. According to his introduction, he has an S-level talent, Divine Contract, which can formulate contracts. He wants to trade 3 contracts for a crystal core." Aiya was about to continue describing the function of the contracts when she heard Lin Xuan directly interrupt her. "This one is pending. If by 4 or 5 in the morning, there are still crystal cores left to be traded, then trade with him." S-level divine contracts, like the Forbidden Magic domain, are rule-based talents. In this morally collapsed doomsday, trust between people has become particularly weak. Even the closest people often stab each other in the back. Divine contracts can generate various covenants to strengthen trust between individuals. Common contracts include employment contracts, master-servant contracts, slave contracts, and team contracts, which were crucial for the development and growth of the Su family in the previous life. With contracts in place, the Su family was more united internally and could recruit talents without much concern. Selling these contracts could also bring in a hefty profit for the Su family. However, for Lin Xuan at the moment, these contracts were not necessary, so he was not very interested. If there were no other good items later, he could consider exchanging for contracts. Aiya quickly reported. Bernard, who is trading the Death God's Face experience card, responded. He is willing to add a dimension ring that has accumulated a large amount of supplies. Lin Xuan frowned slightly upon hearing this. In the world of slaughter and apocalypse, supplies were not very valuable. After the 10-hour darkest moment passed, on the morning of April 2nd at 10 o'clock, the slaughter game would make another major announcement. At that time, 4 automatic vending machines would be set up in each area. Players could use crystal cores to buy almost all living supplies from the vending machines. The core of the slaughter game had always been about slaughter and becoming stronger. Only when you were strong enough could you protect the supplies you owned. If Lin Xuan wanted supplies, he could simply eliminate the Zhua family and easily snatch the dimension ring and a large amount of supplies from them. It could be said to be effortless. Therefore, he was not very satisfied with Bernard's additional supplies. However, the Death God's Face experience card was what he needed at the moment. Well, wearing a dimension ring at this stage could also be convenient. Lin Xuan quickly made up his mind. Alright, I'll trade with him. Okay. After completing the transaction, Aiya handed over the Great Struggle Secret Realm entry ticket, the Death God's Face experience card, and a dimension ring to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan put the dimension ring on his left hand, took out most of the supplies inside, and left them to Aiya. He only brought some necessary items and then used the regional teleportation card. Designated teleportation area, C City. His mind went blank for about 3 seconds, and when his consciousness returned, Lin Chuan immediately cursed, "Damn. It was too damn intense." The mutilated limbs, mixed with the stench of decayed blood, directly pounced on his face with enthusiasm. The effect was almost as shocking as the opening scene of a horror movie. Before he could wipe off the filth from his face, he realized that his center of gravity was a bit unstable, and he almost got thrown off. Looking down, he found himself on a rapidly moving car. No, more accurately, he was on the roof of a rampaging modified car, and what had just pounced on his face was the remains of a ghoul killed by the modified car. To avoid being thrown off the car, Lin Chuan quickly crouched down. He also activated the effect of the Death God's Grasp second ring, covering himself with a defensive shield. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and looked back. Damn. It was all ghouls. Ghouls were crazily chasing after this modified car. Taking another look at the modified car, he had to admit the owner of this car was a real warrior. Did he just poke the ghoul's nest? He had no idea how the owner of the car was planning to end this. In fact, Lin Chuan was temporarily at a loss. He had recently transferred most of his attributes and the talents he looked down upon to his shadow clone. His current data panel was as follows: Lin Chuan, level 3, 390/1000, strength 3, constitution 3, speed 3, spirit 3, talents, fireball, invisibility, B level, void dark blade, A level, forbidden magic domain, S level, blood refining technique, S level. As his attributes decreased, the offensive effect of the Death God's Grasp would also weaken. Faced with such a large number of ghouls besieging him, he was really helpless and could only temporarily avoid their attacks. Just thinking, Lin Chuan suddenly found that his data panel had changed. The original 3.4-dimensional attributes had suddenly all increased to 4 points. Lin Chuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately pressed his ear against the roof of the modified car. Sure enough, he heard music coming from inside the car. That music was a swana. Lin Chuan remembered that in his previous life, there was a special profession called the funeral escort, which seemed to come from Haichang, and the funeral escort's exclusive weapon was the swana. This made Lin Chuan couldn't help but sigh at his luck. He had just teleported to Haichang and unexpectedly encountered a professional, and it was a professional who had already successfully changed jobs. He remembered that the funeral escort was a 7-star profession. In other words, when the other party leveled up, they could gain 7 points of free attributes. That was 7 times as much as the current unconverted ordinary players. At this moment, in the modified car speeding along the road, there were 2 men and 2 women sitting inside. None of the 4 of them showed fear from being chased by a large number of ghouls, but instead all showed joy. The thin, black young man driving the car was excited. All my 4-dimensional attributes have increased by 1 point. Sister Han's profession is too strong. In the back seat of the car, there were 2 women. One was a young nurse in a white coat, and the other was a sexy woman in a cheongsam. The sexy woman in the cheongsam, with her bright red lips, was playing the swana. When she heard the young man's words, she stopped playing. At the same time, the effect of everyone's attributes +1 also disappeared. A look of dissatisfaction appeared on the sexy woman's face. The funeral escort is indeed strong, but this exclusive weapon is too common. Letting such a beauty like me play the swana, it's really, it's too discordant. Damn it! Sister Hong, you're really extraordinary. Sitting in the co-driver's seat was a strong and muscular man, with a jealous look on his face. I also want to play, but I can't. The swana was the exclusive weapon of the funeral escort profession, and others couldn't use it at all. The woman known as Sister Hong lazily leaned back in her seat. She played with the swana in her hand and still sounded regretful. It's a pity that my professional task rating is only D level, otherwise I could be even stronger. The thin, black young man in the driver's seat couldn't help but get excited again. In the global announcement of the leaderboard rewards, the top 10 in the level leaderboard were all rewarded with job change scrolls. Those people, can they also change jobs quickly? Luo Shuhan laughed proudly. Although the top 10 in the level leaderboard received job change scrolls, they still need to wait until level 10 to change jobs. For someone like me who can change jobs early, I'm afraid I'm as rare as a phoenix's feather in the global scope. She sounded proud, and the other 3 flattered her one after another. That's right. It must be as rare as a phoenix's feather. And among these rare individuals, Sister Hong's funeral escort profession is definitely at the forefront of top professions. Yes. And the professional tasks are so difficult, Sister Hong might be the first person in the world to successfully change jobs. People like Lin Chuan on the level leaderboard, Bakanov on the kill leaderboard, and Xiao Yuna, who is being wildly praised by players on the forum, probably don't even know about the existence of professionals. They are still complacent and self-satisfied because of their temporary achievements. They probably aren't a match for Sister Han. After all, Sister Han's level 1 attributes are already comparable to those of a normal level 7 player. So what if Lin Chuan is the first to reach level 3 on the level leaderboard? His attributes are still crushed by our Sister Han. Luo Shuhuang was very pleased with these flattering words. A faint smile spread across her enchanting and sexy face. Lin Chuan, who was lying on the roof of the car, did not hear the conversation inside the car. The car was moving too fast, and the stench of ghouls was too disgusting, making him feel a little nauseous. Fortunately, after about 10 minutes, the modified car finally stopped after speeding all the way. It stopped in a luxurious villa area, and the sudden sound of the brakes in the chaotic night was particularly harsh. As the modified car came to a stop, a large number of ghouls chasing from behind suddenly became excited and crazily rushed towards the direction of the modified car. At this moment, a sexy Cheongsam beauty came out of the car. With a light leap, she jumped onto the roof of the car. Suddenly, Luo Shuhuang felt that something was wrong. Damn! Lin Chuan, who was lying on the roof, also felt something was wrong. Damn it! He was stepped on. What a humiliation! When has Lin Chuan ever suffered such humiliation? In an instant, he was burning with anger, and he suddenly stood up and directly threw the person who was stepping on him. Luo Shuhuang thought she had stepped on a human corpse. It wasn't until she was thrown that she realized this was outrageous. A living person was lying on the roof of the modified car they had been speeding in, and this person even threw her off. You should know that although her level is only 1, her attributes are comparable to those of a level 7 ordinary person. In this situation, how could she be easily thrown off by someone? However, she didn't have time to think about it at all. The place where she was about to fall was filled with a group of hungry ghouls, eagerly waiting with their mouths open. The ghouls were all 2 meters tall, with long arms and legs, and exuded a foul smell all over their bodies. They fed on human flesh and were the most aggressive humanoid monsters towards humans in almost all dimensions. Luo Shuhuang was about to fall into the midst of those ghouls, and her face turned pale in an instant. However, the reason she dared to be alone on the car roof was because she was prepared and confident. She reacted quickly, and threw the prepared item in her hand towards the direction away from the villa area. The group of ghouls, who were particularly crazy about human flesh, suddenly went mad and rushed towards the direction where she had just thrown the item. Although Luo Shuhuang reacted in time and was not in mortal danger, she was scratched by the long arms and legs of the ghouls during the fall. The bloody wound made her face turn pale with pain. At this time, the other 3 people who came out of the car saw Luo Shuhuang injured, and their faces changed drastically. The young nurse in a white coat rushed forward first, releasing healing talents anxiously, and said, "Sister Han, how did you get injured? Did the decay pearl fail?" At this time, Lin Chuan jumped down from the roof of the car. Facing Luo Shuhuang's angry gaze, he remained calm and frowned. "Decay pearl? Where did you get the decay pearl? How many have you used?" Luo Shuhuang angrily stood up, but her movement was too large, which caused pain from her back wound, making her gasp for breath and her chest slightly heave. It took a while for her to stabilize the pain, and she held a swana in her hand, glaring at Lin Chuan angrily. "Who are you? Why did you appear on the roof of our car?" "Me?" Lin Chuan raised his eyebrows lightly and said in a casual tone, "It seems like I was accidentally transported to your car." "It wasn't intentional, it was an accident." You. Luo Shuhuang didn't know if she was angered by his attitude or what. She flipped her hand and suddenly a red whip with thorns appeared in her hand. With a strong force, she whipped it towards Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan moved easily to dodge the attack. Then, in a flash, he appeared next to Luo Shuhuang. He grabbed the wrist of Luo Shuhuang holding the whip, twisted it casually, and heard the sound of the woman gasping in pain. Luo Shuhuang suspected that her wrist was broken. The pain made her forehead break out in a cold sweat. Her other 3 teammates wanted to help, but they were horrified to find that they couldn't use their talents. Not only them, Luo Shuhuang also found that she couldn't use her talents and professional skills. At this moment, her face turned even paler, both physically and mentally. Who are you?" Luo Shuhuang's voice, finally no longer noble and arrogant, was trembling. After all, everything Lin Chuan showed was too bizarre and terrifying. How did he do it? Powerful attributes, and the ability to render talents and skills completely unusable. This is like a bug-like existence, isn't it? Is it a profession stronger than the funeral director? Or is it a professional with an S-level talent? The 4 of them were all shrouded in fear. Lin Chuan had no intention of answering their confusion. He repeated his previous question. "Where did you get the decayed spirit beads? How many have you used before this?" As the leader of the 4-person team, Luo Shuhuang suppressed her fear and calmly replied, "I obtained the decayed spirit beads when completing a professional task. Its function is to distract the ghouls. Before this, we had used a total of 3. Hearing this woman's explanation, Lin Chuan's mouth twitched slightly. The function of the decayed spirit beads is to distract the ghouls? Is this woman's head filled with water? Doesn't she realize that the decayed spirit beads can distract ghouls? Strictly speaking, the decayed spirit beads are items used to feed undead pets. Normally, players can only obtain pets after reaching level 10. At this stage, ghouls are generally at levels 0 to 3. However, after using the decayed spirit beads, the ghouls can rapidly grow to level 5. After reaching level 5, they can continue to evolve by consuming corpses, and there's even a chance of becoming a level 5 boss. Lin Chuan suddenly remembered that in his previous life, he had obtained a secret token for a ghoul's nest in Haicheng. Now he realized that the secret token probably came from an extremely evolved level 5 ghoul. However, when he obtained the secret token in his previous life, the ghoul's nest had no effect on him. If he could obtain the secret token for the ghoul's nest earlier in this life, the benefits would be enormous. A glint of excitement flashed in Lin Chuan's eyes as he asked, "So, how many decayed spirit beads do you have left?" "I have 7 left," Luo Shuhuang replied. Seeing that Lin Chuan didn't ask about the details of her professional task, she became even more convinced that Lin Chuan, like herself, was a rare professional, and his profession was probably even more powerful than hers. His profession's star level must be higher, which is why his attributes are so strong. His rating for completing professional tasks is probably higher than mine. Her wrist was still being held by Lin Chuan, and she stiffly asked, "Are you also a professional? I apologize for my rudeness earlier, can you please let go of my hand?" Lin Chuan released her hand and casually took the red whip from her, storing it in his dimensional ring. Then, he took a step back and said seriously, "If apologies worked, why would we need the police? I think you should compensate me." Luo Shuhong's mouth twitched slightly. "This is the end of the world. You're talking to me about the police? If you have the guts, go find a police officer to show me." She cursed in her heart, but dared not argue, and could only force a stiff smile and ask, "What kind of compensation do you want?" "Just compensate me with 7 decayed spirit beads, and you can also give me that car." Lin Chuan pointed to the modified car, which should have been a high-performance Hummer before the modifications. The burly man with a scar above his eyebrow and the 4-person team turned cold upon hearing this. The atmosphere became tense for a moment. However, Lin Chuan, facing 4 opponents, remained calm and composed. Inside, Luo Shuhong was cursing furiously. She wanted to scold him directly. What kind of compensation is this? This is clearly robbery. However, women are naturally intuitive. Luo Shuhuang had a feeling that if anyone from her side dared to say no, this man in front of her would not hesitate to act. He had great strength, but lacked the virtue of compassion. Luo Shuhuang noticed that after her side remained silent for a while, the man in front of her was becoming impatient. Finally, driven by a strong survival instinct, Luo Shuhuang gritted her teeth and took out 7 decayed spirit beads from her dimensional ring, handing them to Lin Chuan. She hesitated and tentatively asked, "That car?" But before she could finish her sentence, Lin Chuan gave her a cold glance and kindly reminded her, "I advise you not to haggle. I'm not a patient person." Luo Shuhong swallowed hard and closed her mouth decisively. She took a step back and raised a hand to stop her 3 teammates, her gaze fixed on Lin Chuan. "The key is in the car. You can just drive away," she said. "Thanks," Lin Chuan replied politely. He then turned and got into the car. Before long, the modified Hummer drove away in front of the 4 of them. Since the group of zombies had not been lured too far away, the 4 of them didn't dare to delay and hurriedly returned to the villa. The expressions on their faces were all grim, and at this moment, Luo Shuhong finally exploded in anger, cursing, "Damn pretty boy. I never want to run into him again." The thin, black-haired youth hesitated and said gently, "Sis, if we run into him again, we might be robbed." "Get lost." Luo Shuhong kicked out, her face full of arrogance. "Next time, I'll make sure I'm stronger than that pretty boy." "Sis," the white-clad nurse suddenly spoke up weakly, "that person was covered in zombie filth from head to toe, and we couldn't see his face." "How did you know he was a pretty boy?" "Who needs to see? I've seen more men than you've eaten rice. Even if I can't see his face, next time I run into him, I'll recognize him by the smell." Luo Shuhong was as arrogant as ever. On the other side, Lin Chuan drove the modified car towards the Star River Bay community where his uncle lived. There was a severe traffic jam on the highway, and the vehicles couldn't move at all. Lin Chuan had no choice but to stop the car, put the modified Hummer into his dimensional ring, and then run on foot through this section of road. Fortunately, the large number of vehicles blocking the road also made it difficult for the zombies to move. As Lin Chuan ran through the wreckage of vehicles, he also took the opportunity to cremate some intact corpses and plundered some attribute points. In this way, he crossed the severely congested road and noticed that the number of zombies had significantly decreased. He noticed that not far away was a gas station. There should be some powerful players who had cleared the zombies inside. Looking up at the gas station sign, Lin Chuan remembered that in his previous life, one of the 4 vending machines in Haichang was located in that gas station. When he shopped at the vending machine in the gas station in his previous life, he even had a conflict with the local strongman who occupied the vending machine. However, at this point in time, the game vending machine had not yet been generated. The person who had a conflict with him in his previous life might not necessarily be in the gas station now. In a hurry to find his uncle, Lin Chuan didn't pay much attention to the gas station. With a wave of his hand, he released the modified car from his dimensional ring. As he restarted the car, the headlights suddenly illuminated a black treasure chest lying conspicuously on the side of the road. His eyes flickered for a moment, but he didn't stop at all. He stepped on the gas pedal and continued driving towards the distance. In the game of slaughter, treasure chests are generally divided into 7 colors. From low to high level, they are white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, and gold. However, the black treasure chest has a completely different meaning from these 7 colored treasure chests. The black treasure chest is also called a blind box, and the things inside can be good or bad, and will directly affect the person who opens it. In other words, the things obtained from the 7 colored treasure chests can be given to others or traded on the market. But the things inside the black treasure chest will take effect on the person who opens it instantly, and cannot be resisted or traded. This is also a way to prevent players from cheating. In his previous life, the black treasure chest had once been popular among players for a period of time. There were often reports on the forum of people changing their destiny by opening the blind box. Some people's talents evolved from C level directly to S level. Some people obtained dual professional qualifications. Some people awakened new talents. Even some people's attributes skyrocketed, directly reaching the current limit of attributes. Such exciting cases have driven countless people crazy about opening blind boxes. Even Lin Chuan couldn't resist the temptation and became obsessed with it. After all, everyone has curiosity. Something unknown and with the potential to bring benefits, anyone would be unable to resist the urge to open it. Just like Pandora's box, its temptation is too strong. However, Lin Chuan's luck was average, and he did not become a case of defying fate by opening blind boxes and being celebrated by others. The effects of the blind boxes he opened were relatively mild. Sometimes he received blessings, sometimes curses. The blessings and curses he received were all low level, with negligible effects. Occasionally, his luck was a little better, and he could obtain skills or talents, but for someone with the talent for fireballs like him, it was just icing on the cake, better than nothing. One time, his luck was bad, and one of his talents was instantly stripped away. It was that time that made Lin Chuan extremely frightened. Fortunately, the talent he was stripped of was just a trivial C-level talent. If his talent for fireballs had been stripped away, he couldn't even imagine how he would bear the consequences. It was after being stripped of his talent that his obsession with opening blind boxes slightly subsided, but he still didn't completely give it up. After all, who wouldn't want to soar effortlessly? Gambling is something that is really easy to get addicted to and very difficult to give up. He truly gave up opening blind boxes. Or rather, all the players in the world truly became wary of blind boxes after the death of Aiya Terra. Aiya Terra's S-level fate-based talent was once invincible and insurmountable. He was the invincible powerhouse in the hearts of all players, and was fervently admired by countless people. Even Lin Chuan, who coveted his talent, didn't dare to confront him in the slightest. But this person, who was favored by the heavens and seemed to be the son of destiny, died under the curse of a blind box. It was said that after opening a black box, Aiya Terra was suddenly shrouded in black energy, and then he lost all signs of life. A top-tier powerhouse who could have dominated the end of the world actually died in such a ridiculous manner. There was no battle, no struggle or resistance. Even several green crystals bound to his body did not work. He just died, so suddenly. At that time, many people found it hard to accept such a result, thinking that Aiya Terra was intentionally faking his death and playing a joke on everyone. It wasn't until Lin Chuan burned Aiya Terra's body that he was absolutely certain that Aiya Terra had really died. That man, who was called the spokesperson of fate, died so casually under the temptation of the black box. It was also at that time that players worldwide finally realized, through Aiya Terra's death, that those cases of changing fate by opening blind boxes and soaring to the top were all survivorship biases. Many unknown individuals died in the process of opening blind boxes. And because the dead cannot speak, the deaths of those people remain silent. It wasn't until the death of the influential figure Aiya Terra that people finally began to take the terrifying nature of the black box seriously. Lin Xuan also learned a lesson from Yui Inatara's death and completely gave up opening blind boxes. In fact, to prevent himself from becoming obsessed again, he directly blocked all information related to the black box. Even if he encountered it on the road, he would ignore it directly, never giving it a second glance. Just as Lin Xuan ignored the black box and drove away in his modified car, a group of people suddenly appeared sneakily at the gas station. The man leading them glared in the direction Lin Xuan was leaving and muttered angrily, "Damn it, could that guy have not seen it?" His companion immediately dismissed this possibility, impossible not to have seen it. The black box clearly has a seductive power, even when it's blended into the night, it's hard to ignore. That guy couldn't have missed it. Then why didn't he go open the box? I don't know, maybe he's in a hurry. Obviously, that black box was deliberately placed by this group of people by the roadside. The leader is named Rong Jieming. He was lucky to find a white treasure chest at the beginning of the apocalypse, and inside it was a dimensional ring. Later, when it started to rain heavily, everyone in the chat channel said that heavy rain could greatly increase attributes. Rong Jieming originally wanted to go out in the rain, but when he was about to leave, he saw a warning about fraud on the community bulletin board. Before the apocalypse, Rong Jieming had been a victim of fraud. At first, he thought it was a stroke of luck, but in the end, he realized it was a trap. The heavy rain seemed very similar to that experience, and Rong Jieming sensed the smell of fraud, so he became cautious and didn't go out in the rain. After midnight, everyone who had experienced the heavy rain saw their attributes plummet, turning into weaklings. Rong Jieming felt even more fortunate. This incident made him even more cautious in his actions. So when he later found a black treasure chest that inexplicably attracted him, he resisted the urge to open it directly and prepared to find a scapegoat to check the situation. If the chest contained a monster, it would be good for the scapegoat to die. If it contained treasure, he could use his strength to take it from the scapegoat. He planned it out, but he didn't expect that the scapegoat who finally passed by didn't even notice the black treasure chest and just drove away. Rong Jieming sighed and looked at the black treasure chest again. He couldn't resist the temptation and wanted to open the chest directly. He even took a few steps toward the chest, but suddenly heard the sound of car engines coming from the direction of the road that was blocked by a large number of vehicles. Someone else is coming. Should we take a look? Let's see. So, they quickly hid back in the gas station, waiting to see the performance of the next scapegoat. However, shortly after they returned to the gas station, Rong Jieming heard a younger brother with enhanced vision talent exclaiming in a pale face, "Oh no! Something bad is going to happen. What's wrong? The newcomer is not good. He has 2 lines of golden text above his head. Two lines? One line says 98th on the level list, and the other line says 894th on the kill list. Damn it, a double list strongman. We actually have such a strong player in High City?" Rong Jieming quickly checked the level list and the kill list. Sure enough, he found that the person ranked 98th on the level list and 894th on the kill list was the same person. His name was Wujun. What should we do? That guy can simultaneously make it onto 2 world-class lists, so his strength must be extraordinary. If he opens the treasure chest and gets benefits, we definitely won't be able to snatch it from him. The younger brother was anxious and nervous, and that guy can make it onto the kill list, so he must have been killing people like crazy during this time. If he finds us, he might attack us without a word. The younger brothers were in a panic, and Rong Jieming's face was also very ugly. He didn't have much time to think, and quickly made a decision. "Tiger, you go and get the black treasure chest back now, and then we'll run away quickly." Tiger's face turned pale, but as a speed-type talent, he had always been responsible for the dangerous task of luring monsters. At this moment, he was indeed more suitable to retrieve the treasure chest. So, without saying a word, Tiger rushed out to get the treasure chest. But before he could even touch it, he was struck in the head by a level 3 ghoul and died on the spot. The atmosphere in the gas station instantly became tense and anxious. Rong Jieming's face turned even more grim. How could such a powerful ghoul suddenly appear? He was just sighing, but he didn't expect the younger brother with enhanced vision talent to give him an answer with a frightened face. That powerful ghoul. It seems to be controlled by that Wujun. And, there are 4 equally powerful ghouls around that guy. What? He can control ghouls. Rong Jieming's face became even more frightened. And soon, he witnessed an unforgettable scene with his own eyes. The only ghoul that had just split open the tiger's head with a claw, after devouring the tiger's body, ran straight to pick up the black treasure chest. Later, a tall and slender young man emerged from the mass of vehicles blocking the road. Just as the clairvoyant had said, the young man had 2 lines of golden text on his head, and by his side, there were 4 ghouls guarding him respectfully like servants. Rong Jieming felt weak in the legs. He knew that the big shot had already noticed them. In fact, it was true. Wujun casually glanced at the group of people in the gas station and found that none of them had golden text on their heads, so he didn't pay them any attention at all. His attention was drawn to the black treasure chest. He had never heard of a black treasure chest, but he felt that the chest's attraction to people was somewhat eerie. So, as a precaution, he specifically ordered his ghoul subordinates to open the chest for him. The clumsy ghouls tried various ways to open the chest but couldn't do it. This only made the eerie nature of the black treasure chest more apparent. But Wujun was powerful, and he felt a bit inflated. So, relying on his strength, he personally took the chest and silently recited open in his mind. At that moment, Rong Jiaming and others who were watching this scene in the gas station cursed bitterly in their hearts. It would be best if the chest didn't contain anything good. Even better if it contained something harmful. However, it was obvious that their curse had no effect. Although they were not sure what the chest had contained, they all clearly saw the ecstatic expression on the man's face in the darkness. It was not just ecstasy. Wujun even seemed to be unable to restrain himself and suddenly burst into mad laughter. His frenzied appearance was comparable to a beggar who had just won 10 billion. At that moment, Wujun felt as if he were the legendary child of destiny, the protagonist of fate. Level rankings? Kill rankings? World's strongest? Ha ha, just wait for me. I, Wujun, will surely ascend to the pinnacle of the world in an invincible manner, and be admired by all. Wujun's overwhelming joy was too intense, and his sudden burst of momentum was impossible to ignore. Rong Jiaming at the gas station saw this scene and was so jealous that his eyes turned bloodshot. If he had known, why would he have found someone else to open the chest for him? He should have just opened it himself. Now, even though he had discovered the chest first, he had given the opportunity to someone else for nothing. Rong Jiaming was so angry that he even spat out blood on the spot. Wasn't that black treasure chest the one you left on the street to fish? Wujun had picked up a huge advantage and was in a very pleasant mood. When he looked at Rong Jiaming, there was hardly any hint of killing intent in his eyes. Feeling the gentle gaze of this duelist big shot, Rong Jiaming couldn't help but curse in his heart. I'm just a stupid idiot. Although he cursed in his heart, he dared not show any sign of it on his face, and instead bent down respectfully, acting like a grandson. Big shot, you're joking. You picked up the chest by your own strength, and it has nothing to do with me. Alright, I don't like to hear those flattering words. Wujun glanced at him and calmly said, tell me, how did you obtain that chest, and don't leave out any details of the information you have about the chest. Actually, I don't know what's going on with that treasure chest. It just appeared out of nowhere in my car. Rong Jiaming said, looking puzzled. Its appearance is too strange, and it has an inexplicable attraction to people. My men have always been loyal, but they almost fought over this treasure chest. Later, we kept our distance and realized that there was something strange about this treasure chest. So we didn't dare to open it casually. But we couldn't trade it in the market or with people, and we couldn't bear to just throw it away, so we left it by the roadside, waiting for someone destined to find it. The phrase someone destined was said quite subtly by him. After speaking, he deliberately flattered, now it seems that this treasure chest has ended up in your hands, which is truly fate with you. Whether it's fate or not is all nonsense. Wujun's power is what matters. He squinted his eyes for a moment, then said in a deep voice, this treasure chest is indeed a bit strange. Since you seem to have some sense, I won't kill you. You and your men, help me monitor the chat channel to see if anyone else mentions information about the black treasure chest. Thank you for sparing my life, boss. From now on, you are our new leader. The group flattered Wujun to the extreme. There was no choice. The number of ghouls following Wujun had increased from 5 to 10. Moreover, the state of these 10 ghouls looked even more fierce and powerful than the previous 5. The muscles between their arms and chest looked terrifying. Their claws also seemed like an evolved version of ordinary ghouls, long and sharp, almost like razor blades. What's even more bizarre is that the decayed aura on these 10 ghoul servants was much less intense than that of ordinary ghouls. It's no exaggeration to say that if you dressed these 10 big guys in human clothes and put sunglasses on them, they could probably pass as humans. With these 10 super strong forces, Rong Jiaming and the others were not surprised that Wujun had become a double-listed powerhouse. Too strong. He and his team of ghouls were just too strong. On the other side, Lin Chuan was still unaware that the black treasure chest he had been avoiding had already been opened, and someone had gained tremendous benefits from it. At 3:50 in the morning, he finally arrived at the Star River Bay community. After parking the modified car, he, like Luo Shuhuang before, jumped onto the roof of the car directly. This time, of course, he wouldn't step on anything. He took out 7 decayed spirit beads and threw them fiercely in the direction where the ghouls were gathering in large numbers. The group of ghouls, like flies seeing dung, went crazy and swarmed toward the decayed spirit beads. Luo Shuhuang and the others only used 1 decayed spirit bead to attract the ghouls at a time. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, threw 7 at once. He roughly estimated that after 6 or 7 hours, a 5th level evolved ghoul boss would appear. Hopefully, it would drop the secret realm token. With this in mind, Lin Chuan put the modified car back into the dimensional ring and then entered the community. Building 3, Unit 2, 6th floor. Lin Chuan had lived with his uncle Lin Changzheng during his 3 years of high school, so he was quite familiar with the place. As he walked up the stairs, he also took care of a few ghouls and goblins. There were no signs of invasion by 5th level monsters here, so there should still be quite a few residents hiding in their homes. Lin Chuan didn't have the key to his uncle's house, but he didn't break in directly. Instead, he quickly opened the door with a piece of wire. He soon finished exploring the 3-bedroom, 2-living-room house. To his surprise, there was not a single person in his uncle's house, and it was already 4 o'clock in the morning. At this hour, where could they have gone if not home? Had something unfortunate happened to them? Or had they gone to a place where survivors gathered? Or were they trapped somewhere and unable to return? Lin Chuan's body was covered in ghoul decay, and as he speculated about his uncle's whereabouts, he went to the bathroom to take a shower. It was at this moment that he received a private message from Aiya. The forum has too many posts, tens of millions of them. Aiya was busy summarizing more than 90 items she found valuable for Lin Chuan to reference. The message was long, and Lin Chuan spent a few minutes reading it. However, despite the abundance of items, there were not many that caught his eye. In the end, while wiping himself with a towel, Lin Chuan replied, "Replace the Prajna mask with the number 78, leaving the other crystal core, and exchange it for the covenant of the Su-Hai." "Okay," I replied diligently, but also somewhat anxiously added, "Previously, I hung the Death God's Coffin experience card on the trading market because most buyers were in urgent need, waiting to obtain the Death God's Coffin experience card to save their lives. I took the liberty to exchange it with one person." Lin Chuan was not angry and asked indifferently, "What did you exchange it for?" "It's a prop called Fate Poker, which is said to consist of a total of 54 cards, equivalent to 54 pieces of equipment." Fate Poker. Lin Chuan's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but admire Aiya's luck. Previously, she obtained a fate-based skill from her purple treasure chest, and now she exchanged for a fate-based prop. Although Fate Poker is not considered a very powerful or extraordinary fate-based prop, given its value, under normal circumstances, it would probably not be exchanged for just one Death God's Coffin experience card, perhaps not even for 10. 54 poker cards do indeed equate to 54 pieces of equipment. However, Fate Poker can only draw one card per day. The effect of each card is different. Spades represent negative effects, while hearts represent positive effects. Clubs will summon dimensional monsters, and upon defeating them, they will drop treasure chests. Diamonds represent trial secret realms, and upon completion, rewards can be obtained. After drawing spades and hearts, the effects take immediate effect. Clubs and diamonds can be chosen whether to activate and when to activate. In addition, there are also 2 wildcards. These 2 wildcards seal 2 human powerhouses. It is obviously beneficial to defeat these 2 human powerhouses. However, Lin Chuan had never drawn Fate Poker in his previous life, so he was unsure of the strength of the 2 wildcards and what benefits they would bring. He played with the metal poker card box for a while and finally drew a card at random. His luck was average, drawing a 5 of clubs. Without much thought, Lin Chuan chose to activate it directly. The next moment, a huge bull-headed monster appeared beside him out of thin air. With his strong combat awareness trained in his previous life, he immediately activated the forbidden magic domain while releasing the sharp wire of the Death God's grasp ring. The sharp wire instantly entangled and strangled the bull-headed monster. A crushing battle ended in just 3 seconds. Lin Chuan casually incinerated the body of the bull-headed monster, then opened the green treasure chest that it dropped. Inside the chest was a battle axe. It was about a meter long, with a sharp blade. The only downside was that the axe was damn heavy. Even with Lin Chuan's strength of over 3 points, it was a bit of an effort to lift it. It seemed that he needed to raise his attributes first. "Alright, I'll call you the 1000 Gene Axe." Lin Chuan casually played with the 1000 Gene Axe, getting used to its feel. At that moment, Aiya had just completed the crystal core trade and was about to trade the Prajna mask and 3 contracts to Lin Chuan. After some thought, Lin Chuan said, "Keep these things with you for now, I don't need them urgently. You can wear the Prajna mask yourself for now." The function of the Prajna mask is to defend against some low-level mental attacks. At the same time, it can also immunize against some low-level illusions. It may seem less effective than powerful weapons, but when encountering dimensional monsters or people with mental attack methods, if you have no defense, you will definitely suffer. Many things are rarely used, but when you really need them, not having them will put you at a disadvantage. The Prajna mask is such a rare item. It is also the only mask equipment that can be effective without being worn on the face. It can be hung around the waist and still be effective. Ordinary people can only wear one mask-like equipment. The Prajna mask is equivalent to allowing a person to have multiple equipment slots. So in the previous life, many strong individuals would hang a Prajna mask around their waist, and it almost became a symbol of strength. Aiya obviously didn't know this, and she directly put the Prajna mask on her face. It felt quite novel. It just so happened that the mask covered her easily coveted face, and it could also save her a lot of trouble. Aiya thought to herself and sent a message asking, "If there's nothing going on now, can I go to sleep?" Lin Chuan looked puzzled. "If you want to sleep, then sleep. Why are you asking me?" Aiya, who was exploiting her like a miser, and now he's even pretending to be innocent. She cursed Lin Chuan in her heart. Even in her dreams, she was being exploited and worked tirelessly day and night by Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan, who was far away in Haicheng, was also feeling a bit weary. He had no clue about finding his uncle, so he decided to rest for a while. At 10 o'clock on the morning of April 2nd, the weakness caused by the heavy rain finally disappeared. Of course, only those who had experienced the weakness and managed to survive would know about this change. For everyone else, 10 o'clock only marked one thing: the announcement of a brand new global announcement. Ding! Congratulations to all players for successfully completing the novice period of the game. Now, 3 major announcements are being made. 1. Each region will open an area level ranking and a regional kill ranking, recording the top 99 in each. 2. Each region will have 4 system vending machines. Please explore them on your own. 3. The global level up mission has been generated. Players must reach level 10 within 30 days. Those who fail the mission will be eliminated. These 3 system announcements were exactly the same as in the previous life. However, Lin Chuan, who had been reborn, knew that after 30 days, the first world fusion would take place. Those who had finally reached level 10, thinking they could finally breathe a sigh of relief, would soon experience a new round of despair. Lin Chuan remained calm and casually opened the newly generated regional ranking, Daxia Country Haicheng Area Level Ranking. First place, Lin Chuan, Level 3, Second place, Wujun, Level 3, Third place, Song Sandong, Level 2. 7th place, Luo Shuhong, Level 2. 18th place, Ron Jiaming, Level 2, all the way to 38th place, they were all at Level 2. Overnight, with the increase in dimensional monsters, the top players were already significantly ahead of ordinary people. On the world level ranking, there was no longer any trace of Level 1. Even those who had reached Level 3 numbered over 100. The rest were all at Level 2. However, no one had reached Level 4 yet. Lin Chuan had the advantage of reaching Level 3 first, so he was still at the top of the world level ranking. At the same time, many people in Kyoto, looking at the freshly released regional ranking, were a bit puzzled. Daxia Country Kyoto Area Level Ranking, First place, Kaiyin, Level 3, Second place, Leiming, Level 3, Third place, Su Zhixiao, Level 3, Fourth place, Wang Weiqi, Level 3, Fifth place, Jenny Taimei, Level 3, Sixth place, Aiya, Level 2. It had to be said that Kyoto was indeed the capital. In some areas, the first place hadn't even reached Level 3 yet, but in Kyoto, there were already 5 strong Level 3 individuals. This situation instantly sparked a heated discussion in the regional chat channel. Many people were focused on one thing: why wasn't Lin Chuan, the first place on the world level ranking, appearing on the Kyoto area level ranking? It was at this point that people finally continued their previous suspicions. The Lin Chuan at the top of the level ranking might not be the same as the Lin Chuan from Kyoto University. In fact, due to the anonymity of the chat channel, many people were posting irresponsible and unfounded comments. More and more people with brains, upon seeing the regional level ranking, would subconsciously start to doubt. Now that they had seen the regional level ranking, some even absurdly suspected, could this Lin Chuan from Kyoto University be completely fabricated and made up? The major forces in Kyoto were also amazed by this reversal. Could it be that the Lin Chuan on the level ranking and the Lin Chuan, the murderer at Kyoto University, are really just namesakes and not the same person? What should be done if Kyoto University's Lin Chuan can't open the treasure chest? Should they continue their action to besiege Lin Chuan? The situation in Kyoto is changing rapidly. On the other hand, things are not peaceful in Haicheng. Luo Shuhong was shocked to see her ranking in the regional level list, as a strong professional, only ranked 7th. Then she was shocked to find out that the world's #1 player was in the same region as her. She suddenly remembered the man who stole her modified car. He should also be on the regional level list, right? I wonder what rank he is. At the same time, Wujun was also very shocked to see the name Lin Chuan on the regional level list. He thought he would undoubtedly be the first on the regional level list. But he never expected to be in the same region as the world's number one, Lin Chuan. Wujun stared at the name with a hidden murderous intent in his eyes. Although they are both level 3, he is confident that his strength is definitely stronger than Lin Chuan's. After all, he is the only owner of an SS level talent in the world. The reason he is ranked behind Lin Chuan on the level list is simply because he didn't encounter any dimensional monsters above level 0 on the first day. And now, he is facing a headache-inducing problem. He has already used up his limit of absorbing crystal cores 10 times today, and if he wants to increase his level, he can only wait until tomorrow. He wants to raise his level to 4 before the list rewards are announced at midnight tomorrow. As a level 3, absorbing a level 5 crystal core only gives him 100 experience points. But to go from level 3 to level 4, he needs a full 1000 experience points. In crystal cores, 1000 experience points can be obtained by absorbing either 10 level 5 crystal cores or 1 level 6 crystal core. Of course, he would prefer to absorb a level 6 crystal core. After all, this way, he can save 9 opportunities to absorb crystal cores. Wujun is so confident that he doesn't think his army of ghouls will be unable to defeat a level 6 dimensional monster. His distress is that he has never seen a level 6 monster. So far, the highest level dimensional monsters he has encountered are only level 5. For ordinary people, the current dimensional monsters are numerous and powerful, posing a serious threat to human survival. But for Wujun, a top-tier powerhouse in the lead, there is still a feeling that the monsters are not strong enough. It seems that he needs to think of another way. Wujun's gaze turned to the trading market. At this time, there is a person in the trading market who is receiving a lot of attention and is being eagerly sought after by countless players. That person is Aiya, the number 1 on the kill list. He is trading a large number of crystal cores in the information exchange. Wujun had a thought and sent a private message to Aiya. I want to exchange for a strategy for quick leveling. Aiya was very busy, and after a long time, he replied indifferently, "Isn't the leveling strategy written on the forum? What else do you want?" Wujun, I also want to know if there are other ways to level up quickly besides absorbing crystal cores? Aiya, who was far away in the country of cherry blossoms, sneered when he saw this. It's ridiculous. If I knew a quick way to level up, wouldn't I have become the number 1 on the level list first? Why would I be selling strategies for nothing? However, despite cursing in his heart, he still replied firmly, there are indeed other leveling methods besides absorbing crystal cores, but their feasibility is not very strong. I'll take 10 level 0 crystal cores from you. Many people have already reached level 1, and level 0 crystal cores are basically useless. However, when Wujun saw this, he suddenly remembered that the announcement seemed to mention that vending machines were set up in the region. So, the trading currency for the vending machine should be crystal cores, right? He had killed many monsters and obtained many crystal cores, so he was considered quite wealthy, and therefore, without much hesitation, he traded with Aiya. Turwei quickly sent over a well-organized strategy, current feasibility upgrade strategy - 1. Take clear spirit fruit to increase the daily absorption of crystal cores. PS, 1 clear spirit fruit increases 1 time. Clear spirit fruit acquisition method, dropped by killing the god's attendant. 2. Take experience potions or experience meals to directly reward experience points, requires pharmacist or chef profession. 3. Some challenge assessments secret realms directly reward experience points. The strategy is detailed and comprehensive, but it's completely useless. Wujun frowned and asked again, what is a professional? Turwei, 2 level 0 crystal cores. Wujun quickly traded another 2 crystal cores, and the result he got shocked and disappointed him. It turns out that in this slaughter game, in addition to the god's attendant, there are also destiny professionals who can advance their profession early. But fortunately, the number of destiny professionals should also be very few. Wujun estimated in his heart and felt that with his own strength, even if he encountered powerful professionals, he should not be at a disadvantage. Then, he asked again, do you know how Lin Chuan leveled up so quickly? Turwei, 1 level 1 crystal core. Wujun sighed and sent money again. Then Turwei quickly replied, according to my speculation, there are 3 possibilities in total - 1. He experienced special secret realms and directly gained a large amount of experience points. 2. He used talents or special items to catalyze and kill high-level monsters. This possibility is the highest. 3. He is a destiny professional, directly changed profession to a pharmacist, and successfully made experience potions. Very low probability, catalyze high-level monsters? Wujun stared at these words, somewhat excitedly asked again, how to catalyze high-level monsters? Turwei, 10 level 2 crystal cores. Wujun immediately frowned, this is too expensive. Turwei, I have my pricing standards, whether to buy or not is up to you. Wujun thought for a moment and felt that the information provided by Terwei did broaden his horizons, but in fact, the feasibility was not strong. Destiny professionals, special secret realms, and the clear spirit fruit that only drops from killing the god's attendant. These things are not easily accessible in the short term. Forget it. 10 level 2 crystal cores are still too expensive, and in the end, Wujun did not choose the plan to catalyze high-level monsters. Instead, he asked about the thing he was most interested in at the moment. Do you have information and strategies related to black treasure chests? Terwei, who was far away in the Sakura country, was currently in a nursing home. The grassy corridors and other places in the nursing home were filled with the bodies of the elderly. And those bodies all had a common feature: they all showed very obvious signs of aging. Terwei, dressed in samurai attire, calmly walked past these bodies. He looked at the message sent by Wujun and was obviously stunned. Black treasure chest? What is that? He really hasn't heard of treasure chests being black. But it doesn't matter. He calmly replied to Wujun, wait a moment, let me estimate a price first. After that, he found a room in the nursing home and used his S-level talent, Abyss of Fate. With a raise of his hands, a huge vortex like a black hole appeared in front of him. This was his Abyss of Fate. In the Abyss of Fate, more than 30 streams of fate were condensed, shining with colorful brilliance like a galaxy in the vast universe, beautiful and dazzling. But in reality, the condensation of the streams of fate was very cruel. The withered bodies in the nursing home were the result of his condensing the streams of fate. Terwei is currently ranked first on the slaughter list, but reaching the top of the slaughter list was not his original intention. His acts of slaughter were more for the purpose of condensing the streams of fate. And the power of the streams of fate is very strong, almost omnipotent. It can be transformed into attack, defense, healing, and all means. It can be exchanged for various information, and can also manifest various physical items. It really is omnipotent. Of course, the talent of the Abyss of Fate also has its drawbacks. When he throws creatures into the Abyss of Fate, it is not 100% condensation of the flow of fate. Once the condensation fails, he will suffer backlash. However, Terabuchi has already researched it thoroughly. As long as his own fate is stronger than the creatures thrown into the Abyss of Fate, the condensation of the flow of fate will be successful. In order to ensure the success rate of condensing the flow of fate, he only targets the dying elderly and other weak individuals in the nursing homes. He visited 5 nursing homes, slaughtered tens of thousands of elderly people, and barely condensed about 50 streams of fate. Among them, more than 10 were used for information exchange and attacking with the flow of fate. Now there are only 37 left. Terabuchi skillfully drives the colorful colors in the Abyss of Fate. A strong desire rises in his heart. I want the relevant information about the black box. Everything was going smoothly until the next second. Terabuchi suddenly discovered in horror that the 37 streams in his Abyss of Fate were all uncontrollably rushing towards the center of the vortex. 37 streams. Terabuchi's face turned pale in an instant. He spent so much time and effort, and finally accumulated the flow of fate, only to see it consumed in one breath. What kind of outrageous item is this black box, to actually consume so much of the flow of fate? Terabuchi cursed in his heart, but could only watch helplessly as the vortex of fate absorbed all the painstakingly condensed flow of fate. In the end, only a few lines of text were feedback. Black box related information. 1. Black box, also known as the box of fate, born between heaven and earth, surpassing all world rules. 2. Box features: non-negotiable, non-intrusive, non-blockable, non-functional, non-reversible. 3. Box contents: related to fate, anything is possible. 4. Insufficient fate power, unable to obtain. Damn it. 37 streams of fate, and the information obtained is still incomplete. Terabuchi once again cursed in his heart. To think that these 3 pieces of information cost him all of his flow of fate. It's too damn outrageous. And these 3 pieces of information are not even of much value. Terabuchi's eyes turned red with anger, wishing he could just kill Wujun, who sold him the information about the black box. But after calming down, he quickly realized that an item that consumes so much of the flow of fate to obtain such simple information about the black box must be extremely precious. His gaze fell on the words, "Beyond World Rules." A fiery passion instantly rose in his eyes. The black box, such a precious and powerful item, he had to find a way to obtain it. Terabuchi took a deep breath and calmly replied to Wujun's message. Where did you get the information about the black box? Have you used this box before? Wujun waited for a long time before responding with just one sentence. His eyes flickered, and he calmly replied, "You understand, I am a customer. I am not obligated to answer your questions." Terabuchi sneered and directly made a bold offer. 10 5th level crystal cores. I want to know how you obtained the black box and what you gained from it. 10 5th level crystal cores. Wujun's breathing became heavier. As long as he absorbed the crystal cores at midnight, he could upgrade to level 4 in one go. By then, he might even be the first to achieve a level 4 global announcement. After some struggle and hesitation, Wujun agreed to the trade. There are rules for trade review in the trading market. He set the message about evolving an SS level talent through the black box as the trade item. After confirmation by both parties, he quickly obtained the 10 5th level crystal cores. Holding the 5th level crystal cores in his hand, Wujun couldn't help but sigh. The world of the game of slaughter is truly full of hidden talents. This Terabuchi is not simple. At the same time, seeing the news about the evolution of the SS level talent of Wujun in the temple, also knowing that Wujun is not simple. But what excites him even more is the effect brought by the black treasure chest. It's too incredible. It turns out that beyond the S level, there is actually an SS level. And the black treasure chest is also worthy of being in existence that surpasses the rules, actually able to enhance talent levels. If his S-level talent, the abyssal talent, also evolves to SS level, the temple's breath was hot and crazy. He must find a way to obtain the black treasure chest. However, according to the characteristics of the black treasure chest that cannot be traded, the best way for him to obtain the black treasure chest is to build a force. The more people he commands, the greater the probability of obtaining the black treasure chest. So at this moment, the temple began his planning. Wujun, who was far away in Haicheng, also had similar thoughts to the temple. The black treasure chest is really tempting. He also wants to build a force to facilitate his acquisition of the black treasure chest. Just as he was thinking this, his newly recruited underling, Rong Jiaming, suddenly reported to him, "Boss, there's news." "What?" "I got a message from the chat channel that an extreme evolution ghoul boss has appeared in the Star River Bay area." "Ghoul boss?" Wujun's eyes lit up. "Has it reached level 6? "It seems not." "Ah." Wujun sighed, "If it hasn't, then it hasn't. But I hope that ghoul can drop some useful items." With that, he directed one of his own ghoul underlings to head to Star River Bay while he walked towards the vending machine at the gas station. On the other side, in the Star River Bay area, Lin Chuan stood on the balcony and looked at the scenery. Just as he lazily stretched, he suddenly received a message from Aiya. Your pet egg has hatched." Lin Chuan's mouth twitched slightly. The probability of successfully hatching a pet egg without being appraised by a beast tamer is pitifully low. But Aiya actually managed to hatch it successfully. However, Lin Chuan thought it should be related to Aiya's own talent. He casually asked, "It hatched into a bug, right?" "Ha? How did you know?" "How did he know?" "Because your talent is suitable for raising bugs." However, he didn't directly tell Aiya this, he just pretended to be profound and asked again, "What does the bug look like? Describe it." "This bug seems a bit malnourished, it's all black, and looks shriveled. There's a dry yellow line running from its head to its tail, and it has an antenna on its head, also a dry yellow color, it looks like it's malnourished." Aiya's tone faintly revealed some concern about the bug's condition. But Lin Chuan's mouth twitched again. Damn it! This is outrageous. He's starting to doubt whether Aiya, this girl, might really be the destined one. She actually managed to hatch a wandering soul butterfly? He remembered that even with the guidance of a beast tamer and using precious materials, the probability of hatching a wandering soul butterfly was pitifully low, right? No, this is absolutely not right. Aiya's talent is indeed suitable for raising bugs, but it shouldn't be to the extent of successfully hatching a wandering soul butterfly, right? Lin Chuan's brow furrowed, almost tying itself in knots, and he asked seriously, "Is your talent really only sea level?" Aiya took a while to reply, "Yes, it's sea level." Lin Chuan frowned and warned in a serious tone, "I advise you not to play any tricks on me." After hesitating for a moment, Aiya chose to be honest. "Actually, I don't know what this means, but there's a true word behind my talent." Lin Chuan's mouth twitched again. Damn it! This is outrageous. A sea-level talent actually has the word true in it? Is this girl really the destined one? The true and false of talents generally only appear in talents above A level, and it's only after the first world fusion that the concept of true and false appears. For example, after Thunder's talent evolved from A level to S level, it became a pseudo-S level. Through the fusion of the world, only those who have evolved to the S level talent are generally pseudo-S level. Those who are S level from the beginning of awakening are true S level. Naturally, the true S level talent is stronger between true and pseudo-S level. When using the power of the rules, the true S level talent is more adept. The pseudo-S level talent actually does not possess the power of the rules. Lin Chuan heard for the first time that talents below S level could still be marked with the word true. However, it is not difficult to speculate that although Aiya's talent is indeed only C level, it hides a hint of the power of the rules. It is this hint of the power of the rules that allowed her to successfully hatch the wandering death butterfly. Lin Chuan sighed. He had to accept that there are always people in this world who are lucky enough to obtain great opportunities easily. Of course, Aiya's greatest opportunity is definitely not the wandering death butterfly, but Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan told Aiya about the feeding method of the wandering death butterfly and then instructed, "I can't go back for the time being, so you can arrange another bloodworm trade for me." "Oh, okay," Aiya obediently agreed, then suddenly reported, "Something strange is happening on my end. In the anti-aircraft cave, for some reason, I am the only one left. The people from the Zhuo family and Zhuo Tiangan's classmates are all gone." Lin Chuan looked at these messages without any surprise. Zhuo Tiangang and the others did not disappear. They had fallen into the Wandering Death Purgatory. The Wandering Death Butterfly's ultimate move is the Wandering Death Purgatory. It is conceivable that Zhuo Tiangang and the others were attacked by the Wandering Death Butterfly because they held hostility towards Aiya. What Lin Chuan did not know was that it was not only Zhuo Tiangang and the others who had fallen into the Wandering Death Purgatory. There was also a group of cannon fodder prepared to besiege him, and they had also fallen into the Wandering Death Purgatory. And Aiya, still clueless, was completely unaware of how terrifying the withered worm in her hand was. She cradled the malnourished worm in her hand with a look of pity. Then she beckoned to Kainji, "Xiaohaizi, let's go." At the same time, she muttered, "With the words of the ranking list on our heads, someone will definitely want to assassinate us. Our strength is too weak, we must keep a low profile." Kainji, a dark mass, looked confused. "Am I weak? Well, if you say so." Originally prepared to charge into the Wandering Death Purgatory and wreak havoc, Kainji, because of Aiya's warning, decided to keep a low profile. And so, one person, one clone, and one worm left the old mansion in an especially low-key manner. Aiya was preparing to find a small forest to continue stirring up trouble. What she did not know was that her and Kainji's low-key departure from the old mansion had been observed by the people in a nearby high-rise building. The Luo family, the Luan family, the Qi family, and the Nye family were still implementing their plan to besiege Lin Chuan. A group of cannon fodder driven by self-interest had already entered the old mansion. According to the plan, those cannon fodder were supposed to surround the old mansion and not let a single fly out. The high-level members of these family forces were hunkered down in the high-rise building, waiting for the results. But why did Kainji, ranked second on the ranking list, and Aiya, ranked 198th, come out of the old mansion? The representative of the Luo family looked puzzled. What's going on? What about the people who went into the old mansion? Where is Lin Chuan? Why hasn't he come out? What's going on? A group of people quickly sent someone to investigate the situation in the old mansion. However, the eerie thing was that everyone who went into the old mansion lost contact. That old mansion had become a bizarre existence where people could enter but not leave. And the few people who were secretly following Aiya were all killed by Kainji. The high-level members of these families who had planned to besiege Lin Chuan were finally panicked. Luan Yuling looked at the eerie old mansion from a distance, her face slightly pale. Are those people all dead? Did they die at the hands of Lin Chuan? How did he do it? No, they didn't die. They must have been trapped by something. After narrowly escaping the stench of the sewer, Qi Feng naturally represented the Qi family in the operation to besiege Lin Chuan. He stared fixedly at the old Western-style building, wishing to tear Lin Chuan apart. Standing beside him was the former instructor, Nye Taijun, who had once praised Lin Chuan and even considered supporting him. Nye Taijun looked deeply at the eerie old Western-style building, frowning. "In my opinion, we shouldn't proceed with this operation at all. Stop it, Luo Yinping, let Aiya and Kai Jiro's people withdraw, maybe we can still save them." Luo Yinping leaned on the railing, looking tense. At this time, Qi Feng spoke again. "Since we started this operation, we have already formed a grudge with Lin Chuan. As far as I know, Lin Chuan is a vengeful person. Even if we stop now, he will never let us go. Instead of passively backing down, it's better to bring Aiya, who has a good relationship with him, and find a breakthrough from her." Luo Yinping, in his 30s, wore a pair of thin-framed glasses and had a gentle and refined appearance. However, beneath this gentle appearance, there was a hint of a domineering leader's aura. When he leaned on the railing, no one dared to approach him among the more than 20 people present. Hearing Qi Feng's words, he raised his hand to adjust his glasses and turned to look at Qi Feng, smiling. "President Qi Feng?" When Qi Feng was at Jing University, all the students called him President Qi Feng. But when this familiar title was uttered by Luo Yinping, it felt somewhat inappropriate. Qi Feng realized that it was because when students called him president, they did so with respect and admiration. And this powerful figure from the Luo family, with seemingly gentle tone, concealed a hint of sarcasm. Qi Feng clenched his hands behind his back, feeling a hint of humiliation and unwillingness in his heart. But he dared not resist at all. Even a hint of dissatisfaction was not allowed to show. Because the person in front of him was Luo Yinping. He was a real big shot. Qifeng forced a smile. Luo, please don't tease me. I'm not worthy of being called president by you. Luo Yinping's shrewd eyes calmly assessed Qifeng. Then he looked at the more than 20 high-level members of the major families present. He directed the overall situation while soothing their hearts. President Qifeng just analyzed the situation, and everyone heard it. Regardless of success or failure, our conflict with Lin Chuan has already formed. And with so many of us besieging him, there must be a result, right? So, let's split up and act. One group will go deal with Aiya, and the other will meet Lin Chuan. No one in the room spoke, indicating their consent. So, Luo Yinping turned his gaze to Qifeng again, smiling warmly. As far as I know, that Aiya has a long-standing relationship with President Qifeng. In that case, we'll leave Aiya to President Qifeng. The rest of us will attack the old Western-style building. Yes, we'll follow Luo's orders. Others expressed their agreement, leaving Qifeng looking puzzled. Wait, am I the only one assigned to deal with Aiya? Luo Yinping smiled again. I thought President Qifeng was a smart person and would understand my meaning. Of course, Qifeng was considered smart. With a little thought, he understood Luo Yinping's intention. What he wanted to do with Aiya was not to forcefully abduct her, but to use strategy and play the emotional card. Qifeng pondered the feasibility and couldn't help but frown. Aiya has been in the student union for a short time, and our relationship is only slightly better than with a complete stranger. It doesn't matter. Women are easily swayed by emotions. I believe that with President Qifeng's experience in matters of the heart, winning over a young girl should not be a problem. With that, Luo Yinping, in a boss-like manner, clapped his hands and calmly said, I have 2 more helpers here. I hope President Qifeng can make good use of them. As he clapped his hands, 2 disheveled and unsteady young women were brought over by 2 burly men. Qifeng asked suspiciously, who are they? They are Aiya's roommates. I don't need to tell you, Qifeng, as the head, should know what to do, right? With a sweep of his eyes, Qifeng understood. Alright, I will take care of Aiya. After finalizing everything, he led the 2 women away. Finding a place to talk, Qifeng directly fed the 2 women 2 pills, threatening them, behave and I will give you the antidote. Otherwise, 24 hours later, you will rot and die from internal bleeding. The 2 women had clearly suffered torture before being handed over to Qifeng, to the point that their mental states were very poor. One of the round-faced women with glasses still had some rationality and anxiously nodded as she listened to Qifeng's words. The other woman, fair-skinned and well-built, had a somewhat aloof appearance. She seemed unable to accept what was happening to her, and she remained in a dazed state, as if she hadn't heard Qifeng's words at all. Qifeng was not polite with her at all, grabbing the disheveled woman by her collar and slapping her across the face. Then, with a more severe tone, he threatened, I'm talking to you, do you hear me? The woman still showed no reaction, silently shedding tears. On the other hand, the round-faced woman with glasses, who had been crying, suddenly said, Qifeng, she is Zhong Qinger. She had a secret crush on you before the apocalypse. When she was violated last night, Qinger, she fought desperately, calling out your name for help. Hearing this, Zhong Qinger seemed to recall some nightmare-like memories, trembling and shedding even more tears. But no matter how much she cried, she never made a sound. She just gazed at Qifeng with a look of obsession and despair. Qifeng's eyes turned cold. The next moment, he flipped his hand and took out a fruit knife from his dimensional ring. In an instant, the sharp blade cut through Zhong Qinger's graceful swan-like neck, taking her life. Even as her wide eyes shed silent tears, the round-faced girl, who had thought her words might soften Qifeng's attitude towards Zhong Qinger, was shocked to see her most admired man slit her throat like that. She witnessed the scene, her face turning pale and trembling in fear. Qifeng then casually took out a white handkerchief and calmly wiped the blood from the blade. He looked at the round-faced girl and said in a flat tone, people who are emotional are the easiest to lose control. Don't you think? Yes, yes. The round-faced girl nodded in panic. I won't be emotional. I will definitely listen to you, head, and won't be emotional. Good girl. Qifeng gently stroked the pale face of the round-faced girl and condescendingly said, after it's done, I will let you be my woman. The round-faced girl's body was still trembling, but a look of joy appeared in her eyes, and she quickly responded, thank you, head, I will definitely behave. The cooperation between the two seemed very pleasant. Meanwhile, Zhong Qinger's body was smashed by Qifeng, and a level 0 crystal nucleus was dug out. Then, according to the plan, the two headed towards the direction of meeting Aiya. On the other side, in Haichang, Lin Chuan had some speculations about what happened in Kyoto, but he didn't care. He had experienced too much in his past life in the apocalypse. Betrayed by trusted partners, betrayed by those he saved. Some for their own interests, some for survival, some out of love and hate. Human nature was too complex and too fickle. Lin Chuan's heart had been tempered through countless trials, and it was difficult for him to care about anyone anymore. Whether Aiya lived or died, he didn't care. If she died, he would just take her talent for himself. The only downside is that after snatching the talent, one has to use their own blood to raise the blood goo insect. Aiya is loyal in Betrayal, and he doesn't care either way. If loyal, then bring her along more. If betrayal, then let Xiao Haizi send her on her way. It's a simple matter. He stood on the balcony, overlooking the mess of ghouls in the neighborhood. With a light smile, he then leaped from the 6th floor. After landing steadily, a huge axe appeared in his hand. With a swing of the axe, a ghoul's head fell to the ground. A fireball was thrown, and the ghoul's body instantly turned into nothingness. Strength attribute plus 0.1. Surprisingly, there was still a level 3 crystal nucleus left on the ground. The drop rate of a level 3 crystal nucleus from a level 3 ghoul is only 1%. Yet, he unexpectedly had a stroke of luck. He picked up the crystal nucleus, weighed it in his hand with a good mood, and then put it into the dimensional ring. The weather was nice today, perfect for hunting. 7 decayed spirit beads raised an ultimate ghoul boss. At the same time, the number of ghouls in the Star River Bay neighborhood had greatly decreased due to internal conflicts, and they were no longer as dense as they were last night. Among the rustling ghouls, there were occasionally a few blue-skinned goblins. Lin Chuan moved among them like a ghostly dancer. Even though he was wielding the heaviest and most brutal giant axe, his movements were calm and unhurried, quite pleasing to the eye. However, it seemed that his good luck had run out, as he failed to obtain a crystal nucleus even after killing level 3 monsters. The 4-dimensional attributes, on the other hand, had a good harvest, with most of them reaching over 5 points. Only the mental attribute was slightly behind, still a bit away from 5 points. Lin Chuan killed with great pleasure, and when he arrived at the neighborhood basketball court, a figure suddenly rushed out from the low bushes on the side. Goodness, a Death Eater? With Lin Chuan's combat awareness, he would not be easily ambushed. He raised his right hand, and sharp iron wires shot out instantly, entangling the figure that rushed out of the bushes into a cocoon, and then directly twisted it into mud. Lin Chuan did not pay much attention to this, until he was surprised when he burned the mud body with a fireball. Surprisingly, he thought the creature that ambushed him was human. After all, that thing was still wearing a suit. But the system prompt was, ding. Incinerate level 5 undead resurrection creature. Plunder strength plus 1. A level 5 undead resurrection creature? The strength attribute directly increased by 1 point? Goodness, isn't this a bit too much? Lin Chuan was not unaware of the undead resurrection creature. However, the highest level players in the current world were only at level 3. How could someone control a level 5 undead resurrection creature? Has someone already reached level 5 but deliberately didn't announce it globally? Lin Chuan quickly looked at the world level rankings. It was strange. The first place in the world level rankings was still him, still at level 3. So, where did this level 5 undead resurrection creature come from? Can an S-level talent achieve this level? Lin Chuan pondered for a moment, and if he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it. After all, in the game of slaughter, anything is possible. In the previous life, too many people suddenly rose to power because of an opportunity. But there were also many more who were just like a firework that suddenly rose to the sky. They were brilliant for a short time, and then quickly fell. Fallen strong ones would not be remembered by people. Only the strong ones who were alive were the real strong ones. And Lin Chuan was determined to be one of the strong ones. With a flash of his figure, he continued towards the direction of the ghoul boss. On the other side, in a modified car driving towards the Star River Bay, Wujun was originally leisurely looking at various messages in the chat channel. But suddenly, his face changed, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Rong Jiaming, who was driving, was startled and almost hit a roadblock. He quickly avoided the roadblock and nervously asked, "Boss, what's wrong with you?" Wujun's face was very ugly. He took out a tissue to wipe his mouth, then took out a bottle of mineral water to rinse his mouth. With a poo sound, he spat out the mouthwash out of the window. His eyes were dark and fierce. Gritting his teeth, he said, "It's nothing. It's just that someone is getting impatient, daring to lay hands on my undead creature." "What? On yours?" Rong Jiaming's pupils widened, almost unable to believe it. "Your ghoul brother is even stronger than many level 5 monsters. Who on earth could be a match for your ghoul brother?" Wujun was also not sure, but a fierce killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Whoever it is, I will make him pay a painful price." Rong Jiaming immediately flattered a few words, then drove the car even faster. The modified car quickly arrived at the Star River Bay community. Rong Jiaming immediately ordered his brother with enhanced vision to check the situation first. Soon, the brother suddenly exclaimed, "Damn! A purple treasure chest!" "What?" Rong Jiaming and Wujun were both surprised. The brother immediately described, "I saw a man just killed a ghoul on the basketball court in the community, and a purple treasure chest dropped. What about him? He just seemed to look in my direction." The brother's face turned pale, but he was not sure whether the other party was really looking at him from such a distance, or was just cautiously checking the surroundings before opening the purple treasure chest. Wujun obviously didn't care whether the other party noticed him. What he cared about was the purple treasure chest. You see, only the top 3 in the ranking rewards receive a purple treasure chest. Although Wujun is now a strong player in both rankings, he actually climbed the level ranking after the rewards were distributed. He did not receive any ranking rewards. The purple treasure chest was very tempting to him. Moreover, the man who dropped the purple treasure chest was very likely the culprit who killed his undead creature. Wujun immediately got out of the car and summoned another 9 ghoul brothers. "Let's go!" To the basketball court. The group of people, with a grand and imposing momentum, headed towards Lin Chuan's direction. Lin Chuan certainly noticed, but he didn't care, and calmly opened the purple treasure chest dropped by the ghoul boss. Sure enough, there was a secret realm token of the ghoul's nest in the chest. The secret realm token and the secret realm admission ticket are 2 different things. The admission ticket is like a ticket, having it gives you 1 chance to enter the secret realm. The secret realm token is like a VIP membership card, having it allows you to enter the same secret realm multiple times. Generally, only monster nest type secret realms have secret realm tokens that allow multiple entries. The Ghoul's Nest secret realm token that Lin Chuan obtained can allow him to enter the Ghoul's Nest secret realm 10 times. He was thinking whether to go on a secret realm journey first, or to deal with the group of reckless things that came after him. But suddenly, he heard a system prompt in his mind. Ding! The Dragon and Warrior secret realm has accumulated 2,000 players, reaching the opening standard for the secret realm. The secret realm is now opening. Please prepare for the participating players. 3, 2, 1. Dragon and Warrior secret realm is now open, wishing the players a pleasant game. As soon as the voice fell, there was a earth-shattering change in front of Lin Chuan. He was suddenly transported to a different dimension from the basketball court. It was a space filled with a high-tech texture. 2,000 players stood on 2,000 circular platforms, forming a huge circle. In the center of this circle, there was a huge crystal ball floating. Inside the crystal ball, there was a black figure whose appearance could not be seen clearly. The black figure emitted a deep and cold voice. "Welcome, everyone, to the Dragon and Warrior secret realm. Now, let me introduce the game rules to you. This secret realm is a camp confrontation secret realm. The camps are divided into the Dragon Camp and the Warrior Camp. The Dragon Camp has 200 players. The Warrior Camp has 1,800 players. If one camp is completely eliminated, the other camp wins. When the game officially begins, your talents will be sealed, and attributes will be regenerated. The Dragon attribute is 10 times that of the Warrior attribute. The Dragon will have randomly generated talents. But the Dragon is trapped in the Dragon's lair and cannot leave the lair. Warriors can take on quests at the tavern, fight monsters to level up, and obtain various items. Warriors can team up to enter the Dragon's lair and kill the Dragon. Warriors who kill the Dragon will receive generous rewards. The game lasts for 24 hours. If all the dragons are killed within 24 hours, the Warrior Camp wins. If all the warriors die, the Dragon Camp wins. If there are survivors in both the Dragon and Warrior Camps, the game is declared a draw. In the event of a draw, all participants will be wiped out. Hiss! When the dark figure spoke the words "all participants will be wiped out" in a cold, bloodthirsty voice, the 2,000 players on the stage gasped in shock. In other words, if the game ends in a draw, all 2,000 of them will be wiped out, with no survivors. For the next 10 minutes, players can freely ask questions about the game. After 10 minutes, the camp selection will begin. The dark figure in the crystal ball paid no attention to the terrified expressions of the 2,000 players and continued with the process. Soon, someone asked, "Camp selection? Can we choose our own camp? What if everyone chooses the same camp?" Dark figure: when one camp has fewer people, participants will be randomly selected from the other camp. Do warriors and dragons exist in the same space? Dark figure: no, warriors live in the land of heroes, dragons live in the dragon's lair. How do warriors find the dragon's lair? Dark figure: there's no need to worry about that. Warriors can easily teleport to the dragon's lair by silently reciting it in their hearts. Is there a limit to the number of people in a team? Dark figure: there's no limit for warriors in the land of heroes, but there can be a maximum of 10 warriors in the dragon's lair at the same time. Do warriors have to defeat the dragon to leave the lair, or can they just take a look and leave? Dark figure: after half an hour in the dragon's lair, if both the dragon and the warrior are still alive, the warrior can silently leave. Lin Chuan smiled quietly upon hearing this. There was a huge trap in this statement, but no one realized it at the moment. The dark figure's statement was about how a warrior could leave if both the warrior and the dragon were alive. What he deliberately ignored was, how would a warrior leave if they killed the dragon? This question went unasked by anyone. Obviously, many people overlooked the fact that in the original story of Dragons and Warriors, the warrior who slays the dragon ultimately becomes a new dragon. Most of the questions were answered, and time passed quickly. Among the 2,000 people, Lin Chuan casually asked a question: can warriors fight each other? Dark figure: yes, but there are no rewards. Soon, another person imitated Lin Chuan's question: what about dragons? Can they fight each other? Dark figure: in theory, no. Because dragons live in their own lairs, and theoretically, dragons cannot leave their own lairs, let alone come into contact with each other to fight. This time, someone quickly seized on the key point in the dark figure's response: in your previous answers, you used in theory twice. Does this mean that in reality, dragons have a way to leave their lairs? Dark figure smiled faintly. Related to the core rules, no answer will be given. The crowd buzzed with chatter, some continuing to ask the dark figure tricky questions, while others discussed how to choose their camps. The dragons can only wait for the warriors to enter the lair before they can kill them. This is too passive. Yeah, and this game has the possibility of ending in a draw. In reality, the initiative for a draw lies in the hands of the warriors. If the warrior finds the demon too strong, then simply intentionally not enter the dragon's lair. At worst it's a draw, everyone dies together. And if a warrior intentionally wants to create a draw, no matter how strong the dragon is, there is no way. Damn! The way you put it, I feel there might be some disgusting scumbags who intentionally choose the warrior and refuse to enter the dragon's lair. In that case, either wait for other warriors to kill the dragon and win lying down, or die together with the dragon camp. You're right, there might really be such disgusting scumbags. Analyzing it this way, the warrior camp is more reliable. The initiative is all in the hands of the warriors. Exactly. I've made up my mind. I must choose the warrior camp. Yes, I choose the warrior camp too. As the discussion deepened, more and more people discovered the drawbacks of the dragon camp. The stronger the dragon, the more passive it is to not leave the dragon's lair. Warriors who don't want a draw can fight the dragon to the death. But the dragon, not wanting a draw, has no way to deal with warriors who refuse to enter the dragon's lair. So, almost 99% of people, after understanding this, are more inclined to choose the warrior camp. Even those with dark hearts have secretly decided to choose the warrior camp and refuse to enter the dragon's lair. This way, it's either win lying down, or die together. 10 minutes later, the shadow announced, now, it's time to choose your camp. As soon as the words fell, a large number of voices shouted loudly, choose the warrior camp. Lin Chuan was familiar with this secret realm and silently thought to himself, I choose the dragon camp. 3 seconds later, this brightly lit, high-tech space suddenly plunged into darkness. Only the central crystal ball, once again, echoed the eerie and chilling voice of the shadow. Now, the game begins. I wish all players a pleasant game. When his vision returned, Lin Chuan found himself in a huge valley. The rocks and plants in this valley were all eerie black, and Lin Chuan was standing on a black giant rock. He looked at the gloomy sky and smiled. Then, he silently activated the dragon panel. Lin Chuan, identity, dragon, number 001, strength 10, constitution 20, speed 10, spirit 10, talent unawakened. These attributes were obviously not Lin Chuan's original attributes. They were the dragon attributes generated by the secret realm. And Lin Chuan's original talent was completely useless here. In other words, no matter how strong or weak you were before, everything is reset in the secret realm. The former weak may have a good hand. The former strong may become weak. This is also one of the reasons why the secret realm is so popular. It gives the weak a fair chance to compete with the strong. Here, Lin Chuan's advantage accumulated through the fireball talent was completely eliminated. However, he had another advantage, that was rebirth. With his rebirth, he had more information at his disposal. He smiled slightly, and with a thought, he found the exclusive chat channel for dragons. There were already many people speaking. This is so unlucky. I originally chose the warrior camp. I didn't expect to be randomly assigned as a dragon. It's over, it's over. I was also randomly assigned as a dragon. I feel like the dragon camp has no chance of winning. If the dragon is weak, it will be killed by the warriors. If the dragon is strong, the warriors will intentionally draw, and we will die together. Complaining now is useless. It's better to think about how to improve our strength to fight the warriors. My panel shows that my talent is unawakened. What about you? Mine is also unawakened. Who knows how to awaken the talent? There's no button for awakening it either. My constitution is 20, the other 3 attributes are all 10, what about you? Same here. It seems that the initial attributes of the dragon are all the same. Only talent can make a difference between dragons. The key is, how do we awaken the talent? There's no button for awakening it either. Lin Xuan walked towards the valley while looking at the chat messages of 200 players from the evil dragon camp. Suddenly, a message burst out in the chat channel. Ha, I awakened my talent. Although it's only a C-level talent, I received some great news. What news? How did you awaken your talent? We're all in the same camp, share it quickly. Everyone, don't panic, look for it in your own evil dragon's lair. Find a beautiful princess, and she will help us awaken our talents. And, I just received an important message from the princess. It turns out, we evil dragons can be resurrected. As long as we protect the princess, we can resurrect indefinitely. And for a warrior to truly kill the evil dragon, they must first kill the princess. Oh my, there really is a princess. The princess is so beautiful. The princess's hands are so smooth. The princess's voice is so sweet. The princess he. Something's not right. Is something not right upstairs? Something's not right. I'm not right. I'm a girl, why wasn't I arranged a handsome prince? But to be honest, with the princess's looks, I can reluctantly bend a little. Sorry, I'm also a girl, and I've already bent into a mosquito coil for the princess, */omega**. Enough! You guys are really something. You're all enchanted by just one princess. It's embarrassing. Hiss, the princess is really fragrant. That's right. Such a beautiful princess, no warrior should be willing to kill her, right? Indefinite resurrection? It's stable. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow slightly, then his gaze fell on a stunning girl next to a black stream in the evil dragon's lair. Everything in the evil dragon's lair was black, but the princess was stunning. Snow-white skin, slender waist, dark big eyes, delicate nose, cherry lips, exquisite features, a captivating temperament. She sat quietly by the stream, creating the most beautiful scenery in the world without needing to say or do anything. Obviously, the chat channel's description of the princess was not exaggerated at all. Such extraordinary beauty, like a dream, stunning. When she saw Lin Xuan, she stood up and greeted him with a soft and gentle voice. Mr. Evil Dragon, I am your exclusive princess. As long as I am alive, the evil dragon will have the power of infinite resurrection. Now, my dear Mr. Evil Dragon, do you want to start awakening your talent? Without waiting for Lin Xuan's answer, she raised her slender hand. On the palm of her hand floated a semi-transparent misty crystal ball. The princess smiled gently at Lin Xuan and said in a soft and unhurried voice, "Come, place your right hand on this crystal ball, and you can awaken your exclusive talent." Lin Xuan smiled slightly and walked over. In the princess's expectant gaze, he raised his right hand. The gentle movement naturally carried a hint of ambiguity. The princess smiled slightly. However, the next moment, her beautiful smile froze on her face. Because Lin Xuan's raised hand did not touch the crystal ball, but went straight for the princess's swan-like, graceful neck. The princess's eyes widened instantly, filled with incredulous horror. Her dreamlike, exquisite face turned red from difficulty breathing. She only managed to utter the word "you" before carrying with her the perplexity and shock that she couldn't understand, regretfully dying. Lin Xuan casually withdrew his right hand. As he let go, the princess's body slowly fell. Her snow-white skin instantly turned pure black, just like everything else in the evil dragon's lair. Only the crystal ball remained semi-transparent and misty. Lin Xuan picked up the crystal ball and crushed it directly. Instantly, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on awakening the C-level talent, Miraculous Healing Hands. Lin Xuan sighed helplessly. His luck. Sigh, it's not too bad, after all, it's still a C-level talent. It can be said that it's not bad, but after all, it's only a C-level talent. Compared to his bugged fireball, there's simply no comparison. However, luck is something that cannot be forced. Lin Xuan quickly opened the chat channel again to see what talents others had awakened. Damn it! I really am a scrub. I awakened an E-level talent in reality, and after awakening again in the secret realm, it turned out to be an even more rubbish F-level. In reality, I'm a strong A-level talent, but here I only awakened a D-level talent. The difference is quite big. I awakened the S-level talent, the Lord of the Soul. Those warriors dare to enter my dragon's lair. I can defeat them and then use my talent to control their souls and enslave them. Damn! An S-level talent expert has appeared. This talent sounds amazing. Please take me under your wing, expert. I'm nothing but a big joke. I just want to cry right now. In reality, I'm just a small F-level trash. How come this kind of luck of awakening an S-level talent only happens in the secret realm? This talent can't be taken away, and even if it's strong, it's only temporary. Hey, don't be too sad, expert. With such a powerful S-level talent, our dragon camp's chances of winning will be even higher. After victory, we all have the possibility of becoming stronger. That's right. We must unite. Strive for the victory of the dragon camp. That's right. Let's all work together. The dragon camp will win. The dragon camp will win. For a moment, the chat channel was filled with passionate emotions. Lin Chuan carefully looked and found that it seemed like he was the only one who had killed the princess at the beginning. After all, the princess had the ability to resurrect the dragon, and she was so beautiful, who would be willing to kill her? But Lin Chuan knew that the so-called dragon resurrection of the princess was actually only for the dragon, not for the players. In other words, once a player with the identity of a dragon is killed by a warrior, they are truly dead. However, the dragon can still exist even if the player dies. This is because the dragon-slaying warrior will automatically convert from the warrior camp to the dragon camp, directly replacing the identity of the dragon they killed. And this is what the princess calls dragon resurrection. However, the resurrected dragon is obviously not the original dragon. According to this setting, as long as the princess does not die, the dragon camp will never be destroyed, because the dragon-slaying warriors will automatically convert to the dragon camp. In this way, the game of Camp Confrontation will become a game of 2,000 people competing for 200 dragon identities. The princess and the crystal ball and the dragon's lair are actually hidden rewards of this secret realm game. If players obediently listen to the princess and awaken their talents according to her way, then their awakened talents will only be effective in the dragon's lair. Once they leave the secret realm and return to reality, the talents cannot be taken away. But if they can kill the princess and crush the talent crystal ball, then the awakened talent will be permanent and can be taken out of the secret realm. And this talent naturally becomes the greatest reward of this secret realm game. Of course, if it's just a sea-level talent like the miraculous healing talent, Lin Chuan, who has a bugged fireball, really doesn't care. But what's in front of him is not just one talent. There are a total of 200 talents. And because of the special rules of the secret realm, the probability of awakening high-level talents here is much higher than in the world where Lin Chuan is from. Just 200 people, and someone has already awakened an S-level talent. The Lord of the Soul, able to enslave intelligent beings. This talent is not bad. Without a doubt, it will soon be his. Just as he was thinking, another message suddenly burst out in the chat channel. The dragon camp will win. Everyone can rest assured. I awakened the SSS level talent, Shadow Body. This talent allows me to transform into a shadow, ignoring all attacks. Basically, it's like having an immortal body. This way, even if my princess is killed by a warrior, I won't be killed by the warrior. With me here, the warrior camp will definitely not win. What the heck? Isn't the highest talent S level? What is SSS level? Wow, this is eye-opening. Please take me with you, senior. This is so amazing. To think that SSS level talent can still be awakened in this secret realm. It's a pity that this talent can't be taken away, otherwise wouldn't one be invincible in reality? Can't be taken away? Others can't take it away, but Lin Chuan can take it away. Lin Chuan looked at the chat channel messages, his eyes shining brightly. He was afraid of any accidents, so he calmly spoke in the chat channel. SSS level senior living in Dragon's Nest No. 66? This luck is unbelievable. He was complimenting on the surface, but in reality, he was secretly trying to find out the other party's dragon number. However, the other party never spoke in the chat channel again. Lin Chuan's eyes darkened, and after a moment, he sighed heavily. It's okay, he could just search through each nest one by one. Now the problem is, according to the rules, dragons cannot leave their own dragon's nest. This rule also prevents dragons from going to other dragons' nests. However, as the Shadow mentioned earlier, such rules are only theoretical. And Lin Chuan has a specific plan to break the theory. With a flick of his finger, a black card appeared between his fingers. On the black card, there was a eerie and cold mask pattern. Lin Chuan silently activated it, and a thin black mask suddenly appeared in his hand. He stuck the mask to his face, and the thin layer seemed to blend into his skin. Outwardly, it seemed like nothing had changed, and Lin Chuan's appearance remained the same. But only he knew his attribute panel was now editable. It sounds impressive, but in reality, the Death God's Face experience card only lasts for 24 hours, and the edited attribute panel is just a facade and doesn't change anything substantial. The Death God's Face experience card doesn't have much effect in reality, but in some secret realms with camps, it can help people fake an identity of another camp. For example, at this moment, Lin Chuan quickly edited his new identity. Guchuan De Identity, Warrior Number 1801. Generally, there are only 1,800 warriors, and the number goes up to 1,800 at most. But Lin Xuan, using the Death God's Face experience card, could become the 1801st warrior. Of course, such a forged identity is not without limitations. When the game ends and the camp settlement is conducted, even if he still disguises himself as a warrior camp member, the shadow will still judge him as a dragon camp member. After all, the disguise is just a disguise, and there is no substantial change inside, so the camp naturally hasn't truly changed. As for items to change camps, they do exist. After all, some secret realms randomly assign camps. If a player is assigned to a camp they don't want to be in, they can use camp conversion items to switch camps. However, camp conversion items are mostly fate-based items, very rare, and even strong players find it difficult to obtain them. So, in those secret realms with forced camp assignments, most people rely entirely on luck. The dragon and warrior camps are still relatively good. At least they give players the opportunity to choose freely. But there are still people who are forcibly assigned to the dragon camp because of the insufficient number of players in the dragon camp. Lin Xuan was probably the first player to actively choose the dragon camp, so the number in the dragon camp is 001. According to the rules, even though he forged a warrior identity, he still had to wait half an hour before leaving the dragon's nest. During this half hour, Lin Xuan continued to follow the dragon's messages in the chat channel. After about 10 minutes, the topic of discussion among the dragon players suddenly changed from their respective talents to dragon forms. The princess is really amazing. I just got a level 1 dragon form from her. All attributes doubled. Yes, our evil dragon camp has the help of a princess, it's probably hard to lose. The first level of the evil dragon form can double the attributes. When we refine the third level of the evil dragon form, the fifth level of the evil dragon form, won't it be easy to defeat the warriors? It's so satisfying. It's so cool. I never dreamed that I could one day become a dragon and fly in the sky. Don't be too proud. Upstairs, the evil dragon form can only be maintained for half an hour, and then there is a half-hour cooldown. What if the warrior enters your lair during the cooldown of your evil dragon form? No way. The Black Shadow said that the warriors are weak in the early stages. They definitely need time to develop. That's right. The warriors need time to develop. But they definitely don't expect that while they are developing, we are also getting stronger. We must now work hard to practice the evil dragon form and strive to upgrade it to level 3 within 12 hours. The level 3 evil dragon form increases attributes by 3 times. By then, the warriors will definitely not be our opponents. Almost all evil dragon players are ecstatic about the powerful evil dragon form. However, in this world, there are always some minority who like to go against the majority. Suddenly, a voice appeared in the chat channel. I think it's best not to be too optimistic. This secret realm game is probably not that simple. Our evil dragons may have such strong power, but the warriors over there are probably not weak either. I also feel that way. And, haven't you noticed? In this secret realm, there are not only warriors and evil dragons, but also a princess. So, do you think there might be items similar to the dragon-slaying sword? I always feel a little uneasy. After all, in the stories of evil dragons and warriors, in any version, the warriors have always succeeded in slaying the dragon. However, the voices of these minority will always be quickly overwhelmed by the voices of the majority. Are you thinking too much? This is a camp confrontation game. It relies on the efforts of the players. How could the outcome be determined according to the story ending? Dragon-slaying sword? I think you have delusions of persecution. Exactly. We not only have the help of the princess, but also the SSS-level talented experts. Even if some weaker evil dragons are killed by the warriors, the SSS-level talented experts will definitely not die. As long as one evil dragon does not die, the evil dragon camp will still win in the end. What about a draw? The appearance of the word draw caused the chat channel to quiet down for a while. However, soon, everyone encouraged each other and turned the topic in an optimistic direction. After all, no matter how powerful the evil dragons are, the initiative for a draw always remains in the hands of the warriors. Lin Xuan looked for a while, and the half-hour time quickly arrived. He confirmed his attribute panel, and then silently prayed in his heart, "Leave the evil dragon's lair." The next second, he appeared in a shrine in a village. At this time, most of the warrior players were diligently busy leveling up, which meant that there were no players in the shrine, only NPC guards. Lin Xuan turned to look at a statue in the shrine. The statue looked like some kind of deity. The deity had a sitting posture, but no facial features. It pointed a finger at the sky with one hand, and held a misty crystal ball in the other. Lin Xuan's eyes moved, and he took 2 steps forward. However, at this moment, the guard beside him suddenly shook the ground with the long handle of his weapon, and his eyes also contained a warning. Although Lin Xuan's evil dragon attributes were stronger than the current stage of the warriors, he didn't have the courage to confront the guards of the warrior village. So, he could only reluctantly look at the crystal ball in the statue's hand and then leave. Leaving the shrine, he saw the entire view of the warrior village. The sky here was blue, and the sunlight was bright, completely different from the dark and gloomy style of the evil dragon's lair. The streets were spacious, and the buildings were in a Western medieval style. Lin Xuan had no intention of wandering around and headed straight towards the tavern. It was broad daylight, yet the tavern was unusually lively because 1,800 warrior players had suddenly arrived. Some of them went directly to the warrior canyon to fight monsters and level up, while others exchanged messages at the tavern. The warriors didn't have a chat channel, but they could communicate face to face. There was even an electronic screen in front of the tavern that updated the level ranking in real time. Lin Xuan approached and saw the warrior level ranking. First place, Warrior 0189, level 5. Second place, Warrior 1672, level 5. Third place, Warrior 0012, level 5. Fourth place, Warrior 1199, level 4, and so on. The level ranking only recorded the top 99 out of the 1800 warriors, and even the 99th place had reached level 4 in less than an hour since the secret realm opened. People around Lin Xuan were discussing the monster fighting and leveling up mode, comparing it to games they had played before, and expressing their amazement at the fast leveling up in this realm. They talked about forming teams and easily defeating dragons once they reached higher levels. It was mentioned that if leveling up in reality were as simple as in this secret realm, it would be much better. The players in this secret realm, almost 2,000 in total, came from different worlds. Through contact and communication, they were the first to touch the truth of the world. They all looked like ordinary people from the Blue Star. They knew they were from different worlds because the level rankings in their respective worlds were different. However, they shared the same historical knowledge and famous figures. As they continued to communicate, they gradually discovered the horrifying fact that they were from different parallel worlds. People from their own worlds existed in parallel worlds, and even they themselves had counterparts in parallel worlds. After 30 days, the parallel worlds would merge in pairs, and a terrifying mandatory task would be issued in the game, to kill their counterpart. The successful player would obtain everything their counterpart had, including talents, which could also merge. The A+ talent of the previous life could evolve into an S-level talent by killing their counterpart after the world merge. However, no one could know for sure if the surviving person was the original or the counterpart. This was not important to others, but only to the individuals themselves. Lin Xuan also felt the same way. No one cares about which world Lin Xuan will survive in. Only Lin Xuan himself will strive to survive. At that time, in his own world, his combat power was almost invincible. As long as he didn't provoke someone with special talents like Sino, he could go anywhere with ease. However, the appearance of a compulsory task made Lin Xuan feel deep fear and frustration. If he could be so powerful, then the Lin Xuan from another world could be too. Because he possessed the bug-level fireball, the Lin Xuan from another world also had it. Fortunately, when the first world fusion occurred, the other Lin Xuan he encountered was not as strong as him. He completed the compulsory task of world fusion and his strength was greatly improved. However, he was not very happy because there were even more terrifying things waiting for him. The second world fusion, the third world fusion. Lin Xuan eventually died at his own hands. That guy was terrifyingly powerful. Before killing Lin Xuan, that guy told him in a particularly calm tone, "If life has countless possibilities, then I want to be the kind of possibility that is powerful to the extreme." It has to be said that even though they came from different worlds, there were still many similarities between Lin Xuan and Lin Xuan. For example, the Lin Xuan who killed Lin Xuan's words touched Lin Xuan's soul. So, when he was reborn, Lin Xuan wanted to be the strongest version of himself. In fact, he was a little worried. As far as he knew, the parallel world lines started from the time of the slaughter game. The circumstances of all people in the world were the same before the slaughter game. Only after the slaughter game did life diverge. Lin Xuan's rebirth happened to return to the starting point of the slaughter game. He was originally a little worried whether the parallel world version of himself would also have a rebirth experience. But now it seems that it should not be the case. Because from the descriptions of these warriors, Lin Xuan was not on the level list of their worlds. In other words, the Lin Xuan of other worlds has not yet risen. With his worries resolved, a smile appeared on Lin Xuan's lips. Then, his shoulder was bumped, and the several people who were chatting enthusiastically in front of the level list suddenly asked him, "Brother, what level are you in reality?" Level 3, Lin Xuan didn't hide it. The tall and thin man, who was quite lively, exclaimed, "Oh my, another big shot. There are quite a few big shots here. I was a big shot in my own world at level 2, but here I can only be at the bottom. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chuan suddenly asked, "Among us warriors, is there anyone who is at level 4 in reality?" The tall and thin man's expression changed, and after a while, he leaned over to Lin Chuan and said in a low voice, "Brother, you may not know when you just arrived at the tavern, but there was a level 4 who was killed." Oh, Lin Chuan remained calm. The tall and thin man was stunned and asked, "Why don't you ask how the level 4 big shot died?" Lin Chuan raised his eyebrows and made a simple guess. The level 4 big shot was arrogant and thought highly of himself. However, when he came to the secret realm, his talents, level, and attributes were all sealed. Everyone started from the same point. If the level 4 big shot was still arrogant, he would be easily beaten, right? Hey, brother, you are quite smart. The previous level 4 big shot was too arrogant and was killed by a group of people, and the dimensional ring was also taken away. The tall and thin man gave a thumbs up to Lin Chuan and then said with a smile, "My name is Hu Shilong. What's your name, brother? If I meet you in my world when I go back, I'll take care of you in my world." Lin Chuan also smiled. At this stage, the players did not know about the world fusion gameplay, so they would say "take care of you in my world" to get close. After experiencing world fusion in the future, when people from different worlds meet again in the secret realm, they will say, "Help me kill the you from my world." Indeed, in the case of world fusion, the other version of oneself from another world has already died. In this situation, a forced task is equivalent to direct completion, and players do not have to experience the danger of fighting themselves. However, the downside is that they cannot obtain the reward for killing themselves. In the previous life, there were many arrogant players who, upon discovering that their counterparts in another world had died during the world fusion, even sought revenge for their counterparts in the other world. Lin Chuan did not want to have any impact on his counterpart in the other world, so he simply gave a false name. "My name is Gu Chuan." With that, he walked towards the direction of the tavern. Suddenly, Hu Shilong stopped him. "Hey, brother, the tavern has been occupied, we can't get in." "Ha?" Lin Chuan paused, looking at Hu Shilong. "What's going on?" Hu Shilong looked around and then lowered his voice. "The space in the tavern is limited, probably only able to accommodate about 100 people at a time. The person who killed the level 4 boss earlier has occupied the tavern and won't let others in." "One person? Occupying the tavern?" Lin Chuan furrowed his brows slightly. Hu Shilong explained with an unpleasant expression, "If he dares to occupy the tavern alone, he will definitely provoke the crowd. But he hasn't completely occupied it, he's just occupying the space inside and only letting in black people. Those of us with lighter skin are not allowed in." Not allowing those with lighter skin in? That's quite arrogant. Lin Chuan said this without any reservation, and then boldly stepped into the tavern. Naturally, his words were heard by someone. At the bar in the tavern, with a swish, a sharp hidden weapon flew towards him, aiming straight for his forehead. If he couldn't dodge it, Lin Chuan would probably be covered in blood on the spot. However, his public identity is a warrior, but in reality, he possesses the attributes of a dragon. The warrior's initial 4 attributes are all 1 point. For the first 10 levels, each level up only gains 1 point of free attribute points. As for the dragon, the initial 4 attributes are basically as high as 10 points. The Constitution attribute is even as high as 20 points. It's no exaggeration to say that even if the hidden weapon really hits Lin Chuan's forehead, with his 20 points of Constitution attribute, there would be no life-threatening danger. Moreover, his powerful attributes in combat awareness allow him to dodge this attack almost with his eyes closed. However, in order to deter this group of unruly people, Lin Chuan did not dodge. He just raised his right hand slightly and caught the hidden weapon with his bare hands. Then, with a swing back in the original direction, a pig-like scream instantly echoed in the tavern. At the bar, a black man was pale, covering his ears, blood oozing from between his fingers. And the ear that was cut off by the hidden weapon lay on the bar, dripping with blood, a shocking sight. In that instant, the entire tavern was filled with the man's screams. Everyone involuntarily held their breath and looked at Lin Chuan with shock and horror. The atmosphere instantly became tense and anxious. And in a secluded corner near the back door of the tavern, another tall and sturdy black man suddenly pushed through the crowd. He glanced at the situation at the bar and then turned his gaze to Lin Chuan. His eyes were dark, his voice low and cold, with a hidden threat. "Kid, you're quite arrogant." With that, he produced a sword-like weapon in his hand. However, perhaps still considering something, he did not immediately swing his sword at Lin Chuan. Perhaps he thought there was still room for negotiation. However, Lin Chuan obviously did not like to waste time talking to people. Suddenly, a huge axe appeared in his hand, and his actions were much more decisive than that of the black man. The heavy axe flew out like a hidden weapon. With a loud bang, the bar was almost smashed to pieces. The tavern instantly descended into chaos. Screams, the sound of chaotic footsteps running, and some people trying to continue attacking Lin Xuan in the chaos. However, he easily subdued them all. The NPC guards in the tavern finally stepped in to mediate, stabilizing the situation. Hu Shilong was so scared that his face turned pale. He looked at Lin Xuan with eyes as if he had seen a ghost and said, "Brother, you are the one who has shown me what real arrogance is." Lin Xuan raised his eyebrows and didn't even spare a glance at the tavern guards who had intervened. Instead, he loudly addressed the dozens of black players still in the tavern, saying, "Everyone, I actually don't like fighting and killing. Moreover, we are all members of the warrior camp. If we have serious internal conflicts, the chances of winning this secret realm game will be greatly reduced." His gaze swept over the dark faces, speaking sincerely and solemnly, "So, I hope everyone can unite. Let's not have incidents like occupying the tavern happen again, okay?" His tone when he said okay was very gentle. However, all the warrior players in the tavern felt a chill. They responded from the bottom of their hearts, "Okay, okay. The boss is right, we should unite." The previous occupation of the tavern was indeed wrong, and Dio deserved to be killed. Lin Xuan didn't mind this. After all, the game of slaughter had taught everyone a lesson in the shortest time: power always belongs to the strong. If you can't win, you can only yield. Lin Xuan was very satisfied with their response. He walked a few steps to the side of the black man's body, took off two-dimensional rings, and then said to the tavern guards, "Thank you, everyone." The guards nodded to him and quickly disposed of the black man's body. There was never any intention to punish Lin Xuan, the troublemaker. Hu Shilong, watching this scene, couldn't help but give a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Impressive." On the other hand, a small, skinny black man suddenly came forward and told Lin Xuan, "Boss, your actions in the tavern are not wise." Seeing that Lin Xuan did not get angry, the small black man continued to explain cautiously, "The previous Dio killed someone in this tavern. The guards in the tavern will not care about the killing inside the tavern. But if you want to leave the tavern, you will be wanted by the guards of the warrior village." The reason why the previous Dio occupied the tavern was not because he had nothing to do, but because he couldn't get out. Not being able to leave means not being able to level up. "Boss, your current strength is indeed very strong, but when others level up, you may be at a disadvantage." This was a well-intentioned remark. Lin Xuan looked at the small, skinny black man and asked, "What's your name?" "You can call me Alvin, boss." Alvin lowered his head respectfully. Lin Xuan nodded and asked, "Since you know I can't level up, why do you want to flatter me?" A look of surprise flashed in Alvin's dark eyes. He looked around and hesitantly approached Lin Xuan, lowering his voice, "I gained a reconnaissance skill while leveling up in the Warrior Canyon." He didn't say it explicitly, but Lin Xuan understood. This guy must have seen Lin Xuan's warrior number 1801 through his reconnaissance skill and realized that Lin Xuan was not simple. Alvin was also a clever person. In fact, Hu Shilong was quite clever too. He didn't understand the deeper meaning in Alvin's words, but after a moment of thought, he could guess that Lin Xuan was definitely not simple. Lin Xuan didn't care at all about their opinions of him. He simply sorted out the two-dimensional rings he had just obtained. Then he walked towards the secluded corner in the direction where the black man had appeared, which was the back door of the tavern. This corner was extremely dimly lit. A luxurious booth covered a small dead angle of several square meters. Going around the booth, Lin Xuan indeed saw a drunkard in black sitting in the blind spot of everyone's sight. The drunkard smelled bad and was snoring against the wall. Lin Xuan squatted down in front of him and said in a proficient manner, "Give me a ticket for freedom heaven." The drunkard exuded an air of desolation, lazily letting out a belch. He seemed as if he hadn't heard a word of Lin Xuan's speech. However, with a casual flick of his hand, a shiny golden ticket floated in the air. Lin Xuan was about to hand over a gold coin obtained from the black manifold ring, but the drunkard on the ground suddenly raised his eyelids and gave him a deep, disdainful look. Then, he unexpectedly spoke, 100 gold coins. "What?" Lin Xuan furrowed his brow. "I remember, this ticket only costs 1 gold coin. That's for others, for you, it's 100 gold coins, buy it or leave it." The drunkard still appeared desolate and lazy, but his tone was extremely arrogant. Lin Xuan's expression turned extremely ugly. 100 gold coins were simply unattainable for current stage warrior players. During the development phase, players basically went to the Warrior Canyon to fight monsters and level up. There, they would gain experience and copper coins from defeating monsters. 100 copper coins equaled 1 silver coin. 100 silver coins equaled 1 gold coin. It was barely possible to save up 1 gold coin by doing tasks, but 100 gold coins were simply impossible. Unless Lin Xuan went and robbed over 1,000 warriors, there was no chance of gathering 100 gold coins, but doing so would not only provoke anger, but also be a waste of time. Lin Xuan's expression turned extremely ugly. However, besides obtaining talents from the Dragon's Lair and the Dragon and Warrior Secret Realm, his other goal was the free heaven. Give up now? Impossible. Confront the drunkard? Even more impossible. Even in his past life, Lin Chuan couldn't figure out the drunkard's identity. He took a deep breath and had to reluctantly lower his voice to ask, "Can I owe you?" Without even lifting his eyelids, the drunkard replied bluntly, "You can, but you have to mortgage your death grip to me. When you come out, you can redeem it for 200 gold coins." Lin Chuan's mouth twitched slightly. Damn it! So he was waiting for him here. 200 gold coins. Why don't you go and rob someone yourself? Lin Chuan cursed in his heart, but suddenly heard a cold and chilling voice in his ear. "If you want me to rob for you, I can also satisfy you." Lin Chuan's mouth twitched again. He instantly dared not think wildly in his heart and silently took out the death grip from the dimensional ring. The drunkard took the 4 linked rings, weighed them in his hand, and suddenly sighed with some regret. What a pity. Lin Chuan knew what he was regretting. This death grip did not contain the power of the origin, so it couldn't be considered a true artifact. In fact, there was a death grip like this in every parallel world. Countless parallel worlds could have countless death grips, but there was only one death grip with the power of the origin. This was also the reason why Lin Chuan dared to mortgage this death grip. With a cold face, he pinched the golden ticket floating in the air into his hand. Then, without any delay, he tore the ticket to pieces. The next moment, his figure disappeared on the spot. "Welcome to Free Heaven, creating a temporary identity for you. Ding! Please confirm a code name for your temporary identity." Lin Chuan didn't hesitate at all and directly reported a code name, Guchuanda. Then, the mechanical voice of the system sounded again. Ding! Identity Guchuanda, G*****6, created successfully. Wish you a pleasant game. After completing this series of processes, a bustling street filled with futuristic technology appeared before him. There were no vehicles on the street, but there were quite a few pedestrians. This was Free Heaven. Free Heaven was equivalent to a virtual world. Here, when one died, they wouldn't truly die, but would exit the Free Heaven world and have to wait 24 hours before re-entering. Of course, the ways to enter Free Heaven were very limited. At least before the first world fusion, Lin Chuan could only think of buying tickets from the Secret Realm merchant. Damn, he was ripped off. However, as long as you have the strength, it's still quite simple to make money in the free sky. Of course, the premise is that you must have the strength. In the free sky, strength is almost equal to money. If you have the strength, you can make a big profit in minutes. If you don't have the strength, it's simply impossible to move forward. The streets here are very wide, and besides various buildings full of a sense of technology, there are also many people on the streets shouting like vendors, looking for training partners. Requires 4-dimensional attributes of 10 points or more, with at least 80% of strength. Selling fate coins. Big sale for jumping off buildings. Interested parties, come quickly. Out of the boundary. There are 2 more usage limits. Only 200 free sky points. Seeking training partners. High price for experienced partners. Looking for a master who has passed the 7th floor of the trial tower. Price is negotiable. Among so many people, the ones seeking training partners are the most numerous. In reality, for most people, an increase in attributes does not necessarily mean an immediate increase in strength. For example, some people may have 10 points of strength attributes, but they may only be able to truly exert 5 points. In order to maximize their own strength, they will find training partners to train themselves. Like when Lin Chuan encountered the 7-star professional, Luo Shuhong, the difference in attributes between the two was not that great. At that time, Lin Chuan's 4-dimensional attributes were only 3 points. And after upgrading to the 7-star profession, Luo Shuhong gained 7 points of free attributes. In addition to the attributes fixedly added by her profession, her attributes at that time were not necessarily worse than Lin Chuan's. However, in battle, Lin Chuan still overwhelmed the opponent. This is because Lin Chuan was able to fully exert his own strength. As for Luo Shuhong, being able to exert 3 to 5% was already considered good. The current Blue Star players obviously have not realized this issue. And the people in the free sky come from various worlds, not just the parallel world where Lin Chuan is from. Here, there are also players from higher planes. They have a more complete system and a more comprehensive pursuit of strength. Generally, after gaining an increase in attributes, they will find training partners to truly improve their own strength. In his previous life, Lin Chuan also found training partners, and it was very expensive, but the effect was indeed powerful. However, in this life, even if he reaches the attribute limit of his current world, he can still fully exert his strength. With his strength, finding a training partner in the free sky would also be a job where he could make a big profit in minutes. However, this kind of job, like tutoring before the apocalypse, You either are a student from a prestigious university, or you can provide evidence of your good high school grades. Otherwise, why would others hire you? Lin Chuan currently has the strength but no credentials, so he hasn't thought about doing training for the time being. He didn't waste any time and went straight to a building called the arena. Just then, he suddenly heard a shout from behind, "Hey, Gu Chuan, wait for me." Lin Chuan was surprised. No one in the free sky should know him, right? He turned around and saw it was Alvin and Hu Shilong. Lin Chuan was stunned. "How did you guys get in?" Alvin smiled awkwardly. "We also bought tickets with money." As he spoke, his voice unconsciously lowered. Lin Chuan's face stiffened, and his voice also stiffened as he asked, "How much did you guys spend on tickets?" Alvin cleared his throat and avoided eye contact, not daring to answer. Hu Shilong's smile was dry. We each spent 1 gold coin." "Damn it! Comparing people really kills you." Lin Chuan felt extremely unfair in his heart and wanted to slap these two little bastards to death on the spot. He forcefully suppressed the feeling of unfairness in his heart and said expressionlessly, "What did you come in for? Wasting gold coins?" It's not that. We came in to broaden our horizons." Hu Shilong smiled slightly awkwardly. Then, he deliberately changed the subject. "This place is really amazing. Before we came in, we asked that drunkard, and he said that 1 free sky point can be exchanged for 10 gold coins. As long as we find a way to get 1 free sky point, it's a huge profit." He. Find a way to get free sky points? Thinking too highly of yourself, aren't you? Lin Chuan ignored the two followers and walked straight into the arena. At the entrance, 2 beautiful women at the front desk smiled and said, "Welcome, entering the arena requires payment of 1 point of freedom." This gentle voice instantly scared off the 2 people behind Lin Chuan. "What? You have to pay freedom points just to enter a building? Do you have to pay at other buildings too?" Hu Shilong's face turned slightly pale. The service attitude of the beautiful front desk was professional, without a hint of disdain. Instead, she patiently explained, "Yes. Without freedom points, it's almost impossible to move around in the freedom heaven." Hu Shilong exchanged a glance with Alvin, his expression unpleasant. After that, both of them looked at Lin Chuan. Of course, Lin Chuan didn't have any freedom points, but he remained calm and said, "I want to participate in the arena competition, the kind that requires a contract." A contract. This term is not uncommon in the freedom heaven. All institutions in the freedom heaven require at least 1 freedom point for entry. And without freedom points, it's not an exaggeration to say that it's almost impossible to move around. For newcomers without a background, the only way to survive in the freedom heaven is through selling themselves, in order to take the first step and earn their first pot of gold. This is almost an unwritten rule formed by the freedom heaven for newcomers. This is a sacred place where people can become stronger, but at the same time, the rules of survival here are extremely cruel. Newcomers either sign a contract with private individuals on the street, in which case you basically lose your rights and become someone else's dog for life, or they sign a contract with large institutions such as the arena. Signing a contract with a large institution at least allows for a certain degree of freedom. Moreover, the chances of redemption with a contract from a large institution are much higher than with a contract from a private individual. Some with strong abilities and good luck can redeem themselves in as little as 3 to 5 months, or as long as 3 to 5 years. Of course, there are also those with weak abilities who become slaves of the large institutions, working there for life. In his previous life, Lin Chuan had signed a contract with the arena. Although he was exploited, it did not affect his own life. And through continuous battles in the arena, his strength also improved. Overall, he gained from it. Of course, if he had not signed a contract and was just an ordinary customer, he could have earned more. But there was no way. Reality is just that cruel. Even if he were to live again, Lin Chuan would not be able to break the unwritten rules of the freedom heaven. However, with his current strength, redeeming himself is quite simple. The 2 beautiful women at the front desk had somewhat subtle expressions when he mentioned the contract. They exchanged a glance, and the one with a gentle and delicate appearance used a gentle voice to tactfully ask, "Sir, are you from a newly accessed lower-level plane?" "Yes." The beautiful woman explained in a low voice, "The death rate is extremely high in newly accessed planes. Our arena will correspondingly increase the requirements for signing contracts with such people." "I understand. Just call the manager." Lin Chuan appeared quite skilled, leaving the 2 beautiful women at the front desk a bit bewildered. Is he really from a newly accessed lower-level plane? His performance is more like that of an old hand. The 2 beautiful women exchanged a conflicted glance, and then the one with a colder demeanor, a mature and composed beauty, contacted and called the manager. The manager, a middle-aged man of about 40, gave Lin Chuan a brief look and then took him to a meeting room. "Take a look at this contract. The manager handed over a document and explained considerately, contracts in the Freedom Heaven are also bound by the power of the rules, and neither party can violate the contract. Lin Chuan took the contract and quickly scanned through it. The content was basically the same as in his previous life. He had to participate in 20 matches at the arena every month, with a fixed appearance fee of 2 freedom points per match. In addition, he had 3 opportunities each month to refuse a match requested by a customer. However, in the case of a customer's request, he would not receive an appearance fee, but if he defeats the customer, he can get 5 points of freedom. In addition, there are some extra benefits. For example, winning 5 games in a row can earn 5 points of freedom, winning 10 games in a row can earn 10 points of freedom. It seems that these benefits are quite good, but compared to real customers, it is very shabby. After all, real customers receive a basic reward of 10 points of freedom for winning in the arena. Some special gambling victories can earn even more. And customers who win 5 games in a row receive a reward of 50 points of freedom. 10 consecutive wins yield 100 points of freedom. Due to various reward settings, many free people are willing to come to the arena to compete and make money. Lin Chuan can still earn freedom points by signing a selling contract with the arena, but much less than the customers. There is no way, newcomers in the Freedom Heaven have no rights. And the method of redemption is also written in the contract. Lin Chuan turned the page, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. He looked up at the manager and said, I remember that in a normal selling contract, it only takes 10 consecutive wins in the arena to redeem oneself. Why does my contract require 20 consecutive wins? The manager's eyes flashed with a glint, and he politely asked, I wonder where young brother heard about the redemption rule of 10 consecutive wins in the arena? Lin Chuan, with a cold face, casually replied, from the person who sold me the ticket to Freedom Heaven. The manager's eyes flashed, and his gaze towards Lin Chuan became even more respectful. He even unconsciously lowered his head. However, regarding the contract, there was no concession, but an explanation. We have our reasons for setting the contract in the arena. With your strength, it should not be too difficult to achieve 10 consecutive wins in the arena. And if we sign a regular contract with you, wouldn't you be able to redeem yourself on the same day you signed the selling contract? This would violate the rules of Freedom Heaven. Huh? Violate the rules? Lin Chuan's expression did not soften because of his explanation. He slowly stood up, with a cold expression, and said, in that case, I won't sign this selling contract. With that, he took a step to leave. The manager quickly stepped forward to stop him. Sir, please don't leave yet. If there are any dissatisfactions, we can still negotiate. Lin Chuan stopped in his tracks, still looking at him coldly. The manager's tone became even more humble and respectful. I can offer you 2 options here. The first one is that you sign a regular contract, and you can terminate the contract by achieving 10 consecutive wins in the arena. But there is a condition that you cannot terminate the contract within 3 months. The second option is to stick with this contract, which requires 20 consecutive wins in the arena to terminate the contract. But as compensation, as long as you complete 20 consecutive wins in the arena, our arena will reward you with an additional 1,000 points of freedom. A reward of 1,000 freedom points? Lin Chuan, upon hearing this, could only sneer. Typically, customers who achieve 10 consecutive wins in the arena can receive 1,000 points of freedom. 20 consecutive wins can even yield a reward of 10,000 points of freedom. 10 consecutive wins in the arena and regular 10 consecutive wins are 2 completely different concepts. Regular 10 consecutive wins do not have any requirements for the intervals between matches. As long as you do not fail in 10 consecutive matches, it counts. For example, you can complete a match, take a break for 3 to 5 days, or even 3 to 5 years, and then go to the next match, and your consecutive win record will still continue. But the arena battles are different. The arena master will hardly have any rest after winning a match, as the next challenger will quickly step up. This kind of continuous battle puts a huge strain on the arena master. In general, an arena master achieving 3 consecutive wins is already very impressive. Achieving 10 consecutive wins means that the arena master has the ability to easily defeat opponents at the same level. This is already very rare, and the arena will secretly obstruct the arena master's 10 consecutive wins. Usually, when an arena master achieves 6 or 7 consecutive wins, the next opponents will adopt delaying tactics. After a large amount of physical exertion, it becomes even more difficult to continue winning 8 or 9 consecutive victories in a tired state. As for winning more than 10 consecutive victories, it's not just a matter of strength, but also requires the master to have a strong physique and extremely delicate control over physical exertion. Even Lin Chuan in his previous life never attempted to achieve more than 10 consecutive victories, not to mention 20 consecutive victories in the arena. It's simply an impossible challenge. However, even though he was certain in his heart that achieving 20 consecutive victories in the arena was impossible, Lin Chuan did not directly refuse the second option. Since his rebirth, he had been steadily growing stronger according to plan, but this kind of strength had always been within his comfort zone. If he couldn't step out of his comfort zone to face the impossible, how could he become truly strong? Therefore, even though reason told him that achieving 20 consecutive victories in the arena was very difficult, almost impossible, after pondering for a moment, he decided to take on the challenge. He had to seize the tiny probability and strive to push past his limits. Only then, when facing a stronger version of himself in the future, would he have a better chance of winning. Lin Chuan's eyes were more determined than ever. However, when facing the manager, he did not directly agree to the second option, but instead negotiated, "I choose the second option, and completing 20 consecutive victories in the arena will terminate the contract. However, for the compensation from the arena, I want to exchange it for an advance of 100 free points." The manager's eyes narrowed. "You mean?" Lin Chuan interrupted him, "You just need to answer me, agree or disagree." "Agree." The manager also acted decisively and immediately amended the contract. According to this version of the contract for Lin Chuan's 20 consecutive victories in the arena, only an additional clause for an advance of 100 free points needed to be added. After the contract was amended, the arena's seal was affixed to the first party's section. Lin Chuan then stamped his own fingerprint in the second party's section. At the moment the contract was formed, a strand of the power of the rules merged into Lin Chuan's brow. Neither Lin Chuan nor the arena could violate the contract. With 2 copies of the contract, the manager kept one and handed the other to Lin Chuan. Then, he also handed Lin Chuan a token. "This is your identity card in the arena, with your identity number and the completion status of your monthly tasks. When a customer challenges you, there will also be a prompt on the identity card." Lin Chuan casually accepted it and glanced at his own number, Trainee Arena AK658. At the same time, the 100 free points he had advanced were also in the identity card. After withdrawing his gaze, Lin Chuan straightforwardly said, "Since the contract has taken effect, please arrange a formal arena match for me, Director Duan." Hearing this, Duan Ji's pupils suddenly contracted. He was indeed not an ordinary manager. After a while, he looked Lin Chuan up and down again before finally handing him a business card. "My name is Duan Gu, the president of the Miaocheng Chamber of Commerce in the original source plane." Lin Chuan casually took the business card and glanced at it before putting it into his dimensional ring. He didn't say much, just nodded and said, "I'll be back before the official start of the arena match." With that, he turned and left. However, Duan Gu suddenly called out to him, "Wait, young man, I haven't asked for your name yet." Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. "With President Duan's position, can't you find out my information?" "Indeed, I can't find out." Duan Gu also didn't hide it, and said solemnly, "The ticket you used, young man, seems to be quite special." Indeed, it was quite special. The ticket Lin Chuan used was 200 times more expensive than others. That dead drunkard, he didn't know if he was trying to help him or deliberately trick him. Lin Chuan knew that signing a contract with the arena wouldn't attract the attention of someone like Duan Gu. Most people's contracts even required an assessment. Not only did he not go through an assessment, but Duan Ji's attitude towards him was also exceptionally good. This was nothing like the way the Free Sky treated newcomers. Moreover, Duan Gu actually used the arena to win 20 consecutive matches to challenge him. Lin Chuan speculated that the drunkard gave him the ticket, which was indeed special. There may be some hidden information in it, the information that he was favored by the big shots. It was this kind of information that affected Duan Ji's attitude and also affected Lin Chuan's signing standards. Lin Chuan lowered his eyes and pondered for a moment, and casually gave a false name. "My name is Gu Chuan." With that, he left the reception room. Shortly after he left, a young man suddenly appeared in the reception room. The man looked subtly at the seat Lin Chuan had just occupied, and then looked at Duan Gu, whispering, "Uncle Duan, do you really think that kid can win 20 consecutive matches on the arena?" Duan Gu shook his head and smiled, saying, "Xiao Chun, you are thinking too simply about the 20 consecutive wins." Duan Zichen was taken aback. "Uncle Duan, are you saying that he can't do it?" At the moment, he certainly can't. But after struggling in the arena for 3 to 5 months, he probably can. Duan Gu looked very confident, as if he could see through Lin Chuan's future. Duan Zichen was somewhat worried. "By binding him to the arena like this, won't it?" Duan Gu smiled slightly. "Don't worry. After all, he comes from a lower plane. Even if the foreigners notice him, their attention to him won't be too high. Presumably, they won't intervene for a small matter. Furthermore, our actions are also in accordance with the hidden rules of the Free Sky. Even if the foreigners want to interfere, they won't find any fault." Duan Zichen has always admired Uncle Duan. Hearing him say this, he felt relieved and smiled. In that case, Uncle Duan, get me a VIP ticket for the arena match. I want to see for myself what kind of strength that kid has, to attract the attention of the foreigners. Lin Chuan was unaware of the conversation between the Duan family. When he came out of the arena, the two receptionists at the front desk comforted him gently. It's okay if you didn't pass the assessment. Our arena's signing standards are quite high. Sir, you don't have to be discouraged. Strive to improve your strength and come back next time. Lin Chuan didn't explain anything to the two of them, just politely said thank you. After leaving the arena, he walked on the street for a while and found Hu Shilong and Alvin. The two of them looked embarrassed, being ridiculed by the people on the street. People from the lower planes are so ignorant. They think they are strong in their own world, and they can still be strong in the free sky? You think too highly of yourselves. Do you know why the tickets to the free sky are so cheap? Because most people who come here can only look at the scenery and can't do anything else. You low-level creatures from the lower planes, dare to complain about signing a contract to sell yourselves to us? With your strength, it's an honor for someone to be willing to buy you as a slave. Tisk tsk, still lacking the beatings of society. Dare to complain that our Chen Xiao's contract is too ruthless? Let me tell you, if you refuse Chen Xiao's contract today, you will never earn a single point of freedom in your life. Even if you enter the free sky, you can only look at the scenery. Various sarcastic voices, various mocking glances. Hu Shilong and Alvin looked embarrassed, with a mix of shame and anger in their eyes, but they couldn't even say a word of resistance. Alvin was used to being discriminated against, so he was quite good at enduring it. He quietly tugged at Hu Shilong's sleeve and whispered, "Should we just go back? Staying here is just humiliating and a waste of time." Hu Shilong knew he had a point, but they had already wasted 1 gold coin each. For them, even 1 gold coin was quite precious. Clearly, 1 point of freedom in the free sky could be exchanged for 10 gold coins. But how come they couldn't even earn a single point of freedom? It was really hard to accept. He couldn't bear to spend that 1 gold coin, and he couldn't swallow his pride. Then gritting his teeth, he said, "How about this? We learn from the big shots in Guchuan and try our luck in the arena to see if we can sign a contract to sell ourselves." As soon as he finished speaking, a mouthful of phlegm was spat at him with a pa sound. The guy, Chen Xiao, laughed arrogantly and wildly. "Signing a contract to sell yourself in the arena? That's quite a fantasy. Trash like you, who crawled up from a low-level plane, if you can sign into the arena, I, Chen Jingtian, will directly cut off my head and use it as a ball for you to kick. What a strange hobby. Do you like to cut off your head and let people use it as a ball?" Lin Chuan, holding the arena's identity card, walked over slowly. Chen Jingtian, in high spirits, saw Lin Chuan and his eyes were full of disdain. "You are the big shot of these two wastes? This is not approved." He stopped halfway through his sentence, suddenly seeing the identity card in Lin Chuan's hand. It was the identity card of the arena. Chen Jingtian's pupils instantly dilated, and he quickly changed his tone. "Are you here to cut off my head and use it as a ball? Come on, cut it off." As he spoke, he deliberately stretched out his head. Lin Chuan saw the appearance of this person and suddenly recognized him. This guy seemed to be the Chen Jingtian who was known as the king of trash talk in his previous life. This guy had no shame, often taking advantage of the fact that he wouldn't really die in the free realm, and would trash talk everywhere. Some newcomers who didn't know the rules would be provoked and actually make a move against him in public. As a result, the one who struck first would be punished by the guards of the free realm. After all, private fighting was prohibited in the free realm. Lin Chuan gave Chen Jingtian a disdainful look and calmly said, "If you really want to fulfill your promise to cut off your head, why don't we go to the arena?" "Okay, let's go to the arena." Chen Jingtian answered very decisively, and even tried to hide his excitement in his eyes. The onlookers around them looked at Lin Chuan with disdain and mockery, as if they were looking at an ignorant clown. On the street, Chen Jingtian said he would cut off his own head. But if they really went to the arena, who knows who would end up cutting off whose head? And for their free customers, winning a fight in the arena would bring rewards. It had to be said that although Chen Jingtian was shameless and had a foul mouth, he did have some brains. Many people followed Lin Chuan and the others with the mentality of watching the excitement, and headed towards the arena. Hu Shilong and Alvin were brought by Lin Chuan, and they had to pay 1 point of free realm points to enter the arena. Lin Chuan paid for them. The two of them were pleasantly surprised and vowed to find a way to repay him. Lin Chuan waved to them and whispered, "I've already figured out how you can repay me. Here are 98 free realm points, each of you take 49 points. Later, I will start a series of matches, and you will bet on me to win 20 times in a row." Hu Shilong and Alvin were newcomers and had no concept of winning 20 times in a row, but they obediently nodded. Alvin was a little puzzled. "Isn't one person enough to place a bet? Why do we have to do it together?" Because the odds in the arena are like the taxes we paid before the apocalypse, they are divided into stages. Lin Chuan thought for a moment and gave an example. For example, in a simple win-lose match, if you bet 110 free realm points on me to win, the odds might be calculated like this. For a bet of 10 points, the odds are 1 to 10. For the part greater than 10 and less than 100, the odds are 1 to 5. For the part greater than 100, the odds are 1 to 2. Alvin nodded thoughtfully. So, the same amount of money, betting with 2 people can earn more. Hu Shilong even combined it with the pre-apocalyptic tax model to draw an analogy. This is like the same 1 million. If it's one person's income, then a large amount of tax has to be paid, but if it's the income of 2 people, the amount of tax paid will be significantly reduced. Lin Chuan patted the 2 of them on the shoulder. You will understand the specific rules when you place your bets later. Remember, no matter what the people around you say, you must do as I say, and achieve 20 consecutive victories. Got it. The 2 immediately swore. Lin Chuan nodded and then headed in the direction of the backstage, separating from the 2. On the other side of the arena, the platform was set up quickly. However, in order to attract the audience, the arena spent some time promoting him. The gimmick was newcomers, and the practice arena challenged the platform with 20 consecutive victories. This kind of gimmick spread almost instantly to all the competition rooms in the arena. Some big shots were used to all kinds of gimmicks and were not interested in the practice arena competition at all. Of course, there were still many people attracted to it, rushing to the room where the platform competition was held. Chen Jingtian and his group were almost the first to arrive. Looking at Lin Chuan in the center of the platform, the group of people sneered. This kid really doesn't know his place. He just signed with the arena and dares to set up a platform. Does he really think the arena is a charity, and that he can sell himself and redeem himself on the same day? Ha, this is hilarious. Those newcomers who signed with the arena, which one of them didn't hone their skills for 3 to 5 months before daring to challenge the platform? Then they have to press levels and enhance attributes, spending 3 to 5 years before they have a chance to barely achieve 10 consecutive victories on the platform. This kid, really? Wait a minute, don't you think it's a bit strange? In the past platform competitions, the goal for the platform owner was 10 consecutive victories, so why does this guy, in the advertisement the arena made for him, say 20 consecutive victories? Chen Jingtian frowned. It should be because the newcomer has no reputation, so the arena deliberately made a gimmick, right? That's right, if it weren't for the advertisement saying 20 consecutive victories, there probably wouldn't be any audience coming to watch. As time passed, more and more audience members were attracted by the 20 consecutive victories. As usual, the arena set up betting. Chen Jingtian and the others were amazed when they saw it. Wow, there's actually a 20 consecutive victories odds. Hiss. 1 to 1,000. This is probably the highest odds in the history of the arena. Wait. A little brother next to Chen Jingtian suddenly widened his eyes, looking incredulous. Young Master Chen, look. The odds for this guy's 10 consecutive victories are only 1 to 10. Isn't this odds too low? In the past platform competitions, the odds for 10 consecutive victories were mostly over 100. But for this newly signed newcomer, the odds for his 10 consecutive victories are only 10. What does this mean? This means that the arena is very optimistic about this newcomer. This means that the arena believes that the probability of this newcomer achieving 10 consecutive victories is much higher than that of the previous platform owners. Not only Chen Jingtian and his men, but also other audience members, noticed the abnormal odds. Through the odds, they all speculated that Lin Chuan's strength might not be simple. But some people also thought that deliberately lowering the odds might be a trick played by the arena. After all, many people have the habit of judging a person's strength through the odds. What if the arena is deliberately guiding people to bet through this kind of psychology? Chen Jingtian and his little brother were all somewhat undecided. They all looked at Chen Jingtian and asked, Young Master Chen, should we bet or not? How should we bet? Chen Jingtian was lost in thought, and suddenly saw the 2 people he had mocked before also placing bets. He asked his little brother to sneak a peek, and soon heard his little brother whisper in shock, those 2 country bumpkins actually bet on 20 consecutive victories. What the heck? Betting on 20 consecutive victories? Are they crazy? No, they're not crazy. They're just ignorant. Chen Jingtian's eyes darkened, and after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly asked his little brother, did you see how much they bet? The 2 of them each bet 49 free points. Chen Jingtian's pupils contracted instantly. Logically, even if he signed with the arena, he hadn't played a single match, so he should be penniless. But he unexpectedly received 100 free points. How did he get these 100 points? Why is the arena advertising him so much? Why did the arena set the odds of his 10 consecutive victories so low? Chen Jingtian thought more and more, feeling a chill. He suddenly looked deeply at Lin Xuan sitting on the platform. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly felt hot-blooded and roared at his younger brothers, "Damn it! I'm betting! I'm going to bet on his 10 consecutive victories." "Oh my! Boss, calm down. Mr. Chen, don't be impulsive. 10 consecutive victories. That's not something a newcomer can achieve." Chen Jingtian's eyes turned red and fierce. "Don't worry. I'll bet 10 points. If I lose, I lose. If I win, I'll be rich in one fell swoop." The younger brothers all gasped, watching Chen Jingtian place his bet, but none of them had the courage of Chen Jingtian. Soon, as time passed, a gold medal host appeared on the platform. With a wave of his hand, the host picked up a talisman between his fingers. Swish, the talisman turned into an energy ball and soared into the sky, and the entire platform was soon covered by a protective shield. Someone in the audience exclaimed, "It's just a novice arena match, and it's actually hosted by Master Ji Bing himself. This newcomer is really extraordinary. I wonder if it's extraordinary strength or an extraordinary background. It must be extraordinary strength. Those with powerful backgrounds wouldn't bother signing up for arena matches. You can't be sure, can you? In my dimension, there are many second-generation rich kids who could rely on their backgrounds, but they insist on proving themselves. They really think they can earn respect without relying on their backgrounds. They're simply ignorant." Many people speculated about Lin Xuan's identity, and when the host announced the match begins, there was not a single person on the platform for a moment. Duan Gu and Duan Zichen, uncle and nephew, were also watching Lin Xuan's match from a luxurious VIP box. However, just as the match began, a waiter entered the box and whispered a few words to Duan Gu. Duan Zichen didn't hear clearly and asked with a frown, "What's wrong?" Duan Gu looked at Lin Xuan on the screen and smiled meaningfully. "It seems that this guy is strong, but also a bit arrogant. He actually dares to bet on his own 20 consecutive victories." Duan Zichen also looked at Lin Xuan on the screen, so he prepaid 100 points to place a bet. Once he really completes 20 consecutive victories, he can not only redeem himself, but also become instantly rich. Duan Gu shook his head and smiled lightly. He's being quite naive. I'll lay it out now, he won't achieve these 20 consecutive victories. At least, not today. Duan Zichen also smiled. At the right time, I will intervene. The two uncle and nephew were both extremely confident. In contrast, those who were trying to challenge the platform all looked hesitant. Lin Xuan didn't want to waste time, so he directly pointed towards Chen Jingtian and provocatively shouted, "Hey, the big talker over there, didn't you say you wanted to give me a chance to cut off your head? Why is the platform set up, but you're not daring to come up?" For a moment, many eyes turned to Chen Jingtian, and there was a lot of discussion. "So it's him. It's not wrong to call this guy the big talker. I remember he likes to provoke newcomers. The big talker? Ha, that title really suits him. Big talker. Come on, don't be a coward." Chen Jingtian listened to the audience's urging and mocking voices. His mouth twitched slightly. He did like to talk big, and he did plan to come to the arena and challenge Lin Xuan. But after discovering the anomaly at the arena, he changed his mind. He had bet on Lin Xuan's 10 consecutive victories. How could he go up and die for nothing? Fortunately, in addition to being a big talker, he also had a thick skin. Chen Jingtian, facing the urging gazes of all the audience, suddenly grinned at Lin Xuan on the platform and said playfully, "Just want to use my head as a ball to kick, right?" As he spoke, he suddenly clutched his head. Next, he slowly turned his head. In front of everyone's eyes, he actually twisted his own head off. A headless body, holding his own head. And the head he held in his hand still had a playful smile on its face. Chen Jingtian's headless body threw his head towards the arena. The head continued to smile and said, "Come on, boss, since you have this special hobby, you can kick my head as you like." Lin Xuan was puzzled. Who actually has the special hobby here? Without any hesitation, he kicked Chen Jingtian's head away. And the head, surprisingly, flew back to Chen Jingtian's body in the air. He caught the head and put it back on his own head. Although the audience was excited to see such a bizarre scene, they were not really surprised. After all, in this vast world, anything is possible. Chen Jingtian obviously had some kind of special talent to be able to do this. No wonder he dared to say that his head could be used as a ball. It turned out to be true. One audience member commented, "This guy may talk big, but at least he keeps his word." After doing all this, Chen Jingtian quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. He even quietly found Hu Shilong and Alvin, and apologized to both of them. Hu Shilong and Alvin twitched their mouths and didn't pay much attention to him. On the other side of the arena, someone finally started to challenge the arena. The competition in the arena is divided into the novice arena, the junior arena, the senior arena, the master arena, and the title arena. The novice arena is for players below level 10 who have not undergone a job change. The attributes of these novice arena players are uniformly set to 10 points for all attributes. At the same time, they cannot use skills and talents. Therefore, the competition between opponents is based on pure combat awareness and combat skills, and who can fully utilize their strength. In this situation, it is actually difficult to completely overwhelm the opponent. This is also an important reason why it is difficult to win consecutive matches in the arena. At the same time, both sides can use standard weapons provided by the arena. Lin Chuan used a pair of two-handed swords. Although the attack power of the two-handed sword is not as strong as that of a long sword or a broad axe, it is more flexible and lightweight, making it one of the most suitable weapons for defending the arena. The first challenger was a strong man wielding an axe. In an instant, he threw the giant axe in his hand directly at Lin Chuan. This kind of attack was very aggressive, but the benefits were also very obvious. If Lin Chuan's reaction and physical speed were not up to standard, he could be hit by the giant axe. Once hit, even if he did not lose the battle on the spot, his combat power would be compromised. The arena champion is extremely averse to getting injured. Even a slight injury would affect combat power and endurance. All the audience held their breath and dared not blink their eyes. In fact, there was no time to blink, everything happened too quickly. Many lower-level audience members didn't even see Lin Chuan's movements clearly, and they saw him appear behind the strongman. With a light stroke of his single-handed sword on the strongman's neck, the strongman's body turned into nothingness. He was killed. There was a moment of eerie silence in the arena. Then came the overwhelming discussions. So strong. This newcomer is really powerful. His actual speed attribute is probably already over 10 points. Not only speed, there's also his sharp reflexes. Could this guy have raised his soul level? Is that possible? Who would raise their soul level in the novice stage? It's probably just his high reflexes. In the VIP box, Duan Ge and Duan Zichen were also discussing. Duan Zichen was somewhat uncertain. Uncle Duan, what do you think this kid's attributes are in the real world? Duan Ge squinted his eyes, pondered for a moment, and then slowly said, they should all be over 10 points. How is that possible? Isn't he from a newly accessed low-level plane? The novice player from the lower plane should have a hard time getting attribute points. How can he have all 4 attributes over 10 points? Duan Ge shook his head and smiled lightly. Have you forgotten? Even in the lower planes, it is possible to have a 9-star profession. Duan Zichen was instantly stunned. Are you saying he is a 9-star destined professional? Speaking again, he murmured, it makes sense, only this can explain it. Fortunately, in our novice arena, we don't allow the use of talents and skills. Otherwise, with his identity as a 9-star professional, his advantage would be even greater. Duan Ge smiled slightly and did not answer, but quietly instructed the people to continue challenging on the stage without stopping for a moment. In just 3 minutes, Lin Chuan, who was defending the stage, defeated 5 challengers again. An average of less than 20 seconds per battle. Instant kills. All instant kills. At this point, the audience in the stands finally realized the low odds for a 10-game winning streak were not deliberately set by the arena, but because this guy's strength is really strong. Wow, someone gasped, incredulously murmuring, this guy, could he really achieve a 20-game winning streak? The person next to him immediately retorted, impossible. No matter how strong his strength is, there will inevitably be consumption during the battle, and the arena will definitely deliberately arrange some strong opponents to interrupt his winning streak. Even if they can't interrupt it, they will increase his consumption. Just wait and see, his future battles will not be as easy as the first 6. Sure enough, in the VIP box, the uncle and nephew of the Duan family watched Lin Chuan achieve 6 consecutive victories in 3 minutes, and their expressions remained unchanged. Even Duan Ji's face still carried a confident smile. He placed a jade token against his lips, calmly instructing, in the 7th match, let Qing Liao take the stage and fight a protracted battle, striving to drag the battle time to over 10 minutes. Duan Zichen frowned, can Qing Liao only drag him for 10 minutes? Duan Ge took a sip of hot tea, smiling leisurely and calmly, 10 minutes is enough. If Lin Chuan's goal is a 10-game winning streak, then being dragged for only 10 minutes in the 7th match is indeed not a big deal. But his goal is a 20-game winning streak. Being dragged for 10 minutes in the 7th match will only quickly drag him down like a snowball effect. The eyes of the uncle and nephew soon turned back to the screen. In the stands, as a slender young man wearing a green-faced mask took the stage, there was an instant burst of exclamations. Sure enough, the 7th match is Qing Liao. The arena's actions are as ruthless as ever. It seems that Qing Liao has long been able to fully utilize the speed of 10 attribute points, and he is best at entanglement, with very sharp reflexes. This 7th match is likely to be a protracted battle. Guess how long this kid will take to defeat Qing Liao? At least half an hour. Half an hour? If it really takes half an hour, he probably won't go beyond 10 consecutive victories. 10 consecutive victories are already impressive. For this kid to break through 10 consecutive victories, he must defeat Xingliao within 10 minutes. 10 minutes? That's difficult. Xingliao is not to be trifled with. On the stage, Xingliao, wearing a green-faced mask, wielded a silver-white dagger as his weapon. After taking the stage, he almost instantly exerted force, the dagger held horizontally in front of him, and he charged fiercely towards Lin Chuan. In such a thrilling moment, Lin Chuan stood still without moving at all. Has he seen through it? Xingliao was secretly surprised. Entanglement is like guerrilla warfare, each attack is half true and half false, making it difficult to distinguish between real and fake. Xingliao's surface attack was fierce, but the first strike was just a probe, and he didn't actually get close to Lin Chuan at all. He then circled around Lin Chuan, probing for an attack. However, every attack missed. Lin Chuan stood still, hardly moving at all. If this were a one-on-one battle, Xingliao would undoubtedly lose without a doubt. But this is a stage battle. As a challenger, Xingliao had no worries. He could spare no effort and go all out. However, Lin Chuan had to reserve himself for the upcoming battle. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. The 3 attacks from Xingliao were all false probes, and these 3 probes failed to force Lin Chuan to make a move. The 4th time, Xingliao circled around Lin Chuan several times before finally launching an attack from his left side. This time, Lin Chuan moved. With a slight raise of his left hand, Xingliao quickly retreated. On the arena, one could even hear the sound of the soles of his feet rubbing against the ground. Xingliao breathed a sigh of relief, as he had not been attacked. Then, he swiftly moved his body again, circling around Lin Chuan once more. The 5th attack, launched from the left rear side of Lin Chuan. It was a quite tricky angle. Lin Chuan stood still, not moving his feet. But then, he suddenly moved. He raised his left hand backward, and his double-handed sword swiftly slashed across Xingliao's arm. Xingliao's face turned slightly pale, but he reacted promptly and quickly backed away. However, this time, Lin Chuan, who had been standing still, seemed to anticipate his movements and once again raised his right hand. The sharp blade of the sword stabbed straight towards Xingliao's heart. Xingliao's pupils widened instantly as he raised his hand to block and attempted to retreat. However, his raised right hand could not stop Lin Chuan's attack at all. The sharp blade pierced straight into his heart. A fatal blow. Xingliao instantly vanished into thin air. Hiss, this. Hasn't this battle lasted less than 3 minutes? So strong. Xingliao's strength is not bad, yet he couldn't withstand it. A fatal blow. The strength attribute of the arena master can probably unleash all 10 points. Too strong. Not only in speed, but also overwhelming in strength. Isn't it just a matter of speed and strength? The key is how this guy can anticipate Xingliao's movements? Did he study Xingliao's body movements beforehand? Otherwise, how could he make such precise predictions? Isn't he a newcomer? How did he study Xingliao in advance? Isn't this based on combat awareness? Then this guy's combat awareness is too strong. Unbelievable. Overwhelming speed. Overwhelming strength. Such strong combat awareness. This newcomer is probably guaranteed to win 10 in a row. The audience burst into heated discussions. Chen Jingtian's eyes were filled with excitement, while Hu Shilong and Alvin looked bewildered and confused. They were like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, shocked and amazed, yet a little puzzled. In the VIP box, Duan Ge and Duan Zichen had somewhat subtle expressions. Duan Ji's hand holding the teacup almost crushed it. The air in the entire box was filled with a strange silence. Duan Ge stared at Lin Chuan on the screen for a while, then suddenly took out a jade card and said in a deep voice, "Laoli, do you still have Qian Sui's contact information? Help me contact him and arrange a match." "Yes, the conditions are up to him. Let him come as soon as possible. The sooner, the better." After a brief communication, Duan Ji's gaze returned to Lin Chuan on the screen. On the arena, Lin Chuan's 8th and 9th matches also ended quickly in just 3 minutes. The 2 challengers took extreme defensive measures. They didn't even dare to approach Lin Chuan actively, only focusing on defense. However, under Lin Chuan's fierce attacks, both of them were defenseless and quickly defeated. The audience below was almost numb. At this point, someone finally made a speculation: destined professional. This guy must be a destined professional in real life. That's right. Maybe even a 7-star or higher professional. Damn it. It's so unfair. A destined professional participating in the novice arena matches is like cheating. Damn it. I should have bet on the 10 consecutive wins earlier. The odds were 100 to 1. Chen Jingtian was already ecstatic, while his subordinates were all regretful, cursing themselves for not following their boss to bet on the 10 consecutive wins. However, they didn't have time to regret for too long. When the 10th challenger stepped onto the stage, the audience erupted into a frenzy of discussion once again. Wow! Qian Sui. Oh my god! Didn't Qian Sui break through the arena with 10 consecutive victories half a year ago and terminate the contract with the arena? And now he's back to help the arena with the challenge? No, I heard that when Qian Sui broke through the arena with 10 consecutive victories, he was already preparing to change careers. How come half a year has passed and he still hasn't changed careers? Hey, I have some inside information. The 8-star professional scroll that was auctioned off last year was taken by Qian Sui. What? Where did he get the money to bid for an 8-star scroll? According to the inside information, it is said that he was noticed by a certain family in the original plane and became a son-in-law to a young lady. Wow, son-in-law? That's terrifying. It seems that Qian Sui has big ambitions. He didn't change careers even after bidding for the scroll last year. Is he aiming for an S-level evaluation for the career change task? With Qian Sui's strength, even if he hasn't changed careers yet, he's enough to compete with ordinary professionals. The one on the challenge stage is not an ordinary professional. So what? That guy has already fought 9 consecutive battles. Even if each battle is quickly resolved, there will still be some physical and mental exhaustion. At this time, facing Qian Sui, it's still uncertain who will win. In the audience, everyone was sweating for Lin Xuan, not knowing whether he could achieve 10 consecutive victories. Even Chen Jingtian, who was originally complacent, had a grim expression when he saw Qian Sui take the stage. He couldn't help but curse, this damn arena. They definitely invited Qian Sui over. On purpose. Damn it, they deliberately won't let anyone achieve 10 consecutive victories. Hu Shilong and Alvin were still puzzled. They didn't know Qian Sui, they didn't know about the 8-star scroll, they didn't know about the original plane. They only knew that Lin Xuan's goal seemed to be 20 consecutive victories. So this match should be able to be won smoothly, just like before, right? In the box, Duan Ge and Duan Zichen had a higher perspective. The two almost concluded that Lin Xuan would definitely win against Qian Sui. At the same time, to win against Qian Sui, he would definitely have to pay a price. And his battles after 10 consecutive victories would definitely become more difficult due to the consumption of fighting against Qian Sui. The two did not speak, they just stared at the screen without blinking. And they also keenly noticed Lin Xuan's attitude towards Qian Sui had finally changed. From his face, they finally saw a hint of seriousness when facing a real opponent. Qian Sui was a young man with strong features and a serious expression. His weapon, like Qing Liao, was a dagger. However, the color of the dagger was a deep black. After he took the stage, he didn't directly launch an attack on Lin Xuan. Instead, he clasped his fist slightly and said, "I have also fought on the challenge stage and know the difficulty of being the defender. However, in the arena, there is only competition. Forgive me." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared on the spot. So fast. In the audience, there were waves of exclamation. Qian Sui is much stronger than half a year ago. If he continues to challenge the stage now, he will probably easily achieve 10 consecutive victories. No wonder he can become a son-in-law. We can't envy his strength. On the challenge stage, Lin Xuan looked very serious. In his previous life, he knew Qian Sui, who changed careers to become an 8-star professional shadow assassin. It is said that before he changed careers, his professional plan was very clear, not only focusing on full speed, but also consuming many primary speed attribute fruits. And he also honed his combat awareness in the arena for 2 years. However, Lin Xuan had an advantage against Qian Sui. He had fought against Qian Sui in his previous life, and he had won. In this life, he would definitely win as well. What he needed to do was to minimize the consumption. As assassins wielding daggers, Qian Sui and Qing Liao's attack methods were somewhat similar, but not entirely the same. Qian Sui was more ruthless. In his attacks, he almost always exchanged injuries for injuries. After Lin Xuan's 10 consecutive victories, it was naturally impossible for him to exchange injuries for injuries with Qian Sui. This resulted in both his offense and defense being constrained, appearing somewhat hesitant. 3 minutes have passed. Qian Li's attacks are still fierce and relentless. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan has been dodging and defending almost the entire time. Every attempt at an attack is halted due to fear of injury. This is the first time in his 10 battles that the fight has lasted over 3 minutes. Even after 3 minutes, he still has no way to counter Qian Li's extreme and aggressive attack. In the audience, everyone is watching with great interest, except for Chen Jingtian, who is sweating for Lin Xuan's 10 consecutive victories. In the VIP box, Duan Ge finally shows a relieved smile. He takes a sip of tea and leisurely remarks, "Which plane does this de Guan Shui Ming come from? It tastes good." Duan Zichen also imitates Duan Ji's appearance and takes a sip of tea. Regardless of the taste, perhaps due to his pleasant mood, he also agrees, indeed, not bad. The pronunciation of the word bad is slightly trembling. His hand holding the teacup suddenly trembles, and the hot tea splashes onto Duan Ji's back of the hand. Duan Gu frowns, but hears Duan Zichen's trembling voice in shock, Shen Lai. He lost. What? The tea in Duan Ji's hand also splashes out instantly. However, he obviously has no intention to care, and his gaze is fixed on the screen. But at this moment, the screen clearly shows only Lin Chuan's figure. Where is Chen Lai? He lost? How is that possible? How did he lose so quickly? Replay. Give me a replay. Soon, the screen rewinds, playing the scene of Lin Chuan defeating Chen Lai. Chen Lai's attack method is still familiar and crazy, exchanging injuries for injuries. But in the picture, Lin Chuan finally couldn't bear it. His eyes became fierce, as if he had finally decided to end the battle quickly at the cost of injury. He no longer dodges, taking his stance to confront Chen Lai head-on, with equally fierce and crazy attacks. But when a sword and a dagger collide, he suddenly retreats. At that moment, Chen Lai does not intend to give him another chance to dodge. He pursues Lin Chuan in victory, but is suddenly disrupted by the sword thrown by Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan actually threw the double-handed sword at Chen Lai. This is a very bold move. Without the double-handed sword, his attack power is undoubtedly much weaker. However, what no one expected was that after throwing the double-handed sword, Lin Chuan's combat power not only did not decrease, but instead greatly increased. Lin Chuan, no longer holding the sword, displayed full combat skills. As the double-handed sword flew towards Chen Lai, Lin Chuan's figure moved at an extreme speed, grabbing Chen Lai's wrist and executing a shoulder throw. Then, he stomped on Chen Lai's head. That scene was bloody and violent, and the uncle and nephew of the Duan family stared at the screen in a daze, with the word hiding one's abilities floating in their minds. Lin Chuan, who used the double-handed sword, was not as good as Lin Chuan in hand-to-hand combat. After freeing his hands, his combat power soared again. At that moment, the whole venue fell silent. After the silence, there was even more fervent discussion. Damn, such strong combat skills. This guy deliberately hid his strength. His strength is too strong. I feel like he could have torn Chen Lai apart barehanded. Damn, Chen Lai lost like this? He was knocked out with a shoulder throw? Isn't this too surreal? Why do I feel like I could have done it myself? Is Chen Lai too weak? The audience found it difficult to accept Lin Chuan's victory in this match. In a certain VIP box, a graceful-looking woman calmly stares at Lin Chuan. Beside her, a middle-aged man says in a deep voice, "Although the young master lost, the champion didn't win as easily as it seems. He expended quite a bit of energy with that final shoulder throw. At that moment, I felt his breath was somewhat unstable." The woman, however, shakes her head and sighs lightly. Even if it's Chen Lai, did he only make him expend a bit of energy? Who exactly is this person? The middle-aged man lowered his head and replied, "He is a newcomer from a newly connected lower-level plane." The woman looked somewhat dazed and said, "Terrifying. This newcomer is not simple." The middle-aged man asked in a low voice, "Do we need to make contact and win him over?" The woman shook her head and said, "It's probably difficult to make contact with someone like him. Let's just go with the flow." In the private room where Duan's uncle and nephew were, Duan Ji's expression, which had looked extremely ugly after watching the battle replay, quickly returned to calm. Obviously, he also noticed that when Lin Chuan defeated Qian Sui with what seemed like a casual move, he actually expended more power than the total of the previous 9 matches. Duan Gu immediately grasped the jade card and angrily said, "What are you standing around for? Quickly continue arranging for someone to go up on the platform. In the next battle, don't give him any chance to catch his breath." As Lin Chuan easily completed his 10 consecutive victories, more and more spectators began to pay attention to the platform battles in the training ground. In more and more VIP boxes, screens were turned to the platform where Lin Chuan was. On the platform, Lin Chuan had barely caught his breath for a few tens of seconds when the 11th challenger stepped onto the stage. For regulars in the arena, the first 10 challengers were almost all familiar faces. Every time someone stepped onto the stage, there were always spectators below who could describe the situation of the challenger. However, starting from the 11th challenger, the spectators in the stands all had puzzled expressions. Who is this person? Not a regular in the arena, right? A wild person who has never participated in arena matches? How dare he go up and deliver himself as a gift? Isn't this just giving away 20 consecutive victories for nothing? No, wait. I feel like I've seen that person somewhere. Where have I seen him? In the trial tower. Really? Could it be a big shot who frequents the trial tower? Arena matches allow spectators to directly see the entire process of the fight. Some familiar faces who often frequent the arena are also easily remembered. However, it is impossible to see the process of conquering the tower in the trial tower. Therefore, many of the big shots who conquer the trial tower have their names listed on the record board of the trial tower, but their appearance is rarely known. Such big shots are generally low-key, and even if you meet them on the street, not everyone can recognize them. It is also because of this mystery that many people have a sense of distance and respect for the big shots of the trial tower. After all, those who fight in the arena, no matter how powerful they are, others know that they are earning money through it. Arena big shots naturally have a feeling of superiority. So, some people with good family backgrounds are actually not willing to show their faces in the arena matches, even though it is indeed profitable. It's like those who work in the entertainment industry. Actors look down on variety show hosts, and variety show hosts look down on live streamers. They feel that doing it for money is degrading. And similar chains of disdain permeate almost every industry. For example, those who conquer secret realms naturally look down on those who roam freely in the heavens, thinking that they are a group of greedy and cowardly people. And those who conquer the trial tower in the heavens naturally look down on those who fight in the arena, thinking that they smell of copper and are not worthy of being big shots. When the audience suddenly burst out with the possibility that the 11th challenger might be a big shot from the trial tower, the discussions in the stands suddenly became somewhat subtle. This is funny. Aren't those who frequent the trial tower all very aloof? How come they suddenly show up in the arena? Is there anything in this world that money can't solve? If there is, then it's just that there's not enough money. The tone of the audience's remarks carried a hint of sarcasm. After all, they also belong to the social bottom layer of the arena, running around for money every day. Although they admire those big shots who claim to be not interested in money, they inevitably harbor some resentment towards the wealthy. Now that they have seen the big shots descend to earth with their own eyes, their mood naturally feels a bit refreshing. And the fact proves that the big shots who mix and practice in the tower, although not as famous as the big shots who show up in the arena, are indeed not to be underestimated in terms of strength. The 11th challenger persisted for 5 minutes on the platform before being headshot. The 12th challenger persisted for 7 minutes. The 13th persisted for 6 minutes. The 14th persisted for 9 minutes. The 15th's battle lasted for 11 to 12 minutes. By this time, Lin Chuan had been maintaining high-intensity combat for nearly an hour. Not to mention the big shot audience in the VIP box, even the ordinary audience in the stands could see that Lin Chuan's battle was already somewhat strained. After all, continuous high-intensity combat for nearly an hour is too exhausting for a novice challenger in the arena. In the VIP box where the Duan family uncle and nephew were, there was always a kind of eerie silence. It wasn't until Duan Zichen suddenly spoke, "Uncle, it's almost enough. Let me go and end his winning streak. It just so happens that I've been wanting to meet him for a long time." His expression was calm, yet there was a hint of solemnity as if he had found a worthy opponent. Duange fell silent for a moment, then suddenly looked at Lin Chuan on the screen and casually said, "A 15-game winning streak. This kid has already attracted enough attention." Following his gaze, Duan Zichen also looked at Lin Chuan on the screen. After a while, he sighed heavily and confessed, "If both sides were in their prime and had no worries, in a fair competition, I'm afraid I wouldn't be his match." Duangu patted his shoulder and comforted him, "Xiaochun, don't think too much. The road of the strong is long, and the novice stage is just the shortest preparation stage. I've seen many people, and momentary brilliance doesn't represent permanence. Life has many variables, not to mention he is still in the terrible environment of the newly accessed lower plane. And you have the Duan family behind you. Even if he's not your match now, your road ahead is still long. Maybe 3 years from now when you look back, your path to becoming strong will be thrilling, while this person who was once stronger than you may have disappeared without a trace." Duan Zichen was born in a higher and stronger plane, so his vision was naturally extraordinary. Of course, he understood what Duangu meant. In the vast world, there are many outstanding talents, but how many of them truly become top-notch strong individuals? Just as Duangu said, life has too many variables. The person he encounters today, no matter how amazing, is just a scenery that will eventually fade away. And his gaze should always be forward. Duan Zichen respectfully bowed to his most respected Duan uncle, and then said no more, appearing on the platform in the blink of an eye. The 16th challenger. When he appeared on the platform, he didn't cause much of a stir in the audience stands. After all, the audience in the stands basically didn't know him and just thought he was another big shot from the trial tower. It was in the VIP box where many people recognized him. The young master of the Duan family? He actually personally came to challenge the arena. Duan Zichen? I heard he's a professional. He can still participate in the novice arena matches, so is he also a destined professional? Wow! Is this the first time Duan Zichen has fought in public? Quick! Notify the younger generation at home to come and see. Maybe they can learn something. For a while, a large group of young audience members rushed into the VIP box of the arena. These young people didn't know what had happened in the arena. However, when they saw Duan Zichen on the screen, they all had a look of disbelief. What's going on? That genius from the Duan family? He's personally competing in the arena match? Is the Duan family about to go bankrupt or something? However, they were soon informed by their elders that the defending champion this time was not simple. No matter how extraordinary, the young audience members still looked at Lin Chuan with a hint of disdain in their eyes. After all, their family background was there. For many of them, the so-called big shots in the arena were simply not worthy of the title. Those are clearly a group of lackeys who are just trying to make money. What's the big deal about winning 10 matches in a row? 20 matches in a row? A truly capable person would either conquer the secret realm or challenge the trial tower. Those who hang around the arena, to put it bluntly, are just poor. They have no background. Some of the usually not very strong dandies even privately set up a gambling game in their dandy group. Guess how long it will take for Duan Xiao to defeat that poor guy from the lower plane? Haha, he's the genius that the Duan family publicly presents. If he can't win the battle in half an hour, I guess the whole Duan family will lose face. I bet 100 points. Duan Zichen will end the battle in 10 minutes. The dandies were chatting fervently in their group. But suddenly, the lively chat seemed to be cut off like a disconnected internet cable. For a moment, everyone was quiet and not speaking. And in each private room, whether it was the elders or the younger generation, they all stared at the screen in astonishment. It was a long time before someone finally spoke in the dandy chat group. Oh my, did Duan Zichen take the money? Did he deliberately throw the match? Come on, don't you understand the rules of the arena? They all sign contracts here, and there are rules that prevent fixed matches. So, did Duan Zichen really lose? Just like that? It's like a dream come true. Isn't it ridiculous? The genius that the Duan family presents, is this it? I can't help but think he's more useless than me. Humph. What's so great about Duan Zichen being a genius? Isn't it just awakening the 7-star destiny profession? My dad said that the challenger is also a destiny professional, and very likely a 9-star one. Oh my, this challenger is quite something. Duan Zichen's loss is not unjust. The dandy's perspective was even inferior to that of the ordinary audience in the stands. And in the numerous VIP rooms, there were also young talents who, at the invitation of their elders, came to watch the match. In one of the private rooms, a middle-aged man at the head of the table squinted his eyes and had a mysterious look on his face as he said in a low voice, "So, have you noticed anything?" Beside the man was a young man dressed as an ancient swordsman. This young man had a somewhat serious look and said in a measured tone, "The challenger is very strong." "Do I need you to tell me that?" The middle-aged man gave him a look. "What I'm asking is, have you figured out where his strength lies and how he defeated Duan Zichen?" After pondering for a moment with a sword that he always carried, the young man accurately analyzed, according to the rules of the arena, talents and skills cannot be used in the battles of the novice arena. But the blow that just defeated Duan Zichen had the effect of a skill. Yes, the key to Lin Chuan's victory over Duan Zichen was that his attack caused a 3-second stun effect. If this happened in reality, it would definitely not be surprising. But in the arena, skills are blocked. He didn't rely on the skill itself, but still produced the skill effect. This can only mean that his proficiency and comprehension of the skill have reached an extraordinary level. Yet he is in the novice arena, which means his level is not higher than 10. Being so young, but having a mastery of skills as if he had been honing it for 10 years. This can only mean that either he is highly compatible with the skill, or he has an extremely strong comprehension. If it's the former, it's not bad. If it's the latter, it's terrifying. The young man's voice was always calm, but when describing Lin Chuan, there was a hint of surprise and shock in his tone. The middle-aged man beside him smiled satisfactorily. "Not bad. I've been wanting you to have a few matches in the arena for a long time, but you refused. In fact, the training effect for newcomers in the Duan family's arena is no worse than that of the trial tower." The young man seemed to be lost in thought, and soon nodded in realization. Indeed, the battles here, with talents and skills being blocked, can further stimulate a person's most primitive potential. The middle-aged man also nodded. Just like this challenger, even though his talents and skills are blocked, he can still produce skill effects. "Su Wenjian, you might as well ask yourself, can you do this?" The young man stood with his sword, pondered for a long time, and solemnly said, "I can't do it like him, but I can defeat him." With an exceptionally calm tone, without a trace of arrogance, it sounded as if he was stating a simple fact. The middle-aged man smiled slightly and nodded in approval. "Indeed. However, do you want to have a go with that guy?" Su Wenjian did not answer immediately. He looked at the screen with a calm gaze. Clearly standing higher and with a stronger background, he looked at Lin Chuan without any of the disdain and contempt of those dandies. Instead, there was enough respect and awe. After a long silence, he finally looked at Lin Chuan on the screen and said with a strong fighting spirit, "If it's a battle with such a strong opponent, this arena is not impossible to fight in." The middle-aged man smiled slightly. Obviously, he was very satisfied with the young man's attitude. With the strength to crush his peers, he never considered himself superior, but respected every powerful opponent. Such a young man deserved to become strong. And since he wanted to fight, the middle-aged man would naturally pave the way for him. After Duan Ji's defeat by Duan Zichen, he was busy securing the next challenger spot. He had contacted many arrogant geniuses from the original world. However, those geniuses were not interested in participating in the arena battles at all. Especially when they heard that the opponent was a bumpkin from a lower plane, their attitude became even more contemptuous. They even questioned Duan Zichen's strength because of this. Duan Gu was furious. Just when he was at a loss, he suddenly received a message in his jade card. The words left Duan Gu dumbfounded. Su Wenjian. He was going to compete? On the arena, after Lin Chuan defeated Duan Zichen, his battles became increasingly weak and tired, but he still managed to defeat the 17th, 18th, and 19th challengers. The 20th, which was the last one. Once he won, he would achieve 20 consecutive victories on the arena. But if he failed, the consequences would be unbearable for him. First, after dying in the arena, he would return to the secret realm and be unable to log into the free sky for 24 hours. In this way, his journey to the free sky this time would be in vain. Not only that, he would not be able to redeem the death grip he had mortgaged to the drunkard. And the 100 free sky points he had prepaid for his 20 consecutive victories in the arena would also be in vain. Therefore, in this battle, he could only win and not lose. Before making all these decisions, Lin Chuan had considered it carefully. He knew that many geniuses in the higher planes were arrogant and looked down on places like the arena, where money was earned through fighting. So the opponents he would face probably wouldn't be too strong. In his expectation, the strongest opponent he could encounter would be Duan Zichen. But he had dealt with Duan Zichen in his previous life and knew his fighting style like the back of his hand. So the 16th battle with Duan Zichen was unexpectedly easy. And after winning against Duan Zichen, Lin Chuan thought that his 20 consecutive victories were secure. Until the 20th battle, when he saw the young man in white with a sword appearing on the arena. Since his rebirth, Lin Chuan had always remained calm and composed, even when facing a major crisis, but now a crack finally appeared in his composure. His face instantly turned extremely ugly, and he couldn't help but curse on the spot, "Damn it." Su Wenjian did not immediately start the battle, but stood at the other end of the arena, about 20 meters away from Lin Chuan, bowed with his sword, and then asked in surprise, "Do you know me?" In the audience, no one recognized Su Wenjian. However, in the VIP box, the audience from the higher planes were shocked to see Su Wenjian on the arena. Among the younger generation, whether they were dandies or geniuses, seeing Su Wenjian on stage elicited more exaggerated reactions than seeing Duan Zichen being defeated in an instant. Some even rubbed their eyes to make sure they weren't seeing things. Even the older generation, one by one, looked as if they had seen a ghost, completely unable to believe it. Although the Duan family has been low-key in hiding their strength, how could they have the ability to invite Su Wenjian? Could it be someone impersonating him? Nonsense! Show me someone impersonating Su Wenjian? Don't want to live anymore? But this is just too unbelievable, isn't it? Everyone felt incredulous at Su Wenjian's appearance on stage. Only one person revealed the truth: this guy shouldn't have been invited by Duan Gu. It's his own doing, wanting to challenge the champion. Previously, even though Lin Chuan had demonstrated his strength with 20 consecutive victories in the arena, many big shots from higher planes still looked down on him with disdain. But at this moment, just because of Su Wenjian's appearance on stage, all eyes on him changed. After all, this is the man who can make Su Wenjian interested in a match. Even if he were to be defeated in an instant, it would be enough to boast about for a lifetime. Compared to the shock of the audience in the VIP box, Lin Chuan's inner turmoil was almost despairing. Su Wenjian. He knew this big shot. His innate SSS level talent in swordsmanship allowed him to multiply the power of sword skills countless times. Coupled with the destiny of the 9 stars, exceptional insight and resilience, and an excellent temperament. This guy, even in the source plane where hidden dragons and crouching tigers abound, is a genius who dominates an era. Such a figure, in Lin Chuan's previous life, could only be looked up to. He didn't even have the qualifications to compete with him. But he didn't need to compete, he just knew that he was no match for Su Wenjian. And in this life, damn it, he's just participating in an arena match. How could he still attract such a big shot? Is there no way out for anyone anymore? Lin Chuan really wanted to curse out loud. After all, his mentality was really on the verge of collapse. If they were to fight, Lin Chuan was almost 100% sure at this moment he was definitely not Su Wenjian's match. Fortunately, Su Wenjian's purpose in stepping onto the stage was not to defeat him. He stood 20 meters away from Lin Chuan and calmly said, "To be fair, I'll give you 10 minutes to recover. In addition, I won't use lethal force in the first half hour of the battle. If you can defeat me within that half hour, you win." Lin Chuan calmly looked at Su Wenjian, without responding. Just when everyone thought he was about to say something tough, he lay down. What the heck? What is the big shot doing? Why isn't the big shot responding to the arrogance of the guy in ancient clothing? Is the big shot really planning to rest for 10 minutes? What if that guy in ancient clothing launches a surprise attack during those 10 minutes? It's the final victory after 20 consecutive wins. Big shot, you must not slack off. Big shot, get up quickly. Beat this arrogant swordsman. The audience in the stands had watched Lin Chuan's 19 matches, and his consecutive victories had made them extremely excited. Each of the initially skeptical audience members had become his fans in the end. They wanted to continue watching him, like an invincible myth, looking down on everything and defeating everything. And these fans who stood by and watched could gain a sense of satisfaction from the feats of their idol. So, when they saw the idol lying down, they couldn't accept it at all. Each of the audience members stood up and shouted loudly at Lin Chuan, urging him to quickly beat the swordsman in white. However, in Lin Chuan's heart, he had never taken those audience members seriously. He was walking his own path. The admiration and criticism of others would not affect him in the slightest. For the next 10 minutes, Lin Chuan ignored the calls from the audience stand. He lay quietly on the arena, resting without saying a word. Similarly, Su Wenjian did not pay any attention to the group of people in the audience stand. No matter how they shouted or incited, he kept his promise and stood with his sword. For those 10 minutes, he did not approach Lin Chuan at all. 10 minutes of time, for Lin Chuan who had been fighting for over an hour, the recovery effect was not too obvious. But these 10 minutes were also a rare gap in this arena match for him. He could summarize the previous 19 battles in his heart. At the same time, he could also ponder in his heart how to defeat Su Wenjian. And during these 10 minutes, a large group of big shots from the source plane rushed into the VIP box of the arena. Obviously, they all came for Su Wenjian, to witness the battle of this genius. As for Lin Chuan, he was naturally just a negligible supporting role. But for those who had no knowledge in the audience, Lin Chuan was the protagonist. Especially for Hu Shilong and Alvin, who didn't know anyone, they could only unconditionally believe in Lin Chuan from start to finish. Alvin had a keen eye. Although he didn't know Su Wenjian, he could tell from Lin Chuan's change in expression that the person was not simple. He couldn't help but ask Chen Jingtian, "Does young Master Chen know that swordsman in white?" Chen Jingtian shook his head. "I don't know, but he should be a strong person from the source plane." "What is the source plane? I've heard this term several times." Hu Shilong also came over to ask. Chen Jingtian had already apologized to these two people because of Lin Chuan's consecutive victories, and he wouldn't look down on them when talking. After thinking for a moment, he patiently explained, "You should also know that we come from different planes. And all planes are divided into low-level planes, middle-level planes, high-level planes, and source planes." Alvin quickly caught the point and asked, "How are the levels of these planes determined? I feel that those of us from different planes don't seem to have much difference." Chen Jingtian didn't explain immediately, but asked back, "Since you can come into contact with the free heaven, you should know about parallel worlds, right?" Hu Shilong quickly nodded, "Yes. We participated in a secret realm with 2,000 people, all from different parallel worlds." Chen Jingtian then expanded on this point. "The plane you are in is in the evolutionary stage. All parallel worlds will gradually merge over time. In the end, they will merge into a single world, which qualifies as a true plane. Low-level planes are formed by tens of thousands of parallel worlds merging, middle-level planes are formed by thousands of parallel worlds merging, high-level planes are formed by hundreds of parallel worlds merging. The highest source plane, from its birth, has always been unique and has never experienced merging." To describe how strong the source plane is, Chen Jingtian paused. "Have you seen Infinite Horror?" Hu Shilong excitedly nodded. "I have. If we compare low, middle, and high-level planes to mission worlds like Resident Evil, then the source plane is like the main god space. The big shots at the top of the pyramid in the source plane even have the ability to destroy low, middle, and high-level planes at will." Hiss, so terrifying. Hu Shilong and Alvin, even though they had seen a lot in the free heaven, couldn't help but gasp in shock at Chen Jingtian's words. The source plane was actually so strong? Even the low-level planes could be destroyed with ease? No wonder people from the source plane looked down on those from the low-level planes. The gap was just too big. Hu Shilong and Alvin felt uneasy again. So, if we accidentally offend someone from the source plane, wouldn't it be possible for the big shots from the source plane to destroy our own plane at will? You're thinking too simplistically. Chen Jingtian gave them a disdainful look. The secrets of the fusion and destruction of worlds are not something we can come into contact with. But I've heard that the destruction of worlds seems to have something to do with the cultivation of gods, and planes seem to be a kind of energy for them. Don't ask about the specific energy, you won't come into contact with it anyway. Hu Shilong and Alvin were both stunned and finally realized that knowing too much about certain things wasn't necessarily beneficial. Their eyes turned once again to Su Wenjian on the stage. At this point, they felt increasingly fearful of him, a person from the original source plane. Gu Chuan, it's probably difficult to win against him, right? Chen Jingtian stared at the stage without blinking, sighing, don't be ungrateful. For a big shot from a lower plane like you, reaching this stage is already very strong. With the strength he's showing, he will definitely catch the attention of the major families from the original source plane, and might even become a son-in-law. Suddenly, Hu Shilong remembered something and asked, what about Qian Sui? He also came from a lower plane, yet he can become a son-in-law to the lady from the original source plane? So, he's really strong, isn't he? He's quite strong, but you might have misunderstood something. Shin Jingtian's expression was somewhat subtle. What? The lady might have more than one son-in-law. In the tense atmosphere, almost 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. 9 minutes and 56 seconds, Lin Chuan stood up. In exactly 10 minutes, Su Wenjian hesitated no more and launched an attack towards Lin Chuan. He never underestimated his opponents, and Lin Chuan swiftly dodged his attacks. During his previous battle with Qian Sui, Lin Chuan had discarded his weapon. For him, a weapon was ultimately an external object, not as flexible as using his hands. But for Su Wenjian, his sword was even more flexible than his hands. The idiom as if an arm is used as a finger perfectly described Su Wenjian's use of the sword. In comparison, Lin Chuan, also wielding a two-handed sword, looked like a clown playing with a big knife in front of Guangong's door. Su Wenjian easily saw through all of his attack patterns. And in just 3 minutes, Su Wenjian's sword had left dozens of scars on his body. There was no doubt that Su Wenjian was holding back. According to him, he wouldn't go all out within half an hour. If he really went all out, each of his strikes on Lin Chuan would be enough to be fatal. This understanding made Lin Chuan feel very powerless. Could he really defeat Su Wenjian within half an hour? In the VIP box, the big shots watching Su Wenjian's attacks were mostly full of admiration. An old man wearing a mask sighed, this kid is truly a sword fanatic. Even when facing opponents inferior to himself, he can still learn from their strengths. The lady who had accepted Qian Sui as a son-in-law sincerely praised, this Su Wenjian, he's using this host as a whetstone. The middle-aged man next to the lady said, the talent and skills are sealed in the apprentice arena. But the strike that defeated Duan Zichen before had an effect. Su Wenjian is using this host to practice his skills. That's right, although the skills are sealed, the patterns of his attacks still show a hint of sword skills. In Duan Ji's box, he watched the screen showing Lin Chuan being pressed by Su Wenjian's attacks, and comforted him with the jade pendant. Su Wenjian's actions are a kind of recognition of Gu Chuan's strength. So, losing to him is not too embarrassing. On the other side of the jade pendant was obviously Duan Zichen. He was killed on the stage and returned to the real world, needing 24 hours to return to the free sky. He sat in a luxurious room, his face looking very unpleasant. After a while, he suddenly asked, Uncle, do you think Gu Chuan can defeat Su Wenjian? This question. Duan Ji's brow twitched, and he immediately comforted, Xiao Zichen, your mentality is a bit unstable. This failure doesn't represent anything. You are still a genius of the Duan family. In reality, Duan Zichen took a deep breath. He understood the reasoning. He should look forward, not dwell on a single failure. But this time, the impact of his defeat was really too great. Lin Chuan's 15th match took a full 12 minutes, but defeating him took less than 5 minutes. Although the fighting time cannot represent a person's combat strength. However, for Duan Zichen, this was too humiliating. He found it extremely hard to accept. The only thing that could help him regain his composure might be if Su Wenjian also lost on the stage. At least then, everyone would believe in the strength of the champion. In comparison, Duan Zichen's failure would seem insignificant, but he also knew that it was extremely difficult for Su Wenjian to lose this match. It was as difficult as reaching the heavens. Duan Zichen forced a smile and said to the jade card, Uncle, I'm fine. I'm going to the training room first, we'll talk later. Duan Gu hung up the communication with Duan Zichen and looked at the two battling on the screen, feeling somewhat conflicted. Previously, he had tried everything to prevent Lin Chuan from winning the 20 consecutive victories. But at this moment, he couldn't help but secretly pray in his heart how great it would be if Lin Xuan could defeat Su Wenjian. Then, his nephew Duan Zichen's failure would almost not be considered a failure. After all, even Su Wenjian was defeated. So Duan Zichen's failure would seem insignificant, even natural. But would Su Wenjian lose? No. This was something that everyone who knew Su Wenjian was 100% sure of. And what was shown on the stage was no surprise. Lin Xuan was completely at a disadvantage, almost constantly being pursued and attacked by Su Wenjian. He had endured countless sword strikes and was covered in blood. If it weren't for Su Wenjian holding back, he would have died many times over. This scene made the fans in the audience who were hoping for Lin Xuan to win again furious. Various angry shouts were heard one after another, and if the conditions had allowed, there might have been people throwing rotten eggs. Hu Shilong and Alvin looked stunned, unable to believe it. The people from the original source plane are indeed unbelievably strong. It looks like Gu Chuan, the big shot, is going to lose this time. Chen Jingtian nodded heavily, definitely going to lose. His opponent is simply using him as a sparring partner to hone their skills. Hu Shilong and Alvin didn't quite understand, but they couldn't help feeling a bit sad. It was a kind of sadness that was tied to Lin Xuan. When everyone said that lower class people were not as good as higher class people, and you found it to be true, it was a powerless sadness. It was like using a rifle against a cannon, and ending up battered and bloodied. It was the kind of sadness where you thought your passion could conquer everything, only to find that it was useless, and it only made your death look more tragic. Hu Shilong and Alvin looked at Lin Xuan being beaten on the stage, and both of them, strong men, inexplicably teared up. Even though they had only met Lin Xuan by chance and had no emotional connection with him. Chen Jingtian looked at the two's expressions and shook his head with a sigh. The more you come into contact with it, the more you will deeply realize that there are too many existences in this world that make people feel powerless. If you can't change it, then learn to adapt. The two looked at Chen Jingtian and found that this guy also had a story. No wonder he was so arrogant when mocking others before, but then could shamelessly admit his own faults. This ability to bend and stretch was not because he was shameless, but because he understood too much. Hu Shilong and Alvin had originally disliked Chen Jingtian, but at this moment, they suddenly didn't dislike him as much. And the battle on the stage continued. 10 minutes had passed, and even the audience with the least insight could already see Lin Xuan had no chance of winning this match. However, amidst the chorus of curses from the audience, Lin Xuan suddenly made an incomprehensible move. He actually threw away the double-handed sword in his hands and started fighting the white-clothed swordsman with his bare hands. And in his bare-handed fighting, every strike was made with full force, almost without regard for whether it could hit. This kind of fighting style was completely unorthodox. It was like a madman driven to desperation, suddenly going berserk. His actions not only puzzled the audience, but also Su Wenjian on the stage. He changed his moves and tactics along with Lin Xuan, and at the same time, he said, "With your style of play, the consumption is too great. I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on for 10 minutes. Lin Xuan did not respond to him, still going crazy, clenching his fists and exerting all his strength with every blow. The continuous battle for over an hour had already consumed a large amount of his physical and mental strength. Now, in an injured state, he was playing recklessly, disregarding the consequences, and his condition was getting worse. Su Wenjian even felt that he might not need to take action. This challenger could exhaust himself to death. But even as Lin Xuan went crazy, Su Wenjian still did not underestimate him. He continued to respect his opponent, treating each blow seriously. Even with Lin Xuan's reckless consumption, his stamina was increasingly failing. His blood-soaked body was even swaying just standing there. His tightly clenched fists trembled with each attack. This kind of condition made not only Su Wenjian, but also the VIP box's big shots, conclude that this guy would probably collapse due to exhaustion within 3 minutes. In a certain box, the young lady shook her head and sighed softly. This challenger's strength is indeed remarkable, but his character is too poor. A man who cannot face failure calmly is destined to not go too far. The middle-aged man nodded. Indeed. At least in terms of character, this challenger is not as good as the young master. The young lady nodded. Tell Yan Shenhui not to worry about this failure and to continue focusing on preparing for the job change. In another box, Duangu also shook his head and muttered to himself, people from lower-level planes are like this. They have seen too little and experienced too little. A simple failure will crush their spirits. I hope Xiaoqin's spirit will not be influenced by such a person. It was in Su Wenjian's box where the middle-aged man accompanying Su Wenjian stared fixedly at the screen. There was a flash of determination in his eyes. After a while, he suddenly gritted his teeth and sighed, damn it, could this kid be trying to use Wenjian as a whetstone? Could it be that his attributes in reality have exceeded the limit of the probationary stage? The man unconsciously clenched his fists, and this time, he finally took a particularly serious look at Lin Xuan's face, which was almost obscured by blood. Time flew by. About 3 minutes later, Lin Xuan indeed showed obvious signs of physical exhaustion. To onlookers, his breath was unstable, his body swayed, and each attack was shaky. But his own feelings were even more vivid than what others saw. He felt like he had just finished a vigorous marathon, with his muscles sore and heavy all over. When he clenched his fists, the muscles in his arms were almost harder than his fists. It seemed like they were about to explode at any moment. From head to toe, others only saw blood all over him. But what he felt was the sweat, wet and salty, covering his body like mountains, making it hard for him to breathe. Even his vision was faintly blurry. This was obviously a terrible state, and finally, with his next punch, he not only failed to hit Su Wenjian, but also fell directly to the ground. With a bang, he fell on the platform. There were boos and curses from the audience in the stands, but Su Wenjian on the platform showed no joy of imminent victory. Instead, a hint of shock could be seen in his serious and calm expression. He looked down at Lin Xuan, who was lying on the ground, and suddenly said, "Have your attributes in reality already exceeded the limit of the probationary stage?" Lin Xuan was panting heavily, as if he had no strength to even get up. Naturally, he did not answer. Su Wenjian's eyes narrowed, and after a while, he suddenly sighed heavily. "All right, I'll help you. But according to the agreement, I'll only give you half an hour. And now, there's less than 15 minutes left until half an hour." After that, he actually threw away the sword that had never left his side, and switched to using his fists, launching a fierce attack on Lin Xuan once again. And Lin Xuan continued to dodge. However, in a state of severe physical exhaustion, every punch from Su Wenjian landed on his body. At this point, the battle between the two turned into a pure brawl. The audience was puzzled, but in the VIP box, some big shots finally saw through the situation. Could this kid be trying to push his body to the extreme in this oppressive battle? Are you kidding? This is the realm of freedom. And has his own attributes exceeded the limit? Dare he do this? On the platform, Lin Xuan endured blow after blow. He was like a punching bag, being pummeled by Su Wenjian. Not only was his vision blurred, but even his mind began to blank out. With his body pushed to the limit, the only thing supporting him was his willpower. In this way, he was beaten by Su Wenjian like a punching bag for a full 15 minutes. Su Wenjian's half-hour agreement was up. He looked solemn and calm as he said, "You have failed." With these words, he struck again, aiming a fatal blow at Lin Xuan's heart. With his strength and Lin Xuan's condition, everyone knew Lin Xuan couldn't dodge this. This blow would end the match on the platform. However, a stunning scene unfolded that left everyone dumbfounded. Lin Xuan, severely physically exhausted, seemed like a walking corpse, with no strength left to throw a punch. Yet, he suddenly evaded this fatal blow. The audience in the stands was puzzled, thinking that Lin Xuan's terrible state was just an act, when in fact, he still had the strength to cope. In the VIP box, where the battle was being closely watched, each big shot was shocked and rose from their seats, their eyes fixed on Lin Xuan on the screen. Even Su Wenjian himself was shocked. The usually calm and restrained young man, almost expressionless, now showed a ghostly expression. After the shock, his eyes suddenly lit up. In those eyes, a fierce fighting spirit was ignited. He picked up his sword again. With each new attack, he exerted all his strength, no longer holding back. Yet, each attack failed to hit Lin Xuan. Bloodied, Lin Xuan seemed like a different person. His appearance still resembled that of a walking corpse, as if he were filled with the words dazed and confused all over. However, in this state, he seemed completely at ease, effortlessly avoiding all of Su Wenjian's attacks. At this point, even the audience in the stands finally began to see some clues, exclaiming, "What's going on?" After being beaten up, why does the champion's fighting power seem to have improved as if he's taken it to the next level? Did he have a trick up his sleeve before? It doesn't seem likely. I feel his current state is very strange. I can't believe it. I feel like his state is very similar to the legendary breakthrough of limits. What? Breakthrough of limits? I heard that in the apprentice stage, the attribute limit is 100 points, and some big shots in the origin plane can exceed this limit. However, exceeding the attribute limit does not mean that the strength has also exceeded the limit. In simple terms, the big shot may have exceeded the attribute limit in the apprentice stage, possessing 110 points of attributes, but the strength he can exert is still only 100 points. It's difficult to bring out the part that exceeds the limit. For example, I heard that there is a genius big shot in the origin plane named Su Wenjian, who has already reached level 10, and his four-dimensional attributes are as high as 160 points. But what he can truly exert is only 100 points. To truly bring out strength beyond 100 points, the attributes must first exceed 100 points. Then, it is necessary to break through the human body's limits. It is said that when breaking through the human body's limits, one enters a kind of mysterious instinct state. This state is somewhat similar to enlightenment, and a person's fighting power will be greatly enhanced as if divinely assisted. I can't believe it. So, is the champion at this moment in a state of breaking through the human body's limits? Doesn't that mean that his real-life attributes have also exceeded 100 points? Is he really that amazing? Am I the only one who thinks that the genius in the original plane with attributes reaching 160 in the apprentice stage is also terrifying? What's 160? He has a strong background and plenty of methods to improve his attributes. The key is that even with improved attributes, he can't fully utilize them. It's not easy to surpass the limits of the human body. I've heard of cases of surpassing the limits of the human body, but only among the experts at the first and second turns. It's said that surpassing the limits of the human body in the apprentice stage is the most difficult, but it also brings the greatest benefits. Just as everyone was discussing the possibility of Lin Chuan breaking through the limits of the human body on the stage, Lin Chuan's battle became more and more fluid, appearing increasingly pleasing to the eye. And at this point, the situation in the battle between him and Su Wenjian also took a turn. From being pressed by Su Wenjian earlier, he was now pressing Su Wenjian throughout the entire fight. Su Wenjian's sword couldn't even touch a corner of his clothes. Even with a bang, Lin Chuan's fist fiercely struck Su Wenjian's forehead. He was dazed for 0.3 seconds. But in a battle between experts, victory can be decided in just this 0.3 seconds. Lin Chuan's bloodied hand grabbed Su Wenjian's hand, twisted and stabbed. Under Lin Chuan's control, Su Wenjian's own sword pierced into his own chest, and his figure instantly disappeared from the stage. At this moment, the audience erupted into thunderous cheers, while the VIP boxes fell into a deathly silence. 20 consecutive victories achieved. When Lin Chuan came down from the stage, his face bruised and bloodied, his whole body covered in blood, his mind still a bit muddled. After he arrived at the backstage of the arena and sat down for a short while, a stranger, a middle-aged man, walked into his resting room. The man looked at him with a subtle gaze, but it seemed there was no hostility. He handed Lin Chuan a towel and introduced himself. I am Su Wenjian's seventh uncle, Su Yefeng. Lin Chuan looked at the man steadily, not saying a word. Su Yefeng looked at him with a meaningful gaze, and after a while, he sighed and said, when Jian asked me to pass on a message for him, he is looking forward to the next time he fights you. Lin Chuan remained calm, neither humble nor arrogant. I am looking forward to it too. Su Yefeng smiled, and with a meaningful gesture, he pointed out, if you can reach that point, your next encounter should be in the Great Thousand Secret Realm. Lin Chuan lowered his eyes and pondered for a moment, then said calmly, perhaps. Su Yefeng's smile faded, and as he looked at Lin Chuan, his gaze became more solemn. After a while, he asked seriously, have you had contact with people from the original plane? Lin Chuan remained silent and did not answer. Su Yefeng sighed and then said slowly, young man, you have a bright future. It's best not to get too involved with forces you don't understand. Lin Chuan did not argue, but instead sincerely said, thank you. This thank you was directed at Su Yefeng and also at Su Wenjian. Su Wenjian clearly realized in the end that he was being used to break through the limits of the human body. But he was not angry, instead, he was very cooperative. He even threw away his sword and fought with his fists. It can be said that Su Wenjian played a crucial role in Lin Chuan's successful breakthrough. This person is indeed remarkable. Perhaps because he has left the vast majority of geniuses far behind, he does not harbor any jealousy when facing strong geniuses. Instead, he feels a sense of cherishing talent. Lin Chuan felt inferior in comparison to such vision and cultivation. Shortly after Su Yefeng left, Duan Go led Hu Shilong and Alvin in. His gaze towards Lin Chuan was even more subtle than Su Yefeng's. His attitude towards Lin Chuan was also more respectful than before. First, he terminated the contract with Lin Chuan, and then handed a jade plaque to Lin Chuan. This is a gift from the arena on behalf of Duan. With it, you can come and go freely in the sky without needing a ticket. In addition, this identity jade plaque also has storage function. Your two friends have won 20 consecutive victories, totaling 59,000 free points, which are also stored in this identity jade plaque. Lin Chuan accepted the jade plaque without hesitation and bound it. He had seen this thing in his previous life. Most of the free people in the sky would have such a jade plaque. If bought individually, this jade plaque would be worth 100 free points, not cheap at all. The arena is now giving it away for free, which can be considered as a gesture of goodwill towards him. In addition, if you continue to participate in the arena's competitions in the future, you will be given the treatment of a platinum member. Okay, I got it. After leaving the arena, Lin Chuan went to the free market for shopping. With 59,000 free points, His purchasing power was quite strong. He spent nearly half an hour shopping and finally bought what he needed urgently: a warrior badge, costing 500 free points, 10 bottles of primary dragon blood potion, costing 10,000 free points, a boundary mirror, costing 1,000 free points, an original contract, costing 1,000 free points, a space charm, costing 1,000 free points, 10 skill points, costing 1,000 free points, a breastplate and a sword, costing a total of 560 free points. Finally, 220 gold coins, costing 22 free points. Adding it all up, the total expenditure was 15,082 free points. It can be said that this trip to the free sky, although he spent 200 gold coins on tickets, the final gains were worth it. No, it's not just worth it. It's simply a wave of making a fortune and returning with a full load. In addition to becoming rich, being able to break through the limits of the human body so quickly was also an unexpected joy. Lin Chuan was in a very good mood. When he saw Moon Fairy Drunk on the market menu, which was priced at 100 free points per bottle, he boldly bought 10 bottles at once. In his previous life, he would never have spent 1,000 free points so casually in useless places. But in this life, he had money. After settling everything, Lin Chuan thought for a moment and then left the free sky on his own initiative. Hu Shilong and Alvin naturally followed suit. The three of them glanced at each other and returned to the Secret Realm Tavern. The people in the tavern had already changed. But Lin Chuan didn't care at all and went straight to the drunkard in the secluded corner. He handed 200 gold coins and 10 bottles of Moon Fairy Drunk to the drunkard, speaking very pleasantly, "I'm here to redeem my death grip." The drunkard didn't hesitate at all. He took all 200 gold coins and 10 bottles of Moon Fairy Drunk. He even opened a bottle of Moon Fairy Drunk on the spot and poured it into his mouth. The tempting aroma of the wine instantly filled the entire tavern. After finishing a bottle of Moon Fairy Drunk, the drunkard returned Lin Chuan's death grip, and with a lingering taste in his mouth, he praised, "Not bad. Not bad." Lin Chuan put the death grip into his dimensional ring and said with a smile, "Is it the wine that's good or the person?" The drunkard gave him a look and said, "The wine is good." Lin Chuan didn't mind. After throwing the remaining 20 gold coins to Hu Shilong and Alvin, he went straight back to his one dragon's lair. When the people in the tavern saw him disappear on the spot, they were all surprised. Strange. Where did that guy just go? He didn't go straight to the dragon's lair, did he? Impossible. He wouldn't just go to the dragon's lair alone to die, right? Didn't a 10-person team go in before and end up being wiped out? Too scary. The strength of the dragon is too terrifying. We warriors have no chance at all. At worst, it's a draw. Drag the evil dragon to die together. Hu Shilong and Alvin did not participate in the discussion. They were originally worried about the outcome of this secret realm. But after experiencing a journey in the realm of freedom, they instantly felt it's a good thing they chose the warrior camp. As long as they hold onto the thigh of Gu Chuan, the big boss, it's easy to slaughter the evil dragon. Of course, they would never have thought the true identity of the warrior boss in their minds is actually the evil dragon. And when Lin Chuan returned to the dragon's lair, the first thing he did was to use the newly purchased space charm on himself. The space charm is a high-end spatial prop, much more advanced than the dimensional ring. The dimensional ring does not bind to the owner. Once killed, the ring will be taken by someone else. And some people have special talents. They can even peek into the items in other people's dimensional rings. What's more, they can even steal items from other people's dimensional rings. And the dimensional ring occupies a finger equipment slot, which is also a disadvantage for the strong. But the space charm does not have those worries. First of all, the space is much larger. Secondly, privacy and security are guaranteed. More importantly, the space opened by the space charm has a static internal time. Whatever is put in is hot food or cold food, it will remain the same when taken out. Lin Chuan didn't even want to buy this thing in his previous life. It's just that he has become a local tyrant now and spent 1,000 points to buy it. After binding the space, a concealed rune appeared on his right-hand's tiger's mouth. After putting all the important things into the rune space, Lin Chuan began to prepare for the dragon bloodbath. Breaking through the human body's limits consumes a huge amount of energy. If not properly regulated, it will leave irreparable internal injuries. And the dragon blood potion is used to regulate the body after breaking through the limits. However, this process is very torturous. A large bucket of water, without any heating, just a drop of potion, instantly boiled like a pot. Lin Chuan took off his clothes, gritted his teeth and jumped in, but couldn't stand it and jumped out of the potion barrel after 3 seconds. After resting for 10 minutes, he jumped in again. This time, he persisted for 5 seconds before jumping out. This went on back and forth, taking nearly 2 hours to consume the entire bucket of potion. All the injuries on his body were completely healed during this time. His whole body also felt like it had been reborn, becoming more robust. After completing all this, Lin Chuan put on his clothes again and took a deep breath. And during the time when Lin Chuan was continuously getting stronger, the old Western-style house in Kyoto had become a real hell on earth. The illusion created by the death butterfly was actually just a kind of illusion. When the death butterfly was still just a malnourished caterpillar, its illusion did not have any killing power. Even as Aiya left with the death butterfly, the illusion of the death purgatory did not last long and disappeared on its own. When Luo Yanping and his team arrived at the old Western-style house, they found that the group of cannon fodder who had entered the house first were all unharmed, just a little pale. What's more, some of them had wet their pants. After a brief investigation, Luo Yanping found that only the Zhua family and some miscellaneous people who had been frightened were left in the air raid shelter. But Lin Chuan was nowhere to be found. Luo Yanping quickly learned from Zhua Tiangang and Zhua Tianhan that Lin Chuan was indeed the number one in the world ranking. As for why he wasn't on the Kyoto regional ranking last night, it might be related to his disappearance. Zhua Tiangang described in great detail Lin Chuan's disappearance in front of everyone last night. And he also analyzed on his own. From my speculation, he either obtained a space teleportation prop from the ranking rewards and went to another city, or he entered a secret realm. Secret realm? Luo Yanping muttered these two words softly. Zhuo Tiangang thought he didn't know about the secret realm, and deliberately flattered and explained that Bakanov of the Divine Punishment mission is said to have escaped the crazy pursuit of various foreign forces only after entering a certain secret realm. We heard last night that Lin Chuan had Aiya exchange a level 3 crystal core for a ticket to the secret realm. It seems to be called the Great Struggle Secret Realm ticket. Luo Yan glanced indifferently at Zhuo Tiangang. He did not say much to Zhuo Tiangang, but instead said to the large group of cannon fodder who had come to besiege Lin Chuan with them, "I'm sorry, everyone, but this operation to besiege Lin Chuan is likely to end in failure. However, the guaranteed rewards promised by the 4 major families will still be fulfilled. Now, everyone just line up in this old Western-style house, and we will arrange for people to distribute crystal core rewards at the door of the old Western-style house." Led by the super family Luo, with the support of the Luan, Shi, and Nia families, the high-level members of the 4 major forces had promised the knights invited to besiege Lin Chuan that even if the operation failed, they would receive compensation in the form of crystal cores from the 4 major families. Now, with Lin Chuan gone and the operation failed, the compensation for these knights has arrived. Each knight lined up in a long, winding queue in the old Western-style house. The members of the 4 major families stood at the door of the old Western-style house, distributing crystal core compensation. After receiving the compensation, the knights could leave on their own. Su Gongqing was also in the queue of knights. Although he did not dare to show it due to his inferiority, he did have some admiration for Luan Yuling in his heart. Han Shuiying had hinted to him privately before the operation to besiege Lin Chuan that the risk of this operation was very high. But Su Gongqing still came. He came for Luan Yuling. He wanted to make himself more important in Luan Yuling's heart and not let her think he was a coward. Fortunately, in the end, although the journey to the old Western-style house was not smooth, they did not experience any real danger. Not only was there no danger, they also obtained crystal cores for free. Soon, the queue reached Su Gongqing. The people distributing the crystal cores divided them into 4 batches, and the person who gave Su Gongqing the crystal cores happened to be Luan Yuling. Luan Yuling was still so delicate and beautiful, pure and lovely, as if she had not been affected by the end of the world at all. Even though she was wearing a convenient black sports suit for movement, she still could not hide her inherent sense of cold beauty. She gave Su Gongqing a faint smile and handed him the 3 crystal cores he deserved. That smile almost took Su Gongqing's soul away. He stood shyly by Luan Yuling's side, wanting to help her. However, before he could speak, he heard Luan Yuling's gentle voice. "To prevent anyone from receiving crystal cores again, those who have received crystal cores must leave according to the rules." "Okay, then I'll leave first." So, Su Gongqing stepped out of the old Western-style house. He thought that the group of people who had already received crystal cores would be waiting outside. However, the street outside the old Western-style house was cold and empty, with no one in sight. Su Gongqing faintly felt that something was wrong. Just then, a breeze brushed past, and the landscape tree beside him swayed gently, making a rustling sound. The sound was like weeping, like a low moan. Su Gongqing inexplicably tensed his nerves. However, at this moment, it was too late. He only felt a dull pain in his brain like a knife cutting, and then he permanently lost consciousness. A plus talent, soul strangulation. Killing without a trace. There was no visible external injury. Soon, a dark figure emerged from the landscape tree. The figure skillfully dealt with Su Gongqing's body, retrieving the 3 crystal cores he had just received, and also digging out another crystal core from his head. Finally, the body was put into a dimensional ring. The next knight to come out of the old Western-style house experienced almost the same thing as Su Gongqing. And after collecting about 10 bodies, someone would specifically carry a bag full of crystal cores and hand it over to the person distributing the crystal cores at the door. Luan Yuling's bag of crystal cores ran out, and she quickly took a new bag and continued to distribute the crystal cores to the people behind the team. It was obvious that their crystal cores were increasing more and more. As the righteous team progressed, they couldn't help but notice something strange. However, at this point, they were already powerless to resist. They could only be like silent lambs, waiting to be slaughtered. The entire process of distributing the crystal cores lasted for nearly an hour. The 4 major families harvested over 200 crystal cores, along with over 200 bodies. Luan, Qi, and Nia families each received 50 cores, and the rest belonged to Luo Yinping. After all, his talent for soul strangulation played a very important role in this harvesting operation. Among those 200 people, there were strong fighters, but almost all of them were killed by Luo Yinping because they lacked soul defense. In the end, the dimensional ring containing over 200 bodies was handed over to Luo Yinping. Luo Yinping still wore thin-framed glasses, looking gentle and refined. However, at this point, the green text 67th on the kill list had appeared above his head. Green text was different from gold text. Gold represented the world list, while green represented the regional list. This meant that in just 1 hour, Luo Yinping had already ranked 67th on the Kyoto kill list. He seemed to greatly enjoy the green text above his head, with a smile on his face as he leisurely walked towards the old Western-style house. He slightly opened his arms and twisted his head with each step, releasing a body from the dimensional ring. Soon, over 200 bodies were scattered throughout the old house. Su Gongqing's body was naturally among them. However, the goddess he secretly admired was distributing the 50 crystal cores obtained to her Luan family without even glancing at his already cold body. After arranging all the bodies, Luo Yinping walked towards the direction of the air raid shelter. As he walked, he suddenly encountered a woman in a black uniform who was fleeing towards the air raid shelter in panic. The woman was about to lock the door but was quickly stopped by Luo Yinping. Soon, the people of the 4 major families, led by Luo Yinping, entered the underground air raid shelter again. Zhuo Tianyi stood pale in front of her grandparents. She had just witnessed that crazy and twisted person release over 200 bodies from the dimensional ring with a smile on his face. She trembled with fear, and her expression of fear did not escape the notice of Zhuo Tiangang and Zhuo Tianhun. However, these 2 brothers dared not defy Luo Yinping in the slightest. Instead, they forced a smile and tried to please Luo Yinping, almost kneeling down on the spot. Luo Yinping smiled slightly and said, "Just now, Lin Chuan suddenly appeared and killed all the over 200 righteous who were trying to besiege him." He spoke calmly and casually, without any sincerity in his lie. However, the Zhuo brothers cooperated exceptionally well, immediately expressing righteous indignation and cursing Lin Chuan. "This is outrageous. Lin Chuan is truly a heartless devil." They wanted to curse even more harshly, such as wishing him dead, but they knew deep down that the real heartless killer was the seemingly gentle and refined big shot in front of them. They were afraid that if they cursed too harshly, the big shot would suspect them of indirect accusations. So, after a few symbolic curses, Zhuo Tianhan, with a look of righteous obligation, said, "We must expose Lin Chuan's evil deeds on the chat channel and let everyone know that he is a murderer who deserves to be killed by everyone." Both of them were quite clever, and Luo Yinping nodded in satisfaction. Then, he smiled slightly and said, "But it's very strange, why do you think a killer like Lin Chuan didn't kill you too?" His tone was as gentle and warm as a spring breeze, but everyone in the Zhuo family felt a chill down their spines upon hearing his words. Even the Zhuo brothers, who had always tried to please Luo Yinping, couldn't help but feel weak at this moment. At this moment, when everyone was so afraid that they didn't even dare to breathe, Zhuo Tiangong's girlfriend, Wang Shiyun, suddenly changed her innocent image and her eyes turned fierce. She unexpectedly attacked the defenseless grandparents of the Zhuo family from behind. In an instant, the 2 kind and gentle old people, who had never done anything wrong in their lives, fell to the ground and lost their breath. This scene deeply shocked Zhuo Tianyi. Her pupils dilated instantly, the whites of her eyes almost bloodshot, unable to believe everything she was seeing. Then, after a burst of angry shouting, she went mad and hysterically pounced on Wang Shiyun. "Wang Shiyun, what have you done?" Wang Shiyun immediately hid behind Zhuo Tiangang and shouted loudly in Luo Yinping's direction, "Lin Chuan is ruthless," and even attacked the Zhuo family who had sheltered him. "Thanks to the intervention of Boss Luo, we were able to survive by a hair's breadth." Zhuo Tiangang was also confused by his girlfriend's actions. He never expected that his pitiful girlfriend would have such a ruthless and decisive side. But years of being a lackey made him instinctively protect Wang Shiyun and prevent Zhuo Tianyi from attacking her. The sudden outbreak of chaos unexpectedly piqued Luo Yinping's interest. He looked meaningfully at Wang Shiyun and then smiled as he followed her words. I'm not unable to intervene, it's just a pity. With that, he suddenly picked up 3 pieces of parchment between his fingers. He waved the parchment in the direction of the Zhuo brothers and smiled, saying, unfortunately, I only have 3 slave contracts and can only save 3 people. His gentle voice sounded like a devil's whisper. As his words fell, the entire bunker descended into even more brutal chaos. The first to act was Zhuo Tiangang. He personally killed his beloved sister, Zhuo Tianyi. With this beginning, the slaughter became uncontrollable. In the end, only Zhuo Tiangang, Zhuo Tianhan, and Wang Shiyun survived in the bunker. They had personally slaughtered their own family, their expressions fierce and cruel. However, after everything was over, they once again groveled like dogs, begging for mercy from Luo Yinping. Having enjoyed the show, Luo Yinping was in a good mood and casually threw the 3 slave contracts to the ground. The Zhuo brothers and Wang Shiyun quickly signed the contracts and became Luo Yinping's dogs. Among the 3, it seemed that Luo Yinping particularly appreciated the ruthless and cunning Wang Shiyun. He smiled and said, "You, go dig for crystal cores. You brothers, count the number of people." In fact, he wanted to see if the number of crystal cores he received matched the number of bodies here, to prevent anyone from embezzling the cores. The result of this headcount unexpectedly revealed something. After Zhuo Tianhan and Zhuo Tiangang each counted the number of people, they exchanged a surprised look and saw something in each other's eyes. Luo Yinping noticed this and frowned slightly, asking, "What's wrong?" Zhuo Tianhan truthfully explained, "My brother, Zhuo Kaiyuan, is missing." "Missing? What do you mean? Is the person missing, or is the body missing?" "The person is missing." Zhuo Tianhan briefly recalled, "I didn't see him during the slaughter just now." Zhuo Tiangang saw that Luo Yinping's expression was not good and immediately helped explain, "That kid in the Zhuo family has always been particularly low-key. We haven't paid much attention to him since last night, and he was indeed not in the bunker during the fight just now." Luo Yinping looked coldly at Zhuo Tianhan and asked, "What talent does your brother have?" Zhuo Tianhan was a little scared, his voice trembling, I don't know. My brother is only 10 years old, he's a bit introverted usually, not very good at communicating." Before he could finish speaking, Luo Yinping kicked him in the chest. With a bang, Zhuo Tianhan's back hit the wall. "Useless. You don't even know where your own brother is." Luo Yinping looked down on him and stepped on Zhuo Tianhan's face, saying coldly, "Someone like you wouldn't even know how you'll die one day." I'm sorry, boss. I'll find a way to find my brother, and then silence him." Zhuo Tianhan, with his face being stepped on, begged intermittently, tears and saliva flowing together, utterly undignified. It was only then that Luo Yinping withdrew his foot, leisurely saying, "There's no need to silence him directly. If your brother has good talent, he can serve me as a dog." Thank you, boss. With this, Luo Yinping's actions were basically completed. On the other side, Shi Feng, who was acting separately, also made contact with Aiya. After leaving the old mansion, Aiya had experienced several human ambushes in succession. As time passed, despite still being at level 2, she had gradually fallen out of the world ranking. However, she remained well known on the regional ranking, with the green text 11th on the ranking naturally displayed above her head. Meanwhile, her companion, Kai Yin, had always maintained the golden text 2nd on the ranking. It was this kind of ranking that made some people harbor evil intentions, attempting to kill them and loot their treasure chests. However, almost all of those who ambushed them were instantly taken out by Kai Yin's little black figure. Aiya also gradually realized that the little black figure was very strong, almost like Lin Chuan, capable of crushing everything. It was also with these ambushes that Aiya became more and more accustomed to the treacherous nature of human hearts in the apocalypse. She snatched a dimensional ring from the leader of a team that had ambushed her and put it on her own finger. While digging for crystal cores could have been left to the emotionless little black figure, she forced herself to do it in order to build up the courage to survive in the apocalypse. After all, the little black figure was a bodyguard arranged for her by Lin Chuan and did not fundamentally belong to her. She did not want to be completely devoid of survival skills if she were to leave Lin Chuan one day. As she entered a mall, she said to the little black figure, "If we encounter weaker ambushers in the future, give me a chance to fight, okay?" The little black figure had no facial features and could not speak, and the dark lump could not even respond to Aiya. Aiya also did not know if the little black figure had understood her words. She bought a lot of clothes in the mall, both for men and women. She directly dressed the little black figure in men's clothing. Then, she put a hat, a mask, and sunglasses on it. After this dressing up, the dark Kai Yin looked more and more like a living person from the outside. This kind of appearance as a living person made Aiya, who was lonely and afraid, feel a little warmer inside. After leaving the mall, another group of ignorant teams tried to kill them and loot their treasure chests. This time, Aiya finally held a tang knife and fought alongside the little black figure. However, her combat power was still too weak, and the tang knife ultimately only cut one person's arm. If it weren't for the protection of the little black figure by her side, she would probably have died many times over. Aiya sighed, feeling hopeless about her lack of progress in combat power. After digging out 7 level 1 crystal cores, she sighed, "Let's go. I remember there's a park nearby. I don't know if we can find the hornet's nest smoothly this time." And so, with one person and one dark figure, they headed towards the park once again. On the way, encountering dimensional monsters was usually handled by Xiaohaizi. However, after entering the park, Aiya discovered clear signs that the dimensional monsters in the park had been cleaned up by someone. She frowned and continued walking deeper into the park, when she faintly heard a voice crying for mercy. The voice sounded familiar. Aiya was shocked and immediately quickened her pace towards the source of the sound. As she got closer, the scene before her made her instantly furious. Several despicable thugs were actually bullying a weak girl in broad daylight. What's even more despicable was that the round-faced girl with glasses being humiliated was Aiya's roommate. Aiya was so angry that her eyes turned red, and she was about to rush over to help, but someone was faster than her. With a swift stroke, a dashing man appeared, skillfully wielding his sword. Although outnumbered, the man was not at a disadvantage at all. With a few swift movements, he quickly took the lives of the 4 thugs. It seemed that the man did not notice Aiya's arrival, as he gallantly took off his coat and draped it over the humiliated girl, asking softly, "Are you okay?" The round-faced girl immediately threw herself into the arms of the gallant man, crying uncontrollably. Aiya, who had originally intended to rush to the rescue, suddenly stopped in her tracks. She looked at the back of the dashing man with a subtle expression in her eyes, and unconsciously tightened her grip on the tang sword in her hand. She glanced at Xiaohaizi by her side, her emotions shifting in her eyes. Finally, she gritted her teeth and prepared to leave quietly. However, the round-faced girl, who was crying heartbreakingly, suddenly saw her figure and directly called out, "Aiya! Woo woo woo, Aiya!" Startled by the cry, Aiya turned around with a surprised look and saw Aiya not far away. Aiya, who had originally wanted to leave quickly, now found it awkward to leave directly. She looked somewhat embarrassed and awkwardly said, "What a coincidence. Aiya, what are you doing here?" Qifeng looked surprised. "Where's Lin Chuan? Isn't he with you?" "Ha? Lin Chuan? He's not with me." Aiya looked visibly nervous. As she spoke, she seemed distracted and spoke with a touch of absent-mindedness, using a lot of unnecessary words. In fact, in her mind, she was recalling the chat with Lin Chuan's friend, secretly sending a message, "Boss, I ran into Qifeng. Should I not talk to him? Boss, please reply. Aren't you enemies with Qifeng? Aren't you afraid I'll betray you with your messages? Boss, if you don't reply, I'm ready to betray." "Really? I have no backbone. I really like being a traitor. Oh no, a sister. If you don't reply, I'll really betray. I've really betrayed." Lin Chuan was in the secret realm and naturally couldn't see Aiya's messages. But even if he did, he probably wouldn't care. After all, in his heart, Qifeng was not worthy of being called an enemy. Lin Chuan could easily crush him, just like crushing an ant. Or rather, the reborn Lin Chuan and Qifeng were not on the same level at all. He didn't even care about Qifeng. At most, Qifeng was just a nuisance, still alive and kicking. If Lin Chuan happened to come across him, he would deal with him easily. It was Aiya, with her stunning face, who had an inexplicable silly side to her. This was evident from her earlier nonsense about having AIDS. But Aiya was not just silly. The messages she sent to Lin Chuan were quite cheerful. However, in reality, when facing Qifeng, she was always on edge. She and Qifeng exchanged a few words, both with a hint of probing in their tone. And just as she messaged Lin Chuan and didn't get a response, finally sending the words "I really did vote," Aiya seemed to suddenly relax as if she had unloaded a heavy burden. She seemed to let down her guard and slowly walked towards Qifeng. Qifeng noticed her change in attitude and couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. The round-faced girl also managed to stand up at this moment, tears still flowing uncontrollably, crying sincerely, "Aiya, I'm so glad you're okay. You have no idea what Chiner and I went through last night." Sob. Sob. As she spoke, she lost control of her emotions and cried again. Women always have a softer empathy and sympathy for each other. Aiya instantly teared up and stepped forward to embrace her roommate, letting her cry in her arms. She lightly patted her roommate's back, wanting to say some comforting words, but her throat felt sour, as if it were blocked by a wad of wet cotton, and she couldn't say anything. This was exactly the scene Qifeng wanted to see. He looked at the crying round-faced girl with sympathetic eyes. Then he turned his gaze to Aiya and gently asked, "In that case, Aiya, do you want to team up with me again? The world is in such chaos now. So many people have lost their morals and humanity. As a girl with the words of the ranking list on your head and being so beautiful, you are too easily in danger. Aiya nodded with a deeply understanding expression. Senior, you are absolutely right. On my way to this park, I have been ambushed countless times by fellow humans. Her tone was both angry and sorrowful, as if she felt powerless and puzzled by the state of the world. Qifeng nodded in agreement, then looked at Kaiyin, who had been following Aiya closely, and asked tentatively, "Who is this?" "Oh, it's a big fool I picked up on the roadside. He can't speak and has intellectual problems, but he's very strong in battle, so I brought him along as a bodyguard." Aiya casually made up a story. At this moment, the round-faced girl's emotions seemed to have calmed down a bit. She looked at Kaiyin, who was completely covered and couldn't see his features, and then looked at Aiya with envy. "Yeah, you are so lucky to have such a bodyguard to protect you." "Yes." Aya's eyes had a moment of confusion, as if she had thought of something. When she came to her senses, her gaze inadvertently glanced at the round-faced girl's neckline. Faint bruises and scratch marks of a dark color were visible on her snow-white skin, revealing her unfortunate experience. Aya's eyes had a moment of darkness and incomprehension, and she continued with a deep sigh, "I am indeed very lucky." After saying this, she suddenly made a shocking move. She raised her right hand and instantly took out a tang knife from her dimensional ring. The sharp cold blade of the tang knife directly slashed towards Qifeng. Qifeng was caught off guard for a moment and was actually struck hard on the forehead by her, blood gushing out instantly, flowing across his nose and lips, a shocking sight. The bones of the human forehead are very hard, and Aya's fierce blow with the tang knife directly got stuck in Qifeng's forehead. But Qifeng, who took this blow head-on, didn't immediately fall. His eyes widened in anger, and he let out a hoarse, furious roar, then fiercely swung his sword towards Aiya. "Ah, you despicable person! You actually ambushed me!" This wasn't Aya's first battle, but her previous battles had always ended in failure. In the end, it was always Xiao Haizi who intervened and dealt with those villains. This time, even though Qifeng's current frenzied expression was very frightening, Aiya showed no fear or retreat. She also didn't pin her hopes on Xiao Haizi again. Her gaze was firm, and with a flash of her body, she produced another short knife in her hand. With a pu sound, the short knife accurately stabbed into Qifeng's heart. And Qifeng, holding a long sword in his right hand, seemed to be paused. He stiffened for a second or two, then fell with bloodshot eyes, completely lifeless. Even in death, a tang knife was still stuck in his forehead, and his wide eyes couldn't close. This is, dying with unfulfilled wishes. How could he close his eyes? He had escaped Lin Xuan's fatal attack for the sake of a dead child, then he had hidden in the stinking sewer, narrowly escaping disaster, finally found by the Qi family and participated in the siege of Lin Xuan. His rise in this chaotic world had just begun, but the result was that before he could accomplish anything significant, he died at the hands of the woman he thought was the easiest to deceive and use. How could he be resigned? How could he close his eyes? On the other hand, Aiya's emotions were also very unstable. This was not her first time killing someone, but it was the first time she had truly fought on her own. She won. Although the victory in this battle was mostly due to a sneak attack, but she won. Her emotions were surging, her breathing was rapid and intense, and it took a long time for her to calm down. Carefully squatting beside Qifeng, she reached out to feel his breath. Only after confirming that he was truly dead did she heave a heavy sigh and sit on the ground. The battle that unfolded in an instant left the round-faced girl stunned. She seemed to be frightened, so much so that she forgot to cry and only had a fearful and shrinking expression as she looked at Aiya. After Aiya calmed down, she stood up again. Her gaze at the round-faced girl was very complicated. After a pause, she calmly spoke. "On the way to this park earlier, I met a little boy. He was covered in dirt, stained with mud and blood, but he looked very clever, didn't cry or make a fuss, and didn't resort to moral coercion. I felt sorry for him, so I went over and gave him some supplies I had collected. He was very sweet, and even said thank you, pretty sister." But behind the warmth, there was a bloody conspiracy. From the moment I took out the supplies, I was targeted. There were more than 20 people. They were not very strong, but because there were so many of them, they were very bold. They were greedy and arrogant, demanding that I hand over the supplies, and also wanting to humiliate me again. But in the end, they all died. At this point in the story, Aiya looked at the round-faced girl with a steady gaze. "But that boy, he survived. I know he was a bait, an accomplice of those people, but I am willing to forgive him, because he was powerless and a weak child." With that, Aiya fell silent. Only her roommate, Chunyao, looked at her in horror and trance. After a while, Chunyao suddenly started to tremble. Her crying at this moment was not loud, but it was obviously more sincere. I'm sorry, Aiya. I was the bait. But I am just like that little boy. I was forced. I am also weak. I couldn't resist. Sob. Aiya looked at her calmly, trying to appear indifferent and unfeeling. But in the end, she couldn't help but reveal a hint of emotion in her eyes. She sighed and gently handed over a tissue. Stop crying. The world has become like this, and it's not easy for everyone. Shenya took the tissue and wiped her tears, her voice still choked. Aiya, will you forgive me? Aiya did not answer, but asked calmly, how did you become Chi Feng's bait? What was his purpose? And what about Xian Xian and Qing Er? Are they okay? When she mentioned Qing Er, her tone unconsciously became somewhat subtle. In fact, Aiya was really like a stranger to Chi Feng, almost without any relationship, but her roommate, Zhong Qing Er, secretly admired Chi Feng. Aiya also knew this. She had joined the student council in the beginning because of Qing Er. In the actual dormitory of 4 people, Aiya had the best relationship with Zhong Qing'er, but now, Aiya has personally killed the male god that Qing'er admired. She doesn't know how to face Qing'er in the future. But upon careful consideration, in this post-apocalyptic world, survival and becoming stronger are the top priorities. Chen Yao also thought of Qing'er. She looked at the body of Chi Feng on the ground and hesitantly said, Xian Xian is timid, she might still be hiding in the girls' dormitory. She then recounted her own experiences with Qing'er. When the apocalypse began, there were no dimensional rifts near the girls' dormitory, and many girls did not experience much danger. Later, a heavy rain fell, and the chat channels all said that heavy rain could enhance attributes. So, many people decided to go out and get wet in the rain. Qing'er has always been independent and decisive, unwilling to fall behind others, so she also decided to go out in the rain and find a way to fight monsters and level up. Shenyao decided to go out in the rain with her, but Xiang Xian was timid and afraid of danger, so she dared not go out in the rain. What happened later was a despairing tragedy. After midnight, when the heavy rain stopped, those who had been in the rain suddenly became weak and powerless, unable to stand. On the playground, large numbers of people fell down, like fish on a cutting board, being ruthlessly slaughtered by the dimensional insects they had once looked down upon. As she described the scene, Shenyao couldn't help but turn pale. Aiya furrowed her brow. In that situation, how did you and Qing'er end up in the hands of Chi Feng? It wasn't Chi Feng. Shenyao shook her head slightly, tears falling uncontrollably. The person who saved us was from the super family. More accurately, those people weren't there to save us, they were specifically there to save the spirit of the dormitory. Aiya was stunned. The school flower's spirit? Yes, it's the school flower's spirit. Her background seems very powerful. Her family is also very strong. One of them, with a touch of his hand on the spirit's head, suddenly restored her strength, which was originally as weak as ours. At that time, there was crying on the playground. Everyone was begging that person to save them, but he only saved the spirit, completely ignoring the life and death of others. The spirit didn't care about us either, she just coldly left. At this point, Chen Yao's eyes turned red again. Aiya pursed her lips and asked with a heavy heart, and then? Chen Yao forced out a smile uglier than crying, and then, all the people who fell on the playground were killed by the people from the super family. Then their crystals were dug out. The women, before they died, suffered insults that were inhuman. Qing'er was especially stubborn, fighting desperately, but it was useless. We were weak and powerless, with no strength at all. Originally, after enduring humiliation, we thought we would be killed and have our crystals dug out like everyone else, but for some reason, Qing'er and I were left behind. Later, we found out that the reason we were left behind was to lure you. At that time, you had directly climbed onto the level rankings, and many people must have been eyeing you. Aiya's expression was complex. She couldn't imagine what she would have experienced if she hadn't met Lin Xuan. The level rankings? That was also something Lin Xuan helped her with. She sighed and asked again, what about Qing'er? Wasn't she supposed to be the bait with you? Qing'er. Shenya choked up and cried again. When she was asked to be the bait, she was dumbfounded and didn't know how to react, and then she was killed by Senior Chi Feng. What? At that moment, anger flashed in Aiya's eyes. Qing'er had actually died at the hands of the man she admired the most. Along with her anger, Aiya couldn't help but feel a tinge of sadness. She couldn't hold back and fiercely kicked Chi Feng's body on the ground. Then, she prepared to dig out his crystal. Just as she squatted down, she suddenly frowned and stood up, saying to Chen Yao, Yao, if you want to survive in the apocalypse, you must learn to be strong and resilient. Now, I'm giving you a task. Go and dig out the crystal core from Chi Feng. Chen Yao had a puzzled look on her face. Me? Yes, it's you, Aiya said solemnly. You must learn to be strong. Digging out the crystal core is the first step in building courage. Chen Yao's face turned pale, her lips trembling, and after a long time, she finally said, thank you. No need to thank me, we are friends. Chen Yao stiffly took the bone knife, squatted down, and after a lot of effort, she finally dug out the crystal core from Qifeng's head. Just as she stood up again, she couldn't help but feel nauseous and vomited in the bushes for a long time. After finally calming her emotions, she handed the crystal core to Aiya. In that case, Aiya, can I team up with you? She looked at Aiya with hopeful and longing eyes. Aiya shook her head slightly. I don't know either. It depends on whether Lin Chuan agrees to take you in. Shen Yao burst into tears. I'm not as pretty as you, and I've been through so much. Lin Chuan must think I'm dirty and won't take me in. I didn't mean that kind of take in. Aiya looked a bit embarrassed. I meant taking in a teammate. And the relationship between me and Lin Chuan is not what you think. Oh, Shen Yao had a look of I believe you. Aiya was too lazy to explain further, so she sent a detailed message to Lin Chuan about her situation. However, Lin Chuan still did not respond. Aiya was somewhat worried deep down. Fortunately, the existence of the world-level rankings allowed her to know that Lin Chuan was still alive. Secret Realm, Dragon's Nest No. 001. Lin Chuan finished soaking in the medicinal bath, put on his clothes, and took out the warrior badge from the space. This thing cost him 500 points, but it was definitely worth it. The warrior badge seemed to correspond perfectly to the warrior camp in the Dragon and Warrior Secret Realm. This thing could indeed play an important role in this secret realm. Players in the dragon camp, once they transformed into a dragon, their combat power would increase exponentially. Not only could they transform into a dragon and fly in the air, but their attributes would also double. Purely relying on leveling up by fighting monsters, warrior players would never be able to compete with dragon players in dragon form. However, warriors could use the warrior badge to nullify the dragon form of dragon players. If that was the only effect, the warrior badge would not be worth 500 points, but it actually had another more practical effect: immunity to a certain degree of level suppression. Earlier, when Lin Chuan fought the third-level dimensional worm at level 0 on the southern 4 heavenly stairs, he had already felt the level suppression. Although his willpower was strong and his combat power was not affected by the suppression, if he were to surpass the opponent by more than 5 levels in the future, the level suppression would definitely affect his combat power. However, by wearing the warrior badge, as long as the opponent's level did not exceed his by 10 levels, he would no longer be subject to level suppression. For Lin Chuan, this was extremely useful. Players in the warrior camp could also obtain the warrior badge by doing tasks in the warrior village. However, the warrior badge obtained as a task reward in the secret realm was simply a knockoff version. Firstly, the knockoff version could only target dragons and could not immunize against level suppression. Secondly, the knockoff version had a time limit. Finally, the process of obtaining the warrior badge through tasks was very cumbersome and simply a waste of time. Lin Chuan didn't want to waste time. He also wanted to claim the first level 4 promotion reward. So, he couldn't afford to spend 24 hours in this secret realm. He had to quickly deal with the players in the warrior camp and end the secret realm game ahead of time. It would be best to keep the time within 12 hours. And now, it had been over 6 hours since the secret realm opened. 6 hours left, of course. It's time to explore the dragon's lair and harvest some talents. Lin Chuan rubbed his rock-hard abs and stretched lazily in a good mood. Then, he checked the dragon's chat channel. At this time, the dragons were almost all boasting. Someone was showing off that they had mastered the third-level dragon form, greatly increasing their strength. Someone else was boasting about defeating a team of warriors, full of confidence. The person who had previously revealed the SSS level talent seemed to have not spoken in the chat channel since. On the other hand, the owner of the S-level talent soul was always high-profile. When Lin Chuan checked the chat channel, he happened to see the ecstatic post from this S-level big shot Dragon 129. I have good news for everyone. Just now, a group of warriors broke into my dragon's lair, and I have already controlled them all with my talent. As time passed, the dragons not only mastered higher-level dragon forms, but also became more familiar with the rules of the chat channel. Initially, their chat was completely anonymous, and the messages sent could not be traced back to anyone. But by this time, many players had voluntarily revealed their identities and removed their anonymous status. After all, the dragons could not leave the lair and theoretically could not attack each other. So the dragons could reveal their information without worry. Moreover, the identities they disclosed were only the numbers of the dragon lairs, and did not involve their real names. And Dragon 129 was obviously the owner of the S-level talent soul. His influence in the chat channel was almost overwhelming. Just by casually posting a message, others immediately flocked to praise him like flies drawn to dung. Dragon 002, big shot is amazing. Dragon 097, what's so amazing about this? With the strength of Big Shot 129, controlling a group of warriors is simply so easy. Dragon 065, regardless, we still have to congratulate the Big Shot. The Big Shot is still strong. Various flattering remarks flashed across the screen. Many of these people had also voluntarily revealed their dragon lair numbers. Lin Chuan happened to jot down all those numbers. After all, he speculated that the owner of the SSS level talent would not flatter the S level talent holder. So, these numbered individuals should all be excluded. Lin Chuan was about to leave his dragon's lair when he saw Dragon 129 post another long message. Dragon 129, listen to me, everyone. What I call good news is not just for me. It's good news for all of us dragons. What are we dragons most afraid of? Warriors? No, we're not afraid. What we fear is a draw. And now, I have found a way to break the draw. Instantly, there was another wave of praise. Dragon 057, what? Big Shot can actually break the draw? Dragon 138, wow. If what the Big Shot says is true, it will really benefit the entire dragon camp. Dragon 200, luckily I was randomly assigned to the dragon camp. I have now discovered it. This game should choose the dragon camp. The dragon camp will definitely win. Dragon 002, the dragon camp will definitely win. The dragon camp will definitely win. At this moment, in lair number 2, a woman with a face scarred by crisscrossing knife marks, resembling a chessboard, was leisurely sitting by the black stream in the lair. By the stream lay a female corpse that looked like a black statue, which turned out to be the princess that every dragon lair had. The scarred woman was idly checking the chat channel's information. Occasionally, her comments could be seen in the chat channel. However, it was obvious that her comments were all meaningless nonsense. But the joy on her scarred face at this moment was undisguised. Zhong Qinger. More accurately, it's Zhong Qinger from another world. The end of the world has come, and her experiences have been somewhat tragic. But it is precisely those experiences that have allowed her to grow rapidly, nurturing a decisive and ruthless personality. She was not initially powerful, and in order to preserve her chastity, she even cut her own face. Later on, step by step, she killed, dug for crystal cores, and leveled up. She used crystal cores to exchange for the entrance tickets to the secret realms of the evil dragon and the warrior. Later, she even attempted to purchase a strategy for the secret realms from Seiwei Yinai. But the price Seiwei demanded for the strategy was too high. He dared to ask for a full 100 level 5 crystal cores. At this stage, even superpowers probably couldn't gather 100 level 5 crystal cores. So, in other parallel worlds, even if someone tried to trade for the secret realm strategy from Seiwei, they simply couldn't afford it. But Zhong Qinger managed to buy the secret realm strategy. She didn't spend a single crystal core. From Seiwei, Zhong Qinger only obtained 2 important strategies. 1. Choose the evil dragon camp. 2. Kill the princess. After entering the secret realm, she followed them all. It turned out that Seiwei's strategy was correct. As things stand now, the evil dragon camp is almost impossible to be destroyed by the warriors. This game clearly only has 2 outcomes: either the evil dragon camp wins, or it's a draw. And after killing the princess, Zhong Qinger also fully mastered the talent bestowed upon her by the crystal ball, an SSS level talent, Shadow of Darkness. Now, the only things Zhong Qinger worries about are 2. First, the 001 evil dragon. According to her speculation, the numbering of the evil dragons is based on the order in which each player joined the evil dragon camp. She obtained the strategy from Seiwei, so she immediately chose the evil dragon camp when selecting a camp. But even so, there was still someone who chose the evil dragon camp even more quickly than her. That person, what makes them more decisive than her? Could it be that they also bought the strategy from Seiwei? Zhong Qinger couldn't help but feel wary of the 001 evil dragon. However, since the evil dragons cannot attack each other, her wariness of the 001 evil dragon wasn't too strong. What truly worries her is how to break the draw. This is also the problem that all evil dragons are concerned about. However, at this moment, all the evil dragons in the chat channel saw that the 129th evil dragon actually said he had a way to break the draw. In that instant, the chat channel went even more crazy with messages. Zhong Qinger's eyes were spinning from reading them. After a while, she finally saw the message from the 129th evil dragon. 129th evil dragon, through the talent of the Lord of Souls, I have already controlled 7 powerful warriors, and I found that after I controlled them, their camp did not change. In other words, I can completely make the warriors I have enslaved return to the warrior village and slaughter the warriors. This way, even if the warriors deliberately try to disgust us and create a draw, I can use the warriors to backstab each other, completely annihilating the warrior camp. All the evil dragons who saw this message instantly rejoiced. Warriors backstabbing each other. This move is truly brilliant. No matter how high the level of the warriors, they still have to work for the big shots with S-level talents. I can only say, the Big Shot's S-level talent is truly amazing. It really can't get any more amazing than this. Although the evil dragons cannot leave the lair, the warriors controlled by the evil dragons can. Now it's impossible for the warrior camp to disgust us and create a draw. The Big Shot is truly the hero of all the evil dragons. The Big Shot is mighty. The Big Shot is amazing. Zhong Qinger was also delighted to see the message about breaking the draw. She immediately followed suit and said, 002 Evil Dragon, the Big Shot is mighty. The Big Shot is amazing. After various praises, the 129th Evil Dragon sent another message, 129th Evil Dragon, but the rules of the warriors still exist. These warriors enslaved by me still have to wait half an hour before they can leave my evil dragon's lair. Soon after, some evil dragons expressed, it's okay, just half an hour, we can wait. After half an hour, let those warriors feel what despair is. Feel what despair is? Lin Chuan looked at the optimistic remarks of the evil dragons, but remained silent. At that time, it's hard to say who will truly feel despair. He no longer paid attention to the evil dragon's chat, silently saying in his heart, leave the dragon's lair. The next second, he appeared in the tavern. The location of his appearance was exactly the same as when he entered the dragon's lair. However, the situation in the tavern seemed somewhat unusual. Hu Shilong's body lay cold on a table. The black boy Alvin was being beaten by another black strong man in a booth, barely clinging to life. And although his eyelids were drooping as if he would breathe his last in the next second, he suddenly vaguely saw Lin Chuan's sudden appearance. He might have thought he was dreaming and murmured softly, boss. This voice was heard by the black strong man holding him down. The strong man suddenly stood up and turned to see Lin Chuan. Many warrior players knew about Lin Chuan's killings in the tavern, but this black strong man was not at all flustered, because he knew that although killing in the tavern would not be punished, once outside the tavern, he would be wanted and arrested by the military of the warrior village. So, once a player kills in the tavern, they would be trapped inside and unable to level up. So in the strong man's mind, no matter how powerful Lin Chuan was, he was just a level 1 small fry. And other warriors, after 6 hours of leveling up, now generally have a level of 10 or higher. Some high-end players even have levels as high as 20. The strong man himself had reached level 16, and warriors could buy equipment and props with gold coins. With a flip of his hand, the strong man produced a dark green jade seal in his palm. He waved his big hand forward, and the jade seal instantly enlarged, floating in the air and flying towards Lin Chuan's head. However, the jade seal did not directly hit Lin Chuan. Instead, it hovered above his head. The strong man laughed arrogantly and walked towards Lin Chuan with an indifferent stride. As he walked, he said arrogantly, have you found that you can't move? Trash. 6 hours ago, in the tavern, when you killed my big brother, weren't you arrogant? Now, why don't you dare to make a sound? There were still many black people in the tavern, the same group of people who had occupied the tavern before. Lin Chuan had only killed their leader, not exterminated them. At this time, these people had leveled up and bought props, and were ready to settle the score with Lin Chuan. But the result was that Lin Chuan had actually entered the dragon's lair. Originally, everyone thought he was as good as dead. Unexpectedly, he came out alive from the dragon's lair. The black strong man quickly walked up to Lin Chuan and raised his right hand to slap him. Snap, a crisp and pleasant sound. The black strong man was stunned. The slap he had just thrown had been twisted and turned by someone, hitting himself in the face. How is this possible? How can you still move? The strong man was furious, but the hand held by Lin Chuan could not move at all. Lin Chuan pinched his hand and slapped him in the face again, then said casually, who said I dare not make a sound, isn't it uncivilized to make a sound? Snap, another slap. If you ask me to make a sound, then wouldn't I lose face? Snap, another slap. What's going on? Weren't you arrogant just now? Why don't you dare to make a sound now? Puff, the strong man spat out a mouthful of blood, almost spitting it on Lin Chuan. Fortunately, he dodged quickly, but he was very angry and slapped again. He scolded angrily, goodness. You really dare to make a sound. Since you don't take me seriously, don't blame me for being impolite. In an instant, dozens of iron wires quickly entangled everyone in the tavern. Puff, the sound of explosions, one after another, as the bodies were twisted into a bloody mess by the iron wires. Fresh hot blood drops, splattering in all directions like fireworks. Lin Chuan casually took out a large umbrella from his ring and held it in front of him. Soon, the blue-gray umbrella was instantly dyed blood red. And the jade seal floating in the air also shrank instantly and fell rapidly. Lin Chuan caught it and played with it in his hand. This jade seal is called the Qingmu seal. It looks like jade on the surface, but it is actually made of wood. There are even higher level Qingyu seal and Qinggu seal. If the other party had a Qingyu seal or Qinggu seal, Lin Chuan might really be controlled. However, the most rubbish Qingmu seal could only hold him for less than 3 seconds. If the burly man had not been so arrogant and had directly attacked Lin Chuan during those 3 seconds, he might have suffered a little. But the burly man was really brainless. Lin Chuan shook his head slightly and put the Qingmu seal into his space. After that, he began to search the bags. There were more than 60 people, almost all of them had dimensional rings. However, most of the things inside were supplies. Even the equipment and props exchanged with gold coins, Lin Chuan mostly didn't care for. He walked a few steps to the seat where Alvin was, raised his hand, and used his sea-level talent, Healing Hands, which he obtained from his own dragon's lair. A light green halo enveloped Alvin, and then his wounds slowly healed. Alvin was stunned for a moment, then tried to sit up. After getting up from the seat, he knelt down in front of Lin Chuan with a thud. Tears filled his eyes as he kowtowed and thanked the big brother. Lin Chuan was almost indifferent to this kind of thing in his heart. He had no expression and threw the 62-dimensional rings to Alvin, saying indifferently, "Help me organize them, categorize them into essential items, non-essential items, and equipment and props. If you find any special items or equipment, remember to tell me." "Yes, yes." Alvin caught the 62-dimensional rings all at once, looking a little dazed. But soon, he hurriedly said, "Big brother, are you leaving again?" "Yes, I'm going to the dragon's lair. But if you leave, I'm afraid I won't be able to guard so many dimensional rings alone." Alvin smiled bitterly. "Last time you left, the gold coins you gave me in Hu Shilong were stolen." "Stolen? Then just steal them back when he comes out." Lin Chuan didn't really care about Alvin's life, but this kid was indeed quite clever. "Then come with me to the 66th dragon's lair." After that, Lin Chuan didn't waste any more words and silently recited in his heart, "Enter the 66th dragon's lair." Then, his figure disappeared from the tavern in an instant. Alvin was stunned. Was he supposed to follow him into the 66th dragon's lair? But at this stage, all the warriors knew that the dragon was incredibly strong. Almost no warrior who entered the dragon's lair had come out alive. No, one person came out alive. That was Lin Chuan. Alvin thought of what he and Hu Shilong had seen and heard in the free sky. In fact, they never really knew how strong Lin Chuan was. But there was no doubt that he was absolutely powerful. People like Qin Jingtian, who had been in the free sky for a long time, could only bow down to Lin Chuan. And in the magnificent arena, Lin Chuan could play freely and was admired by the audience. Alvin gritted his teeth. If he died, so be it. He decided to trust the big brother. So, he quickly recited in his heart, "Enter the 66th dragon's lair." When the scene changed, Alvin found himself in a strange and gloomy valley. The flowers, grass, and trees here were all black, and the sky was gloomy, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. It was in this all-black color that the princess with other colors by the stream appeared even more stunning. Alvin stared at the beautiful princess, his eyes wide and his whole person stunned. But the princess, seeing him, was not surprised at all, and even smiled gently at him. "Brave warrior, are you here to rescue me?" I. Alvin's face turned red in an instant, and he couldn't even speak. "Why yes." "Then, please, warrior, fight for me." "Oh okay." Alvin stammered, his gaze straight and unwavering, but he couldn't bear to look away from the princess. Just then, from behind a giant boulder, came a boisterous laughter. "Ha ha! Finally, a warrior has come to visit my lair." A young man, dressed head to toe in designer labels, emerged from behind the boulder. However, as soon as he stepped out, his boisterous expression suddenly stiffened, and he cursed in pain. "Damn! How dare they not respect me? Just 2 warriors, and they dare to invade my dragon's lair?" Alvin snapped out of it and finally managed to tear his gaze away from the princess. Only then did he notice Lin Chuan standing under a large tree. His lazy gaze was fixed on the princess as well. It seemed as though he, too, was drawn to the princess. However, for some reason, when the princess looked at Lin Chuan, she no longer treated Alvin with tenderness. Her face suddenly turned sour, and she turned to the 66th evil dragon, saying, "Dear Mr. Evil Dragon, the way that warrior is looking at me makes me very uncomfortable. Can you defeat him for me?" The 66th evil dragon had been with the princess for over 6 hours. Yet, when he looked at the princess, his eyes still showed infatuation and fervor. When speaking to the princess, his tone was no longer arrogant, but rather extremely humble. "I am willing, my dear princess." With that, he turned to Lin Chuan and angrily rebuked, "You damn scum! How dare you defile my dear princess with your gaze? I'll crush your eyeballs." After spewing out his threats, he silently chanted in his heart, "Dragon form." However, a gentle breeze passed by, and the pitch-black leaves above Lin Chuan's head gently fluttered down. On the 66th evil dragon's side, nothing happened. The young man, dressed in designer labels, was completely dumbfounded. Then, he roared in frustration, "Dragon form!" Nothing happened. Dragon form. Nothing happened. Dragon form. Transform, damn it. The 66th evil dragon's throat was almost hoarse from shouting, but nothing happened throughout. He simply couldn't transform into his dragon form. Alvin was puzzled. From the first shout of the 66th evil dragon, he had been on edge, quickly running to the tree where Lin Chuan was. He thought the dragon player was about to unleash some powerful move, but all he saw was the dragon helplessly shouting, with nothing happening at all. Alvin began to doubt whether the dragon was just crazy or if he was an actor. He looked at Lin Chuan with a bewildered expression. Lin Chuan lazily leaned against the tree trunk. Only then did he straighten up, somewhat impatiently, and casually cleaned his ears, saying in a faint voice, "Are you done shouting? If you are, let's get started." With that, a brown-black iron sword appeared in his hand. The soaring serpent sword. At the hilt was the totem of a soaring serpent. Unlike the silver-white color of a regular sword, the blade was a rich, deep black. This sword was purchased by Lin Chuan for 200 points in the realm of freedom. 200 points could be exchanged for 2,000 gold coins. However, the value of points far exceeded that of gold coins. Points could be exchanged for gold coins, but no matter how many gold coins you had, you couldn't exchange them for points. Therefore, the equipment obtained from the realm of freedom was far more powerful than the equipment purchased by warriors from the hero village with gold coins. With a light swing, a streak of the soaring serpent's residual image, spitting venom, quickly shot towards the 66th evil dragon. Even without using the dragon form, the speed attribute of the 66th evil dragon was as high as 10 points. However, the 66th evil dragon simply couldn't dodge this streak of the soaring serpent's residual image. However, with a constitution attribute as high as 20 points, even if the 66th evil dragon was pierced in the heart, he wouldn't die immediately. But his death was not far off. Lin Chuan glanced at the dumbfounded Alvin and casually ordered, "Go kill him." Me? Alvin was a bit incredulous. After all, as the secret realm Shadow had mentioned before, warriors who slay dragons can receive rewards. But Lin Chuan actually wanted to give the killing opportunity to him? "If you want to go, then go. Don't waste time." Alvin heard the impatience in Lin Chuan's tone and didn't dare to question further, quickly moving to deliver the fatal blow. Immediately after, a system prompt sounded in his mind, ding. "Congratulations to Warrior 0618 for successfully slaying Dragon 066. Ding. Congratulations on successfully switching sides and becoming Dragon 066. Switching sides? Becoming a dragon?" Alvin was dumbfounded. "How did I become a dragon?" he exclaimed, his face turning instantly pale. Obviously, he remembered the phrase that all players had ignored: dragon slayers ultimately become dragons. It turned out that after a warrior slays a dragon, they would actually switch sides and become a new dragon. He looked at Lin Chuan with a pale face. What should he do? He and the big shot had become members of two different sides. If he became enemies with the big shot, wouldn't he be doomed? However, Lin Chuan's expression was unexpectedly calm. He walked over slowly, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "Tell me, what are your dragon attributes?" "Except for my constitution being 40, the other 3 dimensions are all 20. Alvin stammered, but didn't dare to hide anything. Lin Chuan nodded. Indeed, after a warrior defeats a dragon and becomes a new dragon, their attributes would be stronger than the original dragon. This was the so-called reward for slaying the dragon. However, these attributes couldn't be brought back to reality, and Lin Chuan didn't care. His gaze turned coldly towards the princess. The beautiful princess, with her fair skin, became even paler, her long eyelashes trembling. She nervously cleared her throat, retreating while using a softer voice than before, trying to please, "Great warrior, thank you for slaying the dragon for me." "No need to thank me," Lin Chuan smiled slightly, feeling quite gentle himself. However, just as a hint of joy flashed in the princess's eyes, a shadow of a soaring serpent instantly struck towards her. The princess's forehead blossomed, instantly being killed. The fallen body also turned into the same pitch-black color as the dragon's nest. Alvin, who witnessed this scene, was once again dumbfounded. Damn it! Such a beautiful princess! How could the big shot do it? Naturally, Lin Chuan didn't pay attention to Alvin's shock and doubt. He picked up the princess's crystal ball and skillfully crushed it. A wonderful prompt sounded in his mind, ding. Congratulations on awakening the B-level talent, Firm Will. It wasn't an SSS-level talent, but this B-level talent was still good. Firm Will not only increased his mental attribute by level *2 points, but also provided some defense against mental attacks and weakened control skills to a certain extent. For example, some skills came with a 3-second stun effect. But with Firm Will, he might only be stunned for 1 second. Of course, the level difference also affected skill effects. For example, if the level difference between the two sides exceeded 5 levels, some low-level skills control effects would be completely ineffective. Level suppression in the game of Slaughter was quite terrifying. However, dragons themselves didn't have levels, they could only enhance the level of their dragon form. Even if Lin Xuan obtained the identity of the warrior camp, he still couldn't level up like a warrior. And after killing the princess in his own nest, he also couldn't control the dragon form. He had also killed the princess of the 66th dragon's nest. Therefore, Alvin, who became the 66th dragon, also couldn't control the dragon form. And if another warrior came in later and killed Alvin, after his death, the warrior who killed him wouldn't become a new dragon because there was no princess. Lin Xuan thought for a moment and said to Alvin, "You stay in this nest and classify the materials for my 62-dimensional ring. If you encounter danger, just shout in the dragon channel, and I will come to save you when I see it." Thank you, boss." Alvin's heart was completely convinced by Lin Xuan. In his view, this boss was not only powerful but also very mysterious. Being able to cling to the thigh of such a boss would probably be his biggest gain in this secret realm. After Lin Xuan finished explaining everything, he prepared to leave. However, the rules of the secret realm took effect, and as a warrior, he had to wait half an hour before he could leave this 66th nest. In fact, there was a method that didn't require waiting half an hour. Directly killing Alvin would cause this unowned 66th nest to collapse completely, and Lin Xuan could then leave directly. He looked deeply at Alvin. Alvin instantly felt a chilling sensation. What's wrong? Nothing. Lin Xuan thought better of it, half an hour was still manageable. After all, if he had to organize the 62-dimensional rings by himself, it would probably take more than half an hour. With this in mind, he glanced at Alvin again. Considering in his heart whether to just take this little brother under his wing to handle some time-wasting matters for him. Of course, he couldn't directly trust the so-called little brother. However, he had a source contract in his hand, which was a master-servant contract. The source contract was much more advanced than the contracts sold by Su Hai, and it would be a waste to use it on Alvin. Using the S-level talent Spirit Master, he should be able to control Alvin. With this in mind, Lin Xuan decided that the next dragon's nest to be harvested would be the 129th nest. As time passed, a major announcement erupted in the dragon chat channel. 129th dragon, it's over. The dragon is finished. What's going on? How could the boss suddenly say such things? At this time, half an hour has passed. The warriors controlled by the boss should have returned to the warrior village, right? Did something happen? 129th dragon, something has happened. Something big has happened. The 7 warriors I controlled, once they returned to the warrior village, broke free from my control. I only realized later that the shadow had mentioned the rules before. Our dragon talent only works in the dragon's nest. Not only can it not be brought back to the real world, it will also directly become ineffective after leaving the dragon's nest. When the 7 warriors left the dragon's nest, my talent also became ineffective, and they were no longer under my control. What? How could this happen? It's over. If those warriors return alive, they will definitely bring back information about the dragon's nest. By then, the warriors will be in despair, and where would they dare to enter the dragon's nest again? In a situation where they have no chance of winning, they will definitely deliberately create a draw. It's over. No matter how powerful our dragon is, a draw is still a death sentence. 007th dragon, I say, this is all 129th dragon's fault. He didn't use his brain before doing things. He really thinks his S-level talent is so great. 129th dragon, do you have a brain? When I shared my plan, I didn't see you come out to oppose it. What's the point of criticizing me now? 007th dragon, at that time, everyone was praising you, as if you were a god. Would it have been useful if I had come out to oppose it? Hasn't it rained in your world before? Did no one find the rain suspicious at the time? It's just a bunch of fools running out to get wet. In the chat channel, the 129th and 007th dragons argued fiercely, and the others also fell into deep despair, clearly possessing absolute strength, but having to face a death ending of a draw. How could this not make people despair? Lin Xuan was not in despair, he had anticipated the current situation. Zhong Qinger was not in despair either. After seeing the message sent by the 129th dragon, the joyous mood she had previously thought could be resolved with a draw instantly became serious. But she knew that a draw could still be broken. As long as she let the 129th dragon kill the princess, then his S-level talent would permanently belong to him. After that, he could use the talent to control the warriors, and even if the warriors returned to the warrior village, they would still be under his control. 002 Nest, Zhong Qinger's expression was very serious. She knew that as long as she revealed the princess's secret, she could use the talent of the 129th evil dragon to break the stalemate. But the princess's secret represented a permanent talent. She also paid a considerable price to buy the strategy from the temple. Does she have to share it for free, allowing all the evil dragons to kill the princess and gain permanent talent? People are selfish. Zhong Qing'er is no exception. Why should she pay the price to buy the strategy, while others can easily get it for free? But if she doesn't reveal the strategy, the stalemate cannot be broken, and she will also be wiped out with everyone else. Zhong Qing'er was very conflicted in her heart and found it difficult to make a decision immediately. She couldn't help but wonder if there was a better way, for example, only revealing the strategy to the 129th evil dragon? But the problem is, although the evil dragons have a public chat channel, they cannot have a one-on-one private chat. How can she pass the message to only the 129th evil dragon? Zhong Qing'er racked her brains and quickly realized that the only thing she could use to pass the message to the 129th evil dragon one-on-one was a warrior. If a warrior attacked her evil dragon's nest, she might be able to reach an agreement with them in half an hour. In theory, a warrior who can freely enter and exit any evil dragon's nest can pass messages to the 129th evil dragon for her. This approach is definitely feasible. But the key issue is, the evil dragon and the warrior are two opposing camps. How can she reach an agreement with a warrior from the opposing camp? In the meantime, Zhong Qing'er pondered over this difficult point. On the other hand, Lin Chuan's half-hour wait quickly passed. He wasted no time and left the 66th evil dragon's nest directly. The next second, he appeared in the tavern again. However, with his sudden appearance, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Only 6 or 7 people were sitting in the low-key luxurious U-shaped sofa. And the one place in the U-shape that was empty, there stood a middle-aged man. He seemed to be giving a passionate speech, but his speech was interrupted by Lin Chuan's sudden appearance. The scene was indeed a bit eerie. All eyes turned to Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan was not embarrassed at all and politely said to the 8 people, "I'm sorry, please continue, please continue." With that, he prepared to find a more low-key position to enter the evil dragon's nest again. However, the middle-aged man suddenly grabbed him. "Brother, wait." Lin Chuan frowned and looked at the hand holding his arm. The middle-aged man was also tactful and immediately let go, saying politely, "Brother, did you come out of the evil dragon's nest? Did you come out of nest 1 or nest 129? Lin Chuan paused, stopped in his tracks, and said frankly, "I came out of nest 129, what's the matter? Since you came out of nest 129, you must have seen the terrifying power of the evil dragon, right? We warriors, by conventional means, are almost impossible to defeat players who have the form of an evil dragon." Lin Chuan nodded, "Yes, so I'm ready to lie down and accept the stalemate." The 8 pairs of eyes looked at Lin Chuan with some disdain. Even the pretty girl who looked like a bad girl on the sofa directly rolled her eyes and sarcastically said, "You're such a pathetic warrior. You're ready to give up at the first setback. Since you're ready for a stalemate, I think you can just go out and find a piece of tofu to hit yourself to death." Lin Chuan listened without any reaction, looking indifferent, and his gaze swept over the 8 people one by one. The black man who had occupied the tavern before had been slaughtered by him. Now, there were hardly any black people in the tavern, and no players recognized him anymore. The 8 people in this booth are obviously a team. The middle-aged man is the captain, carrying a heavy sword on his back. The other 7 are 6 men and 1 woman, each with their own equipment. The only young girl has fair skin, but wears smoky makeup and a black leather jacket, giving her the appearance of a rebellious girl who has just walked out of a love family. She obviously regards her willfulness as her personality, and looks at Lin Chuan with disdain and disgust, very impolitely. The middle-aged man pretended to scold her, then turned to Lin Chuan and said, "Brother, don't be too pessimistic. I am Warrior 0012, I have been fighting monsters in the Warrior Canyon, and now I am back at the tavern to discuss how to deal with the dragon camp." Lin Chuan remembered that when he looked at the warrior level list before, Warrior 0012 seemed to be ranked 3rd. However, that was more than 6 hours ago. Lin Chuan had not seen the current warrior level list. He raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the middle-aged man who claimed to be Warrior 0012. "So, what did you discuss?" "We did come up with a plan, but we can't easily reveal it. If you want to know, you can show your level and strength. If you meet the standard, we can invite you to join the team and share the information." Before the middle-aged man could finish speaking, the young girl shouted, "Captain, why would we bring such a useless person into the team? That would just hold us back." Lin Chuan pondered for a moment and asked, "When you asked me just now, you mentioned the No. 1 Dragon's Lair, so what is the situation with the No. 1 Dragon's Lair?" After thinking for a moment, the middle-aged man felt that it was not important information, so he shared directly, "The No. One dragon seems to have a special talent for hiding. A team went into the know. One lair before, but they couldn't find the know. One dragon at all. The warriors were clueless and came out on their own after half an hour. I see. Lin Xuan nodded thoughtfully, then said to the middle-aged man, I'm afraid I can't join your team. I killed someone in the tavern before, so I can't leave the tavern now, and naturally I can't team up with you. Killed someone in this tavern? The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly flashed with surprise. The young girl on the sofa burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Killing someone in the tavern? You, a useless person? Do you really think we're fools, or are you used to bragging without any evidence? There was a massacre in this tavern before. You wouldn't happen to say that you caused that massacre, would you? The young girl laughed hysterically, looking at Lin Xuan as if she were a queen looking down on a man full of lies. As she spoke, she waved the red thorn whip in her hand. With a whoosh, the sound of the air being torn, it forced its way towards Lin Xuan. Seeing this, the middle-aged man immediately shouted at the young girl, Yao Yao, stop! But although he was standing right next to Lin Xuan, he made no move to stop her. Lin Xuan raised his right hand from his pocket with seemingly casual but extremely agile speed. On his right hand was the grip of death, composed of 4 eerie rings and a cold iron chain. With a casual grip, he took hold of the blood-red thorn whip that was coming towards him. At the same time, with a swish, a wire shot out from the grip of death and quickly wrapped around the young girl's neck. In an instant, the atmosphere in this U-shaped booth became quiet and tense. Lin Xuan didn't care about the feelings of the others, he just raised his hand and looked down at the rebellious girl, his voice cold and eerie. Little girl, do you really think you have a unique personality? I. The little girl widened her eyes, her smoky makeup trembling, exposing her inner fear. Perhaps she hadn't seen the world's treachery, or maybe she thought she was pretty enough for Lin Xuan not to really kill her. It could also be that she was used to being arrogant. Even with the wire tightly wrapped around her neck, she dared to shout at Lin Xuan, I'm not easily scared. True, you're not that big, Lin Xuan said in a flat tone. His voice didn't sound particularly angry. The 8 people present couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The little girl became even more arrogant. However, just as she was about to continue being arrogant, Lin Xuan raised his right hand and lightly clenched his fingers. The wire that flew out from between his fingers also flew up in an instant. The little girl, who was bound by the wire, slowly rose into the air. And what supported her in the air was the wire. Blood overflowed from her neck, her pupils dilated, and she could no longer speak arrogantly. And the last words she heard before she died were from Lin Xuan's cold and indifferent voice, in the next life, remember to be humble and keep your head down. After saying this, the proud head did indeed bow down, and then fell directly. This bloody scene made everyone present feel a chill down their spines. At this point, no one dared to question Lin Xuan's words just now. He was indeed the one who had just slaughtered the tavern. The 7 people left in the U-shaped booth were all quite intelligent. This temporary team didn't have a particularly deep emotional connection with the little girl. At this point, they naturally knew how to make a choice. However, there was a strong man carrying a huge axe who, perhaps not very bright, suddenly stood up and attacked Lin Xuan with the axe. You motherf. He only got the words out before he was also bound by the wire around his neck. Lin Xuan's expression was calm as he casually asked, do you also want to dance? I. The strong man with the axe looked like he was about to explode, his eyes bloodshot and terrifying. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow and raised his hand. Alright, I'll grant your wish. And so, another head danced and then fell. The team of 8 people was instantly reduced to 6. And these 6 people didn't dare to breathe. It was the middle-aged man who seemed to have a way with people. He was clearly terrified, but he still mustered up the courage to apologize to Lin Xuan and offer a dimensional ring as compensation. Boss. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, I failed to discipline my 2 teammates, they were too arrogant. This dimensional ring is a token of apology, I hope you'll accept it. Lin Xuan glanced at him indifferently. What's inside? Some supplies and some gold coins. Those were things that Lin Xuan didn't need. He had no intention of accepting this apology, and instead looked at the young man who looked very trendy on the sofa and said directly, give me that thing on your ear, and consider it settled. The middle-aged man immediately looked at the trendy young man. The young man's face turned pale, and he tried hard to conceal his unwillingness. Since it wasn't his own thing that was being offered as compensation, the middle-aged man was more than happy to comply. A few words later, he forced the young man to hand over the earring. Lin Xuan took the earring without a second glance and prepared to leave. At this point, the middle-aged man gathered his courage and spoke again. Boss, even though you probably don't think much of our small team, I'm willing to share with you the important information we obtained about defeating the dragon. Lin Xuan paused, glanced at him, and said indifferently, the information you're talking about, is it the warrior's badge? The middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lin Chuan. However, Lin Chuan couldn't be bothered to deal with him any further. He walked straight towards the direction of the tavern's guard. The guard of this tavern was definitely the top fighting force in the entire secret realm. Even the guards of the warrior village dare not offend the guards in the tavern. The 4 guards on the surface stand in the 4 directions of the tavern, each with a cold and serious expression, looking very unapproachable. The players in the tavern all tacitly dare not approach the guards. Lin Chuan was probably the first to approach voluntarily. The guard stood straight, with a cold look in his eyes. However, Lin Chuan was not afraid at all, and even smiled and said, "It's okay, just do your job. I'm just coming over to take a look." As he spoke, he silently recited in his heart, "Enter the 129th dragon's lair." The next second, his figure disappeared in an instant. Of course, he wasn't looking for the guard for anything. It's just that there aren't many players near the guard. The next time he comes out of the dragon's lair, there won't be a situation where he interrupts someone else's meeting. And the 6 people left at the U-shaped booth watched Lin Chuan's figure disappear in the tavern. A thin young man exclaimed, "That guy. Did he enter the dragon's lair? Alone? Isn't that seeking death?" The middle-aged man's expression became serious, and he suddenly speculated in a deep voice, "I suspect that before he came, he didn't come out of the 129th dragon's lair at all, but from another dragon's lair. The reason why that guy is so powerful is likely because he has killed a dragon." Hiss, the other 5 surviving team members all gasped, unable to believe it, but also feeling that only this explanation made sense. After all, Lin Chuan's strength was too strong. And according to what he said, he killed someone in the tavern, so naturally he couldn't leave the tavern to level up. So the source of his strength is likely the reward he obtained from killing the dragon. The middle-aged man's eyes were dark and deep as he looked at the 5 team members and said excitedly, "As long as we get the warrior's badge, we can also kill the dragon and get the reward." The young man who had just had his earring taken away, with a hopeful glint in his eyes, said, "When you, Captain, get the reward for killing the dragon, can you avenge Aiya and Jungo, and even help me get my earring back?" The middle-aged captain looked at the young man with a meaningful smile and said, "Xiao, you're not sincere. That earring, I'm afraid it's not an ordinary earring, right?" The young man's name was Yang Xiao. His face changed slightly, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. "That's an item I obtained before entering the secret realm. According to the rules of our team, it belongs to my personal belongings." The middle-aged captain smiled slightly and reassured him, yes, it's your personal belonging. If there's a chance later, I'll try to help you get it back." Only then did Yang Xiao sit back down, but the wary look in his eyes revealed that this team was not as harmonious and united as it seemed on the surface. Obviously, Yang Xiao had already begun to worry that even if he got his earring back, the captain would still covet it. He was deeply resentful in his heart. That earring was something he obtained from a purple treasure chest before. Its function was to resist spiritual attacks. At first, he thought the earring was useless. It wasn't until he accidentally discovered that all the residents in his neighborhood had died mysteriously. After some exploration, he discovered that those people had all died at the hands of a ghostly cat. The cat was very eerie, and anyone who heard its cry seemed to be possessed, behaving erratically. And in the end, in a state of extreme terror, they would kill themselves. The cat cried all night, and all the residents were affected, dying in a tragic and bizarre manner. Only Yang Xiao survived. Of course, he quickly realized that it was the earring that saved his life. And wearing the earring, he relatively easily killed the level 5 ghostly cat. The Dragon and Warrior's secret realm entry ticket he obtained was also opened from the treasure chest dropped by the ghostly cat. That's why he cherished the earring so much. But such a precious thing was taken away so casually. How could he not resent it? Just as he was thinking this, Yang Xiao suddenly caught sight of a figure out of the corner of his eye. He instantly widened his eyes. His eyes were vacant, staring in one direction, with a look of horror as if he had seen a ghost. The middle-aged captain, who was still conducting the meeting, furrowed his brow slightly. Then he turned and followed Yang Xiao's gaze. At that moment, the middle-aged man also froze, because he saw Lin Chuan, who had disappeared from the guard's side 3 minutes ago, presumably entering the dragon's lair, had actually reappeared in that position. What on earth? How could a warrior who entered the dragon's lair come out in just 3 minutes? Did he defeat the dragon in 3 minutes? Even the shadow of the secret realm wouldn't believe it. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded, barely able to think, and just as he saw Lin Chuan's figure appear, it disappeared again in the same spot. He stared in that direction for a long time, then stiffly turned his head to look at his teammates. All 5 of them also had stunned and vacant expressions. One of them cleared his throat and tried to deceive himself, saying, "Maybe that big shot didn't actually go to the dragon's lair. Then where do you think he went? Back to reality?" The entire U-shaped seating area fell into an eerie silence for a long time. Finally, it was Yang Xiao who broke the silence. He said to the middle-aged captain, "Captain, if my earring is gone, it's gone. I don't want it anymore." The middle-aged captain looked at him deeply and said with great emphasis, "Xiao, you understand the situation well." "You flatter me." Yang Xiao was very modest. The middle-aged captain didn't dare to suggest anything about Lin Chuan again and continued their team meeting. However, about 2 minutes later, his teammates once again stared in astonishment in one direction. The middle-aged captain turned around again and saw Lin Chuan appear next to the guard once more. Soon, he disappeared again. This time, the middle-aged captain remained relatively calm, even calmly commenting, "It seems that the big shot is really strong. He only needs 2 or 3 minutes to deal with the dragon." "Yes." The teammates responded dryly, but deep down, they were already somewhat numb. And in the following half an hour, they truly experienced the meaning of numbness. During this half hour, the warriors finally discovered the clues. The first to notice something unusual was a team of warriors. They were preparing to go to the highly popular Dragon's Lair No. 129, but the system informed them, "Ding! Dragon's Lair No. 129 has been destroyed. Please choose another remaining lair to conquer, warriors." Dragon's Lair No. 129 had actually been destroyed. Later, news broke that a total of 15 dragon lairs, including No. 079, 082, and 099, had been completely destroyed. There were only 200 dragon lairs in total. In just half an hour, 15 of them had been destroyed. Some warriors didn't know who did it, but their morale was boosted, because this indicated that the dragons were not invincible. With just a little effort, they could easily win the camp confrontation by clinging to the dragon's legs. In the U-shaped seating area, the middle-aged captain and his 5 teammates went from initial shock to gradually feeling joyful, because, in their eyes, Lin Chuan's presence almost heralded the victory of the warrior camp. As long as they clung to Lin Chuan's thigh, they could easily win this secret realm. However, when Lin Chuan's figure appeared next to the guard for the 16th time, he frowned slightly and did not immediately harvest the dragon's lair again. Half an hour, destroying 16 dragon lairs, obtaining a total of 16 talents, including the S-rank Soul Master. But among these talents, there was no SSS-ranked talent, Shadow of the Dark, which Lin Chuan desperately wanted to obtain. Why did Lin Chuan want to obtain this talent so desperately? Because this game of slaughter was really prone to accidents. Even the top experts could fall at any time. Just like the 197th dragon that Lin Chuan had just conquered, seeing the situation was not good, the opponent actually used a red crystal on him. The red crystal that only the number 1 on the kill list would be rewarded with. The red crystal that can deliver a fatal blow. Fortunately, Lin Chuan was bound with a green crystal, which avoided a fatal disaster. It was precisely this life and death crisis that made him even more eager to obtain the SSS level life-saving talent. The 16 dragon nests he conquered were all inhabited by individuals who did not publicly speak in the Dragon Chat channel. In his speculation, the player who obtained the SSS level talent seemed cautious and low-key. But now, it seems that his speculation was wrong. Lin Chuan sighed. Since there were no clues, he decided to proceed in numerical order and start with nest number 2. Entering Dragon Nest 002, Lin Chuan silently recited in his heart, and the next moment, his figure appeared in Dragon Nest 002. In Dragon Nest 002, Zhong Qinger had been thinking about how to cooperate with the warrior to individually provide a method to break the deadlock to Dragon 129. However, after more than half an hour, the warrior had not appeared in her nest at all. Just as she was getting bored, a figure suddenly appeared under a big tree. Zhong Qinger looked over with a pleasantly surprised expression. "Hey, it's a handsome young man." However, this young man didn't even look at her. His gaze swept over the dark corpse of the princess lying by the stream. The next moment, a sudden burst of cold killing intent erupted in his eyes. Zhong Qinger felt such a strong sense of crisis for the first time, but she wasn't particularly afraid. After all, her SSS-level shadow body made her almost invincible in defense. What surprised her even more was that even though such a strong killing intent erupted, the young man did not immediately launch an attack on her. Instead, he said coldly, "It's you, who killed the princess and crushed the crystal ball." Zhong Qinger was instantly horrified. "Aren't you the warrior? How do you know about the princess and the crystal ball? Did you also buy a strategy guide?" "Buy a strategy guide?" Lin Chuan's cold gaze swept over the woman's disfigured face. He suddenly paused and inexplicably said, "You are Zhong Qinger? Your talent is the SSS-level shadow body?" Zhong Qinger was even more horrified. She was indeed Zhong Qinger, but since she had scratched her own face, she hadn't used the name Zhong Qinger again. With her face disfigured like this, how could anyone still recognize her? And he even knew the talent she had obtained? Who are you? Zhong Qinger's eyes were alert, and she quietly stepped back. Lin Xuan did not answer her. He just felt an unusually severe headache. If someone else had killed the princess, Lin Xuan wouldn't have cared much. After all, he had a bug-level fireball, and as long as he obtained the body, he could plunder the talent. But it was difficult to plunder the SSS-level shadow body. It's not that the fireball couldn't plunder SSS-level talent. The problem was, how could he turn the person with the SSS-level shadow body talent into a corpse? Damn it, she had direct invincible defense, which was equivalent to having an immortal body. If she didn't die, how could he use the fireball to plunder the talent? So, the problem now is there any way to kill the owner of the SSS-level shadow body talent? Lin Xuan was at a loss, with various thoughts swirling in his mind. Meanwhile, as Zhong Qinger secretly observed Lin Xuan, she gradually calmed down. Regardless of how this person knew so much, she had an immortal body, and her life was not threatened. Thinking this way, Zhong Qinger began to ponder her cooperation with the warrior again. Her face returned to calm, and she said to Lin Xuan, "Since you know that I have the SSS level talent, then you should also know that you cannot kill me. Even if I exist, the dragon camp cannot fail. At worst, it will be a draw. In other words, as a warrior, you are doomed to die." Zhong Qinger tried to intimidate and reason with him, while quietly observing Lin Xuan's expression, and then calmly said, "But now, you just need to promise me one thing, and I can help you avoid the death trap of being a warrior. How about it? Do you want to cooperate with me?" Lin Xuan, who had also experienced many ups and downs, quickly stabilized his emotions and looked at Zhong Qinger calmly, saying, "You go ahead and tell me. Tell me how you can help me avoid a deadly situation. Since you have the ability to obtain a ticket to the secret realm, you must also be knowledgeable." Zhong Qinger's disfigured face was shocking, but her eyes were pitch black and bright. She looked at Lin Xuan with vigilance and seriousness, and said in a profound manner, "So, you should have heard of fate-related props?" "Fate-related props?" Lin Xuan's mouth twitched slightly. "That's right. Fate-related props are extremely powerful. I once used fate-related props to escape a deadly disaster." Zhong Qinger said confidently, "As long as you agree to one condition, I can give you fate-related props to help you escape the disaster." Lin Xuan's eyes were cold and indifferent, but he still cooperated on the surface, saying, "What condition?" "Help me deliver a message to the evil dragon in Nest 129. The message to kill the princess to permanently gain talent?" "Yes." Zhong Qinger's response almost blurted out, and she realized it belatedly. "How did you know?" Lin Xuan, expressionless, told her an even more cruel message. "I also know that Nest 129, the evil dragon's lair, has been destroyed." "Guess who did it?" Zhong Qinger's clear and penetrating eyes widened instantly, filled with disbelief. Lin Xuan looked her up and down, and said calmly, "Didn't you buy a strategy from Sunwei? Don't you even know about the warrior badge that can restrain the evil dragon?" "You? What exactly?" Zhong Qinger was completely dumbfounded. Who on earth is this man? Why does he seem to know everything? Lin Xuan knew Zhong Qinger because in his previous life, Zhong Qinger also had some reputation. If there was anyone with the most reputation in the end times in the previous life, it was undoubtedly Sunwei Yui. Almost all parallel worlds, all players, knew him. In the hearts of all players, Sunwei was almost synonymous with omniscience and omnipotence. Anyone who could have a relationship with Sunwei would attract attention. And Zhong Qinger had a fairly good relationship with Sunwei. This was related to Zhong Qinger's own talent. Her talent was a B-level death seal. This talent probably also had the word true behind it, because it clearly contained a hint of the power of the rules. If the death seal evolved to S-level, it would probably be an extremely powerful existence. And the B-level death seal, looked at alone, was actually a particularly useless talent. It had the effect of sealing living people into a state of death. It sounded like it was not very useful, but in reality, it had a very practical use, trading living people. The system trading function of the slaughter game theoretically could not trade living people, but after sealing living people, they could be traded. Sunwei Yui's talent of the Abyss of Fate required a large number of living sacrifices. He, alone, had to sell strategies, capture living people for sacrifice, and improve his own strength, so naturally he was overwhelmed. And in the early stages of the end times, his power had not yet been established. So when Zhong Qinger went to Sunwei to buy a strategy and revealed that she could trade living people, Sunwei immediately saw the potential in Zhong Qinger's talent and decided to cooperate with her for the long term. So in the previous life, for a long time, Zhong Qinger maintained a good relationship with Sunwei, which gave her some reputation among the players. In the previous life, Lin Xuan and Zhong Qinger also had some interaction. During the process of overthrowing the wisdom pavilion established by Qifeng, he bought relevant information about the Wisdom Pavilion from Zhong Qing'er. Later, when the Wisdom Pavilion was destroyed by him, Zhong Qing'er specially went to watch the excitement. Even in the end, she looked at him with a complicated expression and said thank you. At that time, Lin Chuan didn't quite understand, but he speculated that Zhong Qing'er seemed to have a grudge against the Wisdom Pavilion. Or perhaps, a grudge against Qifeng? Later, Temple Tail fell, and Zhong Qing'er also disappeared from the sight of the players. Some people speculated that, like Temple Tail, she was also addicted to opening black treasure chests and ultimately lost her life. Others felt that she was a tool for Temple Tail, causing harm to many people's lives. With Temple Tail dead, she might be afraid of being hunted down, so she chose to hide and not show her face again. Lin Chuan didn't pay much attention to these follow-ups in his past life. He never expected to encounter this woman, who was known as Temple Tail's tool, in his present life. Even more unexpectedly, this woman not only obtained the Secret Realm strategy from Temple Tail, but also acquired the SSS-level talent that Lin Chuan most desired. This luck. Wait. Luck? Lin Chuan suddenly remembered, Zhong Qing'er said she had a fate-related item. His expression suddenly became serious, and he stared at Zhong Qing'er intently, asking in a deep voice, what exactly is the fate-related item you just mentioned? Zhong Qing'er maintained a tense expression, but did not fear him. Instead, she retorted, you are not willing to reveal any of your own information, so why should I? Before she could finish speaking, she was wrapped up in iron wire like a cocoon. Lin Chuan felt annoyed by this woman and his murderous intent did not dissipate. He clenched his fist, and the iron wire wrapped around Zhong Qing'er suddenly tightened. If it were an ordinary person, they would have turned into a pile of flesh by now. But under the pressure of the shrinking iron wire, Zhong Qing'er's body instantly turned into tiny black shadows, dispersing into the air. This result did not come as a surprise to Lin Chuan. The SSS level ultimate defense talent, if it were so easily killed, wouldn't be called SSS level. After all, even Temple Tail's abyssal talent was only S level. Lin Chuan looked at the black dots in the air and let out a deep sigh. He then said in a deep voice, SSS level talent is indeed very strong, but do you think it can help you avoid being erased by the rules of the secret realm? Zhong Qing'er remained in the form of black dots, dispersing in the air. When she spoke in this form, her voice seemed ethereal and elusive, as if it came from nowhere. Even if I am erased by the rules of the secret realm, so what? You will also be erased, won't you? After all, you are a warrior who cannot kill me, the evil dragon. Ha, you are too naive. Lin Chuan chuckled, you can obtain fate-related items. Do you think I have no way to deal with the rules of the secret realm? The air fell silent, and Zhong Qing'er did not respond. She could feel the hidden murderous intent from this man. She had the SSS level talent, so she wasn't afraid of his murderous intent. But this man was too mysterious and unpredictable, and that was what truly scared her. What should she do? Show yourself, let's talk properly, Lin Chuan spoke again. Zhong Qing'er did not respond. Lin Chuan's voice suddenly turned cold, don't waste my time. After hesitating for more than 10 seconds, Zhong Qing'er finally appeared. She looked at Lin Chuan, alert but calm, as you said, you have a way to escape the erasure by the rules of the secret realm. Since that's the case, why are you willing to waste time on me? If I'm not mistaken, you must be coveting my SSS level talent, right? Of course. He coveted it so much that his eyes turned red. In fact, throughout the journey in the secret realm, Lin Chuan could give up all his gains as long as he obtained the SSS level talent. An SSS level defensive talent. It could be said that with it, Lin Chuan's future actions could be more aggressive. Unlike in his past life, where he felt invincible because of his bug-level fireball talent and acted too conservatively, missing out on many opportunities. Even if he were to live again, he still couldn't act recklessly in various ways, because the game of slaughter was really tough. A tiny detail or a single wrong decision could lead even the strongest to complete ruin. In this game, opportunities and risks coexist, and no one can completely avoid the risks. That's why Lin Chuan was so eager to obtain the SSS level talent, the Shadow of Darkness. That is definitely a powerful life-saving trump card. However, deep down, he wanted an SSS level talent. When facing Zhong Qing'er, he deliberately lied. Looking at Zhong Qing'er with a dumbfounded expression, he coldly said, are you out of your mind? You've killed the princess, and you've permanently obtained the talent. Even if I coveted your talent, how could I possibly obtain what already belongs to you? This makes sense. After all, Lin Chuan's fireball is truly a bug-level existence. Apart from him, there is probably no one else in this world who can plunder others' talents. After pondering for a moment, Zhong Qing'er hesitantly asked, so why are you wasting time on me? What exactly are you after? I'm after your fate-related item, Lin Chuan said frankly. Show it to me. If it catches my eye, I don't mind making a deal with you that will allow you to survive in the secret realm. Zhong Qinger's eyes flashed, and she was also quite intrigued. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly turned her right hand over, revealing two wooden pieces in her palm, one side flat and the other side rounded. This is an ancient divination tool, a jiao. Fate-related items, especially those from ancient times, are more powerful the older they are. Like a fate coin, if it's from a recent era, it will display the year. A coin from 2020 will have a less obvious effect than one from 2000. And the ancient coins used by the ancients, and even older divination tools, can have even greater effects. The jiao in Zhong Qinger's hand is particularly ancient. For example, there are records in ancient texts that Emperor Gaozu of Han, Liu Bang, once used a jiao for divination when he wanted to appoint Han Xan as his prime minister. This shows that the history of the jiao can even be traced back to the Han dynasty. Therefore, it can be seen that the power of this fate-related item, the jiao, is extremely terrifying. Lin Chuan gazed solemnly at the two wooden pieces in Zhong Qinger's hand. After a while, he seemed somewhat at a loss for words, and his gaze towards Zhong Qinger was filled with envy and jealousy, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. He forcefully restrained the jealousy in his heart and said in a soft tone, "If I'm not mistaken, you've used this item and cast the 3 holy grails?" Holy grails? Zhong Qinger didn't understand. It's when one side is flat and the other side is rounded, two wooden pieces, one flat side up and the other rounded side up. After thinking for a moment, Zhong Qinger suddenly widened her eyes and exclaimed, "How do you know everything?" Lin Chuan's mouth twitched slightly, and his tone was stiff. "What makes you think you deserve an SSS-level talent?" Zhong Qinger stared blankly at the item in her hand, looking amazed. "Could it be that I obtained an SSS-level talent because of this item? Is that why you want it so badly?" "I don't want it," Lin Chuan said in a very despondent tone. Casting the 3 holy grails is not something just anyone can do. Fate-related items are powerful, but they come with a price. If it were just an ordinary fate coin, losing the bet wouldn't be too severe. But the fate-related item in Zhong Qinger's hand is too powerful. If she loses the bet, she might lose her life. After confirming that Zhong Qinger had cast the 3 holy grails, Lin Chuan's attitude towards her unconsciously changed. Zhong Qinger, who had cast the 3 holy grails, undoubtedly gained a strong blessing of luck. She was the kind of person who could easily pick up divine artifacts wherever she went. All kinds of good fortune would seek her out. This woman could truly be called a goddess of luck. After this change in attitude, Lin Chuan's heart became even calmer. He looked at Zhong Qinger with deep contemplation. She felt a chill in her heart as she asked, "What are you really thinking?" "I'm thinking about how to make a deal with you," Lin Chuan casually replied. What he was really thinking was that perhaps he could make a master-servant contract with this woman? Having such a lucky goddess by his side might bring him some good fortune as well. As he thought this, a strange scene from his past life in the original source plane suddenly flashed through Lin Chuan's mind. He pondered for a while, then suddenly had an idea and said to Zhong Qinger, "Wait here, I'll be back in a moment." With that, he disappeared from the dragon's lair. This scene left Zhong Qinger dumbfounded. After all, according to the rules of the secret realm, when a warrior and a dragon coexist, they must stay in the dragon's lair for at least half an hour before they can leave. But the No. 2 dragon, Zhong Qinger, was still alive, and Lin Chuan hadn't stayed in the No. 2 dragon's lair for half an hour. How did he leave? Zhong Qinger couldn't figure it out, so she decided not to think about it. She urgently opened the dragon chat channel and, for the first time, instead of just making casual remarks, she burst out with a sensational message. "Dragon 002, I just heard a warrior who broke into my lair say that the lair of Dragon 129 has been destroyed. If Dragon 129 is still alive, please respond." This message instantly sparked ridicule. What a joke. Our dragons are so powerful, and with the princess's protection, how could they be destroyed by a warrior? Exactly. Even the most rubbish F-level talent dragon couldn't be taken down by a warrior, let alone a powerful S-level talent big shot. The big shot is either practicing dragon form or pondering how to break the stalemate. You guys who just lie down and win shouldn't try to show off in front of the big shot for no reason. However, various mocking voices continued one after another. The previously high-profile Dragon 129 remained silent, to the dismay of its supporters. The previously antagonistic Dragon 007, at this moment, spoke again mockingly. "Dragon 007, at Dragon 129, if you're still alive, respond to me. Otherwise, if there's no response in 3 minutes, I'll consider you dead." After this message, it naturally drew attacks from Dragon 129 supporters. However, what panicked everyone was that 3 minutes had passed, and Dragon 129 still hadn't responded. For a moment, the Dragon camp erupted in panic. At this point, Dragon 007, in a leader's posture, spoke loudly again. "Since that's the case, it seems that I have to take charge of the situation. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Chi Yuan. I'm sure you've heard of this name. This self-introduction immediately sparked heated discussions among the dragons. What? Is this the Qi Yuan on the world's rich list? This is a real big shot. No, are you guys out of your minds? The world order has already collapsed, so what's the use of the rich list? Even if you give me $1 billion now, I wouldn't even bother to look at it. The mocking voices did not diminish because of Qi Yuan's public name. However, what Qi Yuan said next carried much more weight than rich. Dragon 007, although the talent I obtained in the dragon's lair is only C level, in reality, I possess the S level talent Thorn of Evil. This is a talent that combines attack and control, and is very powerful. When this was said, the chat channel suddenly fell silent for several seconds. It took a while before someone objectively spoke. Is it true? If he really has an S-level talent in reality, his future achievements will indeed be higher than Dragon 129. After all, the talents in the dragon's lair cannot be taken away. That's right, no matter how powerful Dragon 129 is, once it leaves the dragon's lair, it's nothing. And now I'm increasingly suspicious that Dragon 129 may really be dead. Mentioning the death of the dragon, the atmosphere in the chat channel became somewhat solemn. At this point, Qi Yuan of Dragon 007 came out to take charge of the situation again. If there really are cases of dragon deaths, I suspect that it may not be just Dragon 129 alone. So, I want to conduct a roll call, starting from Dragon 001, for those who are still alive, to report in the chat channel, so that everyone can have a clearer understanding of the situation. Agreed. We really should confirm the number of people still alive in the dragon camp. Seconded. Strongly seconded. So, Dragon No. 007 said, then, let me start calling out the names of the dragons still alive. Please respond as soon as possible. Dragon No. 007, calling out names now. Dragon No. 001. He sent 3 messages in a row, calling out for Dragon No. 001. However, there was no response in the chat channel. Instead, some other dragons couldn't help but interject. No way, isn't Dragon No. 001 already dead? At this rate, I have a feeling that a lot of people in the dragon camp have already died. It's over. I feel like our dragon camp is probably going to lose. Qi Yuan, no. 007, did not make any comments and continued to call out for Dragon No. 002. This time, someone immediately responded with here. Most of the subsequent calls were answered by someone, which reinvigorated the despondent dragon's morale. As for Lin Chuan, who was Dragon No. 001, he didn't pay attention to this matter at all. After leaving the No. 002 nest, he returned to the free heaven once again. He first spent 10 free points at some street vendors to buy props to conceal his figure and face. After that, he stepped into the rare treasures pavilion of the free heaven once again. The beautiful receptionist did not show any unusual reaction to his disguise, but warmly asked, "Sir, what would you like to see?" Lin Chuan, shrouded in a black robe, spoke with a hoarse and aged voice. I have seen a phenomenon in the original plane where 2 people have the same talent. Do you know how that is achieved? The receptionist's attitude became even more respectful when she heard him mention the original plane. However, there was a hint of regret in her expression. I'm sorry, sir, I have never been to the original plane, so I am not familiar with the phenomenon you described. Under the black robe, Lin Chuan couldn't help but furrow his brow. The receptionist was genuinely apologetic and suggested, or perhaps you could inquire at the auction house or pawn shop? Thank you. So, Lin Chuan made trips to the pawn shop and auction house. The results were that no one had heard of such a phenomenon. He knew that this was probably because he had concealed his identity and only interacted with low-level individuals. If he could contact the managers of the Rare Treasures Pavilion or the auction house, perhaps he might get some information. After much thought, Lin Chuan finally took off his disguise and went to the arena. The 2 beautiful receptionists at the arena's front desk were the same as before. As soon as they saw him, their eyes lit up with enthusiasm and they warmly welcomed him. Lin Chuan didn't beat around the bush and directly presented the identity card given to him by Duan Gu, saying, I want to see President Duan. Certainly, please wait a moment. The front desk girl immediately went to report on his behalf. Lin Chuan was already a well-known figure in the arena, and many gazes, whether discreet or bold, turned towards him. He remained composed and unaffected. Suddenly, a clear and melodious female voice came from behind, Mr. Gu Chuan? Gu Chuan was the alias Lin Chuan used in the secret realm and free heaven. It was also one of the most commonly used aliases in his past life. He was naturally very sensitive to this name, so he turned to look. He saw a woman with a refined and elegant appearance, walking towards him. Lin Chuan nodded slightly. May I ask who you are? Hello, I'm Ming Xia, from the Ming family in the original plane. Although the woman's appearance was not stunning, she exuded a refined and elegant air, and her voice was clear and melodious. However, Lin Chuan furrowed his brow. "Are you here to speak on behalf of Yin Xianhui?" A look of surprise flashed across Ming Xia's serene face. "You know me?" Lin Chuan glanced at her with a hint of playfulness in his tone. "The lady of the Ming family, isn't she quite famous?" "It's not that surprising that I know, is it?" Lady was originally a title in the original world for powerful women. However, over time, it acquired other meanings. It was specifically used to describe women who were not only powerful but also sought many suitors. It's a bit derogatory. More and more powerful women are gradually unwilling to be called female lords. However, Mingxia seems not to care about others' opinions. Listening to Lin Chuan's words, her expression hardly changed, but she smiled and said, "So I'm famous, huh? But you're wrong. I'm not here to stand up for Yin Xianhui." "Oh," Lin Chuan said indifferently, showing little interest in this woman. However, the woman never showed any signs of anger and continued in a gentle tone, "I just saw you at the auction. It seems that Mr. Gu Chuan was inquiring about the sharing of talents between master and servant?" Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes and looked coldly at her. He had indeed inquired about the news at the auction, but he had concealed his identity by wearing a black robe at the time. Yet this woman still recognized him. Indeed, people from the source plane should not be underestimated. Just then, Duangu appeared very timely and personally welcomed Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan ignored Mingxia, who had taken the initiative to strike up a conversation, and followed Duangu to a luxurious private room. With the news of Su Wenjian's defeat in the arena spreading, the business in the arena suddenly boomed. Many who had previously looked down on the arena, including the arrogant sons of heaven from the source plane, all flocked to the arena to try their hand at the competition. Even the geniuses from the source plane put aside their pride, and some geniuses from the middle and high-level planes no longer looked down on the arena as before. It can be said that Lin Chuan's 20 consecutive victories in the arena brought immeasurable benefits to the arena. Not to mention that Lin Chuan had previously demonstrated his strength by defeating Su Wenjian. Therefore, Duan Ji's attitude towards him was even more respectful and enthusiastic than before. "Mr. Gu Chuan, do you have private matters, or do you want to participate in the arena competition? Just say the word, and I will arrange it for you immediately." "I do have private matters. I want to ask President Duan about something. Whatever it is, just tell me, and I will tell you everything I know." Lin Chuan took a sip of tea and said calmly, "I have seen a phenomenon in the source plane where a master and servant can share the servant's talents. Do you know how this is done, President Duan?" Duan Gu also took a sip of tea. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's words, his eyes lit up again, showing great surprise. After a while, he calmed down and said with a smile, "It seems that Mr. Gu is indeed extraordinary. Not only have you been to the source plane, but you have also met many important figures." Lin Chuan just smiled and did not want to reveal more about himself. Duan Gu also had no intention of probing into his secrets, but his expression was somewhat strange as he said, "I can only say that if Miss Ming can help, what Mr. Gu wants to accomplish will be much simpler." Lin Chuan took another sip of tea, suppressed his restlessness, and said in a deep voice, "How so?" "The relationship between master and servant is mainly governed by contractual rules. In addition to the ordinary master and servant contracts sold in the Free Heaven store, there is a higher level existence. By using moon dye stones to strengthen the master and servant contract, the contract can have more functions on top of its original basis, including the master sharing the servant's attributes, skills, and talents." Moon dye stones. Lin Chuan knew about this. It was an extremely expensive strengthening item specifically used to enhance equipment. Lin Chuan had previously bought 2 pieces of equipment in the Free Heaven store, a Tang snake sword for 200 Free Heaven points and an inner armor for 260 Free Heaven points. The value of a moon dye stone, however, was as high as 10,000 Free Heaven points. Damn, it was 100 times more expensive than ordinary apprentice equipment. Even so, moon dye stones were still in short supply and extremely rare. Generally, equipment that is not particularly precious, no one is willing to use moonstone for reinforcement. Those who truly spend money and effort to strengthen equipment are almost all super powerful individuals from super factions. But Lin Chuan had never heard that contracts could also be strengthened? Duan Gu saw the doubt in his eyes and explained, "If you simply use moonstone to strengthen a contract, there is almost a 99.9% chance of failure. So generally, during the strengthening process, precious fate-related items are also used. But even so, the success rate of reinforcement cannot reach 100%. It is precisely because the consumption of strengthening contracts is too huge that ordinary people cannot afford it. So those who can use reinforced contracts are generally super big shots at the level of a wealthy country. Even my Duan's Chamber of Commerce has only produced a level 1 reinforced master-servant contract. And with a level 1 reinforced master-servant contract, the master can only share 1% of the servant's attributes. Compared to the cost, the benefits are really too low. Lin Chuan looked at Duan Ji's pained expression and asked directly, if the consumption of Duan's production of a level 1 reinforced master-servant contract is converted into freedom points, how much is it? Duan Ge shook his head and smiled bitterly. We were lucky, it only failed 4 times before succeeding. Converted into freedom points, it's probably around 100,000. 100,000? Something obtained with 100,000 freedom points is only sharing 1% of the servant's attributes. 1% of the attributes, even if your servant's attributes are as high as 1,000, you can only get 10 points. For someone who has a servant with attributes as high as 1,000, who would care about a mere 10 points of attributes? Moreover, for Lin Chuan, obtaining attributes is simply too easy. So, the level 1 reinforced master-servant contract is really a bit of a letdown. No wonder Lin Chuan had never heard of it in his previous life. Probably no one would be willing to invest in strengthening contracts. Lin Chuan sighed and asked again, how many levels of reinforcement are needed to share the servant's talents? 7 levels. And the required freedom points. Lin Chuan's voice was a bit uncertain. Duan Ge shook his head slightly. That will be an incalculable astronomical figure, and the fate-related items used for assistance are not easy to come by. Who? Lin Chuan let out a heavy sigh. So, President Duan just said that if Miss Ming helps with this matter, it will be simpler, because Miss Ming has a finished level 7 reinforced master-servant contract? It's not that, it's because Miss Ming has a special talent. If she strengthens the contract, there is almost no chance of failure, and it only takes about 28 pieces of moonstone, so it's basically guaranteed to succeed. 28 pieces of moonstone, theoretically worth 280,000 freedom points. But in reality, it probably won't be easy to gather so many moonstones. And Mingxia probably won't help easily. In Lin Chuan's heart, he had actually given up a bit. Others make level 7 reinforced master-servant contracts because there is no way to plunder others' talents. But he has a bug-level fireball. He just didn't believe that killing an SSS-level defensive talent would be more difficult than making a level 7 reinforced master-servant contract? Instead of spending time on this matter, it would be better to go back to the beginning and rethink how to kill Zhong Qinger. However, Lin Chuan's eyes flickered, and he pretended to ask Duan Ge with curiosity, what exactly is Miss Ming's talent? On this point, Duan doesn't know much either. I only know that it's very strong. After leaving the reception room, Lin Chuan had been lost in thought. Mingxia. He had heard of this woman in his previous life. She was actually a low-key woman, and Lin Chuan didn't know much about her. The only thing he knew was that she had taken in more than 10 sons-in-law, all of whom were potential geniuses. Qian Sui's real name is Yin Qian Sui. He later successfully changed careers to an 8-star profession. It seemed that Mingxia had helped him buy the scroll for that 8-star profession. Lin Chuan thought for a moment if it were him, he would have recruited a dozen women for his harem. Would he spend a high price to buy 8-star professional scrolls for these women? It's hard to say. If he were really rich and fond of women, it seems like spending some money wouldn't be a big deal. Although Lin Chuan is definitely selfish, as long as it doesn't conflict with his own interests, he is not a stingy person. Just as he was thinking, he passed by the front desk and saw Mingxia again. Lin Chuan pondered for a moment and then walked straight over, not avoiding her. Miss Ming, are you deliberately waiting for me? Mingxia was wearing a white cheongsam, which not only highlighted her excellent temperament but also outlined her good figure. Leaning slightly against the silver-white textured front desk, she smiled slightly at Lin Chuan. Mr. Gu is a smart person. You should be able to guess my meaning, right? Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow, pretending to be confused. What do you mean? Does Miss Ming want to give me a free version 7 master-servant contract? Mingxia narrowed her eyes. That one look added a hint of dominance to her originally elegant and refined temperament. But that hint of dominance was almost fleeting, and soon she returned to her elegant and refined demeanor, smiling at Lin Chuan. Giving it for free is not possible. However, Mr. Gu, are you interested in joining the Ming family? Lin Chuan looked deeply at her and deliberately asked, how do I join? Become my man. Tisk tsk, Lin Chuan shook his head and sighed lightly. Miss Ming is really assertive. Mingxia continued to smile, her voice becoming clearer and gentler. I don't care if Gu Chuan is your pseudonym or real name, but little boy, sister really likes you. Little boy? Lin Chuan's mouth twitched slightly, and he shook his head. But I already have someone I like. Mingxia moved a few steps closer. She had a faint scent of perfume, fresh and refined. She was not as tall as Lin Chuan, but among women, she was considered tall. She leaned forward slightly, her head close to Lin Xuan's, in a particularly seductive posture. Until her red lips were close to Lin Xuan's ear, she used a nearly breathy voice to say, "Just don't tell her, isn't that better?" Lin Xuan stood still, squinting slightly. At this point, he was already sure there was indeed something strange about the relationship between Mingxia and the son-in-law she recruited. Would a normal woman tolerate her man being unclear with other women? Does she like him? What this woman likes is probably his talent and potential, right? Lin Xuan sneered inwardly, and without showing any emotion on his face, he politely took a few steps back and said to Mingxia, "I'm sorry, I am a principled person." Mingxia still smiled slightly, and there was no apparent disappointment in her expression. Instead, she continued to look at him with a very appreciative gaze. "That's a pity, but sister really likes you." With that, she flipped her right hand, revealing a black headscarf with a silver-white crescent pattern. When Lin Xuan's gaze swept over it, his pupils contracted for a moment. He tried to suppress his surprise, not showing any emotion on his face. And Mingxia seemed to have not noticed his unusual gaze. She handed the black headscarf to Lin Xuan, speaking softly, "This headscarf is meant to keep the mind clear and can resist most illusions. Consider it a gift from me, and if you change your mind in the future, you can come find me again." Lin Xuan looked deeply at her, took the headscarf, thanked her politely, and then left on his own. Mingxia, however, remained standing in the same spot for a while. After a few minutes, a middle-aged man appeared by her side and whispered, "I couldn't find out. It seems that the kid is being valued by the foreigners." Mingxia's expression remained unchanged. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and then whispered again, "Didn't you say before, it might be difficult to approach this kid?" Mingxia narrowed her eyes, and after a long time, there was a strange gleam in her eyes. "Uncle Xia, I have a very strong feeling, that kid's talent is very strong, very good, and I really want him." The man called Uncle Xia did not speak again. However, a moment later, Mingxia, who had been in a good mood, suddenly felt a movement in her forehead and coughed up blood. Xia Shu quickly supported her. "Miss, it's nothing." Mingxia pressed her chest and stood up straight again. Her movements were elegant, but her eyes were strangely cold. The words from her lips carried a faint taste of blood. "It seems that the boy is going to pay the price for refusing the toast." Dragon's Nest 002. Lin Xuan suddenly appeared, startling Zhong Qing'er. She approached and asked him where he had been. However, Lin Xuan did not respond. He just held the black headscarf, deep in thought. Lin Xuan had seen this headscarf in his previous life. He had seen it on the head of the Lin Xuan from another world who had killed him. So, in his previous life, that Lin Xuan from a parallel world, stronger than himself, had also come into contact with Mingxia? The one who claimed to become the strongest Lin Xuan had become Mingxia's son-in-law? Lin Xuan found it hard to believe. Although in different worlds, different versions of himself would have different circumstances, his personality remained the same. Lin Xuan knew himself, and no matter what he went through, he was unlikely to become Mingxia's son-in-law. Moreover, he would not become a puppet under her control. How could he willingly become someone else's puppet? So, it was unlikely that Lin Xuan had taken the initiative. It was very likely that he had been manipulated by Mingxia. In an instant, Lin Xuan clenched the headscarf in his hand. He had originally thought that Mingxia was just an insignificant person from his previous life, but he had not expected that she had a deep connection with Lin Xuan in his previous life. So, the Lin Xuan who had killed him in his previous life had become so powerful not only through his own efforts, but also through the nurturing from Mingxia. What exactly was Mingxia's talent? Had she set her sights on his talent, which he had not even displayed? If she signed a strong version 7 or even a higher level of enhancement master-servant contract with him, could she freely use his talent, including the talent for fireballs? Various thoughts surged in Lin Xuan's mind, and a hint of killing intent overflowed in his eyes. Zhong Qing'er, who was standing nearby, was puzzled. "What's wrong with you? Is there something wrong with this headscarf? Why do you look so?" Before she could finish speaking, a fireball ignited in Lin Xuan's palm, and he quickly burned the black headscarf. The fire quickly burned the headscarf to ashes, but the crescent pattern remained in the air for a long time before slowly dissipating. And in the distant Zai Zai Tian, Mingxia only spat out a mouthful of blood as the crescent pattern dissipated. Lin Xuan looked at Zhong Qing'er beside him and involuntarily frowned again. His trip to Zai Zai Tian could be said to have yielded no substantial gains. The only gain was probably the knowledge of the connection between Mingxia and the him from his previous life. And now, the strong version 7 master-servant contract was definitely out of the question. Lin Xuan looked at Zhong Qing'er and couldn't help but think if only he could directly kill Mingxia and then use the fireball to plunder her talent. In this way, the strong version 7 master-servant contract would also be settled. With this thought, this almost crazy idea grew infinitely in Lin Xuan's mind. He was definitely being targeted by Mingxia now. So, was there any way for him to take the initiative and kill Mingxia first? Such a crazy idea was something that an ordinary person would never dare to think about. After all, Mingxia was no ordinary person. She was a 36th level Grand Lady from the original plane. A woman who was qualified to be a Grand Lady must have an extremely powerful strength. In a conventional confrontation, Lin Chuan would definitely not be Mingxia's match. But what if he and Mingxia entered the same secret realm and used the rules of the realm? For a moment, countless thoughts flashed through Lin Chuan's mind. After calming down, he looked at Zhong Qing'er and directly threw a master-servant contract to her, commanding in a deep voice, "If you want to survive, sign this contract." Zhong Qing'er felt uncomfortable just by hearing his tone, and after reading the contract, she was even more displeased. "You want me to be your servant? Do you think I would agree to that?" She was not as tall as Lin Chuan, and when she looked at him, she even tilted her head slightly. From Lin Chuan's perspective, her disfigured face was even more shocking. Indeed, it was difficult for a woman who was so ruthless as to cut her own face and disfigure herself to be someone's servant. However, Lin Chuan remained calm and said, "We come from different parallel worlds. Even if you become my servant, I can still command you across worlds, right?" Zhong Qing'er frowned, half believing and half doubting. "If you can't command me, then why do you insist on signing this contract? Because when you cast the divination 3 times, you cast the Holy Grail. If I sign a master-servant contract with you, my luck will also improve." Lin Chuan had already thought of a reason and said it with a sincere face. Zhong Qing'er still looked skeptical and carefully read the master-servant contract again. This contract was too overbearing. The servant must be absolutely loyal to the master, unconditionally obey the master, and cannot disobey the master's orders. If the two of them did not come from 2 different worlds and would not have any contact after leaving the secret realm, Zhong Qing'er would not even consider it. After much consideration, she finally handed the contract to Lin Chuan and firmly said, "Even if I die, I will not be someone's servant, even if I have to live in 2 worlds forever." Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes and speculated that in the previous life, Zhong Qing'er and Sei Wei probably only had a simple cooperative relationship and did not sign a master-servant contract. But it didn't matter. He added a condition. What if it's not for a lifetime, but only for a year? "Ha? 1 year?" Zhong Qing'er hesitated. "I will add a time limit to the contract, 1 year, how about that? If it was only for a year." This kind of master-servant contract would be more like an employment contract. When the time was up, the contract would be terminated, and she would no longer be under someone's control. But in this case, it was indeed much more profitable than dying in this secret realm. After much thought, Zhong Qing'er finally nodded in agreement. But before signing the contract, she looked at Lin Chuan and said, "You have to tell me first, how are you going to keep me from dying under the rules of the secret realm?" Lin Chuan looked at the contract in her hand and raised an eyebrow. "You sign first, and I will tell you immediately after you sign." Zhong Qing'er gritted her teeth and resolutely bit her finger, signing her name on the contract. In an instant, 2 dazzling lights flew up from each of them. Finally, the lights fell to the ground and formed a complex pattern, the rule formation. Both Lin Chuan and Zhong Qing'er felt a mysterious connection in their hearts. Lin Chuan had a thought in his mind. The next second, Zhong Qing'er respectfully bowed to him and said, "Master." "Good." Lin Chuan smiled faintly. As for Zhong Qing'er, when she came to her senses, her face turned red with humiliation. She glared at Lin Chuan and said, You shameless." Lin Chuan gave her a cold look. "Is this called shameless? I advise you not to insult people casually, or I will really show you what true shamelessness is." Zhong Qing'er shut her mouth and dared not speak, but deep down, she regretted deeply. Even if she had to sign the contract, she should have waited until the secret realm was about to end. That way, after signing the contract, she would return to her own world and would not be at the mercy of this despicable man. She glared at Lin Chuan again. "You said you would tell me how to keep me from dying after signing the contract." "Oh," Lin Chuan raised his eyebrows again, speaking casually, "you were not going to die anyway, because the evil dragon faction will win." Zhong Qing'er was puzzled. If the evil dragon faction wins, what will you do? Do you have a way to escape the rules of the secret realm? Thinking this, Zhong Qing'er felt that Lin Chuan was quite righteous. After all, complying with the rules was definitely the safest option. The method of escaping the secret realm rules, I'm afraid there will be some risks, right? But Lin Chuan can take the risk on himself. Zhong Qing'er hesitated whether to thank him. But she heard Lin Chuan calmly say, "Of course I don't need to escape the secret realm rules, because I am also a dragon." What? Zhong Qing'er looked puzzled. Lin Chuan smiled at her and said, I am also a dragon. With the dragon camp winning, we will all win." Zhong Qing'er looked puzzled. After being confused for a while, she suddenly widened her eyes and burst out with a furious roar. "So, there was no draw from the beginning, and I won't die at all. You lied to me. Bastard! You deserve to die. Zhong Qing'er was furious, because she thought Lin Xuan was a warrior before, so she thought that she, who was in the opposing camp with Lin Xuan, could not escape death. After all, such a powerful warrior is an existence that is difficult to eliminate. And she has an SSS level immortality talent, which is also difficult to eliminate. So either it's a draw where both sides suffer, or one side backs down. She signed the contract to make Lin Xuan back down. As a result, Lin Xuan said that he was also in the dragon camp. In other words, Zhong Qing'er didn't need to sign any contract at all. In fact, she didn't need to do anything, just stay alive, and she could win this secret realm game lying down. But she was deceived by this bastard and signed a contract to sell herself for nothing. Ah, so angry. Zhong Qing'er was furious, cursing wildly and not caring about her image. Even fiercely pounced on Lin Xuan, with a look of wanting to tear him apart. Lin Xuan stepped back, pointed his finger, and said, "Freeze." Zhong Qing'er, who was in a rage, instantly froze in place. Lin Xuan leisurely circled around her, speaking with a serious tone. "How can you, a girl, be so impulsive?" Zhong Qing'er tried to speak, but couldn't say a word. She just stared at Lin Xuan with her bright, black eyes. Lin Xuan smiled at her. "Alright, calm down, and peel an apple for your master to calm down." Peel an apple to calm down? Why don't you go die, you bastard? Zhong Qing'er cursed in her heart, but her body was honest and took out an apple from the dimensional ring and started peeling it. Her life before the apocalypse was probably quite comfortable, and she was very unfamiliar with peeling apples. Whether it was intentional or not, the peeled skin still had a thick layer of flesh on it. A perfectly good apple was peeled into a size of a baby's fist by her. After peeling the apple, she handed it stiffly to Lin Xuan, gritting her teeth. "Master, please enjoy." "Tisk tsk, it's so small, not enough to pick my teeth." Lin Xuan shook his head with disdain. "I'll reward you, remember to behave in the future." "Why yes." Zhong Qing'er's eyes turned red. She regretted it now, regretted it very much. She shouldn't have signed any master-servant contract. But it's okay, as long as this secret realm ends, she will be free. Just as she was thinking this, she saw Lin Xuan flip his palm, and a simple-looking bronze mirror suddenly appeared in his hand. He looked at Zhong Qing'er and said mysteriously, "Guess what this is?" Zhong Qing'er forced out a smile uglier than crying. "What is it?" "This is called the boundary mirror. Its function is very simple. It can shuttle people between worlds." What does that mean? "It means that when the secret realm ends, I will take you back to my world." "How about it, little servant, is the master good to you?" "Ah, you bastard." Zhong Qing'er completely collapsed, once again cursing wildly. This time, Lin Xuan didn't use the contract to restrain her, but just smiled at her. "It's okay, you can curse, the master is busy. I'll take you home later." After that, Lin Xuan flashed and left the dragon's lair. Back at the tavern, Lin Xuan hesitated about the next move. The contract he signed with Zhong Qing'er was just a regular master-servant agreement, so he couldn't share Zhong Qing'er's talent. Without an SSS-level talent, his actions would be somewhat limited. Among the 2,000 people entering the Dragon and Warrior Secret Realm, most had obtained their entry tickets by luck. But there were also genuine strong individuals among them. In case another one emerged, possessing a red crystal, Lin Xuan, who had already lost the green crystal, would be at a disadvantage. Should he continue to sweep the dragon's lair, or should he keep a lower profile? As Lin Xuan stood there pondering, he suddenly noticed that the number of warriors in the tavern seemed to be a bit excessive. And since his sudden appearance, the entire tavern had become eerily quiet. The warriors, like primary school students seeing their teacher, were quiet as mice but occasionally sneaked glances at him. Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes, and his oppressive aura burst forth. Those eyes that had been sneaking glances at him instantly lowered in fear, not daring to look at him again. Lin Xuan, however, looked at these warriors thoughtfully. After a moment, he walked towards the U-shaped booth. As he did, the middle-aged captain stood up in shock and respectfully said, "Boss, do you have any orders?" He sincerely hoped that Lin Xuan had orders. It was better than him getting upset and taking action directly. Lin Xuan glanced at him indifferently and asked, "Warrior number 0012? A strong presence on the warrior level list?" I dare not. My name is Wujun, boss, you can call me Xiao Jun." The middle-aged captain's tone was extremely humble and polite. Lin Xuan didn't care what he was called and asked directly, "Who is currently the first on the warrior level list? Or rather, who is the strongest among the warriors?" "It's warrior number 0189. That guy has been grinding monsters in the Warrior Canyon and has always been at the top of the level list, never falling down." Lin Xuan nodded. "Is he still grinding in the canyon?" "He should be." Wujun hesitated and then lowered his voice. "That 0189 guy seems to be close to obtaining the warrior emblem." Lin Chuan made a non-committal sound and then patted Wujun's shoulder, speaking in a friendly tone. There is indeed something I need to ask of you. You can count on me, you can count on me. Wujun answered readily, but he was somewhat afraid deep down. He always felt that the boss's orders were not going to be good. You go and bring that 0189 from the canyon to the tavern for Maine. Can you do that? This. Wujun looked troubled. That 0189 is very powerful and not easy to get along with. Is that so? Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow. Wujun immediately slapped himself. No, boss, I didn't mean that. What I meant was, that guy is strong. He even has a 100-person team under him, a gathering of strong individuals. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chuan said directly, you tell him that I have already destroyed 16 dragon lairs. And I have some important information about the dragons here that I want to share with him. Wujun hesitated for a moment but finally gritted his teeth and agreed. Alright, I'll make the trip for the boss, but I can't guarantee if that guy will come. He will come. Lin Chuan smiled faintly. After all, we are all part of the warrior camp, and we all hope for the victory of the warriors. Yes, yes. Wujun nodded hastily and then wanted to call his teammates to leave together. However, Lin Chuan sat directly on the sofa and said to Wujun, you can go alone, and leave your teammates here as hostages. This. Wujun hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded. Okay, I will definitely carry out the boss's orders. After Wujun left, Lin Chuan leaned back on the U-shaped sofa. As for the remaining 5 teammates of Wujun, they were like quails, not daring to make a sound. The people on both sides of Lin Chuan quietly shifted their positions, leaving only Lin Chuan sitting under the U-shape. Lin Chuan looked particularly young, but in the eyes of these warriors, he exuded the aura of a gang leader. He seemed unaware of the awe he inspired in others as he casually asked the young man whose earring he had taken, "What's your name?" Yang Xiao was startled and almost knelt down on the spot. "B-boss, my name is Yang Xiao. How did you get that earring earlier?" Lin Chuan asked casually, as if chatting with an old friend. "I got it from a purple treasure chest as a reward from the leaderboard." Lin Chuan nodded casually and asked, "And your entrance ticket to the secret realm, was that also a reward from the leaderboard?" No. Yang Xiao shook his head vigorously. "I ranked on the level leaderboard, so I didn't get a secret realm entrance ticket as a reward. I got the entrance ticket by killing a cat monster." "A cat monster?" So Yang Xiao detailed the events in his neighborhood, how he used the earring to block the illusion, and how he killed the cat-like monster. Lin Chuan had just been making small talk, but unexpectedly gained some valuable information. The ghost shadow cat belonged to a special dimensional monster, and its appearance must be guarding something. Moreover, the ghost shadow cat held special significance for Lin Chuan. In his past life, he had researched that only special dimensional monsters' bodies could yield skills when burned, while ordinary ones only yielded attributes. And almost exclusively, talents could only be obtained from human bodies. In his previous life, Lin Chuan had obtained a powerful A-level skill, Curse, from the body of a ghost shadow cat. This was an extremely powerful illusion-type skill, similar to the character Chu Renmei in Mountain Village Corpse, capable of trapping people in illusions and driving them to kill themselves in despair and fear. This coincided with Yang Xiao's description. Lin Chuan's interest was piqued, and he casually asked, "Do you have the cat's body with you?" "Ha?" Yang Xiao was taken aback. "Who collects bodies for no reason? I didn't even bother with the cat's body." Lin Chuan pondered for a moment and continued, "Tell me the address of your neighborhood." Well, although afraid of Lin Chuan, Yang Xiao hesitated to share his privacy. Lin Chuan glanced at him and said calmly, "We're not in the same world. I just want to see if I can find the cat you mentioned in my own world." With that, Yang Xiao no longer hesitated and shared his address with Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan made a mental note and chatted with the others, but didn't gain any more useful information. As for Wujun, after leaving the tavern, he went straight to the depths of the canyon to find Warrior 0189. Warrior 0189 was also from the Great Xia Empire, and he looked quite young, in his 20s or 30s. However, in his 100-person team, there were people from various countries, all of whom respected him. This showed that he not only had the strength to suppress everyone, but also exceptional leadership skills. When Wujun arrived, several people from the 100-person team passed on the message, and finally, a younger brother approached 0189 and whispered, "Number 0012 has a message saying that there's a big shot at the tavern who wants to discuss matters with you." "Big shot?" 0189 wore a sharp steel claw on his right hand and casually wiped away the bloodstains, his tone faintly disdainful. The younger brother continued, "According to 0012, that tavern Big Shot has already destroyed 16 dragon lairs." "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." 0189 stood up straight instantly, his eyes dangerous but his tone very certain. "Without a warrior badge, how could anyone defeat a dragon? and the warrior badge was about to be obtained by him through a mission from Zhao Zhengqing. Other people don't have the warrior badge, how could they possibly destroy the dragon's lair? And there are 16 of them? Talking big without using your brain. Zhao Zhengqing snorted coldly, with a very disdainful tone. However, beside him, the younger brother looked a bit embarrassed. We just tried it, and it seems that some dragon lairs have indeed been destroyed. Tried it? How did you try? Just silently enter the 099 dragon's lair, and then you will be prompted that the dragon's lair has been destroyed. Even though the younger brother already knew this news, when he passed it on to Zhao Zhengqing, he still couldn't hide his astonishment and shock. After all, their 100-person team had been constantly fighting and leveling up in the canyon. They were almost certain that the strongest players in the entire warrior camp were in their 100-person team, but they never expected that there could still be someone who had already destroyed the dragon's lair before them. And wasn't it said that without the warrior badge, it was impossible to defeat the dragon? How did that tavern boss manage to do it? Zhao Zhengqing was also thinking, how did he do it? His face was ugly, his eyes cold, and he looked in the direction of the warrior village. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, anyway, we have to return to the village to complete the mission, so let's go and meet that boss. Even at this moment, when he mentioned the word boss, his tone was still mocking and disdainful. Obviously, he didn't believe that there could be anyone stronger than himself among these warrior players. He didn't even bring the 100-person team with him, but only brought the core team of 9 people, letting the rest continue to fight and level up. Someone in his team worriedly advised, shouldn't we bring more people? But Zhao Zhengqing still insisted, saying confidently, it's okay, we are all part of the warrior camp, and the camp's victory is the real victory. I believe that the boss wouldn't dare to attack me as long as he has some brains. What he said made sense. If the warriors were in conflict, how could they fight the dragon later? With this mindset, Zhao Zhengqing was very relaxed. After returning to the village, he first completed the mission with the village chief. Then, he went straight to the tavern. Outside the tavern, the warrior level rankings were still displayed. Zhao Zhengqing glanced at it indifferently, and his gaze passed over the words first place, Warrior 0189, level 25. There was a hint of color on his face, but he didn't linger in front of the level rankings for too long and confidently entered the tavern. Even before he arrived, his voice had already entered the tavern. I heard someone here wants to share information about the dragon's lair with me? Before Zhao Zhengqing could react, he felt a sudden darkness in front of him. His whole body seemed to be wrapped in something tough, and he couldn't move at all. In the eyes of others, in an instant, he was wrapped into a chrysalis by black iron wires. The people in the tavern, who had witnessed this scene before, looked discreetly at Lin Chuan, and the 9 people brought by Zhao Zhengqing all drew their weapons in fear and shouted, Boss. Then, they looked around and shouted, who did this? Release our boss. As Lin Chuan slowly approached, the crowd in the tavern automatically made way for him. And the 9-person team brought by Zhao Zhengqing, at this moment, truly saw the cool and eerie death grip in Lin Chuan's hand, and the chrysalis that trapped their boss was emitted from a ring of the death grip. The 9 people all rose up, but before Lin Chuan could attack them, the people in the tavern automatically protected Lin Chuan. The two forces confronted each other at the entrance of the tavern, and the air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. It seemed to foreshadow an imminent battle. However, the people in these two forces were clearly different. The people in the tavern were protecting Lin Chuan, seeing him as the hope to lead the warrior camp to victory. They were willing to help Lin Chuan, but not necessarily with all their might. Zhao Zhengqing had a plan in place, and in just a short 8-hour period, he had already cultivated the loyalty of the 9 individuals, who were now willing to fight for him. The 9 individuals looked at Lin Chuan with extremely hostile eyes. One of them even immediately summoned a red crystal. A red light emitted from his forehead. However, when the red light hit Lin Chuan, he remained unfazed. Instead, the person who summoned the red crystal had a face of disbelief and terror. How is this possible? How could the lethal red crystal have no effect? Lin Chuan smiled faintly. Of course, he knew in advance that the warrior player's red crystals had no effect on him at all. Why? Because fundamentally, he was a dragon. In the secret realm of opposing factions, there was an implicit rule. That is, cheating items like red crystals and green crystals cannot be used between hostile factions. Of course, they can still be used between the same faction. For example, if the dragon faction uses a red crystal on him, it would still be effective. However, the warrior's red crystal had no effect on him due to the faction's implicit rule. Lin Chuan smiled faintly and had no intention of explaining this implicit rule to others. His gaze fell on the giant chrysalis. The master of the S-level talent soul quickly activated. A force of soul energy shot from his forehead towards the chrysalis. Soon, it turned into an invisible spiritual web, binding Zhao Zhengqing. He tried to struggle, but he was tightly bound by the wire, unable to struggle in body or soul. 2 minutes later, Lin Chuan smiled faintly, released the chrysalis, and retracted the wire. Zhao Zhengqing's world returned to normal, but he sat on the ground, still a bit dazed, as if he didn't know what had happened. It wasn't until Lin Chuan called out to him, "Captain Zhao, let's talk inside," that Zhao Zhengqing suddenly got up and followed respectfully behind Lin Chuan. As he walked, Lin Chuan felt in his heart he found that there was a difference between controlling people with soul talent and a master-servant contract. The master-servant contract from the original plane involved the power of powerful rules. Under the constraints of the rules, the servant would not harm the master or disobey the master's orders. The enslavement of the master of the soul, on the other hand, used the power of the soul to invade the person's subconscious. It made the person sincerely loyal to the master of the soul and obedient to the master of the soul from the depths of their subconscious. Of course, this subconsciousness could actually be erased. For example, if Zhao Zhengqing's spiritual attributes suddenly surged, surpassing Lin Chuan by several times, then he might become aware of the imprint in his subconscious. However, his spiritual attributes probably could never surpass Lin Chuan's. On this point, Lin Chuan still had some confidence. He led Zhao Zhengqing to a U-shaped card seat sofa and without further ado, got straight to the point. "My name is Lin Chuan, and you can call me boss from now on. I brought you here mainly to ask for your assistance in a major matter. Boss, I will definitely cooperate and not let you down," Zhao Zhengqing said earnestly and faithfully. This scene shocked the previously tense two groups of people, especially the 9 individuals under Zhao Zhengqing. Each looked as if they had seen a ghost. What the heck? What's going on? How did their boss suddenly call someone else boss? Is this world too surreal? Lin Chuan, however, paid no attention to the irrelevant people's opinions and directly said to Zhao Zhengqing, "Later, I will leave the tavern. Because I killed many people in the tavern, I will inevitably be vigorously pursued by the guards of the warrior village. I will find a way to attract a large number of guards, and during that time, you need to steal the crystal ball from the statue in the shrine for me." Steal it? Zhao Zhengqing looked bewildered, but the shrine is heavily guarded. Obviously, even though Zhao Zhengqing was enslaved by Lin Chuan, he still retained basic thinking abilities, and before taking on the task, he had also thoroughly explored the warrior village, including the shrine. He had also long discovered that the most heavily guarded place in the brave village was the shrine. As a result, his newly recognized boss actually asked him to steal things from the shrine? This is really overestimating him, isn't it? Previously, he had been so resolute and determined, as if he could go through fire and water for Lin Chuan, but now he looked troubled. Obviously, even though he was absolutely loyal to Lin Chuan, deep down he knew that this was almost an impossible task to complete. In Lin Chuan's heart, he didn't have much hope either, but he still decided to take a gamble. He directly took out the armor he had bought at Zai Zai Tian and handed it to Zhao Zhengqing. This armor has extremely strong defense, able to withstand 50% of the attacks from a first-level professional, and 30% of the attacks from a second-level professional. Zhao Zhengqing eagerly took the armor and thanked him repeatedly. Then he suddenly asked, "How many professional levels are the shrine guards?" Lin Chuan pursed his lips. Officially, they are only second-level professionals. Although Zhao Zhengqing had reached level 25, there was a lot of room for improvement in that level. He hadn't even changed professions, and every time he leveled up, he would get 1 free attribute point before level 10, and 5 free attribute points after level 10. Even at level 25, his strength was no match for a second-level professional. It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. There was simply no chance of winning. Even if he wore the armor, he probably could be killed with just one slap. Next, Lin Chuan took out a pile of gold coins from his space. "Here, there are probably 400 to 500 gold coins. You can use them to buy some life-saving items." Zhao Zhengqing looked at the large stack of gold coins, his eyes once again filled with excitement. However, his expression still looked troubled. "I've been to all the shops in the Brave Village. No matter how many life-saving items I buy, it's probably still very difficult to complete your task, boss." Lin Chuan pursed his lips again, hesitated for a long time, and finally took off the death grip on his right hand. Then, he handed the death grip to Zhao Zhengqing. He said solemnly, "Among these 4 linked rings, when the second one is activated, it can form an invisible protective shield. The defensive power is linked to your own physical attributes. As long as the opponent's attack does not exceed 5 times your physical attributes, you can basically save your life. When the 4th one is activated, it can instantly teleport you to the tavern. Once you return to the tavern, the outside guards will probably not attack again." Probably. Zhao Zhengqing hesitated and asked, "What is the specific probability?" Lin Chuan was a bit embarrassed, probably about 50 or 60%. Zhao Zhengqing's expression was a bit hard to describe. However, Lin Chuan patted him heavily on the shoulder and said very seriously, "Come on, I believe in you, you can definitely do it." Zhao Zhengqing still had a constipated expression on his face. Who wouldn't say words of encouragement? The key is, can he really do it? Zhao Zhengqing was very doubtful, but, influenced by the imprint in his subconscious, he would subconsciously obey Lin Chuan. So, after taking a deep breath, his gaze gradually became firm, and he solemnly promised to Lin Chuan, "I will do my best to fulfill the boss's request." Lin Chuan patted his shoulder again with trust. "I'll give you 10 minutes to buy items, then, after I leave the tavern for 15 minutes, you can start your action." "Yes." Zhao Zhengqing also saluted Lin Chuan with a special momentum before leaving. Just looking at his departing figure, one would think it was like Jingku assassinating the king of Qin, with a sense of tragic heroism. Lin Chuan looked at his back, his eyes also deep and serious. In fact, he didn't know what the crystal ball in the shrine could bring to him specifically. But if the operation failed, the loss would be absolutely huge. The armor and gold coins were not a big deal. The key was the death grip. Once the operation failed, it might not be retrievable. So, it must succeed. Lin Chuan dared to take such a gamble because he had seen Zhao Zhengqing in real life. The identity of that guy before the apocalypse is a mystery, but there is no doubt that he had a strong combat awareness before the apocalypse. In the early days of the apocalypse, many people couldn't fully utilize their abilities even after adding points. But Zhao Zhengqing was different. He could quickly unleash the corresponding power with just a few points added. It was because of his combat talent that Lin Chuan was willing to bet on him. Hopefully, he won't disappoint Lin Chuan. After 10 minutes, Lin Chuan left the tavern as planned. Almost the moment he left the tavern, he felt a strong pressure coming straight at him. Without hesitation, Lin Chuan led the guards to start an exciting parkour action in the Brave Village. Previously, he had destroyed 16 dragon nests and gained something from it. Among the most useful things was an A-level talent, Instant Flash, which allowed him to move instantly within a 20-meter range. Another B-level talent, Speed Enhancement, increased his speed by 10 times, playing an important role in this parkour journey. There was also a B-level talent, Earth Shattering, which barely created obstacles for the guards chasing him. In reality, although he had committed murder in the tavern, the guards were mainly focused on arresting him rather than killing him. So, Lin Chuan was relatively relaxed. The real difficulty lay with Zhao Zhengqing. When he entered the temple, he was not alone. He brought his core team of 9 people with him into the temple. They had entered the temple before, mainly to see if there were any tasks for the NPCs. When they didn't trigger any tasks, they left directly. This time, they used the same old trick, ignoring the serious and cold faces of the guards, and approached them one by one to ask for tasks. The guards' attitude remained the same, stern and imposing, and they directly issued an order to leave. "There are no tasks here. Please leave as soon as possible." How could there be no tasks? The village chief clearly hinted for us to come to the temple to take a look. Either you misunderstood the village chief's meaning, or... The guards suddenly looked at the 10 people with suspicion and hostility. "Are you deliberately causing trouble?" The guards were too imposing, and their gaze was too oppressive. Someone in the team of 10 people leaked their fear under such a strong gaze. In an instant, the 10 guards at the temple were all shaken, and they brandished their iron spears. The majestic momentum almost suffocated the 10 warriors. The stern shouts of "Get out" seemed to carry a sonic attack, making the 10 warriors dizzy and their heads ache. The situation was unfavorable, but Zhao Zhengqing was very decisive. He endured the spreading taste of blood in his mouth and burst out with a roar, "Ah!" This was their signal. However, under the current oppressive situation, he didn't know if his teammates could resist the guards and hold on for even 0.1 seconds according to the plan. He himself, however, had no hesitation at all and rushed towards the statue in the center of the temple. His spirit was extremely tense, and his speed was at its peak, even directly using the divine movement symbol he had bought with gold coins. Zhao Zhengqing was originally the closest to the statue. His pounce was even faster to the extreme. However, just as he was about to pounce on the statue, a model-like armor beside the statue suddenly moved. Such a huge armor should be very slow due to its weight. However, its speed was not affected by its weight at all, and it was many times faster than Zhao Zhengqing, who had used the divine movement symbol. It was faster than Zhao Zhengqing, and its sharp blade stabbed directly at Zhao Zhengqing's right shoulder. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Zhengqing, with a strong combat awareness, almost entirely relied on his instinct for life and death to quickly activate the protective shield of the grip of death. At the same time, he threw all kinds of defense items bought with gold coins on himself. In addition to these, there is one more important point: 1,000 Jin falls. Zhao Zhengqing's mouth had already started to spurt blood, but he did not forget to shout out these 3 words with a hysterical voice at the critical moment. 1,000 Jin falls. It was a disposable item he had purchased for 500 gold coins. It was a necklace shaped like a lead pendant, worn around his neck, and the only function of this necklace was to immunize against being knocked back once. Zhao Zhengqing had considered all possible situations in advance. Among them, the most important to overcome was the knockback effect of the guard's attacks. His only chance to approach the idol was the very first, most unexpected time. And once knocked back, he would never have another chance to approach the idol. This mission would also end in failure. So, even though the price of this item, 1,000 Jin falls, was exorbitant, its function was highly valued by Zhao Zhengqing. He gritted his teeth and bought it for 500 gold coins. If Lin Xuan were here, he would know why 1,000 Jin falls was so expensive. Because like the red crystal and green crystal, this thing also contained a hint of the power of the rules. And 1,000 Jin falls was obviously worth the price. With a crack sound, the pendant worn by Zhao Zhengqing on his chest directly shattered. Not only that, the armor he was wearing also cracked in an instant. Then with a puff sound, Zhao Zhengqing spat out blood, his brain felt dull and painful, and his thinking became extremely slow. He barely managed to retain a hint of breathing. If it were an ordinary person, by this time they would either have died or would be half dead and unconscious. But Zhao Zhengqing was not an ordinary person. He had a special status and had received specialized training. In his subconscious, the mission was more important than life itself. So, even though his consciousness was already somewhat blurred, his instinct remained firm, and without any hesitation, he reached for the crystal ball in the idol's hand. This time, he really touched it. But just when Zhao Zhengqing thought he was about to succeed, the idol, which had no facial features, suddenly grew facial features. It looked like a demon. What's even more frightening was that the idol's eyes suddenly emitted red light, shooting straight towards Zhao Zhengqing, who was within arm's reach. At that moment, even though Zhao Zhengqing's consciousness was fuzzy, he still keenly sensed the breath of death. If hit by this red light, he would undoubtedly die. But at this moment, he was simply unable to avoid it. The speed of light. Even in his best condition, he couldn't avoid it. Moreover, at this moment, he was almost out of breath. So, that streak of red light, without any surprise, hit Zhao Zhengqing. But just when Zhao Zhengqing thought that his mission had failed and he was doomed to die, a green light suddenly burst out from his own forehead, enveloping his entire body in green. Was this a forgiving color? Time was simply too urgent. All of this, from Zhao Zhengqing touching the crystal ball, to the idol growing facial features, emitting red light, to his own body emitting green light. This series of changes almost happened within a short 0.1 second. Zhao Zhengqing didn't have time to think about anything. He just exerted his last bit of strength to put the crystal ball into the dimensional ring. Then, without stopping for a moment, he used the teleportation function of the death grip 4 rings. Almost in an instant, his figure suddenly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. The next moment, he appeared on the brink of death on the sofa in the tavern. But was the crisis resolved here? No, it wasn't. According to Lin Xuan, the village guards probably wouldn't enter the tavern. But he clearly wasn't sure about this probability. It was just a guess. And at this moment, the hero village, with the theft of the idol's shrine, was instantly engulfed in a huge storm. The 9 people who had broken into the shrine with Zhao Zhengqing were all killed on the spot by the guards, and all the guards in the village were mobilized to search for the thief who stole the idol's crystal ball. Even the Forbidden Army, who had originally been running with Lin Xuan, instantly gave up chasing after him. As the guards behind him left, Lin Xuan, who was already exhausted, suddenly brightened his eyes. Could it be that Zhao Zhengqing had really succeeded? Lin Xuan no longer continued to hang around the guards. He went straight to the tavern. As soon as he entered the tavern, he found Zhao Zhengqing lying on the U-shaped sofa, barely breathing. And a daring figure was actually prying the dimensional ring from Zhao Zhengqing's hand. What's even more infuriating is that the figure directly took out the crystal ball that Lin Xuan had been trying so hard to obtain from the dimensional ring. He immediately shouted angrily, "Stop!" However, the next moment, the figure turned around and revealed his face, leaving Lin Xuan stunned. "It's you? Who is it?" "It's the mysterious drunkard." Damn it, this mysterious big shot not only cheated him when selling tickets to the Heavenly Gate, but now he also wanted to steal his things. And this was after he had spent 1,000 points to buy him 10 bottles of Moon Fairy's drunkenness. At this moment, Lin Xuan's face looked very unpleasant. He looked coldly at the drunkard and the misty crystal ball in the drunkard's hand, and said in a restrained tone, "That's mine." The drunkard had been staying in a dark corner, exuding a strong smell of alcohol, with a despondent and low-browed appearance, making it almost impossible to see his face. However, at this moment, there was no longer any trace of alcohol or despondency on him. The face exposed under the light was a kind of zombie-like pale. Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes and instantly understood this drunkard was probably just a clone of some big shot. The intelligence level of this clone was obviously far superior to Lin Xuan's little clone. Even the actions of this clone seemed no different from those of a living person. With a flip of his right hand, the misty crystal ball disappeared instantly. The next moment, a red wine gourd appeared in his hand. He tilted his head back and took a sip of wine before slowly looking at Lin Xuan and saying, "Kid, I'm not robbing you, it's just that there are some things you can't handle." Lin Xuan's face was very cold, and his attitude was resolute. "Regardless of whether I can handle it or not, I will bear the consequences, so there's no need for the elder to worry about me." The drunkard wore a black hat and, coupled with his pale face, looked gloomy. But before he could say anything else, the guards and sentries from the brave village had surrounded the tavern. Lin Xuan knew from the information of his previous life that the tavern in the Dragon and Warrior's secret realm was a very special place. The tavern seemed to be disconnected from the entire brave village. If someone was killed in the tavern, the guards of the brave village would not enter the tavern to arrest anyone. It seemed that all the NPCs of the brave village were very wary of the tavern and dared not step into it no matter what happened. However, at this moment, this iron rule seemed to be about to be broken. Outside the tavern, the guards and sentries of the brave village seemed to hesitate and dare not enter the tavern. But the guards from the shrine actually wanted to barge into the tavern. And the other guards and sentries, under the leadership of the shrine guards, seemed to no longer fear the tavern and had a posture of breaking into the tavern at all costs. Lin Xuan's nerves tensed up in an instant. After all, at this moment, he was definitely not a match for so many guards and forbidden troops. Just as he was anxious and pondering a strategy, the figure in the black robe casually raised his hand. The guards and sentries outside the tavern who wanted to barge in were all overturned and flew several meters away. And when they tried to continue attacking the tavern after getting up, they seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier. Not to mention entering the tavern, they couldn't even hear any sound from inside. The warriors in the tavern had no idea what was happening. However, this did not prevent them from looking at this scene in shock and then turning their gaze to Lin Xuan and the drunkard. The drunkard took another sip of wine, squinted at Lin Xuan, and slowly said, "Do you still think you should bear it yourself?" Lin Xuan frowned and did not answer immediately, but only heard the drunkard, using a casual tone, burst out even more sensational news. "There is no rule in this secret realm that guards cannot go to the dragon's lair." Lin Xuan had just thought that if the tavern was lost, he could still go to the dragon's lair. But the drunkard's words almost hit the nail on the head and punctured his thoughts. And if it's true that the guards can also go to the dragon's lair to slay dragons, then Lin Xuan, returning to his own dragon's lair, would almost become a sitting duck, chased to death by the guards. So, it really is just like the drunkard said. Even if he snatched the crystal ball, Lin Xuan really had no strength to protect it. And at this moment, the drunkard spoke again, "And little guy, that crystal ball is absolutely useless to you at this stage." Useless? Lin Xuan furrowed his brows. He had thought that the crystal ball, like the one in the dragon's lair, could bestow upon him incredibly powerful talents. But upon careful consideration, the misty crystal ball was indeed different from the one held by the princess in the dragon's lair. So, Lin Xuan did not doubt the drunkard's words. But he looked deeply at the drunkard, squinted his eyes, and suddenly said in a deep voice, "Perhaps you are right. That crystal ball is indeed useless to me at this stage. But if I guess correctly, that crystal ball is very useful to you, or perhaps to your master behind you, right?" When the drunkard heard the word master, he suddenly burst into laughter. "Kid, do you think I am someone's clone?" Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. "Isn't it?" The drunkard laughed heartily again. "Your realm is too low, and you have too little exposure. It's not wrong to understand it as a clone. And that crystal ball is indeed very useful to me, or to my clone." The drunkard looked neither human nor ghostly, and even his whole demeanor was gloomy, but his character seemed cheerful and lively. He then said to Lin Xuan, "So, this crystal ball can also be considered as something you helped me snatch. I can fulfill one condition for you." "One condition?" This sounded a bit grand. Lin Xuan's eyes lit up, and he directly said, "Can you give me an SSS-level defensive talent? Something like an immortal body." The drunkard gave him a look of disbelief. "Dream on." So Lin Xuan changed his request. "Then, help me kill someone with an SSS-level shadow body talent. That should be simple, right?" The drunkard's mouth twitched slightly, and he glared at him fiercely. "Do you understand the value of an SSS-level talent? Each pure natural SSS-level talent represents a person favored by fate. Such people cannot be easily killed by just anyone. And the price of killing someone favored by fate is also extremely heavy." "Favored by fate?" Lin Xuan furrowed his brows tightly, and suddenly asked, "Is there a difference between being favored by fate and being favored by the god of fate?" The drunkard gave him a look as if he were looking at a fool. "What do you think?" Lin Chuan thought for a moment. Fate is elusive and intangible, making it difficult to comprehend. And the god of fate sounds like a tangible person? So he speculated, fate itself should surpass the god of fate. Far surpass. Or rather, they are not even on the same level. The drunkard gave him another look, and his tone even began to sound a bit impatient. At this point, Lin Chuan suddenly became worried. If SSS-level talents were really that powerful, could the master-servant contract of the 7th edition really allow the master to share the servant's SSS-level talent? However, he suddenly thought that the drunkard had deliberately used the words pure natural to describe SSS-level talents. So, it could be understood that non-pure natural SSS-level talents could also be obtained artificially, right? Who cares? Try it and you'll find out. So after Lin Chuan's consecutive 2 conditions were rejected, he finally proposed another one that he thought would be easier to accomplish. Since the first 2 can't be done, this last one definitely can. Will you give me a strong version 7 master-servant contract? You little brat, aren't you being a bit impolite? Why don't you just ask me to be your servant? The drunkard was somewhat caught off guard by Lin Chuan's request. However, Lin Chuan's eyes lit up, and he was very surprised, saying, "Oh, can I? Then of course my ass." The drunkard directly interrupted his unrealistic fantasy. Then, he flicked his fingers, conjuring a silver-white cross-shaped radiance. With another wave of his hand, the cross-shaped silver-white light mass shot straight into Lin Chuan's forehead. Lin Chuan immediately sensed something unusual. His vision and hearing were both clearer than before, and his brain also felt a very comfortable coolness. In short, he felt very good. He touched his forehead and asked, "What is this?" The drunkard did not explain further, only saying lightly, "Within a year, as long as you don't act recklessly in the source plane, you can be immune to all mental attacks, including soul-searching and mental peeping." Wow, that's awesome. Lin Chuan's eyes lit up. Can you extend the deadline a few more times? However, when he looked up, he couldn't see the drunkard's figure anymore. Only the lingering sound in the air, "Kid, you have half an hour to handle your affairs. After half an hour, the secret space will collapse directly." Collapse of the secret space. This also meant that there would never be the dragon and warrior secret space again in the future. It was only at this moment that Lin Chuan realized the misty crystal ball was probably closely related to the operation of the entire secret space. It was definitely a very precious item. He suddenly shouted into the air in frustration, "No, drunkard. The crossmark you gave me wasn't even my own condition. I'm at a loss here. Get the hell out and let me renegotiate, you jerk." He thought the drunkard had already left, so he vented his anger. But suddenly, something hit his forehead with a bang, instantly causing a big bump. Ouch, it hurts. This was the first time Lin Chuan realized that being hit on the forehead could be so painful. He reached out to touch his forehead, but caught a dimensional ring. A dimensional ring? Given by the drunkard? Lin Chuan quickly immersed his consciousness into it. At a glance, his eyes lit up. Wow, a small booklet, a master-servant contract from the source plane, plus 28 moonstone. It could only be said that he was indeed a big shot. He even gave 28 moonstones just like that. It was only at this point that Lin Chuan felt that his action of stealing the crystal ball in this adventure was a huge gain. He didn't have time to check what was written in the small booklet inside the dimensional ring, and went directly to Zhao Zhengqing, delivering a miraculous recovery slap. In theory, Zhao Zhengqing's injuries were severe, and Lin Chuan's sea-level miraculous recovery would not have much effect. However, it seemed that the drunkard had treated him when he took the crystal ball from Zhao Zhengqing, so the half-dead Zhao Zhengqing barely managed to survive, but he was still unconscious. Lin Chuan directly woke him up, and then they went to the dragon's lair No. 002 together. At this time, the dragon's lair had already undergone some changes. Everything in the lair was almost uncomfortably black before. However, at this moment, the gloomy sky seemed to clear, revealing a little sunlight. The flowers, grass, and trees bathed in sunlight were also regaining their original colors. Zhong Qinger was guarding the dragon's lair, and seeing such an unusual scene, she was both surprised and scared. It wasn't until Lin Chuan suddenly appeared with someone in tow that she hesitantly asked, "What happened? Why did my dragon's lair suddenly start to change so drastically? And who is he? Is he also a dragon?" "No, he's a warrior." Lin Chuan let go, and Zhao Zhengqing weakly collapsed. He lay on the ground, unable to open his eyes, and mumbled, "Boss, don't worry, I'm fine. Just need half a day to recuperate." Half a day of rest? Lin Chuan's original plan was to ignore Zhao Zhengqing once he got the crystal ball. But even in his half-dead state, Zhao Zhengqing still completed the task. This made Lin Chuan admire him somewhat. With Zhao Zhengqing in such a weak state and all 9 of his subordinates dead, he probably wouldn't have a chance to rest in this dangerous post-apocalyptic world. After a moment of thought, Lin Chuan decided to take him to his own world. He used a miraculous recovery technique on Zhao Zhengqing and poured a bottle of ice water over his head. Zhao Zhengqing, originally in a daze, was stimulated by the ice water and became much more alert. Lin Chuan looked at him and said in a deep voice, "Can you hear me clearly?" Zhao Zhengqing struggled to keep his eyelids open and replied, "Yes." "Good, from now on, I want both you." Lin Chuan looked at Zhong Qinger beside him, "and you, to remember everything I say." Zhong Qinger, without any injuries, quickly nodded in agreement. Zhao Zhengqing, a man of strong will, also nodded solemnly. Lin Chuan continued, "In half an hour, the secret realm we are in will completely collapse. At that time, all players participating in the secret realm will return to their own world." "Wait," Zhong Qinger suddenly interrupted, "isn't there still a factional confrontation? Will all the living people be able to go back?" Lin Chuan nodded and explained, "When the secret realm collapses, the rules of the secret realm will no longer exist. There will be no rewards, nor will there be any erasure." "What? No rewards?" Zhong Qinger instantly looked distressed. But upon careful consideration, her SSS-level talent on this secret realm journey was already a huge reward. Other players had truly made a fruitless trip, only gaining a little experience. Some players even died directly in this secret realm. And the one who gained the most, of course, was Lin Chuan. Ignoring Zhong Qinger's frustration, he continued, "Other players will return to their own world. But you two will follow me back to my world. But I cannot determine where you will appear. The only thing I can be sure of is that you two will appear together." Zhong Qinger nodded, indicating her understanding. Lin Chuan looked at her again and said solemnly, "You have an SSS-level talent, so there is almost no danger, but you have no combat power, so you cannot protect Zhao Zhengqing." Zhong Qinger frowned, "Who says I have no combat power? Enough talk, listen to me." Lin Chuan glanced at her, and Zhong Qinger immediately fell silent. "You cannot protect Zhao Zhengqing in his current state. So, you will directly use the death seal on him, then put him up for sale in the trading market, and I will buy him." Indeed, the death seal can not only be used to trade living people, but can also be used in the trading market to transport living people. However, after being sealed with the death seal, one will lose their combat power. Most people would not hand over their lives to others, so this method of using the death seal plus trading market to transport living people is generally only used on slaves. Zhong Qinger was also surprised by Lin Chuan's ingenious idea for a moment, and then even more surprised. "How do you know that my talent in reality is the death seal?" "I know a lot of things, so stop talking." Lin Chuan found that this girl Zhong Qinger was a bit of a chatterbox, just like Aiya. "To prevent you from accidentally trading with someone else, I'll set a password." Zhong Qinger nodded. "I'll say who first saw the green by the riverbank." Lin Chuan, "Then I'll say when did the green hat first shine on someone?" Zhong Qinger's expression was subtle. "You're quite clever." Lin Chuan remained calm, mutual admiration. Zhao Zhengqing had a puzzled expression. "He just has the word Qing in his name, right? Why does he use such a strange code for the transaction? Wait, is the green light still on him?" At this moment, Zhao Zhengqing suddenly realized that the time when he emitted the green light in the ancestral hall seemed to have activated his green crystal. Previously, when his teammate used the red crystal on Lin Chuan, it didn't work, so he thought that the green and red crystals were useless in this secret realm. Unexpectedly, they were still useful, and the green crystal saved his life. Although he is still half dead now. There is another thing that both of you need to pay attention to. Lin Chuan's expression became serious again, looking at Zhong Qinger after looking at Zhao Zhengqing. Zhao Zhengqing struggled to speak. "Boss, I remember." Lin Chuan didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Apart from you two, in my world, there also exist Zhao Zhengqing and Zhong Qinger." As soon as these words were spoken, both pairs of eyes contracted. No one knew what they were thinking. However, Lin Chuan directly announced the answer to them. Two tigers cannot share the same mountain. In one world, two identical people cannot coexist. So, as soon as you return to reality, a system prompt will sound in your mind, requiring you to complete a task of killing your other self. Kill your other self. Zhong Qinger's expression was clearly shocked and horrified. Zhao Zhengqing lay weakly on the ground, his expression not obvious. But the sudden contraction of his pupils also revealed the turmoil in his heart. Lin Chuan could understand their feelings. After all, when he experienced the fusion of the worlds in his previous life for the first time, he was similarly shocked. He thought for a moment and added, "The system task won't sound 100% of the time. If it doesn't, it means that the you in my world has already died." Both of them looked somewhat dazed. Lin Chuan gave them enough time to digest this explosive news, and then gave them some instructions. After that, he took out the boundary realm from the space. The boundary realm generally needs to be used with a boundary symbol. However, Lin Chuan did not use a boundary symbol, but directly bound it with his own blood. In this way, the boundary realm in his hand was bound to his own world, and could only take people to his own world. Then, he activated the boundary realm, and the originally hazy mirror surface suddenly burst into a warm white light. Using this light, Lin Chuan scanned Zhong Qing'er and Zhao Zhengqing separately. If the world is compared to a residential area, and the world's rules are compared to the security of the residential area, then Lin Chuan is the owner of the residential area. At this moment, his actions were equivalent to the owner sending the identity information of his two friends to the security. In this way, when the friends entered the residential area, they could be allowed in by the security. After doing all this, Lin Chuan felt the time and rules again. He suddenly looked at Zhong Qing'er and asked, "Didn't you just complain about not having any rewards? Now, do you want to have a few more talents?" Zhong Qing'er's eyes lit up. "Of course I do." Lin Chuan threw his death grip and warrior's badge to her. "The remaining time, the rules of the secret realm are fading. You can try to go to other dragon lairs, kill the princess, and take the crystal ball." Zhong Qing'er took the death grip and played with it on her hand. Her beautiful eyes, which were as clear as water, became even brighter and more dazzling. "What about you?" she asked Lin Chuan. "I'll stay here and watch over Zhao Zhengqing." Lin Chuan lazily sat on a rock and instructed, "You go to the 066th dragon lair. That dragon is mine, and he has 62 rings of mine. Help me get them back." "Okay." Zhong Qing'er's tone was light and cheerful, hiding her excitement. Then, she tried to leave the dragon lair. As she left, Lin Chuan's gaze became deep and dark, faintly exuding danger. At this moment, Zhao Zhengqing still had his eyes open. Seeing his expression, he suddenly realized something and asked cautiously, "Boss, do you want that woman dead?" Lin Chuan did not answer him, just leaned against the rock, closing his eyes to rest. He certainly wanted Zhong Qing'er to die, but that woman, I'm afraid it's not so easy to die. She went to another dragon's lair, and she might encounter a presence with a red crystal. Lin Chuan wanted to know if the SSS level defense talent could even resist a fatal blow from the red crystal. As for what to do if Zhong Qing'er really died under the fatal blow of the red crystal, there's no need to worry. The grip of the Grim Reaper is already bound to Lin Chuan, so he can just go and snatch it back. He may not be able to guard against him, but at this stage, Lin Chuan actually didn't pay much attention to the players. And at this time, almost all the players in the secret realm have noticed that something is wrong. Both warriors and dragons can freely enter and leave the dragon's lair. And the dragons that leave the dragon's lair cannot use their dragon form. The melee between the two sides erupted completely in the last half hour. It was not only a melee between the dragon and the warrior, but also between the warrior, and the dragon, all in a melee. Even the princess in the dragon's lair was affected. Some lucky warriors even discovered the secret of the princess's crystal ball in this last crazy half hour. And Yang Xiao, who had his earring snatched by Lin Chuan, happened to be one of the lucky ones. When he entered the 005 dragon's lair, it was empty, no one was there. Oh no, there was someone, a princess. The princess was very beautiful and spoke very sweetly. However, Yang Xiao has a girlfriend in real life and has been PUA'd by his girlfriend into being a loyal and devoted dog. The princess was very good, but he couldn't betray his girlfriend. But this princess was so blind, she kept tempting him. So Yang Xiao, in a fit of anger, directly killed the princess. And then he accidentally crushed the crystal ball that the princess had exploded. It was at this moment that a prompt sounded in his mind, ding. Congratulations on awakening the A-level talent, Ice Mist Domain. Ice Mist Domain. This is a strong control-type A-level talent. It can create a misty domain with a maximum diameter of twice one's own spiritual attribute. Enemies within the domain will have their vision and movement severely hindered. Those with much lower spiritual attributes will be directly immobilized. Yang Xiao excitedly shouted to the sky, "Haha, such a strong A-level talent. Within the Ice Mist Domain, I am almost invincible." The immense joy made him feel a bit inflated, and the harvest of killing the princess made him even more excited, and he wanted to continue killing the princess. Without saying a word, Yang Xiao ran to the 001 dragon's lair, but he didn't find the princess. He cursed in frustration and then went to the 002 lair. This time, he happened to find that Lin Chuan was sitting there as if nothing had happened, leaning against a rock, resting with his eyes closed. His appearance made it seem as if he wasn't in the midst of the chaotic secret realm, but rather on a leisurely trip. At a glance, Yang Xiao saw his earring, sitting proudly on Lin Chuan's ear. He felt a deep hatred in his heart, and resentment flashed in his eyes. Originally, he had some hesitation. After all, Lin Chuan had shown such terrifying strength before, almost crushing everyone. But now, Yang Xiao remembered, he heard that there was a disfigured woman wearing the ring that Lin Chuan had used before, wreaking havoc everywhere. if Lin Xuan's trump card wasn't in his hands. Yang Xiao felt that with his newly acquired A-level talent, he might have a chance to kill Lin Xuan. Fortune favors the bold. He decided to go for it. He approached Lin Xuan with a humble and pleasing manner. Mr. Lin, why are you alone here? As he spoke, he slowly approached. When he was less than 20 meters away from Lin Xuan, he suddenly, without warning, unleashed the ice mist domain. In an instant, the area within 20 meters in front of him was quickly shrouded in dense mist, and Lin Xuan and Zhao Zhengqing, who were in the mist, were covered in ice crystals all over their bodies. It looked as if they could be frozen into statues at any moment. Ha ha ha. Yang Xiao watched the scene from outside the domain, laughing heartily. However, the arrogant laughter did not last long, and it abruptly stopped. In the domain, Lin Xuan didn't even open his eyes, just casually waved his hand in Yang Xiao's direction. The next moment, a dark green jade seal enlarged in the air, finally covering Yang Xiao's head. Yang Xiao was instantly immobilized, his smile frozen on his face, looking somewhat ridiculous. Despite being in the midst of an icy mist, Lin Xuan's speed was unaffected. With a flash, he appeared next to Yang Xiao. He said kindly, "Keep smiling, why stop now?" Yang Xiao's pupils dilated, his face turning pale. Lin Xuan then looked at the jade seal on his head and suddenly realized, "Oh, you've been immobilized." He raised his hand and removed the jade seal, then continued kindly, "Alright, you can continue smiling now." With the removal of the jade seal, Yang Xiao could move again. However, he dared not oppose Lin Xuan again, lacking the courage to resist. He knelt down and kowtowed, "Boss, I was wrong. I really was. I was blinded by greed. I deserve to die, I deserve to die." As he spoke, he slapped himself. Blood flowed from his forehead, and his cheeks swelled. Lin Xuan lazily yawned and stopped him innocently. Alright, stop hitting yourself. I'll just take it as a joke. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Yang Xiao will always remember your kindness and repay you as a servant." Overwhelmed with gratitude, Yang Xiao continued to kowtow. However, Lin Xuan didn't believe his words. He directly threw out a master-servant contract and said lightly, "Sign it, then do something for me." The master-servant contract. Yang Xiao hesitated for a moment, but soon gritted his teeth and signed the contract. This master-servant contract was not purchased by Lin Xuan in the free sky, but was originally traded by Aiya from the Suhai. The master-servant contract generated by the S-level talent Suhai was essentially inferior to the master-servant contract of the original source plane. For example, after signing the contract, although a master-servant relationship was established between Lin Xuan and Yang Xiao, this relationship would only be effective in a single world. When the secret realm completely collapsed and Yang Xiao returned to his world and Lin Xuan returned to his own world, the master-servant contract would no longer control Yang Xiao. However, using the original source plane contract with Zhong Qing'er was different. Even if the two were in different worlds and planes, Lin Xuan could still control Zhong Qing'er. This was the advanced nature of the original source plane. After signing the contract with Yang Xiao, Lin Xuan flipped his palm and handed over the 1,000 gene axe he had drawn from the deck of fate, the green wooden seal he had paid for from the black man, and an empty dimensional ring to Yang Xiao, instructing, "In the time to come, you will help me collect corpses, whether they are visible to you or can be killed by you, all will be collected into this dimensional ring." Collect corpses? Yang Xiao looked puzzled but obediently complied. After he left, Lin Xuan leaned back against the rocky edge, closed his eyes, and rested. On the surface, he was resting, but in reality, he also checked the chat channel of the Dragon's Nest. At this time, the chat channel of the Dragon's Nest had also begun to collapse. Some dragons couldn't send messages at all, and some messages turned into gibberish. The few messages that could express meaning all described how chaotic the secret realm was at the moment. Lin Xuan scrolled through the messages and unexpectedly noticed Dragon No. 007. This guy called himself the Tycoon Qi Yuan. Lin Xuan didn't care about this, but he also said that his real-world talent was the S-level Thorn of Evil. This did catch Lin Xuan's attention. Although he had never obtained the S-level Thorn of Evil talent in his previous life, he had gained the skill of the Thorn of Evil, a very powerful group attack and control skill. If what Qi Yuan said was true, then his corpse would be of great value to Lin Xuan. However, Lin Xuan never left the Dragon's Nest No. 2. During this period, some reckless warriors broke in and tried to attack him, but they were all killed by him with a single sword stroke. Half an hour passed quickly. Zhong Qing'er and Yang Xiao returned one after another. Zhong Qing'er brought back 62 space rings for Alvin to categorize. She handed the rings to Lin Xuan in several batches, explaining one by one, "These 7 are all essential living supplies. These 3 are non-essential supplies. These 2 are equipment props purchased by the warrior village. This one is a special item that Alvin finds. Finally, this one, Zhong Qinger's eyes sparkled, and her tone was faintly excited, is a total of 15 talent crystal balls. All of them were snatched by me after killing the princess. Well done, Lin Chuan said lightly, seemingly casually asking, did you encounter anyone using a red crystal on you during this trip? Red crystal? Zhong Qinger didn't quite understand the effects of red and green crystals, so she said casually, there was indeed someone who shot a red light from their forehead at a critical moment, but it seemed to have no effect on me. Lin Chuan nodded, not too surprised. This made him even more eager to obtain an SSS level talent, immune even to the lethal effect of the red crystal. Amazing! Lin Chuan sighed, calmed down, and then turned his gaze to Yang Xiao. When Yang Xiao heard Zhong Qinger say that she had snatched 15 crystal balls, he was completely shocked. At this moment, his attitude towards Lin Chuan became even more humble and respectful. He handed over a dimensional ring filled with corpses and said, report to the boss, I have collected a total of 267 corpses, all in here. Well done, Lin Chuan responded lightly, taking the dimensional ring from him. Seeing that Lin Chuan seemed somewhat satisfied, Yang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, just as Lin Chuan took the dimensional ring, a black long sword with a soaring snake pattern appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the lingering snake shadow instantly harvested Yang Xiao's life. Zhong Qinger watched this scene in a daze. Lin Chuan didn't explain anything, and directly collected Yang Xiao's body into the dimensional ring for corpses. As half an hour passed, the secret space had reached its end. Lin Chuan looked at Zhong Qinger and Zhao Zhangqing, calmly instructing, now, silently recite the return with me in your heart. After that, the three of them completely disappeared from the collapsing secret space. The next moment, Lin Chuan appeared at the location where he had entered the secret space, namely, the basketball court in the Star River Bay community. At this time, it was already late in the evening, and the sky was dark. After feeling the return to reality in his body and strength, Lin Chuan raised his hand and killed more than a dozen ghouls that had surrounded him. Then, he flashed back to the 3-unit building where his uncle lived. At this time, his uncle's home was still empty. Lin Chuan was not surprised. He just wanted to find a relatively safe place to sort out the gains from his trip to the secret space. Obviously, he had forgotten when he entered the secret space before, he had obtained the secret space token for the ghoul's nest from a purple chest at the basketball court, and at that time, he had been targeted by a group of people. It wasn't that he had forgotten, but Lin Chuan simply didn't care about those people. In his eyes, they were just cannon fodder. However, Wujun and his group had always kept Lin Chuan in mind. Wujun and Rong Jiaming and the others had originally planned to kill Lin Chuan and seize the treasure. As a result, before they could get close, Lin Chuan entered the secret space. In the eyes of Wujun and the others, it was as if he had disappeared into thin air. At this stage, many people were shallow in their understanding and found it difficult to judge what had happened when Lin Chuan seemingly disappeared. At first, Wujun thought that Lin Chuan had used some kind of spatial teleportation, so he immediately started looking for people. It wasn't until he couldn't find anyone that he began to suspect that the other party might have entered the secret space. Lin Chuan had entered the secret space purely by chance. In Wujun's eyes, he thought that Lin Chuan was afraid and hiding in the secret realm. He then analyzed to his subordinates, that guy dared to kill my ghoul subordinates, I will never let him go. If he dies in the secret realm, so be it, but once he comes out alive, he will surely have a lot of treasures on him. The subordinates immediately became excited. Wujun then arranged for 2 subordinates to keep an eye on the basketball court. If Lin Chuan appeared, they were to report to him immediately. By late evening, when Lin Chuan appeared, the 2 subordinates who were secretly watching him immediately sent a message to Wujun. However, the frustrating thing was that Lin Chuan's actions to return to his uncle's house were too fast, even using the A-level talent, Instant Flash. The 2 subordinates couldn't keep up with Lin Chuan at all, and they didn't even know which building or unit Lin Chuan went to. When Wujun arrived at the basketball court, he was furious and scolded the 2 subordinates for not being able to keep up with a person. The 2 subordinates dared not correct him, as they didn't lose track of him, but simply couldn't keep up. They nervously said, that guy is really mysterious, his speed is unbelievably fast, we didn't even blink and he was already gone. Yes, not only is he fast, but his fighting is also fast. He almost killed over a dozen ghouls with just one strike. Wujun then furrowed his brow, killing over a dozen ghouls in one strike? What about the bodies? He burned the bodies, a fireball instantly burned all the bodies. Fireball? Are you sure it was a fireball? Wujun's expression suddenly became serious. The subordinate quickly nodded, yes. That fireball burned very quickly. At this moment, Wujun and Rong Jiaming exchanged a meaningful look. They both saw surprise in each other's eyes. Rong Jiaming spoke first, it seems to match. That Lin Chuan, the time he became the first in the killing list, coincides with the time that person returned from the secret realm. Wujun frowned, but he doesn't have the words of the ranking list on his head, does he? Then he looked at the subordinates. Did you see clearly? Does that person have the words of the ranking list on his head? No, that person doesn't have anything on his head. The subordinates were very certain, and looked at the two bosses with confusion. What do you mean? Are you suspecting that person is Lin Chuan, the first in the ranking list? Before the two bosses could say anything, another subordinate suddenly exclaimed in fear, damn, Lin Chuan is not only the first in the ranking list, but also the first in the killing list now. Wu Jun and Rong Jiaming remained calm, and even explained to the two subordinates who were behind on the news, that's right. It was when the person you were watching returned from the secret realm, Lin Chuan, who was on the ranking list, suddenly rose from being nameless on the killing list to the top. The two subordinates then realized their boss was suspecting that the person they were watching was Lin Chuan, the first in both lists. But the two were very sure, that guy's head definitely has no words on it. After pondering for a moment, Rong Jiaming said, our understanding of the world is very limited. Maybe he has some special item that can hide the words of the list. Wu Jun agreed and nodded. Yes, that's very possible. Rong Jiaming hesitated again. So, boss, do we still need to go and trouble that guy? Wu Jun was somewhat hesitant. The world's list, first in both lists. This, perhaps, was not a matter of luck or coincidence. It was a symbol of absolute strength. This Lin Chuan should be a truly powerful individual. But Wu Jun was not weak either. He awakened an S-level talent from the start, which already made him very strong. Later, he opened the black treasure chest, and his S-level talent evolved into SS level. He was very likely the only SS level talent in the world. With such strength, did he still need to fear someone who was first in both lists? Wu Jun hesitated and was unwilling in his heart, his gaze sweeping around the units. He sighed and said, forget it, we don't know where that guy is hiding anyway. How about this, Xiaoli and Xiaolu, you two continue to keep watch in this neighborhood. I will arrange for a ghoul to accompany you. Once Lin Chuan appears, let my ghoul go and test his strength. If he is really too strong, we will completely give up and not be enemies with him anymore. If he is just a paper tiger, then we will. Wu Jun made a throat-slitting gesture. Rong Jiaming and the others thought this plan was very good, so they left the ghoul with Xiaoli and Xiaolu to keep watch on Lin Chuan in the neighborhood. Afterwards, Wu Jun and Rong Jiaming, along with the others, returned to their base, the gas station. In the gas station, a vending machine generated by the slaughter game system was found. Wu Jun and the others spent a lot of time studying the vending machine. However, to their disappointment, the vending machine could only be used to buy living supplies with crystal cores. Although even hot-cooked food could be bought, it was indeed very convenient. But for real strong people, they were not lacking in supplies, but in things to increase their strength. On the other side, in a city far away in Kyoto, a group of people were also studying next to a system vending machine. In the system announcement released at 10 in the morning, it was specifically mentioned that 4 vending machines would be generated in each city for players to explore on their own. So many players were very interested in the vending machine. However, when they actually found it, they were greatly disappointed. Only a few clever people thought that the vending machine should have some hidden functions, but they just hadn't discovered them yet. And in the big families of Kyoto, there were no lack of clever people. Su Ling from the Su family met Luo Yenping from the Luo family in front of a vending machine. Luo Yenping immediately noticed Su Ling's pointed ears and said with a gentle smile, isn't Miss Su Ling always known for her excellence? How come, in the apocalypse, Miss Su Ling can't even make it onto the ranking list? Su Ling's expression remained as cold as ever, and she spoke in a cold and indifferent tone, can't compare to Mr. Luo's ruthlessness. In just half a day, Mr. Luo has made it to the top of the Kyoto slaughter list. Her younger brother behind her also sighed, tisk tsk, Mr. Luo's name in green on top of his head looks really good. Luo Yenping's expression remained unchanged. So what if it's green? That's a symbol of strength. The two sides, one after the other, were sarcastic and full of gunpowder. However, even though they were at odds verbally, these two groups never actually fought. In the end, they even started to study the vending machine together. Luo Yenping spoke first, Miss Su Ling, what are your thoughts? Su Ling was about to speak, when her younger brother suddenly blurted out a curse, what the hell? Luo Yenping then looked at Su Hai, what's wrong, little friend, do you want to express your opinion first? Su Hai completely ignored him and tugged at his sister's sleeve, looking shocked, sister, quickly look at the world slaughter list. That Lin Chuan, he suddenly made it to the top of the slaughter list in an instant. What? It's impossible. Luo Yenping's expression changed, and he immediately opened the world slaughter list in his mind. And when he confirmed the name at the top of the world slaughter list, he was completely stunned. How is this possible? How did he do it? There are 999 spots on the world slaughter list, and he clearly wasn't even on the list before. How could he suddenly go from being unknown to the top in an instant? Luo Yinping was really starting to lose his composure. Because before, not only him, but many people knew that the ranking list was actually quite arbitrary. Some people made it onto the ranking list purely by luck, and the ranking didn't necessarily represent real strength. It was the slaughter list that truly showed who was ruthless. And although Lin Chuan had previously occupied the top of the ranking list, he was unknown on the slaughter list. Many people questioned his strength. Luo Yinping, from the bottom of his heart, had never really taken Lin Chuan seriously. So, he dared to participate in the operation to besiege Lin Chuan, and even blamed Lin Chuan for the deaths of more than 200 people in the old foreign house. But now, Lin Chuan has suddenly risen to the top of the kill list in an instant. At this moment, he has become the top of both lists. And it's the world list. Luo Yinping, who has already opposed Lin Chuan, naturally feels a bit heavy-hearted. The mood of the Su family siblings is also shaken, but they are not too worried about opposing Lin Chuan. However, Su Ling, who is also paying attention to the level list and the kill list, suddenly furrowed her brows and said, "Something's not right." Su Hai, who greatly respects his sister, immediately asked, "Sister, what have you found? Look at the level list in the Kyoto area, the 3rd and 9th places." Everyone present immediately checked the level list in the Kyoto area. Dasha Country Kyoto area level list. 1st place, Kaiyin, level 3, 2nd place, Leiming, level 3, 3rd place, Zhao Jingqing, level 3, 4th place, Su Zixiao, level 3, 9th place, Zhao Zhengqing, level 3. The 3rd and 9th places are both Zhao Zhengqing. Su Hai was completely stunned and then said, "Could it be a coincidence that they have the same name and surname? There are many people with the same name and surname in the world, and the level list only shows the name, so it's impossible to distinguish people with the same name and surname." Luo Yinping frowned. "Even if they have the same name and surname, this is too much of a coincidence, isn't it?" Only Su Ling, with a thoughtful look on her face, suddenly said in a serious and confident tone, "It's not the same name and surname." Su Hai asked again, "Sister, have you found something else?" Su Ling said, "Have you forgotten the ranking rules of the level list? Players of the same level are ranked according to the time they reached level 3. With a simple sentence, everyone present immediately understood, right. This Zhao Zhengqing in 3rd place, also at level 3, how did he rank ahead of others? Su Hai speculated with a frightened look, either he came from another area, and actually reached level 3 earlier than Su Zixiao? Or, he might really have some connection with the 9th place Zhao Zhengqing? What connection? Everyone present felt a chilling sense of horror. Even more horrifying was Luo Yinping, because he suddenly saw a familiar name on the regional level list. 33rd place, Zhong Qinger, level 3, Zhong Qinger. She's supposed to be dead at the hands of Qi Feng, isn't she? Another case of the same name and surname? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Luo Yinping immediately asked the person in charge of real-time recording of the major lists in his team, quickly check if the name Zhong Qinger was on the previous lists. The person in charge immediately reporting to General Luo, there was no such name. In other words, Zhong Qinger's situation is exactly the same as Zhao Jingqing's, both cutting in line to get on the list. What's terrifying is that these two cutting in line people are all from their original world. At this point, the whole thing became even more terrifying. Su Hai's face turned pale as he looked at Su Ling and asked, "Sister, the time when these two people cut in line to get on the list coincides exactly with Lin Chuan's sudden rise to the top of the kill list. Is this a coincidence?" Su Ling shook her head with a serious expression. She didn't know either. But what she could be sure of was, Lin Chuan is likely to be like Yuna Tereo, knowing something that ordinary people don't. Such a person can only be befriended, not made an enemy, she said very solemnly. However, Luo Yinping's expression became even more unpleasant. Damn it, what should he do now that he has already made an enemy of Lin Chuan? Apologize? Seek reconciliation? Or just kneel and beg for mercy? Impossible. That's not his style. A hint of malicious determination flashed in Luo Yinping's eyes, and he immediately made a decision, saying to the person in charge of guiding public opinion in the chat channel under his command, "Starting now, with the incident of Lin Chuan rising to the top of the kill list, continue to intensify efforts to guide public opinion, making sure that everyone views Lin Chuan as a ruthless and inhumane killer." The spokesperson hesitated for a moment, but still obediently followed through. Su Ling furrowed her brows slightly, while Su Hai stared at Luo Yinping and said, "Are you crazy? At a time like this, do you still think you haven't provoked him enough?" Luo Yinping clenched his fists and sneered, "Do you think that even if I beg for mercy, he will let me go?" The Su siblings remained silent. Luo Yinping continued fiercely, since I've already offended him, I might as well offend him thoroughly. You're crazy. You're really crazy. Su Hai shook his head repeatedly. Su Ling, however, remained silent and simply looked deeply at Luo Yinping before saying in a low voice, different paths lead to different strategies. Let Luo handle this vending machine, and my brother and I will leave first. With that, she led the Su family members, indicating their intention to leave. However, as they turned to leave, they were suddenly intercepted by the Luo family's team. Su Ling turned to look at Luo Yinping, her gaze calm and her voice steady. What do you mean, Mr. Luo? Luo Yinping's appearance of madness and fierceness faded slightly, but there was still a hint of coldness about him. He took a step forward and asked calmly, I'm just curious. Miss Su, it seems that you don't even have a level 1 now, and your combat power is very low. And Su Hai, the little friend, is not of the combat type either. His gaze swept lightly over the dozen or so members of the Su family. He carefully assessed each person, and the dozen or so people you brought are all not my match. Luo Yinping smiled faintly, but his eyes were fierce. So, Miss Su, what exactly are you being arrogant about? Do you really think I wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you? Su Ling looked calmly at Luo Yinping, her beautiful eyes pure and clear like crystal. Suddenly, she also smiled faintly. Mr. Luo, if you want, you can try. Luo Yinping narrowed his eyes and locked gazes with Su Ling, the air once again filled with tension. However, this time, there was still no outbreak of fighting. Luo Yinping simply raised his hand to block the people blocking the Su family's path, and then quietly stepped back. Su Ling said no more and led her people to leave. Beside Luo Yinping, a man who looked like a social elite whispered, Mr. Luo, why didn't you take action? Your soul strangulation is so strong that the Su family may not have anyone who can resist it. Luo Yinping shook his head slightly and said to the man, Xiao Zhou, you always have a sharp insight into other issues. However, your understanding of the 3 major families in Kyoto is still too limited. Chen Zhou remained silent, hanging his head. Luo Yinping continued, the resources controlled by the 3 major families far exceed your imagination. Almost everyone who was caught in that heavy rain was almost paralyzed. But the people from the Su family who were caught in the rain were all unharmed. And Su Hai's talent for forming contracts is too practical. Every contract he sells could potentially bring in a powerful item, or even a life-saving trump card. As for Su Ling, this woman is the most mysterious. You should have noticed her ears. Clearly, with the strength of the Su family, she could easily obtain a level 3 crystal nucleus, so why does she still seem to be at level 0 now? What do you think is the reason? Chen Zhou pondered for a moment and said with a serious expression, there is a secret about that woman. Luo Yinping nodded slightly, that woman was already extraordinary before the apocalypse. Now, as long as she is alive, the Su family will definitely grow and prosper. Chen Zhou suddenly frowned and asked, will that woman try to recruit Lin Xuan? Luo Yinping smiled faintly and said with great certainty, she won't. Meanwhile, as the Su family team left, Su Hai asked, sis, should we try to recruit Lin Xuan? Su Ling shook her head, we can't afford to recruit him. Su Hai asked again, then should we just befriend him? Su Ling still shook her head, there's no need. Why? Su Hai looked at his sister, puzzled. Su Ling glanced at her brother and sighed, do you really think Luo Yinping has gone crazy? What? Su Hai didn't understand. The protagonist thought for a moment and asked his younger brother, I remember you wrote a reflection on Sapiens, a brief history of humankind of over 10,000 words last year. Now, sister is asking you, in the environment created by the game of slaughter, how should humans survive? Su Ling didn't understand the deeper meaning of his sister's question and answered directly, at all costs, strive to become stronger? Su Ling looked at his brother's innocent face and hinted, what I want is a more macroscopic answer from the perspective of the entire human race. A macroscopic answer? Su Hai looked puzzled. Su Ling sighed and looked at the human corpses that were visible everywhere on the street. In the environment created by the game of slaughter, the benefits of killing are too great. Few people can resist the temptation not to kill. But if this continues, humans will continue to kill each other and will inevitably perish. Throughout human history, no matter which stage, the core goal has always been survival. In an environment where killing becomes extremely common, humans will inevitably seek new ways of survival for the core goal of survival. In such an environment, apart from becoming stronger, humans will inevitably form various forces, just like in ancient times. When no one has the authority to establish a unified law for the world, the existence of tribes will guarantee the survival of humans in another form. In the future world, major forces will inevitably emerge. Among the unaffiliated individuals, there will inevitably be various struggles for self-interest. But those who join the major forces will have a certain degree of security for survival. Su Hai listened to his sister's earnest teaching, pondering, He looked at his sister with even more admiration and respect. While many people only see today and only see themselves, his sister has already seen the situation in the future. Su Ling looked at Su Hai and continued, in times of chaos, the formation of forces is not advantageous for us capitalists before the end of the world. On the contrary, some grassroots leaders are more likely to gain support and have 100 followers at their call. You only see Luo Yenping opposing Lin Xuan, but you haven't seen the deeper meaning behind it. It was only at this moment that Su Hai came to his senses. Is Luo Yenping trying to attract more people to join his forces through opposing Lin Xuan? Does he want to establish an anti-Lin Xuan alliance? Su Hai smiled slightly. Not exactly an anti-Lin Xuan alliance. But in ancient peasant uprisings, didn't they always need a specific reason? By opposing Lin Xuan, Luo Yenping can more easily bring those who also oppose Lin Xuan under his command. Su Hai looked strange. Why does this sound like it's about peasant uprisings? It's as if Lin Xuan is an emperor. Su Ling did not argue, only saying calmly, Luo Yenping is ruthless and acts decisively, and can be considered a hero in chaotic times. But our Su family doesn't need to be so radical. It's good to develop quietly and steadily. Su Hai nodded in agreement. I'll listen to everything you say. The night grew even darker. In the chat channel of the capital, there was another outbreak of even more frenzied public opinion attacks because Lin Xuan had risen to the top of the world slaughter rankings. And at this moment, the old mansion, after experiencing the cruel slaughter during the day, was now pitch black and silent. Only the more than 200 bodies rumored to have been killed by Lin Xuan lay peacefully scattered in various corners of the old mansion. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. However, at this moment, a slender figure quietly appeared in the old mansion. That figure was that of a 10-year-old child. It was Su Kaiyuan, the 10-year-old brother of Su Tianhun. In the pitch-black darkness, Su Kaiyuan moved extremely quietly, slowly, and cautiously. Quietly, his small hand touched a cold body. Soon, a layer of black mist rose from the body and slowly merged into Su Kaiyuan's body. And the body that had been intact a moment ago completely decayed in an instant. The stench in the air instantly overwhelmed the previous smell of blood. Zhuo Kaiyuan, a 10-year-old boy, showed no disgust or fear. On the contrary, he looked very excited. Then, one by one, the bodies deliberately left here by Luo Yenping were all absorbed by Zhuo Kaiyuan's black energy. Finally, he walked towards the underground air raid shelter of the old Western-style house. There were more than a dozen bodies of the Zhuo family members there. Zhuo Kaiyuan saw the bodies of his relatives, with no trace of pain on his face. On the contrary, he looked even more excited as he touched the bodies of his relatives. The black energy on the bodies of these Zhuo family members was mostly denser than those outside. Especially the body of Zhuo Tianyi, the black mist was the most intense. Zhuo Kaiyuan looked at the body with even more surprise. He suddenly burped, raised his hand, and pressed the black energy back into Zhuo Tianyi's body. He looked at Zhuo Tianyi with satisfaction and said in a soft voice, "You are not willing, are you, my dear sister?" The body lying on the ground naturally could not respond to him. Zhuo Kaiyuan was not annoyed at all, but instead smiled sinisterly. "Since you are unwilling, then, accompany me to live on, Tianyi's sister." With that, this 10-year-old boy revealed a sinister smile on his face. He flipped his palm, and a sharp dagger appeared in his hand. He fiercely stabbed it into his own heart. What's terrifying is that the blood flowing from his heart was strangely black. And even though he stabbed his heart so forcefully, the black blood flowed out very slowly. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. Zhuo Kaiyuan struggled hard to make 3 drops of blood flow from his heart, dripping onto the broken head of Zhuo Tianyi, where the crystal nucleus was originally stored. Then, Zhuo Kaiyuan's small hand pressed the broken spot on his sister's head, injecting the black energy. After about 3 to 5 minutes, an even more bizarre scene appeared. Zhuo Tianyi, who had already died and even had her crystal nucleus taken away, suddenly opened her eyes. The terrifying thing was that her eyes seemed to have no whites, completely black. There were no emotions in her eyes, and she looked completely wooden. Zhuo Kaiyuan looked very tired, took a few breaths, and slowly stood up, saying softly, "Get up, sister." As he spoke, Zhuo Tianyi really stood up. Zhuo Kaiyuan smiled slightly, said "Let's go," and led the eerie Zhuo Tianyi out of the old Western-style house. On the other side, Lin Xuan in Haichang was preparing to organize his harvest when he noticed various messages from Aiya. It took him several minutes to read Aiya's messages, and his expression suddenly became very strange. He really didn't know that Zhong Qinger was Aiya's roommate, and also, the admirer of Qi Feng, and had already been killed by Qi Feng. What's more, Aiya, who seemed innocent and easy to deceive, actually quietly took care of Qi Feng. This, Lin Xuan didn't know what to say. After thinking for a moment, he replied directly, "Is the roommate you saved still with you?" Aiya in Kyoto finally received Lin Xuan's message, and the first thing he asked was about her roommate? Aiya didn't know why, but she felt a little uncomfortable. She quickly replied, "Why are you asking about her? You can't trade living people in the market." Lin Xuan, "You can't trade living people, but you can trade corpses." Aiya. Lin Xuan, "Ask her if she remembers where Zhong Qing'er died, let her take you there, find Zhong Qing'er's body, and then trade it to me." Aiya was even more confused. What do you want with a woman's body? Although she also felt that Lin Xuan was a bit weird, it couldn't be to that extent, right? Necrophilia? Aiya shuddered. Naturally, Lin Xuan wouldn't explain to her, but added, "And Shi Feng's body, if you can find it, trade it to me as well. Including if you kill again in the future, remember to collect all the bodies." Aiya couldn't understand it even more, but she knew that she didn't have the qualification to disobey Lin Xuan, so she immediately replied with a good word. After handing over with Aiya, Lin Xuan went to the trading market to find the trade that Zhong Qing'er had hung. However, when he saw the trade terms, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Opening a private chat for the trade, he directly sent a message, "Hee, you're quite bold." Zhong Qing'er appeared in Kyoto. According to Lin Xuan's instructions, she directly placed a death seal on Zhao Zhengqing and hung him in the trading market. However, she played a little trick. The trade terms were, seal a living person in exchange for a talent crystal ball. Who made her work so hard to obtain 15 talent crystal balls, all of which were secretly taken by Lin Xuan. Although she had some combat power herself, the 2 talents, 1 death seal, and 1 shadow body, did not enhance her combat power at all. Of course, she hoped to have another talent that would enhance her combat abilities. However, despite her personal desires, she replied to Lin Xuan in the private chat channel with a high-sounding tone, "I just thought that the code we came up with was too simple. What if someone impersonates you and buys Zhao Zhengqing? And as for the talent crystal ball, at this stage, only you should have one, right? This way, there won't be any mistakes in the sale, right?" Lin Xuan looked at her message and shook his head slightly. However, for him, who possessed the fireball talent, the talent crystal ball was not a very precious item. It was no big deal to trade one to Zhong Qing'er. However, he didn't trade directly. After all, he and Zhong Qing'er were not friends, so they could only chat through the private trade chat channel. Taking this opportunity, he could also explain the following matters. "As far as I know, the you in my world is already dead, killed by Qi Feng. But Qi Feng is also dead, killed by your roommate Aiya." On the other end of the private chat channel, Zhong Qing'er seemed to have thought about something and remained silent for a long time. Lin Xuan didn't wait for a response and wasn't annoyed. He directly continued, "Aiya is my person. If you have nowhere to go in Kyoto, you can find her at the Lanting Park." It was as if Zhong Qing'er had just come to her senses at this moment and suddenly said, "What do you mean by Aiya is your person? What is your relationship with her?" Lin Xuan, "The same relationship as with you." Zhong Qing'er, "What relationship do you have with me?" Lin Xuan, "Master-servant relationship." Zhong Qing'er was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "In fact, I'm not lacking in combat power, and I've found that the world you're in is much weaker than mine. In my world, several people have already reached level 4. Different worlds have different situations, and Lin Xuan didn't bother with these irrelevant matters." After a brief explanation, he bought Zhao Zhengqing and ended the private chat. Zhao Zhengqing's condition was still a bit poor, so Lin Xuan settled him down before finally having time to sort out the gains from this trip to the secret realm. First of all, Lin Xuan also noticed that he had reached the top of the world's kill list. This, he was not surprised at all. The ranking rules of the kill list were based on kill points, and kill points could only be obtained by killing people. Generally speaking, killing one person would earn 1 kill point, but if the target killed came from another world, 1,000 kill points could be obtained. This rule clearly showed that the kill game deliberately encouraged players to fight in the secret realm, because at this stage, only in the secret realm could one come into contact with people from other worlds. During this trip to the secret realm, Lin Xuan had killed countless people from other worlds, so reaching the top of the kill list was within his expectations. He didn't pay much attention to it and directly checked the dimensional ring categorized under Alvin. The ring containing special items didn't actually have much inside. Lin Xuan took out everything in one go, 7 area teleportation cards, which he didn't consider particularly special, but were still useful in his mind. 5 missing person paper cranes, not a precious prop, but perfect for finding uncle's whereabouts. Lin Xuan put the paper cranes aside, ready to use them again tomorrow. 2 immobilization talismans, of low level. Lin Xuan didn't think much of them and threw them aside. Then he picked up a misty white glass bead. Lin Xuan was stunned for a moment, then blurted out, "Wow." It seemed that those who could enter the secret realm all had opportunities, and even had good things like immobilization beads. It seemed that he had to make time to go to the free sky again and buy a puppet. The immobilization bead was set aside, and Lin Xuan then picked up a magic cube. It was a strange magic cube. It looked like a magic cube, but all 6 sides were transparent. Lin Xuan took a closer look at the magic cube and found that his eyes were reflected in it, forming a strange and eerie appearance. It was like a jigsaw puzzle being shattered and randomly arranged. Looking at another side, it was still his eyes, forming another broken puzzle. This thing, obviously, could be twisted like a normal third-order magic cube, but Lin Xuan didn't dare to twist it at will. He didn't dare to mess with things he didn't know. The game of slaughter had given birth to too many strange things, and one wrong move could be irreversible. This magic cube probably had to wait for him to plunder an appraisal talent before he could see what it was. The magic cube was set aside, and Lin Xuan continued with the next item. A silver-white pigeon whistle. Lin Xuan recognized this thing, a peace whistle. It took a lot of effort to blow this whistle, but the sound it produced could stop the aggressive behavior of low-intelligence dimensional monsters. The peace whistle was somewhat useful in the early stages, but as time passed, it would be phased out. After all, the higher the level of the dimensional monsters, the higher their intelligence, and naturally they would no longer be affected by such small things. And this thing was not very useful to Lin Xuan, so he put it aside with little interest. Next, there were 4 things stored in containers. 2 black boxes, 1 large and 1 small. A green gourd, with a volume of about 200 milliliters. A delicate and small white jade bottle, with a volume of about 10 milliliters. Lin Xuan first opened the smaller black box and saw the things inside, and his eyes lit up instantly. It was a 1-inch red gourd. And this red gourd was exactly what Lin Xuan urgently wanted. Its function was very simple and straightforward. It was to detect whether the people around had bound red crystals. Red crystals could deliver a lethal blow. Even Lin Xuan would have a hard time dealing with it. With this red gourd, Lin Xuan could predict in advance whether the opponent had a red crystal. It could greatly reduce the danger. Of course, red and green crystals in a single world were still rare items. Usually only the first on the list could possess them. In his own world, Lin Xuan probably didn't have to worry about encountering a red crystal owner. Only in some multi-person secret realms did he need to worry about encountering the first on the list from other worlds. But anyway, the red gourd did not occupy an equipment slot, and could be effective directly in the space. Lin Xuan directly stored it in his rune space. Then, he opened the other large black box. Inside were 24 black bone nails. Lin Xuan also recognized these 24 bone nails. When they were individually nailed into important acupuncture points on the body, they could stimulate a person's potential and greatly increase their combat power in a short period of time. In fact, the effect was somewhat similar to when Lin Xuan and Su Wenjian fought, breaking through the limits of the human body. However, Lin Xuan relied on external pressure and his own strength to break through the limits. Even so, he still needed to spend time afterwards to adjust his body. And if these bone nails were used, although they could indeed stimulate potential in the short term, the subsequent side effects were significant, and it was very difficult to make up for the body's deficit. After thinking about it, Lin Xuan simply put this thing on the trading market. After all, he would never touch something with such significant side effects in his lifetime. Then, he took the green gourd and opened it, and as expected, it was a healing potion for the apprentice stage. The effect is probably similar to Lin Xuan's sea-level miraculous healing. With his miraculous healing talent, he has no use for this thing, but it can be left to servants like Zhao Zhengqing. The green gourd was placed aside. Finally, he took out a small white jade bottle and directly opened the bottle cap. However, as soon as the bottle cap was opened and Lin Xuan saw the silver-white viscous liquid inside the jade bottle, his face suddenly changed. There was a deep sense of hostility and coldness in his eyes, and his fingers holding the jade bottle were tense. The thing in this jade bottle is called Forbidden Stone, although it is in liquid form. The Forbidden Stone is divided into 3 states: solid, liquid, and gas. The effects of these 3 states increase in sequence. The solid Forbidden Stone has a similar effect to Lin Xuan's Forbidden Magic Domain, which can prevent creatures within a certain range from using talents and skills. The effect of the liquid Forbidden Stone is even more terrifying. Injecting it into the body or inducing someone to drink it can make them lose all their talents and skills, becoming completely useless. The effect of the gaseous Forbidden Stone is even stronger than the liquid form. It does not need to be injected or induced, just dispersing the gas will cause anyone who smells it to lose their talents and skills, becoming useless. It can be said that the gaseous Forbidden Stone is comparable to a biochemical weapon, with an extremely astonishing effect. However, most Forbidden Stones are in solid form. The liquid form is already very rare. The gaseous Forbidden Stone is even rarer, even more so than SSS-level talents. Fortunately, the contents of this jade bottle are in liquid form. If it were in gas form, Lin Xuan would have been in trouble by opening it recklessly. Lin Xuan was truly surprised that he could obtain such a super rare item as the liquid forbidden stone in this dragon and warrior's secret realm. What made him feel a chill was that in his previous life, he had suffered setbacks with this thing. In his previous life, Lin Xuan experienced 3 low points. The first time was in the early days of the apocalypse, not understanding the effect of fireballs, and being chased by various forces. The second time, he was betrayed by someone he trusted and was induced to drink the liquid forbidden stone. All the talents and skills he had worked hard to accumulate disappeared in an instant. If his attributes hadn't still been off the charts, he might have died on the spot. Fortunately, although all his other talents were contaminated and disappeared due to the forbidden stone, his fireball talent remained. Later, he happened to come across the corpse of Sun Wei, who had opened a black treasure chest, and Lin Xuan managed to plunder the talent of the abyss, which allowed him to quickly rise from his low point and take revenge on those who had betrayed him. Even though the events of his previous life had passed, Lin Xuan still couldn't help but feel a surge of hostility when he saw the liquid forbidden stone again. Those who betrayed and plotted against him in his previous life, he wouldn't let them off in this life either. After putting away the white jade bottle, he thoroughly checked the ring containing special items. Lin Xuan continued to check the ring containing equipment, and it was undoubtedly all ordinary goods, far inferior to the Tingsha sword he bought at Zai Tian. It seemed that he should take the time to put all these equipment up for sale on the trading market. As for the dimensional ring containing supplies, Lin Xuan couldn't be bothered to look at it. He directly took out the most important item, the dimensional ring given to him by the drunkard. He had only given it a cursory glance before. Now, he carefully examined it. First, the 28 pieces of moonstone were no problem, the same as those sold on the market. Lin Xuan remembered that Duan Gu had once said that if Ming Xiao were to make a strong version 7 master-servant contract, it would only require 28 pieces of moonstone. He estimated that a strong version 1 master-servant contract would require 1 piece of moonstone. Version 2 would require 2 pieces, and so on until version 7, which would require 7 pieces. Adding them all up, it would be exactly 28 pieces. So theoretically, making a strong version 7 master-servant contract would require exactly 28 pieces of moonstone. But this was only a theory, and there was no guarantee of success in the process. Then Lin Xuan took out the master-servant contract from the drunkard's ring. It and the master-servant contract bought at Zai Tian are not much different, except that it looks more high-end in terms of material. Lin Xuan had some understanding of the production process of contracts in his previous life. Contracts are not generated out of thin air, but require the use of some simple production tools, such as parchment or animal skin, human blood or animal blood, etc. The contract sent by the drunkard should have used more high-end production tools. Then, Lin Xuan took out the last item from the ring, a small booklet. Upon flipping through the booklet, he found that it could be considered a strengthening manual, mainly explaining the precautions when using different items to strengthen with Moonlight Stone. There is even a separate chapter specifically dedicated to the strengthening method of contracts. After briefly flipping through the booklet, Lin Xuan couldn't help but sigh. Those people from the origin plane are indeed resourceful and skilled. In the small world he is in, they can't even come into contact with things like Moonlight Stone. However, the people from the origin plane have already thoroughly studied the ways to use Moonlight Stone. This difference is like the people in his world playing with mud in the prehistoric era, while the people from the origin plane have long entered the information age, thoroughly researching all kinds of high technology. There's no way around it. Some people spend their whole lives heading to Rome, while others are born in Rome. Lin Xuan just made a simple note of the auxiliary items needed to strengthen the master-servant contract and put away the booklet. At this point, the gains from this journey into the secret realm are only nearly 300 corpses and the remaining 14 crystal balls that have not been used. Lin Xuan is not planning to use the crystal balls immediately. After all, for him, who has a bug-level fireball, gaining talents is not difficult. He can make better use of the crystal balls, train his subordinates, trade items, or use them in the secret realm. Many secret realms are similar to the Dragon and Warrior secret realm, which restrict talents but not items. The next time he encounters a secret realm that restricts talents, Lin Xuan can start with several crystal balls, gaining several talents more than others right from the start. The effect is definitely greater than directly using the crystal balls now. As for the nearly 300 corpses, Lin Xuan is not planning to burn them directly for now, because he had previously given some to the shadow clone, and the attributes have not been replenished. With his current attributes, burning the corpses would not guarantee a talent. So, Lin Xuan's top priority is twofold. First, to raise the 4-dimensional attributes to the limit again. Second, to level up like crazy. And both of these things can be accomplished in the Ghoul's Nest secret realm. Nest-type secret realms are purely a holy land for monster hunting and leveling up. In reality, the drop rate of crystal nuclei from ghouls is ridiculously low. But in the Ghoul's Nest secret realm, the drop rate of crystal nuclei from ghouls is almost 90%. Lin Chuan flipped his right hand, and the Ghoul's Nest secret realm token he obtained before entering the Dragon and Warrior secret realm appeared in his palm. He didn't enter directly, but instead contacted Aiya again, asking her to trade all the bloodworms she had cultivated today. This trade startled Lin Chuan. There were more than 50 mineral water bottles. He immediately sent a message to Aiya. Why so many? Are you still alive? Aiya, of course. I'm still alive and well. Aiya, when I reached level 2, my attributes increased in constitution. After that, the attribute fruit rewards from the leaderboard also added 2 points to my constitution. Later, I reached level 3 on my own and added 1 more point to my constitution. Now, I can cultivate about 10 bloodworms with 1 bloodletting, rest for an hour or 2, and I can continue to cultivate bloodworms. If I could find more hornet nests, I could have cultivated even more. Not bad, this girl is still somewhat motivated. It's not in vain that Lin Chuan left the shadow clone to assist her. As for the shortage of hornet nests, he remembers that there are more dimensional creatures of various insect types in the Shanghai area. When the time comes, using dimensional creatures of insect types to cultivate bloodworms should yield better results. Yang Xiao just told Lin Chuan the address of the ghost shadow cat, which is also in Shanghai. It looks like he'll have to make some time to go to Shanghai again. Lin Chuan quickly made a simple plan in his mind, then took more than 50 bottles of blood goo worms, directly communicated with the secret realm token, and flashed into the secret realm of the Corpse Eater's Nest. The Corpse Eater's Nest is a large burial ground, with a dark and gloomy sky and a nauseating stench in the air. Various tombstones are visible everywhere. Corpse Eaters roamed around, and as soon as they saw Lin Chuan appear, they quickly surrounded him. However, dealing with these small creatures was like playing with vegetables for Lin Chuan. In just half an hour, he had dealt with all the roaming Corpse Eaters. His attributes also quickly soared. Then, he took out the 1000 gene axe and smashed a tombstone. The moment the tombstone shattered, the ground beneath his feet rumbled loudly. Before long, a large number of corpse eaters crawled out from under the tombstone. Dealing with them became even easier for Lin Chuan. After about another half an hour, he used the corpse incineration technique to raise all 4 attributes to the maximum of 103 points. After that, he began his plan to raise the goo worms. He successively smashed 10 tombstones, then quickly scattered the more than 50 bottles of blood goo worms on the broken ground. The goo worms instantly burrowed into the ground, and Lin Chuan felt a much more intense shaking of the ground than before. The sensation was almost comparable to an earthquake. After shaking for more than half an hour, a giant corpse eater finally crawled out from under one of the tombstones. Unfortunately, it was only level 6. Lin Chuan stood not far away, casually swung his Tingsha sword, and easily killed it. At the same time, he obtained a level 6 crystal core. After waiting for a while, another level 6 corpse eater crawled out from under another tombstone. Lin Chuan repeated the process and easily harvested it again. In this way, out of the 10 tombstones, all the ones that crawled out from the first 9 were level 6 corpse eaters. Lin Chuan felt somewhat disappointed, and his final gaze fell on the broken ground of the 10th tombstone. Each of the first 9 tombstones only yielded 5 bottles of blood goo worms. Only for the 10th tombstone, Lin Chuan also threw in the extra bottles of goo worms. But he wasn't sure if he could raise a level 7 corpse eater. So, he waited for another 7 or 8 minutes. Finally, there was a more intense shaking from under the 10th tombstone. Lin Chuan's eyes lit up, and he instinctively stepped back. Boom, rumble, thud. Rumble goodness, even the tombstones around that one were shattered by the shaking. The broken tombstones that hadn't been sprinkled with blood goo worms quickly released ordinary corpse eaters. But even these ordinary corpse eaters seemed stronger than before. Lin Chuan held the Tingsha sword in his right hand and the grip of death in his left, launching a variety of frenzied attacks without stopping. However, as the ground continued to shake, more tombstones were continuously shattered. At the same time, a large number of corpse eaters were also emerging frantically. When the number became too much for Lin Chuan to handle, he reached for the pigeon whistle and blew it hard. Damn it! Lin Chuan felt like his lungs were about to explode from that blow. Running a marathon didn't require as much lung capacity, did it? Blowing a peace whistle was almost killing him, but fortunately, the peace whistle's effect was very powerful. When the countless ordinary corpse eaters heard the whistle, they all stopped their attacks on Lin Chuan. Of course, this didn't mean that Lin Chuan could harvest them at will. Once Lin Chuan took the initiative, or if anyone else took the initiative, the effect of the peace whistle would disappear. The peace whistle and the person blowing it, including Lin Chuan himself, had to maintain a peaceful state. But it didn't matter, Lin Chuan directly used his stealth talent to quietly shuttle among the countless corpse eaters. Soon, he arrived next to the 10th tombstone. There, the rumbling continued. Lin Chuan waited for another 4 or 5 minutes before finally, a huge creature crawled out from the ground. What the heck? Is this a corpse eater? This is a freaking mountain giant, isn't it? Lin Chuan only felt that the sky around him was getting darker. It was as if a mountain had risen up before his eyes. Level 8 corpse eater. This damn thing, it's beyond Lin Chuan's expectations. He estimated that it would only be a little more blood goo worms. Breaking through the sky, it should only be a level 7 corpse eater, right? But from under this tombstone, there actually crawled out a giant monster of level 8. In this situation, either there is a corpse eater with the strength of a corpse eater king under this tombstone, or it's the blood goo worms raised by Aiya, and a worm king accidentally got thrown under the tombstone by him. Lin Chuan speculated that it should be the latter. After all, corpse eater kings are not common, and Lin Chuan doesn't think he's so lucky that he can randomly choose a tombstone and find a corpse eater king. On the contrary, it's Aiya, that girl, who has incredibly good luck. Even her sea-level talent has the word true, hiding the power of the rules. If she can raise a blood goo worm king with hornets, it doesn't seem so surprising. An 8th level corpse eater is definitely a good thing for Lin Chuan, comparable to a boss. But the premise is that he has to be able to defeat it. Lin Chuan still maintained his talent for stealth, concealing his figure. At the same time, he quietly threw a sky-soaring sword shadow towards the giant monster. Because he took the initiative, the corpse eaters that had been in a peaceful state suddenly became agitated again. What's even more annoying is that when Lin Chuan's sky-soaring sword shadow hit the giant monster, it only provoked a few angry roars from it. Damn it! Those roars were comparable to sonic attacks, making Lin Chuan's eardrums ache. The attacks of the death grips, poison needles or iron wires also seemed to have little effect on this colossal creature. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chuan took out the peace whistle again and blew it hard. With this blow, he felt the taste of blood filling his mouth. It's so damn exhausting. Lin Chuan quickly used a miraculous recovery on himself, then concealed his figure and hid to the side. Under the influence of the peace whistle, including the 8th level giant creature, all the corpse eaters stopped their aggressive behavior. Only the 8th level creature was still quite unhappy, roaring at the sky in various ways. Lin Chuan ran a few hundred meters and found an intact tombstone to sit down. After resting for a minute or two, he took something out of his space. A skill book. The sea-level skill book, Fate Judgment, that Aiya opened from the purple treasure chest. Lin Chuan didn't have any skill points before, so he couldn't learn it. But when he was in the free time, he specifically bought 10 skill points, just for the skill book. Lin Chuan immediately tore open the skill book, and a pleasant prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Deduct 4 skill points. Congratulations on learning the sea-level skill, Fate Judgment. Although it's only a sea-level skill, it's a fate-based skill. Even though it's only sea-level, its power is no weaker than an A-level talent. Even some ordinary S-level talents can be crushed by fate-based skills. Fate Judgment determines the strength attributes of both parties, and the winner gains a level *10-point increase in strength attributes, determines the mental attributes of both parties, and the winner gains a level *10-point increase in mental attributes, determines the physique attributes of both parties, and the winner gains a level *10-point increase in physique attributes, determines the speed attributes of both parties, and the winner gains a level *10-point increase in speed attributes, determines the fate of both parties, and the winner can designate the death of the other party. Priority, sea level. Duration, 10 minutes. This skill seems somewhat useless. After all, if you need to gain attribute increases, it means your attributes are inferior to the enemy's. In such a situation, using Fate Judgment might even increase the enemy's attributes. But the real strength of this skill lies in the 5th judgment. Judgment of Fate. The winner can directly designate the death of the other party. Although the priority is only sea level, it's definitely enough for the early stage. The only problem is, fate is so mysterious, who can guarantee that they will definitely be the winning party? But the reincarnated Lin Chuan naturally knows some things that others do not know. Moreover, in his previous life, he possessed the talent of the Temple of the Abyss, and with that talent, he gained a lot of information. Among them is the rule of Fate Judgment. In the rule of Fate Judgment, there is an iron law, that is, the home field fate is greater than the away field fate. What does that mean? For example, Lin Chuan is currently in the secret realm of the Ghoul's Nest. Here, the ghouls are the home team, and Lin Chuan is the away team. If he directly makes a fate judgment, he will undoubtedly be defeated. But if he returns to his own real world, then, in the real world, Lin Chuan is the home team, and the ghouls become the away team. When he uses fate judgment again at that time, he will undoubtedly win. In other words, When he uses this fate judgment skill in reality to kill dimensional monsters, he can almost hit the mark and kill all dimensional monsters. And this is the terrifying aspect of fate-based skills. Of course, if they are both home teams or both away teams, the rules for fate judgment are much more complicated. But it doesn't matter, the current Lin Xuan just needs to lure this big monster to his own world. He rested for a while in place. Then, he soared into the sky and threw out dozens of Tingsha sword shadows at the big monster. The big monster howled straight away, and because of the destruction of the peace state, the ghouls once again became angry. In fact, the lifting of the peace state will deepen the desire for killing in the monster's heart. Lin Xuan didn't delay for a moment, and he directly left this ghoul's secret realm. The next second, he appeared at Uncle Da's house. Without stopping at all, he turned his attention to the regional chat channel of Haicheng. He wanted to ask where the dimensional cracks of the ghoul in Haicheng were distributed. As a result, unexpectedly, that level 8 big guy seemed to be more anxious than him, and it seemed that he had chased out in an instant. However, after that guy came out, he did not appear around Lin Xuan, but appeared in the dimensional crack of the ghoul. Its huge figure instantly attracted the attention of a large number of players, and they were discussing in the chat channel one after another, "Damn it! A big monster suddenly ran out of the dimensional crack of the ghoul on Liberation Road. This is too big, isn't it? Damn it! I live on the 18th floor, and I can only look up at that monster. It's too scary. What kind of super invincible big boss is this? It's too scary. The building opposite my house collapsed directly. Is this the current stage of monsters? I feel that humans have no way out and will eventually perish. Are there any experts who can go and fight the monsters quickly? Weren't you arguing before that the level of monsters was hindering your leveling up? Where are all the experts? It's time for you to show off now. Don't shrink like a turtle at this time." For a while, the entire Haicheng was in turmoil because of the appearance of a super invincible big boss. Many ordinary people without strength frantically fled from Liberation Road. And those who considered themselves to have some strength, all focused their attention on the big boss on Liberation Road. What's more, some of them took action directly and immediately set off towards Liberation Road. Gas station. Wujun, after occupying the vending machine, expanded the size of the team to more than 30 people. Including his 10 undead resurrected ghoul little brothers, the entire team had more than 40 people. These people, staying up all night without sleep, were just waiting for midnight. They were waiting for the amount of daily crystal cores to be refreshed. When midnight arrived, they would quickly absorb the accumulated crystal cores for the day, level up on the spot, and strive to occupy a place on the level ranking list. As for the kill list, people have learned it well now. Even in broad daylight, many lone individuals are killed by strangers for no reason. And at night, there are almost no lone individuals to be seen. Most people choose to form groups for survival. In this way, the probability of being killed for no reason can be greatly reduced. It is also because of this that the kill list has almost stabilized, and it is difficult to see people climbing the kill list by dozens anymore. And Wujun's team, 3 people are stable on the Haicheng slaughter list. The first person is naturally Wujun, needless to say. The second person is Rong Jiaming, who was the first person Wujun recruited. The third person is Cui Yongli, who joined later. This guy is a murderer who escaped from prison, and his slaughter list level even approaches Wujun. These 3 naturally became the core of the entire team. Paying attention to the unusual news on Jiefan Road, the whole team was a bit excited. Of course, the most excited was Wujun. He even spared no expense to buy upgrade strategies from Seaway before. Now, a high-level crystal nucleus is just dangling there. How could he let it go? Immediately, he held a small meeting and looked at Rong Jiaming and Cui Yongli, saying, "What do you think? A big boss over level 5. If we can take it down, I dare to compete for the world's first place." He seemed to be soliciting opinions, but his fanatic eyes and excited tone exposed his true intentions. Cui Yongli had the same idea, with a fierce and bloodthirsty look in his eyes, faintly revealing madness, seeking wealth and danger. What if it's over level 5? What if it's a huge creature? What if it's a big boss? Damn it! Only Rong Jiaming remained calm, carefully analyzing the pros and cons. The news of this big boss is causing a stir in the entire area's chat channel right now. Presumably everyone in Haicheng is paying attention to it. If we go there, not to mention whether we can defeat the boss, it is undoubtedly very dangerous. He saw the 2 frowning, and before they could speak, he said in a deep voice, "If Wujun is the first on both lists, I wouldn't say these discouraging words. But have you forgotten that there is also Lin Xuan, the world's first on both lists in Haicheng? Would he not notice the boss? Would he not be tempted by the boss? And once he takes action, think carefully, what are our chances of winning? There's also one thing you've overlooked." Rong Jiaming added, "It's almost midnight, less than 2 hours away. If we hurry, we can arrive at Jiefang Road before midnight. But that huge creature of a big boss will definitely be difficult to fight. By then, it might even delay our plan to level up at midnight. His concerns were actually very reasonable. It's no wonder he can resist the temptation of the black treasure chest. At this time he can set aside his interests and analyze it carefully. However, Wujun and Cui Yangli simply did not listen to his advice. Wujun frowned, made a gesture, and his 9 ghoul minions stepped forward. In that instant, a sense of oppression came over. Wujun paused, then said with an especially firm gaze, "You should also know that my talent can turn corpses into combat power. And these ghoul minions of mine, even though they are just ordinary ghouls transformed, already have the strength of a level 5 monster. If we can kill the super boss on Jiefang Road, and then transform its corpse, my strength will definitely increase by a large margin. By then, I can guarantee 100% that even Lin Xuan, the world's first on both lists, will definitely not be my opponent." His tone was also particularly firm, showing his determination to obtain the super boss. And he wanted to kill the boss not just for the crystal nucleus, but also to obtain the corpse and make it his own combat power. Wujun was very confident. He had the world's only strongest SS level talent. He didn't think he was weaker than Lin Xuan to begin with. And once he turned the super boss into his own undead creature, Wujun felt that he could easily defeat Lin Xuan and become a world-class powerhouse. He had said so much, and even let the ghoul minions step forward. This move clearly indicated that he did not want anyone to speak up against him. Rong Jiaming pursed his lips and dared not speak again. On the side, Cui Yangli listened to Wu Jun's words and unexpectedly spoke out of character. "Actually, what Rong Jiaming said just now does make sense. It takes about an hour and a half to drive from here to Jiefang Road, and now it's the end of the world. By the time we, 30 or 40 people, arrive at Jiefang Road, it might already be past midnight." When he said this, Wu Jun's expression immediately turned sour. However, Cui Yangli suddenly smiled slightly and tried to please Wu Jun. "I have another idea here, which is to ask Boss Wu a question." Wu Jun frowned and said with a serious face, "Go ahead." Cui Yangli had the appearance of a slick and cunning rascal. He looked shrewdly at Wu Jun's ghoul minions and asked in a low voice, "I just heard Boss Wu's suggestion. It seems that we can release the reincarnation of the ghoul minions and then reincarnate other ghouls?" Wu Jun's frown deepened. Although they were a team, who would be willing to share the specific details of their own talents with others? Cui Yangli didn't wait for his answer and wasn't upset. He just suddenly took out a black sparrow-shaped model from his dimensional ring and explained, "This thing is called the Sonic Sparrow. Its speed reaches the speed of sound, much faster than driving ourselves." Wu Jun looked at the Sonic Sparrow in confusion. "So what if it can reach the speed of sound? Can it carry people and fly like a car?" "Exactly. It can carry people and fly. But unfortunately, it can only carry 2 people at a time." Cui Yangli deliberately flattered Wu Jun. "Originally, I thought that sending only 2 people to Jiefang Road would be useless. But if Boss Wu can change the ghoul's reincarnation, then you can completely release the reincarnation of these ghoul minions first. When we get to Jiefang Road, you can then reincarnate other new ghouls as fighting force. In fact, our entire team is completely supported by Boss Wu alone. You and your ghoul team occupy 80 to 90% of our team's fighting power. By then, if you want to reorganize the team on the Jiefang Road, it will be a piece of cake." Cui Yangli's words were full of praise for Wu Jun's strength, but his flattery was not as obvious as others. Wu Jun felt pleased listening to this. However, he looked at the black Sonic Sparrow and then at Cui Yangli with suspicion, asking, "This thing seems quite valuable from a practical perspective. How did you get your hands on it?" "I was also lucky. I killed someone on the level rankings last night and got a blue treasure chest, and this thing came out of the chest," Cui Yangli said casually. However, everyone who heard this was surprised. He killed someone on the level rankings last night? It should be noted that last night, there were almost only foreign names on the world level rankings. There were hardly any from the Great Xia country on the world level rankings. It was hard to imagine that someone from the small high city would also make it onto the level rankings. Of course, Cui Yangli did not tell everyone that he had discovered the crystal nucleus in people's heads long before the end of the world arrived. It's just that at that time, the crystal nucleus was snatched away by an A-level talent powerhouse. That powerhouse also made it onto the world level rankings. However, Cui Yangli was not to be trifled with. His talent was actually very strong, but initially, he didn't have much combat power. Later, he used some tricks to successfully counterkill the A-level talent, directly bursting out the treasure chest. It has to be said that Cui Yangli's experience was even somewhat similar to Lin Xuan's early days. It's just a pity that the Sonic Sparrow he obtained from the treasure chest was an auxiliary type of item, far less aggressive than the death grip obtained by Lin Xuan. He did not rise rapidly like Lin Chuan did, but instead, he had been developing sneakily, looking for opportunities. He had joined Wujun's team for the shortest time, and Wujun didn't particularly trust him. At this moment, he looked at Cui Yangli with a questioning gaze. This sparrow is so small, how does it carry people? Do we shrink, or does it enlarge? Cui Yangli immediately explained, not at all. Inside this sparrow, there should be a special space. We are in that special space, and then we will fly to Liberation Road with the sparrow. Boss, if you are not at ease, you can go and take a look inside the sparrow's space now? Wujun pondered for a moment, nodded, and then tested the sparrow's passenger space. Soon, he came out of the space and pondered. The space is indeed small enough to only accommodate 2 people. But, he suddenly looked at Cui Yangli with a sharp and dangerous look in his eyes. Once we enter the sparrow space and there are only the 2 of us, without the super combat power of the ghouls by my side, how can I ensure that you won't attack me? Cui Yangli seemed stunned for a moment, then said incredulously, Boss, how could you think that of me? How could I attack you? Our goal is the same, it's that super big boss. Wujun still looked skeptical. There is only one big boss, and the crystal core definitely belongs to me, and the body also belongs to me. What benefit can you have? The big boss will definitely drop some treasure chests. If you are in a good mood, boss, maybe I can pick up some meat soup? Besides, we are a team, boss. If you become stronger, we, as your followers, will naturally benefit. Cui Yangli looked loyal and devoted, as if following someone like Wujun was the greatest blessing of his life. However, deep down, Wujun still minded the fact that Cui Yangli had killed a high-ranking player last night. Such a thing is too unlikely to happen. And sometimes, the occurrence of unlikely events may be due to luck, or perhaps involve more human factors. Cui Yangli was a murderer before the apocalypse. He had a prisoner's buzz cut, and even wore prisoner's clothes when he joined the team. How could Wujun easily believe that he was truly loyal? Cui Yangli looked at Wujun's expression, his eyes looking very uncomfortable. But soon, he gritted his teeth and took out an item from his dimensional ring, a doll with a somewhat eerie appearance. A substitute doll. Boss, you should recognize this, right? Wujun's eyes widened. There was a substitute doll that had sold for a high price in the trading market before. This is a treasure that can give a person an extra life. He even had a moment of wanting to kill Cui Yangli and take the substitute doll no matter what. Fortunately, Cui Yangli obviously understood the principle of cherishing a jade ring. He reluctantly handed the substitute doll to Wujun and said, So, can you trust me now, boss? Wujun immediately took the substitute doll, but did not put it in the dimensional ring, nor did he answer. Cui Yangli explained again, I haven't even been willing to bind this substitute doll myself. I was originally thinking of selling it in the market for some good stuff. Now, since I have given it to you, I hope that after you kill the boss and the treasure chest drops, it will belong to me. In addition, I hope that I can have priority to use the advanced crystal core after you, even more so than Rong Jiaming. In this statement, he did not mention the word loyalty at all, but every word revealed his loyalty. If he was not loyal to this team, how could he think about the distribution of the team's crystal cores in the future? On this point, Wujun's guard relaxed a lot. After thinking for a long time, he finally made a decision. Okay, I promise you. So, I will spend 10 minutes binding the substitute doll. 10 minutes later, you and I will take the Sonic Sparrow to Liberation Road to fight the boss, and Rong Jiaming, you stay here with the little brothers to guard the vending machine. With that, he patted Rong Jiaming's shoulder and comforted him, this gas station will always be our base, no matter how well I and Xiao Chui develop on Liberation Road, we will eventually return here. Rong Jiaming's eyes were somewhat solemn as he glanced at Cui Yangli, then at Wujun, and finally nodded. He always felt that Cui Yangli was very strange. However, in this team, Wujun was the leader, and he and Cui Yangli were in a competitive relationship. It was probably useless to hear Cui Yangli's words from him. Rong Jiaming felt heavy-hearted, hoping that nothing would go wrong on this boss-fighting journey. Even if something did happen, it probably wouldn't affect him. After all, their team was purely built on force. If something really happened to Wujun and Cui Yangli, Rong Jiaming would become the new leader. After 10 minutes, Wujun mainly bound a substitute doll. The substitute doll needed to be hidden in a concealed place, and when the owner died, they would switch places with the substitute doll. 10 minutes later, Wujun and Cui Yangli entered the sparrow space. Soon, the black sparrow soared into the sky and flew towards Liberation Road at an extremely fast speed. Rong Jiaming waved his hand and said, Alright, everyone be on guard now. We have offended many people by occupying this vending machine before. Now that Wu Laoda has left, someone could come to attack us at any time. Everyone, be on high alert. Yes, the little brothers were all spirited because they followed a super strong boss. Many of them even felt that Wujun's strength should be greater than Lin Chuan's. After all, Wujun was the only SS-level talent owner in the world. As for Lin Chuan, the only information they had learned from the World Channel was that he had killed the previous top-ranked player and obtained a golden treasure chest, opening a super strong combat equipment. However, equipment was always external. How could it compare to their boss Wujun's SS-level talent? However, just as the Sparrow had just taken off, and the little brothers had just been on guard, in the team at the gas station, everyone, including Rong Jiaming, was dumbfounded. What's going on? How did Wu Laoda's name suddenly disappear from the ranking and kill list? Damn it! I heard someone say before that once a person dies, their name will also disappear from the list. Could it be? No! It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wu Laoda is so strong, and with the substitute doll guarantee, it's impossible for him to die so easily. Right, it's impossible. Maybe he entered the Sparrow space, so he was temporarily blocked from the list? But Cui Yanli's name is still on the list. So, what's going on? Could it be? The words that followed were hard for the group of little brothers to say. But everyone understood their invincible boss Wujun, the SS-level talent owner Wujun, who might even grow to become the world's #1, was probably killed by that scoundrel Cui Yanli. Rong Jiaming's expression was the most solemn. He had felt before that Cui Yanli was strange. There was something indescribably strange about him, but he never expected that Cui Yanli would actually make a move against Wujun. And he actually succeeded. Didn't Wujun already bind the substitute doll? Why didn't the substitute doll work? At this moment, inside the Sonic Sparrow's internal space, if Rong Jiaming and the others saw this scene, they would probably be even more astonished. In that narrow space, there was indeed a person standing and a corpse lying on the ground. Strangely enough, the corpse on the ground was clearly Cui Yanli, and the person standing had the appearance of Wujun. This Wujun had a strange smile on his face and, after looking at the ranking list, sighed to himself, "It's really the name of Cui Yanli after all." The person standing there at the moment was of course Cui Yanli. More accurately speaking, it's Cui Yanli's soul, Wujun's body. Cui Yanli's talent is very special, called Reincarnation. The most special thing is that his talent, like Lin Chuan's fireball talent, is not marked with a level in the dataized attribute panel. Cui Yanli also pondered for a while before discovering the specific use of his talent. Just as the talent says, he can reincarnate. As long as the corpse has not been dug out of its crystal core within 3 minutes of death, he can possess it and continue living using the other person's body. Cui Yanli's body before was not actually his own. It belonged to an A-level talent powerhouse that he killed. By using the reincarnation talent, he abandoned his own body and started living using someone else's body. However, the name on the leaderboard will always be his soul's name, Cui Yanli. The true power of the reincarnation talent lies in the fact that he can use the possessed person's talents and skills. For example, after he designed to kill Wujun and then reincarnated into Wujun's body, he could effortlessly use Wujun's SS-level talent. Of course, the talents of the previously possessed A-level talent do not stack onto Wujun's body. So, he can change his own talents by changing bodies. However, these talents cannot be stacked. In other words, he can only ever possess one talent of the body's owner. Therefore, in order to maximize the benefits of his reincarnation, Cui Yanli started looking for targets early on. Originally, he just wanted to find a powerful S-level talent body. In fact, his initial target was even placed on Lin Chuan. However, Lin Chuan was too low-key. There was no one in the Haicheng area chat channel who claimed to have seen Lin Chuan. He himself seemed to have never spoken in the area channel. Cui Yanli knew too little about him, and couldn't even find the person. As a second choice, he set his sights on Wujun. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Wujun turned out to be a powerful SS-level talent holder. And Wujun's body was young, strong, and even a bit handsome. Cui Yanli was extremely satisfied at first sight. He even felt that it was a body tailor-made for him. So, he decisively joined Wujun's team and patiently waited for the opportunity. Unexpectedly, the opportunity came so quickly. He really had to thank the sudden appearance of the big boss on Jiefeng Road. Otherwise, he really didn't know when he would be able to deceive Wujun into using the Sonic Sparrow. The function of the Sonic Sparrow was almost the same as what Cui Yanli had said. But he told two small lies. First, the Sonic Sparrow was not obtained from a blue treasure chest, but from a higher-level red treasure chest. The red treasure chest was 2 levels higher than the purple treasure chest, second only to the existence of the gold treasure chest. Second, the internal space of the Sonic Sparrow belonged entirely to Cui Yanli, and was under his control. In other words, Cui Yanli could easily decide the life and death of anyone entering the space. Such an item was perfect for scheming against others. At this moment, Cui Yanli, who had obtained Wujun's SS-level talent, couldn't help but laugh heartily. And as Wujun's name disappeared from the level and kill leaderboards, the area chat channel in Haichang instantly erupted into heated discussions. What? Wujun, the big shot, is dead? How did he die? Was he killed by someone or by a monster? It must have been killed by a monster. When the boss on Jiafeng Road appeared, so many powerhouses were eyeing it. Wujun was probably just too eager to get the high-level crystal core from the boss, and ended up losing his life. Serves him right. What kind of big shot is Wujun? He monopolized the vending machine at the gas station and didn't let ordinary people use it. I can only say he got what he deserved. Wait a minute, Wujun's previous location was not even near Jiafeng Road. He couldn't have been killed by the boss. Then who killed him? Could it be Lin Xuan? It's very possible. Lin Xuan suddenly topped the kill leaderboard. It must be a frenzy of killing. I advise everyone to leave Haichang as soon as possible. It's best not to stay in the same city as a maniac like that. Who knows when someone might disappear one day and become someone else's upgrade crystal. Luo Yanping's public opinion attacks against Lin Xuan were not only limited to the capital. On the World Channel, one could often see comments targeting Lin Xuan. Under the influence of the World Channel, the tone when mentioning Lin Xuan in various regions was mostly malicious. The players in Haichang who were with Lin Xuan were even more restless, and some were even planning to leave Haichang as soon as possible. Lin Xuan, however, paid no attention to this. The phrase "words can be fearful" might have made some sense before the apocalypse. But in the apocalypse, strength is always the ultimate truth. In Lin Xuan's eyes, people are not to be feared, so what can words amount to? When he came out of the ghoul's lair, he knew that the level 8 monster was not immediately taking action after the liberation of the road. Instead, it first used fireballs to burn the 300 corpses brought back from the secret realm. Almost instantly, various ding-ding-ding prompt sounds echoed in Lin Xuan's mind without end. After a little organization, the talents that he saw were only a few resurrection, S-rank talent. It can bring the dead back to life within 24 hours. The cost is to consume the user's 10,000 asterisk the level of the deceased experience points. For example, reviving a level 4 player would require consuming 40,000 experience points. Moreover, if the deceased's crystal core is dug out, even if revived, they will lose all talents and skills and become useless. This talent is undoubtedly very powerful. However, for Lin Xuan, it was obviously not very useful, but it was still an S-rank talent, so he naturally wouldn't reject it. In addition, he also obtained another S-rank talent, Polarity Shift. This talent has two effects. One makes Lin Xuan's body become extremely small, comparable to a small ant. In this state, his strength attribute will be fixed at 1 point, but his mental attribute will increase 100-fold. At that time, the power of the released skills will be comparable to a forbidden curse. The other effect makes Lin Xuan turn into a 100-meter giant. In this state, his mental attribute will be fixed at 1 point, but his strength attribute will increase 100-fold. Polarity Shift is obviously an extremely practical combat talent. With it, Lin Xuan could even directly transform into a giant and slap the level 8 monster to death without using the skill of Fate Judgment. To obtain 2 S-rank talents from nearly 300 corpses, the probability was already outrageously high. In reality, even if Lin Xuan burned 3 million corpses, he might not necessarily obtain S-rank talents. This is enough to prove that not all players qualified to participate in the secret realm relied solely on luck. Unfortunately, Lin Xuan did not obtain the S-rank talent Thorn of Evil that the number 007 evil dragon Qi Yuan self-destructed. This also proved that Qi Yuan was not among the corpses collected by Lin Xuan. That guy should have returned to his own world. However, Lin Xuan might also encounter Qi Yuan from his own world in the future. In addition to the 2 S-rank talents, there were also several A-rank talents, which were barely useful. A-rank talent, Resistance of the Wind. The effect is to instantly form a wall of wind and waves around oneself to repel the enemies attacking. Repel is a skill effect similar to stun, very practical in battle. A-rank talent, Soul Shackles. The effect is to transfer 80% of the damage received by oneself to the person bound by the soul shackles. A-rank talent, Barrier of the Void. The effect is to remove one's own blessings and curses and to a certain extent shield the fluctuations of fate. In addition, there were also the Mist Domain obtained from burning Yang Zhao's corpse, and the Flash obtained when harvesting in the evil dragon's lair, which were also particularly useful A-rank talents. Obviously, Lin Xuan was fundamentally cautious, so what he cared about and valued more were defensive talents. Including the 24 bone nails he had put up on the trading market, his requirement was also for defensive type items. At this moment, he had some time, so he specifically looked at the various private messages received on the trading channel. Some ordinary shield-like equipment items obviously didn't catch his eye. As for those private messages, Lin Xuan wouldn't even bother replying. There was a saying before the apocalypse, the customer is God. However, in the apocalypse of the slaughter game, the sellers became gods. They were always the ones who controlled the resources and had more say. He flipped through a dozen or so private messages in one go. Lin Xuan finally saw an item that interested him, the bond ring. The bond ring was actually a rather useless item. Its function was to allow the two people bound by it to bear the fatal attacks for each other. Yes, the bond ring came in pairs and required both people to wear it. And if either party suffered a fatal attack, the other party would bear the consequences of death. In terms of defense, this ring was indeed a very strong defensive item. If you were about to die from a fatal attack, the other person wearing the ring would die for you. It sounded great. But in reality, you might also encounter a situation where the other person wearing the ring suffered a fatal attack, and you would die for them. In reality, both situations were possible to occur. That's why the function of the bond ring seemed so useless. You could say it could protect you, but it could also kill you. So in the previous life, hardly anyone would use the bond ring. Only deeply affectionate couples, to prove their willingness to die for each other, would wear the bond ring together. That's why the bond ring was jokingly called the couple's ring by the players. Lin Xuan naturally hadn't used such a useless thing in his previous life. But this life was different. He had encountered Zhong Qinger with an SSS-level talent. With an SSS-level defensive talent, even the big shots called her the chosen one of fate. Zhong Qinger was almost equivalent to having an invincible gold medal and would not be affected by any fatal attacks. Wearing the bond ring with her was simply a huge gain. So, when he saw this private message, Lin Xuan had already decided to switch out the bond ring. However, it was only because Zhong Qinger's situation was special that he wanted the bond ring. And the actual market value of the bond ring was far from that of the 24 bone nails, even though the aftereffects and side effects of the nails were very strong. So Lin Xuan directly replied in the private message, "The bond ring is actually quite useless in practical application. It may indeed make others die for me, but I may also die for others. It doesn't meet my expectations for defense." The customer on the other end almost immediately replied, "Since you deliberately sent a message in response, you must be interested in the bond ring, right?" Lin Xuan also honestly replied, "This thing sounds quite interesting, and I am indeed a little interested. However, if I want to exchange it for the 24 bone nails, I'll have to add to the price." This time, the customer on the other end remained silent for more than 10 seconds before replying, "I want to know more detailed information about the aftereffects and side effects of the nails, as this will affect my offer." Lin Xuan casually replied as he sliced an apple to fill his stomach, "The aftereffects are that half an hour after the potential is stimulated, the body will be plunged into severe fatigue, similar to being paralyzed after heavy rain, unable to move, for 6 hours. As for the side effects, there are 3 points. First, every time you exert your full strength afterward, the place where the nails were driven in will be extremely sore. However, if you have a strong will, you can endure it. Second, it will shorten your lifespan, probably by 3 to 5 years. But since it's already the end of the world, very few people can live to a ripe old age, so losing a few years of life isn't a big deal." In this regard, Lin Xuan actually slightly concealed the truth. In reality, the shortened lifespan would affect fate. People who had their lifespan shortened would be relatively unlucky when using certain fate-related items. But well, there's no business without deceit. Naturally, Lin Xuan wouldn't mention the impact of shortened lifespan on fate. In fact, even if he did, the current players might not necessarily understand. Then he continued to reply, regardless of whether the other party could understand, saying, "Thirdly, a body that has already been stimulated by bone nails will find it very difficult to break through the limits of the human body in the future." This time, the customer remained silent for several minutes before replying, "Could you please explain what it means to fully unleash one's strength? And what does it mean to break through the limits of the human body?" Lin Xuan, who was enjoying his late-night snack, decided to explain the concept of unleashing one's strength and breaking through the limits of the human body to the other party. He even used an analogy to describe the side effects of bone nails in breaking through the limits of the human body. It's like your body is a bank, and when you use bone nails, it's like borrowing money from the bank and not paying it back. When you want to take out a loan to buy a house, break through the limits, the bank probably won't lend to you. Lin Xuan thought his analogy was quite vivid. Unexpectedly, the other party suddenly responded with, "What if I want to buy the house in full payment?" Lin Xuan, "You don't need to buy the house in full payment, just go directly to the construction site and lift some weights." Upon reading the seller's response, the customer, Su Ling, who had always been aloof, blushed for a moment, then replied somewhat embarrassedly, "I'm sorry." In fact, what she was even more embarrassed about was that after fully understanding the side effects of bone nails, she was no longer as interested in buying them. However, the seller had explained many things to her that she didn't know, and it didn't seem right to just walk away without buying anything. Besides, the bond ring was indeed quite useless. Even though she was very close to her brother, Suhai, she had no intention of wearing the bond ring. This thing was completely meaningless and just occupied a slot on her finger. With this in mind, she suddenly felt that even though she was concerned about the side effects of bone nails, she wouldn't lose out by using the bond ring in this transaction. So, Su Ling brought up the topic of increasing the price. Alright, I've understood the details of the bone nails. As for the price increase, boss, do you want materials or crystal cores, or something else? Su Ling's tone in her response was always polite. However, Lin Chuan could tell from her words that this customer seemed to be losing interest in the bone nails. This made Lin Chuan inwardly sneer. In the early days of the apocalypse, too many people took themselves too seriously. The side effects of bone nails do indeed have an impact on the future of players. But in reality, not everyone can fully unleash their strength and break through the limits of the human body. Moreover, in the game of slaughter, many players simply have no future. Many people think they are very strong and remarkable, and believe that their future is destined to be brilliant, dazzling everyone. But in reality, Wujun is a good example. Thought his SS level talent was remarkable? Thought he could stand at the top of the world in the future? Thought that Lin Chuan, who was first on both lists, wasn't even worthy to tie his shoes? But what was the result? This person was intercepted and dealt with before he even reached Lin Chuan. All ambitions, all imagined bright futures, disappeared along with his death. No one cares, and no one will remember, just a proper cannon fodder. Although Lin Chuan had no idea about Wu Jun's situation, he had seen too many so-called strong individuals in his previous life who were proud but fell in just a few days. And in the current apocalypse, many people lacked the awareness that the next second could be death. They were still cleverly planning for the future. Little did they know, for the dead, the so-called future meant nothing. Obviously, the customer Lin Chuan was dealing with now was this kind of proud and slightly clever person. They truly believed that the side effects of bone nails would affect their future achievements. Lin Chuan didn't mince his words with this kind of customer and directly said, "I want an E-level skill book, appraisal." Su Ling, on the other end of the trade, frowned upon hearing Lin Chuan's bold request. After all, skill books are a more precious existence than equipment items, and this is the default consensus of everyone. The opponent's bone nail is indeed good, but the side effects are too great. In this case, is it worth a skill book? Su Ling straightforwardly said, "Sorry, skill books are too precious. I'm afraid I can't accept your offer." Lin Chuan was not surprised by this and said, "Alright, then it seems that this trade may not be feasible. But if you can't sell your bond ring, you can come to me again. I'll offer a level 3 crystal core." At this stage, even though the value of level 3 crystal cores has greatly depreciated compared to last night, their purchasing power is still considerable. Lin Chuan has obtained a large number of level 1 to 5 crystal cores from hunting in the ghoul's lair, so he doesn't feel the slightest bit of heartache. Not only does he not feel heartache, he hopes to trade out the level 3 to 5 crystal cores as soon as possible, because as time passes and players continue to level up, those crystal cores that gradually fall below the player's level will depreciate. At this stage, many players are still only at level 1. Level 2 can be considered strong, and level 3 can directly rank on the regional level leaderboard. However, after midnight, when the limit on absorbing crystal cores is updated, it will probably be a different situation. Su Ling pondered for a moment and immediately agreed, "Okay, if you are really willing to offer a level 3 crystal core, I can trade the bond ring to you now." Lin Chuan said, "Alright, then set up the trade." With that, he prepared to end the private chat channel. However, the customer suddenly said, "Wait." Lin Chuan asked, Su Ling said, "I have a trade number here. In the future, if you want to sell various items, you can come here to take a look. Number, DF0****9. Lin Chuan looked at this message and suddenly felt stunned. In fact, this kind of situation was also very common in his previous life. In the slaughter game, only people who had real-life contact could become friends. After the trade in the market, it was difficult to make contact again. Some major forces, in order to develop, would open a trade number in the market that was not for the purpose of trading, but was valid for a long time. They would then widely distribute the trade number, which was equivalent to a small shop. However, only major forces could do such a thing. After all, if a trade number exceeded 24 hours without completing a trade, but they were unwilling to cancel the trade, they would need to pay a hefty sum of crystal cores to the trade market. In his previous life, all major forces had a fixed trade number in the market. Lin Chuan hadn't expected that someone would do this so early in this life. And as he looked at the trade number sent by the other party, he also had a guess about the other's identity. It should be someone from the Su family in Kyoto. and there was a high probability that it was Su Ling himself. Even Lin Chuan knew the reason why the other party wanted the bone nail. Su Ling should still be at level 0 now and has not completed the job change task. In fact, in his previous life, Su Ling changed jobs very late. For some reason, Lin Chuan remembered that the Su family had a very powerful divination tool that could predict good and bad luck. Several times in the early stages, Su Ling wanted to do the job change task, but the divination results were all very bad. In fact, divination is really annoying. Lin Chuan had also played divination in his previous life, but every time the result was bad. He had never had a good result. But strangely, when he didn't do divination, nothing happened to him. So he seriously doubted that divination was completely applying Murphy's Law to the extreme. When you think about good or bad luck, whether something will happen, and hope that nothing will happen, something will definitely happen. And when you don't think about anything and are just reckless, nothing will happen. For example, some destined professionals, like Luo Shuhuan, who didn't know anything, directly started the job change task and succeeded. It was Su Ling who, despite careful preparation and specifically divining good and bad luck, had bad results every time. Lin Chuan shook his head slightly and didn't deliberately remind the other party of the pitfalls of divination. After jotting down the transaction number, he used a level 3 crystal core to acquire the bonded ring. With that, his late-night snack was essentially complete. Lin Chuan got up, went to the bathroom, and found a comb, from which he pulled out several long strands of hair. They seemed to belong to his uncle's wife. Then he went to his uncle's bedroom and found several strands of what appeared to be his uncle's short hair on the pillow. After wrapping each person's hair in tissue, Lin Chuan went to his cousin's bedroom. Jiao Zhengqing was resting on his cousin's bed. Lin Chuan patted him and said, "Hey, wake up." Jiao Zhengqing slowly woke up and said, "Boss." Lin Chuan then used a miraculous healing technique on him and asked, "How's your body?" Jiao Zhengqing stood up directly and said, "Much better now." "Good, you'll drive later." "Okay." Lin Chuan packed up and left his uncle's house. He released the modified car and handed Jiao Zhengqing a map, pointing out the route to Jiefang Road, and said directly, "Can you make it in an hour? As long as you don't get car sick, definitely." "Okay, let's go." The journey would take an hour, but Lin Chuan was a quick monster hunter, so it probably only took 1 second. He needed to find a way to quickly rush to the destination, as driving was too slow. Lin Chuan thought to himself, it was a good time to sit in the car and check the regional chat channel. He originally wanted to see the current situation of the level 8 big guy from the chat channel. However, he found that the chat channel was all talking about someone named Wujun who seemed to have died. Lin Chuan thought for a moment and remembered that the person who was ranked second in Haicheng, following him, was named Wujun. However, Lin Chuan had never really cared about Wujun. People who were famous in their past lives, he probably still remembered their names, but he had never heard of Wujun in his past life. He knew then that this person was probably going to die early. Lin Chuan then looked at the regional rankings of Haicheng. As he scanned down, his gaze suddenly stopped. 19th place, Cui Yangli, level 3. Cui Yangli was actually from Haicheng? Lin Chuan was somewhat surprised. This person was somewhat famous in his past life. But his situation was a bit special. There were rumors in the martial world about him, but very few people had actually seen him in person. Some said that those who had seen Cui Yangli were killed by him. Others said that Cui Yangli was good at disguises and never showed his true face. Although many people didn't know what Cui Yangli really looked like, his deeds were widely known. First of all, he was jokingly called Lubu among men and the strongest sixth brother by players. It was said that in the early stages of the apocalypse, he had joined many small teams and factions, and because of his own strength, he had been highly valued. However, almost all the leaders of those small teams and factions were killed by him. In the later stages, the once famous Cui Yangli became a lone player. In the game of slaughter, lone players were a very special existence. In the game of slaughter, many people killed for profit, without needing any reason. And those lone players who were left alone were the easiest targets for being killed for no reason. In such a big environment, the players who could survive as lone players were all extremely powerful. Therefore, it was likely that Cui Yangli, as a lone player, was also very strong. Lin Chuan had also formed a team in his past life, but after experiencing betrayal, he became a lone player. However, he had no intersection with Cui Yangli, only hearing about him. When Lin Chuan saw Cui Yangli's name on the Haicheng rankings, he only paid a little attention and didn't focus too much on it. He continued to pay attention to the chat channel while chatting with Jiao Zhengqing. In his past life, Lin Chuan knew Jiao Zhengqing, but he didn't know his talent, so he asked about it. Jiao Zhengqing said while driving, "I'm lucky, my talent is S-level super adaptation. I can't explain the specific effects, but every time I get hit or attacked, my resistance increases." He spoke casually, but Lin Chuan's mouth twitched slightly. In reality, super adaptation is an extremely powerful talent. Its function is not just to increase resistance. In his previous life, every time Zhao Zhengqing leveled up, he could immediately unleash his full strength, which is probably related to the talent of super adaptation. Lin Chuan looked at him with a strange look and suddenly asked, "Have you received any mission prompts from the system?" "I have. It told me to kill another version of myself within 7 days. Lin Chuan nodded satisfactorily, thinking that it's good that Zhao Zhengqing from this world is still alive. When Zhao Zhengqing completes the mission to kill the version of himself in this world, Lin Chuan can help him burn the body. Just as he was thinking, their car happened to pass by that gas station on the highway. The gas station was obviously occupied, and there were clear signs of the surrounding zombies and blocked roads being cleared. Lin Chuan rolled down the window and glanced in the direction of the gas station. However, Zhao Zhengqing was driving fast, and their car quickly headed towards the distance. After several minutes, at the gas station, a young man approached Rong Jiaming and asked in a low voice, "Boss, do you think the person in that car just now could be Lin Chuan?" Rong Jiaming shook his head slightly. "It's hard to say. But what can be confirmed is that the other party is probably heading towards Liberation Road. I wonder who will ultimately benefit from the attention-grabbing big boss on Liberation Road." Lin Chuan's modified car only drove for half an hour before being forced to stop. It wasn't because they had arrived, but because the roads in the city center were increasingly congested, making it almost impossible for vehicles to move. Lin Chuan had no choice but to get out of the car. He looked around and pointed in a direction to Zhao Zhengqing. "There's a Four Seasons hotel over there. Go and settle in there. I'll come find you after I'm done." "Okay." He then threw a dimensional ring to Zhao Zhengqing and instructed, "There are some ordinary equipment inside, pick a few that you can use, and put the rest on the trading market." Zhao Zhengqing's eyes lit up, and he immediately took the dimensional ring, making an okay gesture. Lin Chuan saw that he was in good spirits but still deliberately reminded him, "The Four Seasons Hotel is likely to be occupied, and with the green text rank 2 above your head, you may be targeted." Zhao Zhengqing's face still looked a bit weak, but there was still a hint of arrogance in his expression. "Boss, rest assured, I've checked the ranking here. I believe that in the entire high city, apart from you, no one can match me." Lin Chuan shook his head slightly. If this guy wants to be arrogant, then let him be. If he can survive, Lin Chuan will help him collect his body if he dies. After a brief explanation, Lin Chuan and Zhao Zhengqing also became friends, and then he went alone towards Liberation Road. He deliberately used the B-level stealth talent and occasionally used the blink talent. His speed was even faster than driving. However, running on his own was quite tiring, not as easy as driving. After about 10 minutes, Lin Chuan stealthily arrived at Liberation Road. At this time, Liberation Road had almost become a ruin. Several tall buildings had been leveled to the ground, and the huge level 8 monster was arrogantly commanding its zombie minions. It can be said that this entire area was almost completely occupied by zombies. The densely packed zombies made one's scalp tingle. Lin Chuan had originally wanted to test the effect of his bipolar transformation talent, to see if he could really slap that level 8 monster to death. But even with the stealth talent, he still keenly felt that there were 3 different sets of eyes quietly sizing him up from 3 different directions. Needless to say, the owners of these 3 sets of eyes were probably at least A-level talent holders. It's even possible that there were S-level talent holders, because only these high-level talent holders could easily penetrate Lin Chuan's B-level stealth talent. Indeed, as Lin Chuan had expected. At this moment, 3 groups of people were quietly paying attention to the sudden arrival of Lin Chuan. The first group was led by Song Sandong, who was the first to arrive at Liberation Road. When the regional ranking was announced, Song Sandong was ranked 3rd in Haicheng, just below Wujun. Originally, Wujun had died, so he should have moved up to 2nd place. However, a person named Zhao Zhengqing suddenly appeared and jumped to 2nd place, causing Song Sandong to remain in 3rd place. Song Sandong and Lin Chuan were not classmates, but they took the same college entrance examination. 3 years ago, Lin Chuan was the college entrance examination champion of Haicheng. Although college entrance examination champions are produced every year, many people do not specifically remember the names of each year's champions. However, students from the same year will remember the champion of their year. So Song Sandong clearly remembered the name Lin Chuan. However, he was not sure if the Lin Chuan on the ranking list was the same Lin Chuan who was the college entrance examination champion 3 years ago. As far as he knew, at the time of the apocalypse, Lin Chuan should have been studying at Peking University and was unlikely to appear in Haicheng. So he thought it was just a coincidence of the same name and surname. However, when he saw the hidden figure, he was shocked. It's really him. A beautiful woman next to Song Sandong immediately asked, "Who?" "Lin Chuan." The woman was surprised and immediately followed Song Sandong's gaze to look around. The Lin Chuan on the ranking list? Where is he? Song Sandong looked serious, not sure. But since he dares to come here, he is very likely to be the Lin Chuan on the ranking list. The woman frowned. But how can the talent of the top ranked in both lists be just a normal invisibility? This is too unbelievable. Song Sandong shook his head and said, I heard that he obtained powerful equipment by killing the previous top ranked on the list. When the woman heard this, her eyes lit up. So if we also kill this top ranked on the list, wouldn't we? Song Sandong did not answer, but continued to stare at Lin Chuan intently. The second group of people, Luo Shuhong. When she saw Lin Chuan, she was also surprised. It's him. Her companion asked, who? What did Sister Hong see? The bastard who previously robbed us of the modified car and the corrupted spirit beads. What? Is his talent just the most common invisibility? Luo Shuhong did not answer. She looked down at the bracelet on her wrist and murmured softly, I don't know if I can beat him now. As she spoke, she was surprised again. Where did he go? The third group of people was naturally Cui Yongli. Although Cui Yongli had the Sonic Sparrow, the position he was in before was the farthest from Jiefang Road, so he was the last to arrive. When he arrived here, he happened to see a team being wiped out by the big boss. Jokingly, an 8th level monster against 3rd level players, with a level suppression of 5 levels, was simply impossible for players at this stage to match. Cui Yongli was also smart and knew that he couldn't beat it, so he hid. In fact, the teams on Jiefang Road had all chosen to temporarily avoid the limelight and hide. They were all waiting. When midnight arrived, they could continue to absorb crystal nuclei to increase their levels. By then, they would try to see if they could have the strength to fight the boss. While waiting, Cui Yongli also noticed Lin Chuan. But he didn't know Lin Chuan and just thought he was an ordinary invisible talent who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and came to pick up the leftovers. However, soon, as he stared at Lin Chuan, he noticed a strange scene. Lin Chuan, who was originally invisible, suddenly shrank in size, almost invisible in the night. This was the effect of the bipolar transformation talent. Lin Chuan directly shrank to the size of an ant, and then flashed towards the direction of the 8th level monster. With this flash, he completely disappeared from the sight of the 3 groups of people who were watching him. The shrunken Lin Chuan, in the night, was like a mosquito that was difficult to observe with the naked eye. Compared to the huge creature, he was even smaller and insignificant. With a flash, he appeared on the back of the huge creature, which was completely unaware. Fate Judgment. Lin Chuan still used Fate Judgment. A torrent of fate descended from the sky. The scene in the night was like the Milky Way falling from the sky. All eyes were fixed on this big boss, and at that moment, everyone was stunned. Some sensitive women even murmured unconsciously, so beautiful. In the area chat channel, anonymous players were discussing the magnificent scene. What is that thing above the big boss's head? Is it the Milky Way in the sky? How is that possible? Haven't you read any books? Do you not know the actual size of a planet? So what are those shining, even converging into a river-like silver-white color? It looks too spectacular, doesn't it? It should be a talent or skill used by a person, right? Regardless of how strong this talent is, the scene is truly magnificent. It could even be used as a decoration. It is indeed beautiful. The last time I saw such a beautiful scene was when I saw fireflies in the countryside at night. I don't care if this talent or skill is strong or not, I just want to say, if someone proposed to me using such a beautiful skill, I would definitely agree. Go to bed upstairs. Regardless of whether this magnificent skill is strong or not, those who dare to go to Liberation Road at this stage are all strong. Would they even look at you? Oh my god. Brothers, I am near Liberation Road. I saw it with my own eyes, that Milky Way falling onto that super big boss, and then just now, the big boss fell to the ground with a bang. It's like it just burped and farted. Is it true? Is a skill that beautiful actually so powerful? It's impossible. I heard that a reconnaissance talent user found out that the big boss is an 8th level monster. Many big shots rushed to Liberation Road and couldn't do anything about it. I feel it's true. I am half an hour's drive from Liberation Road, and I just felt a shock. It's probably caused by the big boss falling. Such a beautiful skill. Is its power really so terrifying? Is there any big shot near Liberation Road who can tell us who defeated that big boss? At this moment, in reality, the big boss had indeed become a lying corpse. When it fell, it almost seemed to trigger an earthquake, and the Milky Way that had landed on its head was gradually dissipating. Lin Chuan was still as small as an ant, and in the night, it was difficult for anyone without enhanced vision talent to notice him. Naturally, no one noticed. Lin Chuan's expression at this moment was very cold. The power of Fate Judgment was indeed powerful, and the 8th level monster almost died in an instant. It was only at the moment of its death that Lin Chuan saw with his own eyes, a purple treasure chest burst out. But almost the next second after the purple treasure chest burst out, it disappeared right in front of Lin Chuan. Disappeared? No. With the experience of 2 lifetimes, Lin Chuan was very sure that the purple treasure chest did not disappear on its own, but was stolen by someone. In his previous life, there were many such thieves. Their own abilities may not be strong, but they mastered stealing talents or skills, or they had stealing type items. These thieves liked to secretly lurk near others when they were fighting monsters, and once a treasure chest appeared, they would steal it and quickly run away. There was even an organization in the previous life called the Thieves Have Their Own Way group, and all its members were thieves. However, in the previous life, the Thieves Have Their Own Way group provoked the wrong people and was wiped out by the big shots. In this life, Lin Chuan never expected that someone would dare to steal from him. In almost an instant, the Forbidden Magic Domain and the Ice Mist Domain erupted together. In the state of extreme polarization, Lin Chuan's mental attributes increased 100-fold. Although he could only exert less than 20% of his doubled strength, it was still very powerful. The range of the Forbidden Magic Domain has expanded by 5 or 6 times from its normal state. The range of the Ice Mist Domain has expanded by more than 10 times. Its power has become even more formidable. As far as the eye can see, almost everything is frozen. Even the 3 groups of people who had noticed Lin Chuan earlier were all affected. Cold. It was the kind of cold that made one's hands and feet freeze. This level of cold was enough to make people's reactions dull. In addition, under the shroud of the Ice Mist Domain, everyone's vision was also obscured by the hazy mist, making things appear particularly blurry. The beautiful woman next to Song Sandong was dressed relatively lightly, and she shrank into Song Sandong's arms, her voice trembling. "Song San, what's going on? Why is it suddenly so cold? I feel like if I stay in this environment for a few more minutes, I'm going to get frostbite." Song Sandong was also cold, so he simply hugged the beautiful woman to keep each other warm. This is probably only achievable with an S-level ice talent. An S-level ice talent? The innate spirit is an S-level ice talent. But Lin Chuan estimated that the power of his Ice Mist Domain had almost surpassed the S-level. And this was the strength of having multiple talents. The S-level bipolar transformation, combined with the A-level Ice Mist Domain, and Lin Chuan's own spiritual attributes, had already reached an incredible 103 points. This formidable power was something that current players simply could not endure. Not only players, but even those ghouls who were left without a leader after their boss died were almost all frozen. It was only at this moment that Lin Chuan realized the strength of the bipolar transformation talent. He had only thought about the great effects of the bipolar transformation before, perhaps allowing him to slap an 8th-level monster to death with one hand, but he had not realized that under the smallest effect of the bipolar transformation, the use of other talents could also have such a formidable effect. This talent might not be as powerful on others, but for Lin Chuan, as a holder of multiple talents, the smallest effect of the bipolar transformation talent was truly astonishing in its boost to his strength. Of course, the consumption was quite significant. Lin Chuan felt that with the bipolar transformation, the Forbidden Magic Domain, and the Ice Mist Domain all activated, he could probably only maintain it for less than a minute. But that was already enough. Lin Chuan, the size of an ant, once again used the flash consecutively. 100 meters away, under the cover of a ruin, a sly and skinny figure, maintaining the appearance of preparing to escape into the distance, was almost frozen into a sculpture. Lin Chuan was not at all polite, and he smashed a normal sea-level flame impact over. The ice sculpture quickly melted, and then was quickly burned by the flames. Of course, Lin Chuan did not directly burn him to ashes, but left a charred body, and then used the bug-level fireball to incinerate it. In an instant, a pleasant prompt sounded in his mind, ding! Incinerate a level 1 player. Loot the B-level talent Thief's Hand. It was only a B-level stealing talent, which could only steal unowned dead objects within a certain range. Although the purple treasure chest was indeed dropped by Lin Chuan while fighting monsters, in the system's judgment, it was indeed an unowned dead object. Lin Chuan took the dimensional ring that the thief had used to steal the purple treasure chest, and then flashed back to the side of the 8th level monster. However, at this moment, he was surprised to find